You're listening to the Wimbledon radio channel on Wimbledon.com, 87.7 FM and the official Wimbledon app.
History beckons for Venus after a vintage display at this year's championships.
It's victory for Venus Williams on centre court. She's into another final, the 9th of her career. What a return to this great arena.
But standing in her way is someone who has a score to settle on centre court.
And Muguruza, arms aloft, celebrates booking her place in her second Wimbledon final with a comprehensive display, a clinical display of tennis.
Speaking of Wimbledon finals, this man is into his 11th.
Federer puts both hands into the air. His march towards an 8th Wimbledon title continues. The hands of time are not moving quite as well as the hands of Roger Federer.
Well, it's a case of 11th time lucky for Marvellous Marin.
He does it! Cilic is into his first Wimbledon final, roars with delight. He's made it through Querrey's resistance, finally breaking in this fourth set.
We've all the build-up and then live commentary of ladies' singles final day, plus the best interviews with players, celebrities and fans. We'll bring you the full Wimbledon experience from every corner of the All England Club and beyond, right here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Very good morning to you once again from our by now familiar position in the Lavazza tent next to the queue on the golf course. It's a mild Saturday morning. It's going to be dry. We are reliably informed and everyone is behaving as you would expect from a Wimbledon queue. Plenty of humour, goodwill, excitement. Whether we can elicit that from our panel this morning is an altogether different question. I'm Marcus Buckland, and alongside me, the wonderful Judy Dalton, the Wimbledon runner-up in 1968, doubles champion in 1969 as well. Former British Davis Cup player Barry Cowan is back, inexplicably in the eyes of some, after assuring us on Thursday morning that Magdalena Rybarikova would make it through to today's final.
No, it's cruel. I redeemed myself yesterday, though.
Yeah.
Well, you've got one more chance. You are a mainstay of the club and our team, so welcome back, Barry. And former British #1 Lucial, now a top coach, is here again. And breaking news, she is not wearing tracksuit bottoms. You've dressed up for the occasion.
I have. I think it's the abuse that I got from you. I didn't quite recover, and I felt the pressure. I better make a bit of an effort. And now you just got to give us a reason. What's your excuse today?
Why are you in trainers?
Yes.
Where are your smart shoes this morning?
Yeah, well, there's a long story.
It's a long story. I had somewhere to go. You didn't.
Forgot them.
A late night and a long story.
Oh.
Best not to go into too much detail.
Okay, yeah. All right.
But you can see what we all look like on the Wimbledon channel between now and 10:30. So great to have your company, and Lucy's looking magnificent.
Well, I thought I'd up the standard for you all, you said.
I haven't got any duck sauce over my shirt.
No,
it's just a shirt, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, I did a very good job. I did a very good job.
So thank you for my...
It's all right.
Where I'm staying.
If you weren't listening a couple of days ago, Barry managed to throw his lunch, which was a very elaborate duck salad, all over not only his shirt, but the entire commentary booth. We've had the cleaners in this morning. I think it's finally able to be used again. You're always so smart. Are you heading to the the Royal Box this afternoon?
No, not today. No.
What's going on?
Because they didn't win. Only the winners get into the Royal Box.
It's all about winners.
It's all about winners.
It is.
Marcus, yes.
And it's all about us predicting who is going to win today. And, of course, we want to hear from you. Do get in touch in the usual way. You can tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL. You can email us, radio@aeltc.com. Your thoughts on what's going to happen in the final today. We've also got our daily social debate. It's about the final, about Venus and Garbina, and how their performances compare against the Wimbledon greats in the daily categories that we've had so far. Passion, pressure, serve, return, stamina. Hashtag what makes great. And you have to say that Venus Williams is a great. And at 37, she's poised, perhaps, Judy, to write one of the most remarkable chapters in the history of these incredible championships.
No, it's fabulous. I mean, she's playing so well as well, which is really wonderful. And she played pretty well with the Australian when she lost to Serena. But I think that was really a case of she finds it difficult to play Serena. And I think with Serena not here, she's all the pressure's been off her, and she's, you know, she feels really good, and you know, she plays well on grass, Venus, and I think it would be wonderful if she won today.
Does she start as favourite for you?
I would have thought so, yes, definitely, yes.
Barry? We'll give you 10 seconds to tell us what's not going to happen.
No, my admiration for Venus is huge because this actually is easy. These last 2 weeks, yes. When you're playing this well, it's easy to get motivated, to feel confident. It's through those difficult moments that's the hardest part, and especially for someone who was so great, then had to deal with the injury, saw her ranking drop, became less and less of a chance to win slams, and how she's turned her career out, I think, is absolutely phenomenal.
Well, she played well last year too.
She did,
know, very well.
But I mean, her age with the illness that she had.
Oh yes, that's true.
And I almost feel like she's improved.
No, I'd agree with that. And I think back to a few years ago when she was really struggling, and a lot of people, me included, just wondered why she was still out there. She was losing early in different tournaments, but it just shows the inner belief and desire, and she's proved a lot of people wrong.
I mean, it was almost a case, well, Venus is still out there to keep her sister company.
That's right.
But obviously there was something still inside her that believed.
Well, I think that's the thing. I mean, I knew that she wanted to play another Olympics. That was a big goal of hers, but obviously that was last year in Rio where she played. And I just find it amazing. And I think after everything she's gone through, how she's been able to deal with it and handle it. And with the way, as you say, Barry, the way she's playing, I mean, I think physically she's in great shape. And it's some of the best tennis I've seen her play.
Well, we'll look ahead in much more detail to the ladies' final shortly, and we'll look back on yesterday's men's semi-finals as well. Just a reminder of the order of play today, the intended order: centre court starting at 2 o'clock this afternoon with Garbina Muguruza against Venus. Then the final of the gentlemen's doubles. It's Lucas Kubot and Marcelo Melo, who are the number 4 seeds, up against Oliver Marek and Mate Pavic, the 16th seeds. And then after that, we've got the final of the ladies' doubles. Hao Qingchan of Chinese Taipei and Monica Niculescu of Romania coming through a long match yesterday. And they take on Ekaterina Makarova and Elena Vesnina, who are the number 2 seeds. And
who's Venus playing in the final?
On all of those matches.
Who's Venus playing in the final today?
Muguruza.
Garbina Muguruza.
Muguruza, isn't it?
Muguruza.
We had a lot of different pronunciations.
Everyone's looking at
I think there's a bit of a...
I thought it was Muguruza.
So do I.
Muguruza.
Muguruza.
You pronounce the Z. Well, Judy, your first attempt, you actually pronounced the Z as well. You've changed.
Yes. Well, I was told.
You're doing both.
I was told.
We need Jill Krabus with her little box of
tricks. Or Barry Milne's always...
The wise old owls fluttering around somewhere. We'll try and get official confirmation of how we should...
Because we had this discussion the other day. It's always a friendly discussion, and you agreed, Muguruza, and you said, Muguruza, and you pronounced Muguruza for about a day. Oh. And then now that tiredness is...
Lack of consistency, I'm afraid. Should just mention also number 1 court today at 1 o'clock, the final of the girls' singles. It's Lee against Lou. Anne Lee of the United States against Claire Liu of the United States, and there'll be commentary on that match as well. And also on number 1 court today, we've got Jacco Elting and Paul Haarhuis, who've been involved in some terrific... I always remember Haarhuis against Henman back in the late 90s, a match that went on forever. They're playing Henri Leconte and Cedric Pierlin. And then the boys' double, Sebastian Korda, who is the son of Peter Korda, a very, very talented young player. Did you know also, by the way, that Peter Korda's daughter
is a good golfer.
Very good professional
golfer.
golfer.
I've seen her play a few times, yes.
Well, he's playing today in the doubles with Nicholas... I'm worried about all these names again. Mejia of Colombia against Yuri Rodionov, who's become famous at these championships, of course, for wearing the wrong pants.
Yeah. Underpants, you have to say.
Underpants?
Yes, not...
Well, in
sure.
this country, sorry, pants are underpants, but... Sorry, just to be specific.
Right. Be pedantic, Jude. Sorry.
His lucky underpants had to be changed. And he's playing alongside Michael Grabensky. And actually, it was really good to hear Yuri after what could have been an embarrassing moment when he had to go and change him. And he said, no, I like this. That's what Wimbledon's all about. And actually, he said it helped me to relax. And he went on and won that match. Let's pay our first visit of the morning to the queue. Waiting for us there, as always, is Rob Nothman. Morning, Rob.
Morning, Marcus. The devotion of the Wimbledon tennis fan never, ever ceases to amaze me. Now, who have we got here?
I'm Shagun.
I'm Evan.
And where have you come from this morning, Evan?
All the way from sunny Leeds.
Right, so Leeds, for our listeners all around the world, is in the north of England, about 200 miles away. So you had to, what, get on a train this morning?
We did, at 5 a.m. I know. The first train out of Leeds, we were on there.
Right. Was it a good idea then?
Now it feels like it was, then maybe not so much so.
Right, okay, but you weren't going to miss this. When did you plan this trip then?
She planned it all, to be fair, but about 2 weeks ago, I think. About 2 weeks ago, because I've just come back from uni, so I just let her do all the planning, basically.
Right, where are you at uni?
I'm in Swansea.
Right, okay. Yeah. So you went back to Leeds.
Yeah.
Now, where do you hail from originally?
I'm Nigerian, so I was born in Lagos.
So growing up there, what did you know about Wimbledon?
Nothing. Nothing. I think tennis is kind of part of our British heritage.
Oh, really? So it's
more so than our Nigerian one.
Okay, so you arrived here, how old were you?
I was 11, 12, yeah.
And eventually your first memory of Wimbledon would be what?
Ooh, wow. I'll pass that back on to my brother.
Right, okay, come on, brother.
I'm more the tennis fan here,
yeah.
So I would say I watched the Federer-Agassi match, I would say. That was possibly the first match I ever watched before Agassi retired. And then I just followed it up from there, basically. But yeah, that would be my first match.
And now, for the very first time, you're in the Wimbledon queue. So what do you make of it?
It's very organised. It's a very nice queue as far as queues go. So
yeah. And you're here to go straight onto the hill. So you got up this morning at what? Silly o'clock, 3 o'clock. You got on a train from Leeds, come 200 miles all the way to Wimbledon, and now you're going to go straight in and go to...
On the hill, obviously.
Right, so have you got yourself prepared? What have you brought with?
Yeah, I've got lots of, little bits. I've got some popcorn, I've got a Victoria sponge, obviously, strawberry jam.
Well done.
What else? We've got some Coca-Cola. I don't know why that came in, but yeah, we have got some Coke as well.
Fine, that's probably just to keep you awake in mid-afternoon. But, of course, you are here to cheer on who?
Venus Williams, of course.
Right, Venus Williams. And what does she mean to you? What do the Williams sisters mean to you?
Oh, well, obviously it's been amazing watching them come back again to Wimbledon. I don't really have anything more profound than they play great tennis, so yeah. It's great to be here to watch them.
And what do you make of the fact Venus is now 37 years young, and yet she still seems as athletic, as mobile, as brilliant as she ever has been?
Yeah, well, I think it comes with the field. If you're a great athlete, you're a great athlete. So I think that's probably it. Obviously, I'm not. So I'm not one, so I can't relate.
You're not a great athlete?
I'm not a great athlete.
Oh, Eben, that's most disappointing. What about you? What do you make of this final, then, up against Muguruza, who also hits the ball ferociously hard?
Yeah, she does. But I feel like Williams still has it in the bag because she has more... she's been to the finals more often. Yeah. She's won Wimbledon 5 times now. So I feel like she's got that on her back to some extent. So I feel like she's got this. I feel like Venus has this.
Okay, so you feel that experience is going to win the day. Okay, right. Well, lovely to meet you here. 3 o'clock this morning. That is a great effort to come down here, be in the queue. You've got a roundabout, let me explain, 250 yards or so to get down to the bottom of the hill. You'll then go through security, over the bridge, into the grounds. You will have a day to remember. Well done.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Yeah, and unfortunately, they're going to have a slightly wet day to remember. I'm never going to make it as an official forecaster because I started the programme by saying it was overcast, but we weren't expecting any showers, and umbrellas are up in the queue. It's very light, and I don't think it's going to cause much trouble. And I am reliably informed that the weather's set pretty fair. We may not get much in the way of sunshine today, but this time yesterday, there was the odd drizzly moment, and hopefully it's nothing more than that. But luckily, most of the people in the queue have come prepared for all eventualities. So the umbrellas are up. One lady is protecting herself with quite an elaborate-looking scarf. Or is that it's a pashmina. Let's go to our fashion correspondent, Luciale.
It is a pashmina. You're right there, Marcus. Do you want me to describe this? What sort of colours are that? It's the reds and orange and
desert colours, would you say?
Yeah, very
desert.
Desert colours, yeah. Well, a bit like Charlton Athletics away strip in 1988-89. Something similar.
How would you know?
I've always followed Charlton Athletic. For those of you who may not be aware of Charlton, actually, they're not too vibrant at the moment. They've been struggling for years, but they're in south-east London. Do keep your tweets and your emails coming. Remember, you can email us radio@aeltc.com. You can tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL. Anything at all that's crossed your mind. And we've got a nice one here from Gabrielle Gordon, who says, my goodness, Robbie Koenig commentary could make you sit on the edge of your seat if he describes someone making a cup of tea. So much fun, especially with the doubles. The funny thing is, Gabriel, he comes in the morning, and there's somebody actually just putting the kettle on, and he starts up. Oh, my goodness, there's the kettle. It's starting to boil. Who's going to have the first tea? How many biscuits would you like?
Boomski.
Thank you very much.
Boomski.
We get it. We get it all day. Never mind when there's an exciting moment out on court. So thanks for that email. Do keep them coming, and we'll go through a few of your tweets, and I hope you can join us on Facebook Live as well. You can certainly watch us on the Wimbledon channel until 10:30 this morning. You can listen to us every day on the Wimbledon radio channel from 9 o'clock in the morning until around about half an hour after the close of play. OK, we've heard from Rob in the queue. Rupert Bell's also out and about this morning. He's actually been allowed onto centre court. They'll let anyone on there these days. Morning, Rupert.
Morning, Marcus. Yes, I love just walking onto centre court before the gates open and just contemplate my tennis navel, because this is just a heavenly place. You can feel the history as you walk on. Sadly, the covers are on the court because, as you quite rightly say, there are a few spits and spots of rain, and it's just so privileged. I'm literally 8 feet away from that court, and underneath there, before they put the covers on, no more than 5 minutes ago, it was like looking at a wonderful vintage carpet that was just a little frayed at the edges due to the fact that it's had a bit of a tough old time over the last 10 days or so, with people having the temerity to play tennis on it and just fray it round the edges. But it still looks just velvet, almost like velvet to touch. And you come on here and you think, yes, this place is steeped in history. And later on today, we're going to just have this wonderful ladies' final that has really got my pulse absolutely racing in anticipation of seeing Garbiñe Muguruza taking on Venus Williams, because there's just so much history at stake, and it will be a landmark occasion. Whatever happens, if Venus wins it, what a moment in the annals of this fabulous tournament, first place back in 1877. There is lots of people sort of milling around, having photos, getting their final briefings. Here is standing next to the famous umpire's chair, which will be moved out onto its place, inch-perfect place on the centre court. Everything is done to precision. Got the cameras ready to broadcast the pictures just down here, all covered up, shielded from the rain. The roof's just moved across to the other side, ready maybe if the weather takes a turn for the worse. But there's a lovely reverential feel as you walk onto this place. And when you get right down by the court, you realise how small it is. And that's the amazing thing, and why it has been, over the years, kept as a sort of wonderful, intimate occasion, and why the players feel like it's like no other court. It is the most famous tennis arena in the world, and every time I walk on here, I can feel a tingle of anticipation, and I can't wait for 2 o'clock.
You've sent a tingle down my spine with that evocative summary, Rupert, and well done. Somehow your headphones stayed on throughout all of that as well, which was, if you're watching on the channel, I'm sure you'll have enjoyed that.
It is pretty special, Marcus, I must say, and I agree with Rupert. You know, it is small. When you get on there first and you play in a final, I think I hit the first 4 shots up the back fence, miles and miles away, and thought, this is ridiculous. It's only 78 feet this long, this court, but it is. Every time, I think every time anybody walks on the centre court, I don't know about you, Lucy, but you know, it's just.
You're not asking. You're asking the wrong person.
I'm asking the wrong person. All right. It's just amazing. It is.
Tell us. Take us just back to 1968. This time in the morning, Judy. Can you remember what you were doing?
Yeah, we had to practice at Queen's Club in those days.
Now this is the day.
No, that's the semi-final.
The semi-final where you were telling us about, where your car broke down.
that was
and you
not
almost
good.
missed the start of your semi-final.
I did.
Which is astonishing.
And because they started precisely at 2 o'clock, we had to practice at Queen's Club, and I ordered the car for 11 o'clock, which was tons of time. It didn't arrive. 20 past 11, I was getting a little bit nervous. They sent another car, it didn't arrive. 10 to 12, I was nothing happened, so they sent another car. My brother was with me, and we got in the car at, I think it was about 20 past 12.
Right.
We got to Southfield Station. The car had a puncture. So I said to my brother, look, I'll just get out, because I knew I had to get. I said, I'll get out, you just stay there, you find your way somehow. All you have to do is walk up the road. There was a man in a Rover car in those days. It was a very fashionable one that had a roof back. And I went up to him and I said, are you going to the course? And he said, yes. I said, can I have a lift? Poor guy, I don't think he knew what had happened.
This is unbelievable.
So, I said, we got near the park, which is here, the first car park. And I said, no, you can't go in there. I said, you've got to drive straight to the front gate, because I said, I'm sure that they'll be waiting for me, because there was no mobile phones or anything.
He knew who you were.
No, he didn't have a clue who I was. Anyway, so we get there. So he goes to the front gate and he's saying, are you sure? And I'm saying, yes, don't worry. 2 policemen come out, and I said, this man's, please look after him, because he's been really kind to get me. 2 attendants came to the front gate, running to the front gate. Somehow they looked after him. They rushed me in. I went into the ladies' dressing room. By this time, I think it's 20 past 1, okay? Nancy Ritchie's sitting there, all dressed, all ready to go. I haven't eaten anything. I said to the lady attendant, could you just get me a sandwich or something? I'll just get dressed, and, so I got dressed.
Fine-tuned preparation.
And I swallowed this sandwich, and at 10 to 2, they took us down into the little room. In those days, there was a little room where you had to wait. And then at 1 to 2, they came in and said, are you ready? And I'm saying, oh, yes, of course I am. and you walk through the doors there, and round and onto the court. And I probably played the most perfect match I've ever played. I beat Nancy 3-2.
So that's the secret.
Because I didn't.
We need to find that man. Then,
well, we can't. Now, this is
probably got arrested or something.
This is the funny part. The man, I didn't ask him his name. And he came on. He obviously came to tennis and watched. And when I got to the final, he sent me this really nice telegram. Good luck. I'm glad I could help you. The man in the Rover car. I have no idea to this day who he was.
Wow.
No idea in the world.
Fantastic, but he saved your bacon.
He did.
Incredible.
He did.
Players are so superstitious. I'm surprised that the next day for the final, you deliberately let 2 cars go by, insisted that one had a puncture.
Listen, I couldn't have done it 2 days in a row. Let's face it. Oh dear.
Well, can we envisage Venus Williams flagging down a gentleman outside Southfield Tube Station at lunchtime today?
No,
I don't think so. How times have changed. That's a wonderful story, Judy. Thanks for all your tweets and your emails, and a lot of you on Facebook Live correctly giving us the pronunciation of Venus's opponent, and you're all quite right, Muguruza. So I apologise with my whatever I was coming up with a little bit earlier. A lot of support for Venus here. So many people saying, go Venus, do it for the Williams. 37-year-old Venus Williams, says Sonny Cooper. What a legend. However, Rosemary Graham, hello to you, Rosemary. Come on, Garbine. She says, likewise, Kate Tiffin, come on, Garby, you can do this. Chris Sarti, come on, Jerry.
Who's Jerry?
I'm not sure.
Is that what they call her? Maybe that's what they call her.
Well, there used to be a great broadcaster, the Jerry Williams.
Yes, he did. Yeah.
Well, maybe there's another match going on that we're not aware of. we'll send Robbie Kernigan.
Jerry Maguire, maybe.
Has she got a nickname?
Well, I don't think it's Jerry.
Jerry, I don't think so. Would be Gabby, wouldn't it?
Gabby? I don't know. We learn things all the time. And Christopher Todd's been in touch. I would love to see Venus show us that she isn't done yet and that this is not her last Wimbledon title. I don't think anybody's going to be saying that irrespective of what happens today. We're in this new age where we could, by the end of the weekend, have a 37-year-old ladies champion, a 35-year-old men's champion, and you wouldn't be surprised if both are back in 2 or even 3 years' time, would you?
No, absolutely
How times have changed, huh?
Well, Jimmy Connors, though. Do you remember?
Yes, well, that's true. And Rosewell.
And Billie Jean King.
I'm going back a long way, Rosewell. And me. I mean, we were old.
Martina. How old was she?
She's the oldest one. Yeah. She was 30. She's 37 years, 282 days. Yes.
Yeah. Well, age is but a number, and it was a point actually I put to you yesterday. Now with the senior invitational matches, you have to stop when you're 60. Which means that Martina's going to be in trouble next year. But surely, with your authority, they've got to raise the age limit there, haven't they, to reflect what's happening all the way through?
Maybe. I think that they would still give her an invitation next year regardless.
Yeah. Daniel Nestor might be playing in the men's doubles at 60.
That's true too.
Astonishing.
Still great.
By the way,
you gave up too soon, Barry.
No, I didn't. Much easier from the sidelines.
Aaron's tweeted Lucy and wants to say that you are looking very good today.
Thank you,
he appreciates the effort that you've put into your...
I did make an effort. There was...
Did you get him specially to write that, did you?
Yes.
Aaron from Devon.
He's a big fan. And Cara Beth often gets in touch. Morning to you, Cara. Says, getting ready to leave for a 5-hour journey to Wimbledon, ready for tomorrow. Commentary is going to make it more bearable. Delighted that we can help you along your way. And yeah, lots more messages of support actually for both Venus and for Garbina. Yesterday I actually felt sorry for Thomas Burdett, because when we were looking through all the messages and the tweets and the emails, I think there were 3 saying come on Thomas and 300,000 for Roger Federer, and he did everything he could yesterday. We are beginning to run out of superlatives for the Fedmeister. He made it into his 11th Wimbledon final with that straight sets triumph over the Czech number 11 seed Thomas Berdych in 2 hours and 18 minutes on centre court.
Second serve out wide, Berdych nets with the forehand return. Federer puts both hands into the air. His march towards an 8th Wimbledon title continues. A warm embrace at the net with Thomas Berdych, who played a splendid match and still lost in straight sets.
I feel very privileged, to be in another finals. I know how much it means to so many players to be able to go out on centre court at Wimbledon in any given time in their career, and I've had the pleasure to play on centre court so many times, and this time in another finals, it's so good. It's good to be. I can't almost believe it's true again. So I'm happy I have a day off tomorrow where I can reflect on everything I did this year and this tournament, so I can get really ready for that final and hopefully play a good one.
Well, he's got a cold.
It certainly has.
He was blowing his nose during the week. It's not having any effect on his performances, Barry, is it?
Extraordinary. I thought Thomas played brilliantly. Actually, one of the best matches I've seen him play in a long time, Berdych. Because I sort of talked yesterday that I felt that he was becoming further and further away from winning Slam. When you think of Berdych of 2010, Berdych of 2012, he actually came to the net more yesterday than Federer, 36-31. And I do feel that he has got to take the positives from that. And I want to see him moving forward in the future, come to the net, you can volley. But if you don't do it in your previous round, I actually thought he volleyed very well, but if he'd done it more in his first 5 matches,
he would have been better.
Never know. No. You never know, because he served and volleyed the first time at 2-4, so he was already a breakdown. Now, if he'd done it at the start, maybe first couple of games, and got ahead, who knows, Federer might have got rattled.
Yeah.
Well, afterwards, Thomas admitted there wasn't much more that he could have done.
This guy doesn't really seems that is getting any older or anything like that, or slowing down at all. So it's extremely difficult. I think I played really good tennis throughout the whole tournament, and but you know, I just unfortunately faced a guy that he's playing in his best, and I think he's playing by far the best tennis right now.
Well, we jokingly said at the end of the second set, 2 tie breaks, of course, and Burdick had played his part fully, as Barry just mentioned. We said we wouldn't be surprised if he'd gone up to the umpire, Pascal Maurice. I'm sorry, I'm not going to play another set. It's just not worth it. But he kept fighting to the end. You had to feel sorry for him. But this has been part of his problem, Lucy. Even when he got to the final here back in 2010, he beat Federer, he beat Djokovic, but there was Rafa waiting for him. And we always say he hasn't won as many titles as his talent warrants, but he's been in this era of greats, and the bottom is just not as good as them.
Well, I think that, and then the belief starts to go. But I agree with Barry. I was impressed with how he went out there, and I think he's going to take a lot of confidence from how he's performed here at the championships, and maybe he's answered a few questions to himself. Because he kept fighting and he kept trying to find solutions. He adapted his game and maybe found out that, okay, that is the way that I've got to start looking to play. And I think the second half of the season is going to be a good one for him.
And Judy, do you think it actually makes it easier for him? Of course, it's hugely disappointing to lose any semi-final, especially a Wimbledon semi-final. But the fact that he did everything he could against such an inspired opponent, can he go home and actually say, you know what, I couldn't have done any more? I'm not going to feel too bad about it.
I don't think he should. And I'm wondering, Barry, I don't know whether you can answer this, but, you know, I sat next to Thomas in Adelaide at a luncheon, and we had a long chat, and at that stage, Goran was coaching him. And I said to him, what's it like? And he said, we have many fiery arguments. Now, Goran left him, but I wonder if Goran had a little bit of influence on him in that short period of time. I don't know whether he made him think a little bit differently or not, because sometimes...
Well, I think that was a bit of the frustration on Goran's behalf. Wayne was talking about it yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, was he? Sorry,
yeah,
I didn't hear
that he was trying to get him to become a bit more unpredictable. And the one thing that Thomas is, he's a greater player as he is. I mean, anyone that's been top 10 for as long as he has, that is great.
Yeah.
But what he hasn't been able to do is be a bit more of a risk taker. And if the very top players, the big four, if they know what is coming, the other end,
that's right,
they don't fear it.
No.
And I think that I felt that with Federer, certainly at the start. And I think once he started to serve and volley a little bit more and mix it up, then it keeps them guessing. The same thing for me with Raonic. I mean, I found it hard to understand why Raonic played like he did in the third set, but not in sets 1 and 2. The damage is done, Judy. Once you're down 2 sets to love, the likes of Federer and Nadal and Djokovic. I mean, what is it, Rafa? Rafa's only ever lost 2 matches in his career from 2 sets to love up. One was against Federer in final Miami when Rafa was 12. And then the other one was when he lost a couple of years ago to Fognini. I think it's something like 185-2 for Rafa when he's been up 2 sets to love. So if you don't do it in the first 2 sets, the match is gone.
Yeah, but I just wondered how much influence, because sometimes when you've had a coach and you leave them, it often has a an effect somewhere along the line.
You'd like to think so. You'd like to think that
well,
part of it will stay in there.
I thought that it would be actually. I said to Thomas, I think that would be really good for you, regardless of the fact that you will probably argue because you're so different.
Haven't we seen with the way Goran was as a player? I mean, most people can't rationalise his way of thinking, which was down break point. Oh well, I'll go up and hit this over 130 miles an hour. But it's a magic mindset. And I think we're starting to see that a little bit more with Cilic. I think definitely with Cilic, who used to work with Goran, there's the advantage of working with Goran, and there's also the advantage of working with Bjorkman. And Marin's kind of in the middle. He's taken a bit from Goran, a bit from Bjorkman, that's made him a better player.
Yeah, I know. I think so.
Good morning to Mark Foster, who he's watching us. He's on Facebook Live, and he notes that it's Baz's turn for the lemon today. Mark's a regular. The coloured microphones. This is the lemon that Wayne Ferreira had in his gin and tonic on Sunday night up in the village, and we brought it down. And it's still going great guns.
What
Good
is the lucky colour, by the way?
To you, Mark. I don't know.
Maybe
we should have an unofficial vote. Which is the best coloured microphone? If you're watching us on the Wimbledon channel, your one certainly stands out.
Well, I think we're going to struggle, aren't we? Black and white.
I'm in the middle.
I like
Blue.
yours.
Yeah.
I like yours.
It should be green, shouldn't they? And purple. The All England Club
and
colour?
green. Yes.
Yeah, we'll see what we can
Next
do about
year.
that. But thank you, Mark, and thanks for being a very regular contributor to us, and thanks for all your messages. A lot of support for Venus this morning. I'm just trickling down the page.
Well, you have to say that she's got to be the favourite. But all I'm hoping is that Muguruza plays a match.
Muguruza.
Oh, I'm making a mistake now. Plays a match that will match Venus, because she certainly did when she played Serena, and I think she's capable of doing that, because after the two semi-finals, well, they probably need a really good women's final.
Sorry, dude, I'm just wondering whether actually it's better if you're not the favourite. Because that's been the whole story of the women's draw, hasn't it? Whoever's been favourite.
It has. I mean, although I think Venus has been pushed up as favourite after a few rounds, wasn't it? We started to see her play Conta. Well, I think everyone's been favourite. It was 120 started. They all were
anybody could have won it. Yeah, anybody could have won it. Yes.
Let's not mention favourites and Petra Kvitova and Get Barry.
No.
Do you remember the first couple of days? He was spluttering with indignation.
Well, that was his big favourite, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
but we'll stay away from that.
That's all right, but I would have picked her as well.
We'll
don't worry.
come back to that ladies' final a little later. We're going to hear in a moment from Sam Querrey and react to that other semi yesterday. Before that, though, let's go back to Rupert Bell, who was sending tingles down our spine with his evocative description of centre court on the morning of the ladies' singles final. Where are you now, Rupert?
Well, I've come to the players' balcony area, sort of near the centre court. I can just see the centre court. The fire alarm is being tested in the background, and can look out over the outside courts, look at the revamping of #1 court. But the rain, thankfully, has stopped. But I'm joined by a friend of the Wimbledon radio station, and also, I'm going to get the title absolutely right, Historian at Large for the International Hall of Fame, and none other than Joel Drucker joins me here. Very good morning. I love Wimbledon ladies singles finals day. There's a sense of anticipation, and you as a tennis historian must be feeling the fever, as they say, with what Venus Williams could possibly achieve.
Absolutely. What an incredible day. Always something at stake at Wimbledon. Just the significance of the tournament, the great players. Anyone who wins here is going to make their name forever in the annals of our sport. Venus trying for a 6th title, Garbine Muguruza trying for a 2nd major. So always a lot at stake.
When you look at what Venus Williams, you think her comeback, and when you think, I mean, I'm looking for the statistics, suddenly discovering that the last time she made multiple Grand Slam finals in the same year, 2003, she's just defying logic at times, given what she's been through illness-wise and everything else that sort of goes with the Williams package.
Well, it's one of the most incredible stories. It might be the most incredible story in the history of sports, the Williams family overall. 2 sisters from that area, both of them becoming #1 in the world, both of them winning multiple majors, and now Venus in this other phase of her career. You're right, not since '03 has she reached 2 major finals in the same year, and hasn't won Wimbledon since she last won it in 2008. Just incredible effort, incredible comeback. The Sjogren's syndrome disease that she was diagnosed with in 2011, and here she is back in the mix.
Are you surprised to see her back in the mix?
Surprised? You know, it's funny. I try to avoid the whole surprise and picks and prognostications. I don't like turning great athletes into commodities like trades, but I think everyone is probably a little bit amazed, impressed, blown away by seeing her come back and do it so strongly.
If she wins today, in the context of the Wimbledon Championships, how significant a moment would it be through all the years of all the championships?
Well, to have won 6 titles and have accomplished that 17 years since she won her first, that is an amazing thing. I very much believe in longevity. I very much admire the players who last over a long period of time and put in the work and stay that way. And of course, Venus has had her ups and her downs in years where she hasn't done as well. But to see her back, to see her possibly winning a 6th title, joining the likes of Billie Jean King won here 6 times, Martina Navratilova won 9 times, her sister Serena's won 7. These are the titans. These are the great players of our sports history.
And in terms of a historical achievement across the sport, what she is likely to do, you know, you look at it from a sort of, as I say, from a Hall of Fame angle, where does she, is she top 10?
Oh, all time? That's a very interesting question. Probably. We'd have to look at that a little more nuanced. There's a top 10 can get pretty crowded. You got a lot of people in there. I mean, you've got people like Margaret Court and Martina Navratilova and Graf. I think Monica Seles is in that mix. Her career cut short. Maureen Connolly. We'd have to really look at the tail of the tape and do some real thinking. Certainly she's in what I would consider the A level. I like to triage champions. So the A plus, I would think of Serena and Court and Navratilova and Graf, maybe Everett. Those are the A plus players. And then the A, she's certainly in the A list.
And Joe, as an A-list achievement for you, start of these championships, talk about your finest hour on court.
Oh, look at you. You were talking about this was prior to the championships. On the Saturday before the championships started, my Tennis Channel colleague Justin Gimelstob asked me if I would want to hit with him at Wimbledon. I said, of course. So we hit for about 30, 35 minutes on court 7, right just south of center court. It was a fantastic experience to hit on these courts, to have the chance to play here and feel the grass and hit with a world-class player. Just a fantastic experience.
What did that grass feel like?
It was soft, it was fast, it was a little slick, and you better get those feet moving. Bend your knees.
And were your feet moving? Because we are probably of the same sort of age. Mine don't move very fast. But were you like Grease Lightning, to quote from Grease, the film?
Well, I can't speak to your footwork, Rupert, but I'll tell you, you have no choice. I wrote an article a little while ago about how to hit with the significantly better player. I'm an okay civilian. So how do you hit with someone who's been a pro, who's won major titles, played Davis Cup like Justin Gimelstob? And you better move your feet. The most important thing, though, is not to try to hit too hard. They're bringing plenty of pace to the party, so I'm not going to impress him with any way I hit the ball hard. My job is to hit the ball consistently, keep it in the court, and run to pick up balls. So I was moving, but the first 10 or 15 minutes, I was breathing quite fast.
Well, Joe, always a pleasure to have you as part of our team here on Wimbledon Radio Channel, and a lovely insight into where Venus Williams could be in the annals of this great sport. We can't wait for the final. Thank you for joining us,
Thank
Joel.
you, Rupert. Thanks for having me.
Great stuff. Always good to hear from Joel Truckle. I've noticed with Rupert's feet, they move better the more red wine he seems to consume. A couple of bottles of that, and he's like Wayne Sleep in his prime, and we'll probably get an example of that tonight when we do have our team dinner.
We definitely will.
Have you got your speech ready, Marcus?
Not yet. Not yet. It'll be short and to the point, suggesting that you're removed from the team next year.
That's nice, isn't it?
Actually, we should make an apology in advance. Tomorrow morning's programme, beginning at 9 o'clock, which you, of course, will be able to see as well as hear.
Sunglasses.
Yes. We may need the sunglasses, even if it's pouring with rain. But we're pros.
We are dedicated to the score, aren't we?
You are, aren't
we
you?
all are.
Yes, yeah. Quite right. Quite right.
And we'll keep convincing ourselves of that. Morning to Peter, who has emailed us from Thailand, thinks that Williams will have the edge. And a lovely one as well from Yvonne, who has sent in emails every day from Tomalila in Sweden. It's been fantastic to have your company throughout the championships, Yvonne. And she says, I've been wondering all fortnight whether your chairs are comfortable. Well, Judy, you're sitting in one of these for the first time. Are you
Shall
comfortable?
I say no, not really?
There's not much back support, is there?
No.
It makes you, but it's probably quite good for the back.
That is very good for us. It makes us sit up properly, tell her.
Yeah, OK. There you well. She's heard from...
done it,
You've told her. You've told her. She's listening to you right now. She says, I belong to the minority who would like to see Muguruza win today. Feel it's time for a new generation of tennis. Maybe there should be a separate tournament for 35 to 65-year-olds.
Did you get it wrong again? Muguruza?
Oh, goodness.
Never mind. Never mind.
Barry told me to. It wasn't me.
He loves picking up on other people's errors.
He's got his spoon out.
That's an interesting thing, 35 to 65. That's interesting.
It's maybe not such a...
But you have to play with wooden rackets too,
well,
maybe.
why not?
There you go.
And a white ball.
Actually, you wonder who would be the best now, currently, if you play with wooden rackets.
Yes. I want to run. If I had a lot of money, that's my one desire.
Would that be the event you'd
to
run?
have a tournament with wooden rackets. Yeah. And it's all lined up so that nobody has any advantage.
Yeah, they all have to be wooden rackets with gut.
That's right.
Yeah.
And with the
grip.
size and the grip, whatever size it is.
Who would be the Wimbledon champion?
I think everyone would get blisters, wouldn't they? Those grips were so hard.
Well,
and rough.
maybe Martina, because she'd be in that age group.
You've got influence, Judy. Go and suggest this. Maybe we could have an autumn championship here with wooden rackets.
Maybe.
It's one to think about. Yes. Let's slip back to the queue and rejoin Rob Nothman.
And Marcus, one of the joys of being in the queue is that you stumble across new friendships of complete strangers who stand next to one another or sit next to one another because the queue has been stationary for quite some time. They get chatting and friendships are made for life. So we have Sophie, James, who have been talking to Monica over here. We're going to start off with Sophie. What's this been like as an experience? You're a bit of a regular in the queue, aren't you?
This is my first time in the queue, but a bit of a regular to Wimbledon. But it's been great fun.
Because you've worked at Wimbledon.
I have, yeah.
Doing?
Waitressing.
Right, and what was that like?
Tough, but met some good people, so it was good.
Right, so where were you waitressing?
In the chalet section at the bottom.
Right, OK, so you met some good people. You're going to have to expand a little bit on that, Sophie. Come on. Dish the dirt.
David Hay.
David Hay, boxer. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he was here during the week, yeah.
He's actually a vegan as well.
Is he?
Surprising.
Right, OK. Yeah, but I bet you he has a healthy appetite, though.
Yeah, he just ate a lot of broccoli, really. So.
Right, OK. Not only former world heavyweight champion, but the world broccoli-consuming champion. OK. Yeah. Now, James, do you have any choice in coming here today, or did Sophie just drag you here?
She has dragged me here. Yeah, I had no choice whatsoever. I'm a novice, so I've never been before, but the atmosphere here is great. So looking.
So what she told you?
She's told me all about these A-listers she's met in the chalet last year. So there's many faces around. So and obviously great tennis as well. So.
I was going to say, call me picky, but we hadn't mentioned any tennis for a while. I mean, is that why you're here really today?
Yeah, of course.
Cheering on.
I think Williams, really.
All right, so you're going for Venus, whereas Sophie is going for... Go on, try it. Try it.
It begins with an M.
It begins with Muguruza.
Muguruza.
Say after me, Muguruza.
Muguruza.
Very good, you see. Excellent. Now, meanwhile, Monica has been sitting in front, and you've been chatting to these two and keeping them honest, haven't you?
I have indeed, yeah.
Right, so tell us about your Wimbledon experience. You were here yesterday?
I was here yesterday, but I actually came here 10 years ago for a very significant birthday, and I thoroughly enjoyed it because I really am an armchair Wimbledon enthusiast, and I just thought I want to be here and in the action.
OK, so an armchair Wimbledon enthusiast, when you actually turned up and experienced it for the first time, what surprised you?
Just actually seeing all the live action, the ball boys, all the attention to detail, the colour, the atmosphere is just fantastic.
Right, and that's why you're back?
Absolutely, and I'll be here tomorrow as well.
Oh, great. So, your plan of action today is what?
Well, I'm hoping, I really, really would love to be in centre court. So if anybody has a spare ticket that they're not using, yes, make their way here.
Right, they may not be in plentiful supply, Monica. I don't want to, I hate to break that to you, but you might struggle. But you never know, you could go to the resale queue, which is at the back of Henman Hill.
OK.
Or Mound, as I suppose you would call it.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd rather have that, yeah.
Right.
OK, that's exactly what I'll do. Thanks for the tip.
OK, that's good. All part of the public service here. So what was your feelings when Andy Murray went out of Wimbledon earlier this week?
Really, really sad and disappointed because I really would have loved to have been here to actually watch him play live. That would have been super.
Right. And have you been able to, as I said, you strike up all these conversations in the queue. People around the world probably are thinking, how on earth could you queue up here for hours and hours and hours? Oh, yeah, go on.
Easy peasy. Be prepared.
Right, OK, which means what? What have you brought with you?
Bring your waterproof trousers and your anorak and your fan, in case it gets a bit hot.
Right, and you've got your lovely straw hat on as well.
And I have my hat with my matching accessories.
Yeah, that would be called a neckerchief, I think.
A neckerchief, yeah. Right, OK. Yeah. You learn something new. Every day is a learning day.
Well, terrific. Well, enjoy your day. Thanks so much for talking to us. I'm sure you'll have a great day on Henman Hill.
Very well.
Murray
Thank
bound.
you very much. Thank you.
Cheers.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Can you hear me? There's my microphone. Thank you very much, Rob. We're getting distracted here. Lucy's friends are just popping up in the middle of a radio and TV show, don't they know, and just wandering over and say, "Oh, don't you look nice, Lucy? Go to a wedding later."
They used to play. I've probably not seen them for about 30 years. When I was about 10.
So she was good, was she?
She used to play when she was, well, she said she still plays. Claire Price, there's a name check. Her sons were just getting filmed waving. Blast from the past.
There we are. Well, this is, as Rob was saying...
Dropped all the cards.
They've dropped all the sports cards.
They have. They've come prepared, though, for
in the queue.
Long morning in the queue. They're playing
and look at the steward.
Snaps.
Very nice, helping them pick up the cards. Oh.
It's all very pleasant. The good news is that brief shower has passed. It is still overcast. I'm suspecting we might get another little drop or two before it brightens up during the course of the morning and the afternoon. We must go back to Rupert Bell because he has a very special guest alongside him.
Yes, indeed, Marcus, thank you. Still on the players' balcony, but the chief executive, Richard Lewis of the All England Club, has joined me. And I'm going to say it's a long time between drinks for us, because the last time I interviewed Richard Lewis was in Cyprus, of all places, back in the mid-80s. And just I wasn't playing tricks, as I watched you play in an exhibition match of all places in Larnaca. Nice to see you again, Richard.
Well, it's nice to see you again. I remember that exhibition match very well because it was against the Wimbledon referee, Andrew Jarrett. So there you go. Yeah, right. It's a small world.
It's a small world. And did you beat him?
I did on that occasion, yes. But I'm sure Andrew won't thank me for reminding him of that.
Right. Well, of course, yes. And that was a long now. Things have moved on. I'm still doing my job, but now you're doing a very different job. But here you are as the chief executive. Quickly looking back on this championship, I have to say, there's been just fabulously good story after good story, particularly when it comes to the ladies' singles, and now we could have the ultimate story if Venus Williams wins it today.
Absolutely. I think the ladies' singles has been, in many ways, the star of the show. There's been upsets in the men's, but the ladies' singles has been fantastic. It was always thought to be unpredictable at the outset, but Joe Conter doing very well has given us the great British interest, and I think Venus is really quite a story, and against Garbiñe Muguruza as a final, I think that really is set up brilliantly, and I think most people would say that's a 50-50 match and fantastic for tennis.
But in your capacity as chief executive, can you watch tennis, or are you watching everything else? Because, I mean, I go to Royal Ascot, and your equivalent there, I don't think he gets time to watch a race. Do you get time to watch a tennis match?
I never get time to watch a tennis match, no, nowhere near it. I might watch the odd game to try to see, get a feel for what's going on and how things are panning out. And, of course, for the finals, I'm always watching from a distance, but nearby, just in case there's a sudden end to the match and we have to get on with the presentation ceremony. So there's always one eye on the tennis, but there's lots of other things going on behind the scenes.
Are you always walking around with a little dictaphone, sort of making notes to yourself and saying, oh, that's not quite right? How does your day evolve during the day to tweak things and you'll think, right, that hasn't quite worked this year, but we will try and do it differently? How do you look at things?
Well, things change during the fortnight quite a lot, and in the early part of the fortnight, the facilities are being used very intensely, space is at a premium, and we're looking at it from that point of view. Towards the end of the fortnight, it's more about reflecting back on what we could do better, obviously trying to be on top of our game for the finals weekend. But yes, there's constantly, to be honest, a list being jotted down as to what could we do better, things to discuss, things that went really well, because we do try to also spot what's working and give good feedback to colleagues, and that's very important.
And so when something, there are some news stories develop, and, obviously the retirement issues, is that all the sort of things that are going in we need to have a big discussion about where that might be in 12 months' time?
Yeah, the retirements this year on the first Tuesday with 2 men's singles matches finishing prematurely is a very good example. So there's the immediacy of it. There's the immediacy of making sure that the referee's office has got it all covered with matches to put on centre court, the immediacy of the media reaction, what the background to the retirements are, and then there's a long-term aspect. Should we see this as an issue to discuss moving forwards? And the answer is yes, we should see it as an issue to discuss, but not make any knee-jerk reactions or knee-jerk decisions. So there's a balance to be struck from all those different points of view.
But you don't do knee-jerk here, but I was walking through this morning and I was thinking, I looked at court 1 and you think, right, that's evolving. So I was thinking, right, stadiums always evolve. And this place, ever since I first came here in 1994, where we're sitting, I'm sitting on basically the old court 1. I probably this is where I used to commentate from, looking back at court 1. What is the master plan here, how are you going to tweak centre court? I mean, what do you do to centre court maybe in 10 years' time? Are you thinking that far ahead?
Yes, absolutely. And centre court, just as a small example, the lights were changed on. So when the roof was used on this last Tuesday, many people didn't spot it, but there's actually new LED lights, the latest state-of-the-art lighting. So we're constantly doing minor improvements, but from a master plan strategic point of view, the next stage after finishing number 1 court roof in 2019 is across the road in Somerset Road, where there's 5 old cover courts. We'll be creating 6 new cover courts, underground car parking for 450 cars, and crucially a new player drop-off, and then a tunnel through into the main complex. So that will take us through till 2021, 2022, keep us busy till then. And then our thoughts move towards the southern end of the ground, possibly the northern end, but most likely the southern end, as to what we'll do with the southern end. There are some thoughts about having less courts there, more space, and having an improved Court 12 as a show court. But that's probably getting towards a decade away.
And the spectator experience is key, because without happy spectators, you don't get people coming back. Have you felt that it's been a happy one from a spectator point of view, from the feedback you're getting?
Exceptionally happy, actually, apart from that first Tuesday, where I must acknowledge it wasn't a great experience for the centre court spectators and indeed the broadcasters. But apart from that, I would say absolutely overwhelmingly positive feedback. It's the feedback we get within the grounds, from letters and just all the different sources of information we have. I think the spectators have had a great time. They've really enjoyed it. The weather helps, of course.
And when you were playing, the fact that you were a player here, does that help? Because you understand, OK, it was a very different Wimbledon then, and perhaps not as intense, I don't know, for the equivalent chief executive, but does it help you actually having picked up a racket in anger here?
Well, I think being a former player helps, but I've also seen it from a point of view of somebody who's queued overnight. I worked here for a couple of years on the very old results board. I've coached here, I've been a member of the club, and as well as a player and an administrator now. So I like to think that I can see it from lots of different points of view, but certainly when the players have issues or concerns, I like to think it does help that I've seen it from a player's point of view. But to be honest, it is a different world now compared to when I was playing. It was just me as a player. Now they have an entourage, coach, physiotherapist, dietitian. I'm very glad I didn't have a dietitian in my day, and so on. So the world has changed quite a lot. So I try not to think too much about, well, what was it like in my day, because it's more relevant what it's like today.
Do you ever get to play on centre court?
I have the opportunity. I have played since I became chief executive on centre court, but happily when the gates are closed and long after the public have gone home.
You sneak on quietly, no television cameras, and as long as... Well, do you play Andrew Jarrett? Reviving that match from Cyprus of all those years ago.
No, it wasn't that good a match. We don't revive that one.
No, given what you told me off air, it probably wasn't particularly good, but I enjoyed it. It was a lovely sunny day, Richard. Lovely to see you again. 32 years on, but there we go. I'm still interviewing. Where's my career gone, Marcus? Richard seems to have gone to the very top. Anyway, fascinating insight to what life is like here at Wimbledon from behind the scenes.
You have both scaled your own individual heights. Thank you, Rupert. Lovely to hear from Richard Lewis. He's a charming, unassuming man, and he does a fantastic job behind the scenes. You are listening to the Wimbledon radio channel. You can watch us as well on the Wimbledon channel until 10:30. We're in our Lavazza tent. It is a bit overcast. It's a bit on the chilly side. A lot of patient people just waiting in the queue, looking forward to ladies' finals day. Of course, I've got Judy Dalton, the finalist from 1968, who was telling us that extraordinary story of how her car broke down on the way to the semi-finals. How times have changed. Barry Cowan, the man who so nearly beat Pete Sampras here back in 2001. What an afternoon that wasn't. And Lucy Earle, who had her moments, British #1, of course, and now guiding a whole crop of young British players, hopefully towards great things in the years to come. Do keep your tweets and your emails coming. You can tweet us at Wimbledon CHNL. You can email us radio@aeltc.com. Don't forget, the final today starts at 2 o'clock on centre court. That's followed by the final of the gentlemen's doubles. It's Lucas Kubot and Marcelo Melo against Oliver Marak and Mate Pavic. And then the final of the ladies' doubles, Hao Ching Chang and Monica Niculescu against Ekaterina Makarova and Elena Vesnina. Elsewhere on #1 court, the final of the girls' singles, Anne Lee against Claire Liu, both Americans. The Americans have got so much talent coming through, both with the boys and the girls. That gets underway at 1 o'clock. And also on #3 court today at 11 o'clock. The final of the wheelchair gentlemen's doubles. It's Stéphane Houdet and Nicolas Piffer of France. They're the #1 seeds against Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid of Great Britain, the #2 seeds. Gordon didn't have a great time of it in the singles this year. He was the defending champion, went out in the first round. Alfie went out yesterday in the semi-finals, but they are through to the final. And the final of the wheelchair ladies singles is also on #3 court. Great that those matches are going to be on #3. That's Didi de Groot against Sabine Ellerbrock. We will continue in the latter part of this show to look ahead to the ladies singles final. We've already reflected on that match between Roger Federer and Thomas Berdych yesterday. Many predicted that Marin Cilic would have a good championships, including a certain Roger Federer. And now it's the Croatian who stands in his way in the final after the former US Open champion fought back from a set down to beat Sam Querrey in 4 in a little under 3 hours on centre court.
Match point #2, Querrey with a serve down the middle, blocked, a full stretch return from Cilic, running around onto his forehand, big forehand, he does it! Cilic is into his first Wimbledon final, roars with delight, he's made it through Querrey's resistance, finally breaking in this 4th set, and it's Marin Cilic who will make his appearance at his first Wimbledon final, trying to make it his 2nd Grand Slam title after winning the US Open title. But he's come through an epic contest, 2 hours and 56, and he's come through 6-7, 6-4, 7-6, 7-5.
Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable, especially the way this tournament unfolded from the first round. I was playing really great tennis, and today was a really hard-fought battle. Sam, I think, played really high-level tennis, especially that first set. He was serving big, hitting really big from back of the court. I had my chances. I was 4-1 up in the tiebreak. Didn't convert that, but after that, I felt that I was just a little bit better on the return games. I was making him a little bit more play on his service games, and overall, I felt that the level was really, really high.
He's such a lovely guy off court. He's often loosely been described as the gentle giant, but is it fair now to call him the marauding monster? After the way in which he was roaring and he was looking up at his box and raising both his hands. That there's something a little bit more fiery about him these days.
It was quite a reaction, wasn't it? I was quite surprised, and I think that's made the difference. He stepped up. He snuck through the draw, didn't he? And then that match against Sam Querrey yesterday, I think a lot of people maybe thought that it was going to be a little dull, perhaps short points, but it wasn't the case. I really enjoyed it. There was some fantastic tennis, a lot of decent baseline exchanges, and touch as well from both players. Some of the volleys that they were able to pick up and play were quite extraordinary from two men who are absolute giants. And it was not far away from going to a 5-setter, and then who knows? We know they had that absolute epic a few years ago. It could have still been on.
It could have been. You were loving it, Baz. You were purring with delight during that match.
Absolutely, Marcus. I'm with Lucy. And the very best matches are the contrast of styles. You go back, your Borg, McEnroe, your Sampras, Agassi, your even the Federer and Nadal. And going into that semi-final, I thought, which way is this going to go? Is it just going to be big serving? Maybe it's going to be a repeat, as Lucy said, of the previous time that they played at Wimbledon. But I thought it was an amazing level. I thought it was very exciting, and I thought both players played fantastically well. And if Cilic, I think me, along with everyone, has had Federer as the overwhelming favourite, but if Cilic can play like he played yesterday, tomorrow, it's going to push Federer, because he was that good, Cilic.
And Judy, tell me something. I know that Jonas Bjorkman has, really gone to great lengths to try and get a bit more out of Cilic. But I remember a few years back with Tim Henman, and they tried to turn Tim into Tiger Tim and make him shake his fist. And it wasn't entirely convincing. Nothing against Tim. You are what you are. But this genuinely seems to suit Cilic. Maybe it's what's going to take him this extra level.
Yes, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised. I just think he's a great talent, and I have the feeling that he's going to push Federer tomorrow. Really push him.
I think beat him?
Yeah. Well, I don't think so, because I think that Federer has just got enough there, experience and everything, to be able to do that. you know, yesterday when Federer played and he was in trouble, he was just able to push the button and go that next little level, exactly like Venus did against Johan Konta in the semis. You know, the true champion is able to push the button and just get that extra little bit out of it.
I think what we have a lot of the time in the modern game in the men's is you have players that have big serves, but they're actually very cautious by nature, which is a little... I think Roddick was a little bit like that.
Yes,
he at times had to wrestle with using the aggressive serve and actually trying to take a few more risks. And Marin started to do that since he changed his serve to become more of an aggressive server along the Goran Ivanisevic mould, and the way he was returning, a lot more aggressive and looking to strike from the back as opposed to sort of reacting. And you don't beat Federer by reacting. So the way he's playing, his style of play, is he can take the attack to Federer. Of course, we know Federer will look to raise the bar, and Cilic will probably raise the bar. I think we could have an amazing quality tomorrow.
Yeah. Hope so. Afterwards, Big Sam was asked why he thought he lost.
You know, Marin's just really good. I mean, he's tough on both sides, and you know, I kind of felt like he pushed me around a little bit today, and I had that break in the fourth, and when he broke me back, he just played a great game, and you know, it kind of deflated me a little bit, but he just does everything really well. It's been a fun run, and you know, it's given me some confidence, not only this year but last year, and in Acapulco earlier this year. I feel like I've really had some ups over the last year, and hopefully there's just more of those to come as I get a little older.
It was a fun run, and of course the incredible stat that he became the first American man to reach the semi-finals of a Grand Slam since 2009. And Lucy, it'll be interesting to see if he can kick on from here, because, you know, over the past couple of years he's beaten Djokovic, he's now beaten Murray, says he's getting confident, and when he plays well, he's got the hands as well. He appears to be able to hang around and go even further in a future slam.
I think so. I mean, I think I was really impressed, particularly in the fourth set, because I thought after he lost the third set on the tie-break, he was going to be deflated. But he was the one that was able to get the early break, and as he said, I mean, he was deflated to have got broken back, and perhaps a little unlucky. Although Cilic did step things up, he was aggressive. But I was surprised, because I thought that fourth set might just run away from him, but he just showed the fight. I mean, he's come through 3 5-setters, so again, just showing the character that he's obviously got, and he's made improvements. His backhand is a lot better. We talked about earlier how his hand skills at the net, some of those low volleys, the touch, some of the drop shots that he was able to play. Obviously, earlier in the area, alluded to there how he stepped up and played in Acapulco. Everything's becoming a bit more consistent, and what that does is it gives you that extra bit of confidence, and he's now starting to notch up different tournaments where he's done well. So I think he is. I think he's going to push himself up the rankings. Whether he'll make top 10, as someone to my left has predicted, will remain to be seen. He kept chopping and changing though. One minute it was top 10, then he was like, no, I don't think so.
I know, yeah, Cowan yesterday when Querrey was on top, this man better than anyone in the top 10. What was one of the things you almost came out with, or sort of came out?
As Lucy was mentioning, and Sam mentioned Acapulco, I actually felt that was a huge turning point for Querrey, because the players he beat, Goffin, Thiem, Kyrgios and Rafa in the final, and Rafa didn't play badly in the final. He absolutely took the attack to Rafa, and I think what we had after that was something that happens a lot to tennis players, whether it be seniors or juniors, where they have a breakthrough and then they think, now I'm ready to push through, now I'm ready, and almost they get a little tight with that, their expectations, and he performed not how I expected him in Indian Wells and Miami, because of, I think, that added pressure. But what he has shown here at Wimbledon is not only has he got the fight, but the way his game is taking shape, and he can absolutely worry the very best players. I see top 10 now.
I think it's a coincidence, Barry, but as soon as you started talking then...
well,
everybody's
no, it's not a coincidence.
Q is just rattling by.
They're all laughing. Sam Querrey, top 10?
Well, you know, he played the Davis Cup tie in Melbourne. And you know, he didn't really play very well there, and I was sort of concerned, thinking that, you know, that he might be on the up and up, but I'm really pleased to see how well he played yesterday. I just think it was great for him.
We're going to join Rupert.
I don't know about top 10, so I'm not sure.
Well, Barry likes his big calls.
That's all right. That's fine.
Rybarikova to win the semi-final.
Yes, that's all right.
We'll join.
She did. She won 2 games.
We're going to join Rupert at the bandstand in a moment. Just very quickly, a couple of newspaper articles to reiterate what we've been saying. The Times of India. I have a mountain to climb against Federer in the final, says Cilic. The quotes from him: it would be a dream come true to win Wimbledon, who, of course, it goes on to say that Cilic did win the US Open in 2014. It would mean the absolute world to me. When I won the US Open, it just opened so many possibilities in my mind for the rest of my career. To be able to do it again would mean even more. And a lovely little bit in The Guardian with regards to Roger Federer, says refined but ruthless as he glides towards an 8th Wimbledon crown. And it goes on to say that Roger Federer is a cruel man when he's in the mood. He hides it well with the easy charm, the sense that one day he may turn up on court wearing a top hat made out of solid gold, the lulling elegance that gently puts his opponents to sleep. Beautifully written in The Guardian.
Lovely,
sums up the man. Let's get back to that bandstand and Mr. Bell.
Yes, I've come round away from the players' balcony, and the area here, sort of between the entrance and where there's the champagne bar, there is another little bandstand where often there's a jazz quartet or something of that ilk playing. You get your strawberries and cream, you get your Pims, you also can get fueled up. But here we have now the central band of the British Legion about to do their thing for the spectators when they come in, many of them lining up behind the chains ready to come in, but there's a warming up process going on for the band of the central band of the Royal Legion. They're all volunteers coming together from a wide range of professions. There is doctors, there's film producers, policemen, teachers, you name it, form this central band of the Royal British Legion, and there's a member who plays full-time for the English National Opera. So I can tell you there is a wide range of professions coming together, and hearing them warm up, I think they know how to belt out a tune, so it will be well worth coming round to see them doing their thing, as I say, the central band of the Royal British Legion. But for me, it's been a lovely morning meeting, going on to centre court and just getting a flavour of what goes on here at Wimbledon on a ladies' final day, where hopefully, from a personal view, I hope, Marcus, that it's Garbiñe Muguruza's day. Have I got the pronunciation right?
Unlikely, Rupert.
Oh, thank you, Marcus.
Lucy?
I think give it another go, Rupert.
Garbiñe Muguruza.
You've nailed it. Spot on.
That's the one.
Okay.
She's done well.
Thank you, Marcus.
I'm just going to check with I'm checking with the senior manager here, Rupert. Is Rupert covering the final, the ladies' final today?
No. No, I'm not. I've been sent off to the men's doubles final, and I've looked at those.
I think you're doing Lee and Lou, aren't you?
I need to go to one of those anyway now.
He needs to go to the Lee right now. Okay. Thank you, Rupert. Again, the pronunciation, Lucy, because we've got to get this right.
It's Muguruza.
Yeah, he got it. He nailed it.
Muguruza.
Yeah.
He was pretty close, wasn't he?
He was pretty close.
Okay. Well, Venus Williams, I mean,
Williams.
From a commentator's point of view, that's nice, isn't it? She says she is determined to land her first Grand Slam title since 2008.
I feel very focused still. There's still a lot to be done, and I have one more match that I'd like to be the winner of, and I have to go out there and take it and play well. But I like to take courage in the fact that I've been playing well this tournament and this year, and that all these moments have led to this.
It's been fascinating to watch her. We know behind the scenes all sorts of things are happening, which is making her life complicated at the moment. But Judy, the way on court she's been able to focus, not had the distraction of sister Serena being in the draw, of course.
I think that's important.
That has been important.
I think that's really important.
And the fact that she made the final of the Australian Open,
yes.
Here she is again. I mean, this is...
it is incredible.
It's no
I think
fluke, is it?
She actually, I wonder if she's lost a little bit of weight, Lucy. Do you think she's a little bit thinner?
Well, physically, she's looking in great shape.
Yeah.
And, I mean, I have been really impressed with all her matches. She just lost the one set. That was against Wang in the second round, who she has had a tough match with before. Everything just seems to be pointing towards her.
What I found... Can I speak?
Yeah, carry on.
What I found really interesting with Venus is when Serena and Venus emerged, they transcended or transformed the women's game with huge serving and huge ground shots. But I felt over her sort of as the career developed, she actually almost had the yips on her second serve. She really decelerated. She was prone to double faults. And what was a massive moment for her was that pivotal stage of that semi-final against Joe when Konta played brilliantly. 30-40, 4-all. She went big with that second serve.
Wasn't it? Nearly that
Joe out. That serve that she served, a second serve. I mean, how Joanna stood up, I don't know.
But I think Muguruza's got to cover that one to the forehand.
Yes,
because she struggles to hit that wide serve out wide because of the grip she has on her serve.
Well, Venus has been asked if this is the best that she has ever played.
I've played some good tennis, in different points of my life, but I think it's wonderful to have the opportunity to play well and to be strong and have experience. So I think experience can either work against you or for you, and I like to think it's working for me.
Well, I mean, she's not going to blow her own trumpet too much, but
I think that's important, though. I do think it counts a lot.
Yeah.
Well, experience. Do you?
In the final. In a final, yes, definitely.
But Muguruza's, she's been
in
a couple of finals of her own.
Yes, she's
bringing some experience as well.
Yes, of course. That's why I'm saying I think that will be a really good match, but I just have that feeling that Venus is going to be able to, when it comes to the crunch, that she'll be able to press the button and it'll just be that little bit higher.
Incredible to think that Venus is competing in her 20th Wimbledon. So will she be as nervous today as she was in her first match all the way back in 1997?
No, I don't think I was so nervous in my first match here. It was a total disaster. Poor young V, but definitely come up since that time. So I don't think I could ever be that nervous. And also I know how to handle it a lot better. And there's moments where maybe aren't as relaxed as other moments, but it's about handling it.
How nervous, Judy, were you the first time you walked out and played a match at Wimbledon?
Oh, the very first time. I was lucky because we played a doubles, and that makes a huge difference because you've got somebody else there. But when I played my first singles, it's actually quite intimidating because in those days they didn't have all the seats there. Everybody stood. So instead of having 15,000 people, there were 17,000 people. So in other words, there were 34,000 pairs of eyes watching everything you did, not just 17, and it's quite intimidating. But they're very good, I think, at the championships here. They try to sort of look at the draw and see who's likely to come through. And give them an opportunity to play. There's going to be the odd person that's going to slip through the cracks and not be able to have that opportunity. I mean, I think Ostapenko, for instance, was one who didn't get the opportunity. But it's very difficult to try and especially with the women's draw this year because everybody had a chance. So therefore, who are you going to pick and how are you going to do it? I mean, for instance, I think that they made a mistake playing Kerber and who did Kerber play out on court 12?
Muguruza.
Yeah, see, now I think that was a bad mistake. But then, maybe they can be forgiven for that. But I just think that's one. But it is intimidating, I must say. But if you can go on in a doubles, it's much easier. And very first match.
We know that over the past day or two, Venus has been talking to one person in particular about this match. She admitted it straight after the semi-final. She was going to speak to Serena, who of course beat Muguruza in the final here a couple of years ago. So what have the sisters been saying to each other, Lucy?
Well, I think it probably as normal that you're going to win this match. They're full of confidence and belief, and rightly so. I mean, I guess they don't seem to need to know too much about their opponent because they're very clear and focused in terms of what they're doing, and they just reinforce how good they are to each other, and not in an arrogant way, but that's how they've been brought up. And for me, that's been a big reason why they've done so well, because from day one their father Richard told them that you're going to be world number one, and both of them were. And I mean, it's an incredible story. And she said that she wished that Serena was here. She's obviously back in the States. She was at the French Open, of course. So very, very close. And I mean, Venus has been in the final 3 times where she's lost, and she's lost to her sister, and so has Muguruza, so they've got that in common. So it's going to be fascinating to see how it unfolds.
I mean, she actually said the other day, didn't she, that she wished Serena could go out and do it for her. Well, was that just a slight hint that, you know, beneath the exterior there's a degree of fragility there, still a bit of self-doubt that she can go and do it at this stage herself?
I think there is a bit of self-doubt. I think there has to be. 2008 was the last time she won a Grand Slam, last time she won a Wimbledon title. So I think there will be a few nerves.
Oh,
good morning, ladies.
The Barry Cowan fan club has arrived. they're one day out that they're allowed a year. Good morning, ladies.
Some of those hats.
If you're watching on the Wimbledon channel, you can see that they are decked out in their Wimbledon T-shirts.
What do they say? The Murray-ater?
I can't... Yes, something about the Murray... Murray ate who?
Murray ate her, apparently.
Oh, dear.
I can't read from here, my eyesight. Oh, Jamie Murray, of course.
Yes. Oh, that's
sorry, Barry.
Today, we can listen to that tune all day, can't we?
They're queuing up. They must be queuing up for tomorrow. Yeah. I actually think, going back to the match, is that what we were talking about before we got interrupted?
Yeah.
I think it's going to be a heavyweight contest. I actually think this match won't be one in the mind. I think this match will be one of who hits the ball better. I think it will be, I expect Venus.
I'd agree.
You can almost expect Venus, the first, second serve return she has to hit. She'll be standing halfway between the service line and baseline. She will absolutely crush it.
And also be looking to be more aggressive with the second serve and try and make a statement early on, because that was key, because everyone talks about the fact that that's maybe the one area where you can attack Venus Williams, but she showed that she was able to step up, and I think it will just be about the tennis.
I think who's the first person to back off will be the person who loses.
Well, we'll hear from the lady Rupert calls Garbine in just a moment, but before that, back to Rob. He's not in the queue anymore. He's managed to get inside the grounds.
I have. I'm right at the entrance to centre court, and I have found outfits of the day. Right in front of me are Ruth, Alison and Louise. And Ruth, it was your idea, this. You better describe to everybody what you're wearing.
We are wearing batch T-shirts ordered off the internet.
Right.
So weren't particularly expensive either, so yeah.
Well, there we are. You've caused quite a stir. We ought to give you a little bit more description. I'm not going to look at your cleavage too much here, but we have these wonderful lime green, yellow tennis balls, white trousers. You all look an absolute picture, and you've come a considerable distance because you're from...
We've come down from Carlisle. We came down yesterday, and we've stayed at Heathrow last night.
And just to explain to our listeners all around and viewers all around the world, Carlisle is right in the northwest tip of England. It's about 250, 300 miles away at least, isn't it?
It is. I think it's about 360 miles.
Right, there we go. Thanks for putting me right on my geography. So, you're here. First time, Alison, at Wimbledon.
It certainly is my first time. We've been here all of about 15 minutes, and it's very impressive so far.
Right, and you're right by the entrance to centre court. What vibes are you getting, Louise?
Oh, it's exciting. It's mounting. We're looking forward to it very much.
Is it what you were expecting when you came in here?
Yeah, I think so. It is. It's like any big event you come to, you know, the whole place is absolutely beautiful. That's what's taken my breath. And all the stewards and everything are so beautifully dressed. And that's quite impressive, isn't it, you know?
And are you all tennis players?
Yes.
Right, so tell us more.
Well, I'm not particularly a good tennis player, but...
well, if you were, you'd be on centre court today, but anyhow, go on.
No, I used to play at my local club. That's all I can tell you, really. I used to go for lessons there and do club nights and things like that.
Right, so when you see that Venus is going to be playing Muguruza today, where's your money?
It's going to be Venus, I think, but I would like Muguruza to win.
Really? And what about you two? Do you go along with that?
I'm the same as Ruth. My money would be on Venus, but...
No, I'm going with Venus.
Right. OK. So the three of you, look at all the people who are gathering around you there. They're all looking at you at the moment. Did you realise you were going to cause such a stir?
Not really, no. We'll give autographs later.
You've got to remember you're entering the world of celebrity now.
Oh, I know.
The secret's out, the genie's out the bottle. He's not going to go back. Right, and meanwhile, what have you left all your other halves back at base?
We have, yes.
Right. So what do they think about it?
Well, they're quite pleased for us, I think. Yeah.
Right.
A nice quiet weekend.
Yeah.
They like a bit of peace and quiet, do they? So, besides all of the tennis watching, you're going to be, I think, sampling a little bit of the Wimbledon experience, aren't you? So what's on the agenda?
Oh, I think we'll go for the Pims and the strawberries and cream. We'll do the shaboom, I think.
Right, okay. You know exactly how to enjoy yourself. You look magnificent. Ladies, have a great, great afternoon. Thanks so much for talking to us.
Thank
Cheers.
you.
Yeah, there's going to be plenty of colour inside Wimbledon today. It's still a little grey and miserable overhead, but we're confident, aren't we, that there's going to be precious little in the rain today.
The old farmer in me says that I think it'll be fine.
That's what we like to hear. If necessary, of course, they can put the roof on centre, but with all these excellent matches on the outside courts,
it would be a shame.
It would be a great shame. And we've been blessed in terms of the weather this year. Let's just go back to the final. We've heard from Venus. As for Garbine Muguruza, how does reaching... Oh, I got it wrong again, haven't I?
Don't worry, just call it Garbine.
Take the Z out.
How does reaching this year's final for the Spanish lady compare to 2015?
You know, what are you going to feel? You know what to more or less deal with out there. I feel much more calm and kind of controlling more my emotions than the last time, where it was more new for me also. And yeah, it's a big change. At the end, everybody has equal chances. Everybody's 50-50. Only one's going to win. So, you know, maybe the names are in the paper more favorites, but after, you know, the racket has to talk. So sometimes it doesn't really matter.
She's given some fantastic interviews, actually, this week. Really relaxed, the big smiles on her face. The transformation from just a couple of weeks ago, Lucy, is quite extraordinary, isn't it?
I'd agree. I think maybe the pressure of, well, she was defending champion at the French Open, wasn't she? Lost in the last 16 there. Maybe that's just relaxed her. I mean, coming in, no real form. I mean, we think back to the match that she played at Eastbourne. Lost to Stritzova, just got one game. So came into here under the radar. Obviously, she's not with Sam Sumyuk here. He's at home in the States with Conchita Martinez, which is obviously a good person to have in your corner. And she just seems a lot more calm, composed. She's come through relatively comfortably. Obviously, that 3-set match against Kerber, that was a test for her, and I was particularly impressed in the two matches, the one against Kuznetsova and against the form favourite Rybarikova. She just wiped her aside, which was unusual because I always back Barry and his predictions.
No, I go with Barry. I would have picked her. I would have picked.
Well, I'm not going to predict anymore because when you get it right, no one says anything, and when you get it wrong, horribly wrong, which I had a horrible day.
I bet you did.
She got 2 games. She did really well.
Yeah. No, so
I was really surprised about
5 love down in the blink of an eye, wasn't she? Lucy, you touched upon Muguruza's coaching situation, and she's been asked how she has benefited from having 1994 Wimbledon champion Conchita Martinez in her corner this year.
Well, I think she's helping me to deal with the stress of the tournament, because it's a long tournament. I've been here already since a while, and it's one day yes, one day no, one day yes, one day no. So she just knows how to, you know, how to prepare, how to train, what to do. Not that I'm doing something different, honestly, but you know, to have her by my side gives me, you know, also this little confidence on having someone that has won before.
Has to help. Has to help, doesn't it? You know, and let's remember this incredible stat that Conchita Martinez is the only Spanish lady to have won Wimbledon.
And that was a huge surprise.
In
what
94,
a huge surprise that was.
Against Martina, yeah. Do you know Conchita well? I've seen her sort of laughing around. She looks like she's quite a lot of fun behind the scenes.
Yeah, she's quite nice. I think when she won, I think she was so surprised about the whole thing. I think it took her ages to realise that she was the Wimbledon champion. But you know, in a tournament over 2 weeks, in a tournament like this, you know, you don't always have to play well as long as you win. Luck plays a huge part in it, the draw, everything. So everything has to be right, and it all sort of lines up. And I think that in Gary's case, you know, I think that maybe the luck might be with her.
Well, we are about to say goodbye to the Wimbledon channel, but, you know, although Barry doesn't want to get things wrong again. That moment has come. So you're umming and you're ahhing,
No, I'm
Judy,
not umming and ahhing. I just think
with...
it'll be a great match, and I just feel that Venus has got just that little bit extra.
We'll come to you last, Barry, so we remember. Lucy?
My hunch is towards Venus Williams, but I think Muguruza is put herself in the best possible place she can. It'll be interesting. We haven't actually had a three-setter since 2012. That was Serena Williams against Radwanska. So maybe we'll get a three-set match out there later on today, but I'm going to swing towards Venus Williams.
3 out of 3, Venus. Yeah.
With confidence?
Don't, Barry. Don't do it to yourself.
No, I'm not going with confidence. I think she's a better player. I think she's won here before. And I actually found it quite interesting. She talked about the stress, Muguruza, of playing over 2 weeks. And I think that might just count against her in the end. So, Venus Williams.
Thank you very much.
And if Muguruza wins, I won't be here tomorrow.
No, no, that's what the boss just told me as well, actually. Barry, thank you very much. Lucy, looking so elegant, and Judy, always an absolute pleasure to have you. Enjoy the rest of your day. That is it from us here in the Lavazza tent for now. We will be back to do it one more time tomorrow morning. See you then.
Goes Murray again, drive volley from Tsonga. Murray goes down the line, intercepted by Tsonga, who wins the point. Gripping, thrilling, wonderful.
Just enjoy the Wimbledon atmosphere, the strawberry and cream, and of course watch some of the lovely...
Ladies and gentlemen.
Well, good morning and welcome along to the Wimbledon channel. It is Friday, the 14th of July, and it is ladies' finals day here at the All England Club. Crowds are pouring through the grounds. We had just over 31,000 people attend the championships yesterday. They witnessed Roger Federer and Marin Cilic become the two men's finalists for tomorrow. But this is the scene across the grounds. There will be some play on the outside courts today as well. A lot of finals going on. 3 finals on centre court. There'll be a final of the girls' singles on number 1 court. We'll also have some finals on number 3 court as well. That's the wheelchair gentlemen's doubles and the wheelchair ladies singles. Many people arriving today for what could be a moment in history as Venus Williams bids to become the oldest lady for 109 years to win the singles title here at the Wimbledon Championships. The last to do so was Charlotte Cooper in 1908. And while the roof is on here in centre court for now, looks like it's beginning to open very slowly, or we'll keep you posted if it does, because it is dry skies at the moment. There is a slight risk of some light showers in the forecast in the early afternoon, though. But welcome along to our show. We're with you throughout play today. I'm Cara Robinson, and this is a former Wimbledon finalist, Mark Philippoussis. Wonderful to be with you, Mark, and we've been here across the 2 weeks, but there is something special when you reach finals day, isn't there?
Yes, finals day, women's finals day. Every day has been incredibly special here, but it is a little bit of buzz in the air, like you said. It's incredibly important day, especially for two women waking up nervous with some butterflies in the stomach this morning and trying to stay relaxed and hopefully, you know, after 2 weeks, step away with that trophy.
It's remarkable that with Venus Williams today at the age of 37 and Roger Federer tomorrow at the age of 35, we have two finalists across the ladies and the men's draw whose ages reach a combined 72. Unbelievable. We've been speaking about how well they're playing across the two championships. The fact that both of them have made it to the final, it almost seems like a fairy tale for them both to win, but they both face very difficult opponents. Of course, the men have a day off to rest and recuperate today. Garbiñe Muguruza is going to be no easy fight for Venus.
Not at all. Muguruza is the one to kind of take that mantelpiece after the Williams sisters are gone. You know, she's one of the ones that people expect to step up. She already has matured by winning a Grand Slam. She's been in the finals here already. She knows what it takes, and it helps. When you've been here before for finals at Wimbledon, it's completely different to every other Grand Slam, and that'll definitely help big time. But she's going up against a legend of a tennis player who's been here, you know, and won it 5 times already. Looking for a 6th title, I think it is today.
Yeah.
She doesn't care that she's 37 years old. I'm sure she's not even thinking about it. She looks incredible. She's moving well. She's hitting the best I've seen her for years. She looks relaxed. I mean, composed. It's so impressive.
I asked you this question a few days ago. You reached the final here in 2003. You faced a legend as well in Roger Federer. He wasn't quite the legend then that, of course, he is now. First of all, it must be nuts for you to think that the man you played in your final back then is contesting another final in 2017, is it not?
If you'd asked me that question back then, absolutely. Watching him now, the way he's moving, the way he's hitting the ball, as good as he looks, it's not surprising. It looks like he'll be around for another few years, 10 years, the way he's hitting the ball and as happy, as relaxed as he is. But, you know, that's tomorrow, and that's going to be a blockbuster. But, you know, today, all about the women.
So you speak about Garbiñe. She is a Grand Slam champion now because she won the French Open last year. 2 years ago, prior to becoming a Grand Slam champion, she faced another Williams sister, Serena, in the final here. She lost to her then in straight sets. She was a bit of a novice back then. Yeah. She's now got the chance to come back for the second time in 3 years and play another final against another Williams, albeit the older sister, and one with a slightly lesser titles, but still multiple, as you say. If you had the chance to come back and replay your final, or if you had the chance to give Garbiñe some advice from what she would have learned from this moment 2 years ago against Serena, what would it be?
Oh, well, to be honest, without a doubt, I think she's already learnt that. I mean, the first time when she made the finals, it was the first Grand Slam up against Serena Williams. She would have been incredibly nervous and so proud of the fact that she's in the final of Wimbledon, where I would imagine that wouldn't have been her favourite surface. To go out and to win the next year, to beat Serena in the final at the French on clay, what a feat that was, where probably that was her favourite surface, and now she's in the final again. She knows exactly what has to be done. I'm sure she'll settle down very quickly, but I'm just so impressed by how aggressive she has been. I mean, even when she's been down, she's held onto her guns, stuck to her guns, and stayed aggressive, especially on the ground strokes. And she's just hitting the ball so smoothly and just staying very composed.
Those are obviously some of the great points we saw from Garbiñe over Serena. She ended up losing the first set 6-4 and the second set 6-4. So it was a straight sets victory, but it wasn't a walkover. She did hold her own. Now, how similar are Serena and Venus's games, and will it feel at all similar today as Venus was watching anxiously from the crowd?
I think in a way it would feel similar to her. I mean, she is playing Williams, she's playing Venus, but Venus also is a different player to Serena. Serena, I mean, Venus hits the ball huge, taller, a lot of power off her serve. One of the best serves on women's tour, the best serve behind her sister, Serena. I mean, she's just hitting the ball huge off the ground. We saw her in the semi-final match against Conte. They were both being really aggressive off the forehand and the backhand side. There's going to be a lot of big hitting today, but it's going to be a very similar game that she was playing against. But I think she's going to be happier seeing Venus on the other side than Serena.
You know, yeah, and who can blame her? But it's remarkable, actually, looking at those pictures from 2 years ago, you can see how much Garbine herself has actually physically transformed. She looks like a different player. She's matured incredibly. She's still only 23 years of age. Meanwhile, Venus Williams has been a professional for 23 years, would you believe? But she's been up against the young guns this entire fortnight. She's beaten teenagers, 20-year-olds, 21-year-olds. No one has been able to rock her boat. What do you think could potentially rock Venus's boat today?
Honestly, I think it's herself. I think she can just get in her own way. Like you said, she stayed composed. She's everyone she's playing against is younger than her, obviously hungrier than, not hungrier than her, but incredibly hungry and wanting to beat her. But she's stayed relaxed and she's in the final. I think the way she hits the ball, to be honest, when it gets that situation, it'll be because of unforced errors or going for a little bit of a too big a shot on a bigger situation that might let her down today.
The Serena factor is huge as well. In the 1 year that she can't be here because she's about to embrace motherhood, it feels like Serena is here in spirit through her sister. Venus is enabling the Williams name to live on, and she said it after winning the semi-final, I want to do it for the Williams and I want to keep our name on that board, which is the list of champions. And even Muguruza has noticed, it's quite incredible, 12 times in the last 17 years has one of the Williams sisters won. Their dominance on the world of ladies tennis is unprecedented.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, what their father has done. I remember years ago he was with interviews saying that, you know, my girls will be 1, 2 in the world, and everyone's like, you're crazy. And then when Venus got to #1 in the world and was dominating, he ended up saying, actually, Serena is a better player than Venus. You know, and then people are like, what are you talking about? And look what's happened. But what they've done, what they've created, what they've built is just so incredible, so inspiring.
Well, the oldest woman ever to win a singles title here at Wimbledon was 37-year-old Charlotte Cooper in 1908. She became a 5-time Wimbledon ladies singles champion. She was also an individual Olympic champion. Venus is looking to add a 6th title to her 5 already here at Wimbledon. She is an Olympic champion as well and look to claim the trophy that has her namesake. The Venus Rosewater dish will be awarded to one of 2 ladies today, and our coverage on the Wimbledon channel will continue. Well, good morning to all of you on Henman Hill, or wherever you're joining us from. This is the Wimbledon channel, and we're delighted to be previewing the ladies' final and all the other matches that we've got coming up for you today on Saturday, the 15th of July. It's been a wonderful fortnight so far. There are still 2 days to go. This is day 12 of the 2017 Wimbledon Championships, and we always love seeing people take their seats on the hill and giving us a big wave. This is your moment to get on the screen, so embrace it for all it's worth. We'll be back with, I promise, across the next hour or so as our coverage of the Wimbledon channel comes to you live on Henman Hill or on a screen near you. You can join us from anywhere around the world, so I hope you have been enjoying the Wimbledon Championships this year. It's been a dramatic one as that, and one of the main storylines as we welcome you into centre court here. I'm Cara Robinson and this is Mark Philippoussis. We're lucky to be under the roof on centre court. No rain as of yet though, but slight risk later on this afternoon. The final is due to start at 2 o'clock British summer time. One of the main storylines I was talking about coming into this championships was how open the ladies' draw was. There was no Serena, there was no Maria. Petra Kvitova had suffered horrific injuries, as we know, in the attack at the very end of last year. She was making a return. Victoria Azarenka was making a return as a new mum. It was very hard to know who would be the tournament favourite if there would be one. Do you think these are 2 of the best players that we have seen this fortnight in Venus Williams and Garbine Muguruza?
Without a doubt. But you're right, this was one of the most open Grand Slam events on the women's side that we've had for quite a while, and huge opportunity for anyone in the draw. And And I think two of the strongest women came through in the final.
Well, Venus Williams has only dropped one set this entire fortnight. That came early on, actually. In the second round, it was a little bit of a risk, many people thought, but she managed to come through in 3 straight sets against Giang Wang. She was 4-6, 6-4, 6-1 after losing the first set. I actually remember watching that one with you, Mark, commenting on the time. Since then, it's been pretty straightforward. Let's just remind you, as you wave to us from the hill, how she played in her semi-final match, and I'm pretty sure you'll all remember this one because it was against the British #1 and the home favourite Johanna Konta. Many people had high expectations for this. Venus was just dominant once again, Mark. Couldn't even break a lady who herself had seemed unbreakable so far these championships.
I mean, I just love her confidence. She's so composed, especially I'm not sure if we're going to see it, but there was a stage when it was 4-all in the first set and 15-40 to Konta, where all of a sudden Konta thought, she had an opportunity, and then she just came up with some amazing shots, and here we go. This is another one, and this is the third one in a row. I mean, that's just huge hitting, and it's just confidence to go for that from 2 meters behind the baseline at the highest part of the net. It's not an easy shot at all.
This was interesting to watch because of both of their styles. They both played quite a similar style, and Konta was asked after this loss what she expected the final to be between Venus and Garbiñe. She said it should be fast, exciting, aggressive, and a great match. Do you expect more aggression from the two finalists today?
I expect just as much aggression as what they've been showing for the past 2 weeks. I mean, they've been on fifth gear from word go. And 2 days ago, it was huge hitting, as you can see on this match. And I expect nothing but the same. Muguruza, like I said, she's looked composed, relaxed, but confident, and just as confident as Venus. So it's going to be a great showdown.
So today, Venus Williams is in her 9th final in what is her 20th Wimbledon appearance, and she's looking to win her first Grand Slam title in 9 years. The longevity that screams that she can come back after this period of absence and win at the highest level again just speaks to what an athlete she is. And you look at her physically, she looks to be in as good a form as she ever has been, Mark.
I saw her after the semi-final when she was down at the bottom. There's an area where the players warm up before matches, and there's a great area, and she was on the exercise bike on the phone, looking incredibly relaxed, just doing a warm down from a match, just walking around the grounds, walking around the lounge. It's just, she's just on a mission and not fazed by anything that's going on. It looks like just every other day.
Well, here are some of the fans who have poured into the gates at the All England Club today, waiting to watch the action, giving us a good morning wave. So good morning back to all of you. This is the Wimbledon channel, and we're delighted to be previewing what you have ahead of you at the All England Club today. I mentioned this has been Venus's 9th final here at Wimbledon. Let's just remind ourselves of the last time she won the title here. It was her 5th, and this was back in 2008, playing guess who? Younger sister Serena. This was the last time that she beat her in a Grand Slam final, and it's remarkable to recall the era that was, seeing these two in the final together year in, year out. And actually, the era is continuing, because if Serena wasn't about to give birth, there's nothing to say she wouldn't be in the final today either.
Yeah, I mean, they've dominated women's tennis for a very long time, and the fact that 37, 35 years old, they're still doing it is it's just amazing to see.
Don't forget that Venus Williams was also in another Grand Slam final earlier this year. The Australian Open was, like this, a final between Venus and Serena Williams. Serena won that remarkably at the early stages of pregnancy. No one had any idea then. Sister Venus, would have done. But it is the first time that she's been in 2 Grand Slam finals in the same calendar year, Mark, since 2003. We used to speak about the return of Venus years ago. We're still speaking about the return of Venus at the age of 37. Do you expect to see her still compete at this high level for several years to come?
Oof, I mean, what she's gone through, especially in the last few years with going, not being ill and just struggling with her health. And coming back from that, and at this, we keep talking about age, but it's so inspiring to see that it doesn't matter anymore. I mean, if you put in the work and you have that self-belief and you're doing all the right things, it's to show that it's still possible to do, to have these amazing tasks and these results is just very inspiring, not only to tennis players, watching younger tennis players, but athletes in any field.
Well, 2008 was also the second time that she had successfully defended that beautiful Venus rosewater dish. She first became champion here in 2000, followed that up in 2001. She won again in 2005 before winning again in 2007, and then this year, the last time that she held that beautiful trophy was 2008. 5 times in all. Could today become an historic 6th? Let's find out what the 37-year-old American had to say ahead of today's final against Gabine Muguruza.
I feel very focused still. There's still a lot to be done, and I have one more match that I'd like to be the winner of, and I have to go out there and take it and play well. But I like to take courage in the fact that I've been playing well this tournament and this year, and that all these moments have led to this. For me, it's just about betting on myself every time, and when I look across the net, I don't think it's the right mentality to believe in that person more than me. And it doesn't mean that I've won every time, but I've tried to give myself the best chance no matter what the circumstances were. I've played some good tennis, in different points in my life, but I think it's wonderful to have the opportunity to play well and to be strong and have experience. So I think experience can either work against you or for you, and I like to think it's working for me.
The feeling of the grass under your feet is almost like the most perfect carpet, the perfect foundation, play great tennis on. It's inevitable that a living surface is going to change because it's alive. That is such a challenge for the players because there's no other surface that will change so dramatically over a tournament. At the beginning of the grass court season, the ball is going to be skidding through a little bit more. It's going to bounce a little bit lower. As the courts dry out, they get harder. The ball's going to bounce higher. I think grass court tennis is more exciting because there are more variables. That's why I think you've seen some of the best matchups. that we've ever seen in the game take place at Wimbledon. Wimbledon is the greatest challenge. Grass court tennis is what it's all about.
All right, we've reached finals weekend, championship weekend here at the All England Club. Of course, the women's final today. All the talk is about Garbine Muguruza taking on Venus Williams. But yesterday, it was all about the guys, men's semifinals day. Roger Federer taking on Thomas Berdych, and Marin Cilic meeting Sam Querrey, my compatriot, the first American man into a semifinal at any Grand Slam in 8 years. But let's go ahead and look at social media around these guys, and Roger Federer moving through a date with destiny. Is it to be for Roger for an 8th Wimbledon title? We're going to see tomorrow when he takes on Marin Cilic. But here's Roger moving through yesterday, 7-6, 7-6, 6-4. He has yet to drop a set this entire tournament. Roger's been clinical yesterday. He looked very good against a game Thomas Berdych. And what about this Nico Rosberg, the Formula One driver, hanging out with Roger? They had a little chat after Roger went through to the final. Nice little moment there. You can see video of that on our Wimbledon social media account if you head to any of those. What about this? Roger Federer tweeting for the first time this whole championship, saying that he's so happy and privileged to be back in another Wimbledon final. See you all Sunday. I'm guessing a few of you, including you folks out there on the hill, you're going to be cheering for Roger Federer tomorrow when he tries to win an 8th Wimbledon title. Yesterday, Thomas Berdych also tweeting, actually late last night, saying, Roger Federer just too good today. All the best for the final. Of course, Thomas Berdych was trying to get to his first Grand Slam final since he did it here at Wimbledon in 2010. He beat Roger on the way there, but yesterday it wasn't meant to be. He had some break points in that third set midway through, but was not able to come through. Roger, after that win, saying, I feel very privileged to be in another final. I can't believe it's true. It's funny seeing those words from Roger Federer. So much he's accomplished in his career, 18 Grand Slams, what he did in Australia this year, but still feels quite privileged to be into the Wimbledon final. We'll see if he can win a 19th major tomorrow. This triumphant year for Roger Federer continues. He moves into his 11th Wimbledon singles final without dropping a set. You can find a lot of coverage, all sorts of coverage on Wimbledon.com, including videos, articles, and photo galleries. So make sure you check out that today for Muguruza and Venus Williams, and then for Roger Federer and Mr. Marin Cilic. Now, this was quite the story yesterday on social media. Look closely. These are Thomas Berdych's shoes. But who's that right there? That's Novak Djokovic. Yes, Djokovic shoes being worn by Thomas Berdych. They have the same sponsor, Adidas, for their footwear. But if we go here, Reem Abdelil, she's a reporter for Sport 360 in Dubai, actually asked Thomas Berdych about this, and he said, listen, they're fitting well and they don't hurt my feet, so what's the big deal about it? He liked the shoes. Perhaps maybe Thomas ran out of grass court shoes. The players use very specific shoes for the grass courts, but this made quite the round on social media. There he is, Mr. Djokovic, right there on Thomas Berdych's shoes. Weird sight yesterday to see that, but he had reasons for it, right? There we go. And also, when you reach the Wimbledon final, this is Marin Cilic, very happy to be into his first Wimbledon final. He's the 2014 U.S. Open champion. Let's go ahead and take a look at those match points yesterday for these guys. First up, Marin Cilic. We just saw that celebratory moment. Big serve there from Sam Querrey, but Cilic sets up the big forehand down the line, and there's that celebration from Marin. Elated to be into his first Wimbledon final. And then Roger Federer, as the sun was setting yesterday evening, gets through. A little more subdued celebration from Roger Federer. Obviously, Mirka Federer and Roger's team very happy to see his man into an 11th Wimbledon final for Roger Federer. Let's take a dip around as we go to Instagram, the wonderful world of images. There's Roger Federer waving his way through into the final. He again has not dropped a set. A lot of great stuff on our Wimbledon Instagram account. You guys have to check that out as well. Mr. Federer, little fist pump there. What an effort from Roger to get in at age 35. He's the oldest finalist here since Ken Rosewall did it in 1974. Today we've got a 37-year-old Venus Williams into the final, and Roger at 35. It just keeps getting better, but a lot of stuff happening yesterday on center court. Roger Federer, of course, taking on Thomas Berdych. It was a beautiful day on center court, packed crowd. This was a great video here. Nice slow-mo from the Raj, very poetic on court. He's gonna hit that serve eventually. Oh, Roger moving through, obviously, but it does look like poetry in slow motion there, that service motion. And the serve has been dominant for Roger in this tournament. Yesterday getting through without dropping serve. Nice serve there, Raj. And what about this? We don't get to see this very often. This is last night at the club. All the courts laid to rest, covered, ready for a couple more days of action. We've got championships around the grounds, as Cara was talking about earlier. Junior girls, singles final, a couple Americans doing battle in that. We've got wheelchair action, a lot going on today around the grounds. And again, elation, his 11th attempt, and this is a record actually at Wimbledon for Marin Cilic, his 11th Wimbledon appearance, first time into the final. David Ferrer at the French Open, it took him 11 tries to get to that final in 2013 against Rafael Nadal. But a big moment for Marin Cilic, and one thing that we're going to be watching on social media, of course, and all of you are going to be watching the next 24 hours, is how does Marin Cilic get ready for that final against Roger Federer. All right, that's what's happening for the guys on social media. We're going to be back here in a few minutes on the touchscreen, but for now, let's check in with Rachel Stringer.
So I'm joined by Alfie Hewitt's family here. I've got Dad Anthony and I've got Grandad here, because Alfie Hewitt is playing with Gordon Reid in the men's wheelchair double final just behind us shortly. Guys, firstly, first question for you two is, how nervous are you?
I'd probably get more nervous than Grandad. He's been around the circuit now quite a few times. For me, it's a sort of a rare occasion to be here, so the palms are a bit sweaty at the moment, that's for sure.
They're keeping firmly in the pocket because his palms are sweaty. Grandad, how nervous are you?
I'm actually more nervous than what I normally am, because being such a big tournament, and I've been here 3 times now, and it doesn't get any easier. So, yeah. I've been doing this for 10 years with Alfie, and being a spectator is no joke. That is nerve-wracking.
And what do you do when you're sitting there, and maybe when Alfie looks over to you and he kind of looks to you for maybe a bit of support?
I know.
What do you offer him back, if you can at all, when you're watching?
I just tell him to get on with it.
A true Norfolk saying, just get on with it. Anyway, did you get a chance to speak to him after his semi-finals yesterday and before today, and what did you say if you did?
Yeah, well, I saw him after the semi-final yesterday, and to be honest, he was exhausted. He'd played 2-3 set matches in a day, and he just needed a nice bath and a rest and something to eat. But he was really, really pleased with the result of the second game, especially as they sort of switched on later as the match went on, and it was almost like, you know, the good old Alfie and Gordon that we saw a lot last year.
And we know, obviously, it's the repeat of last year's final. And since then, they've won silver at the Olympics. Yes. And obviously, Alfie has got his Grand Slam himself at the French Open. Yeah. How confident will he be going into the final today?
He'll be fairly confident, but since Wimbledon last year, they haven't beaten these guys. They've lost every time they've played them. So it's going to be a hard one.
But the fact that he's got all his family here, all the family are behind me, if you haven't already seen them, this is all Alfie's family. You guys surely will give something extra to him out there, because it's a home championship.
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, that makes a lot of difference, the support. And the more noise we can make, the better.
And Grandad, you obviously know Alfie very, very well. What makes him such a champion?
Yeah, what makes him such a champion? What is a champion? He wants something badly. He wants it.
Yes,
he wants to win.
Been a little boy, hasn't he? He's always said.
Before tennis, we were football, and he was excellent at football. Whatever sport he's done, he's always been excellent at. So it's just in him, isn't it? Yeah. He's a winner. He has to win.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be watching, and we hope they can do it for the second year running. Thanks so much for chatting to us, Guy, and wish you all the best.
And that isn't actually Alfie.
We hope that's not him. The British Bulldog. Thank you so much, Grandad and Dad.
Thank you. Yeah, cheers. Thank you.
I'm up here on the roof with Camilla Martin from TV3 Sport. Camilla, all eyes on the ladies' final. It's a battle of experience against youth. What do you think we can expect from this match?
Well, I think it will be Venus winning that match. I'm pretty sure she has the experience and she has the play this year. I think I haven't seen her that good in a long time. She really played her moment in this tournament this year, and she seems so focused. She's not showing any emotions really once she's on court. She's just going for one thing, and that is winning. And I like the quote she came with the other day that you never get too old to win. That's what we're here for, and I just want to go for the win. So she's very determined, and I think that would help her. And of course, she's been in the final before, once or twice.
Well, Venus is by far the more experienced player, but Muguruza, her performance across Wimbledon has been quite something. Knocking out the #1 seed, Angela Kerber. You can't write her off, can you?
No, really, you cannot. And I think she has a coolness over her this year. I watched her in 2 years ago when she went to the final against Serena and lost. She seemed more anxious, more nervous. The difficulties of standing on center court trying to win this tournament. Of course, it will help her this year. She's been there before. But I think there is something about Venus, maybe because also Serena is not here. Difficult at one time, but also maybe a relief, because now the scene is more hers than if Serena is here. And I really think for some reason I just feel in my stomach that she will win.
There was a lovely moment after Venus's semi-final match where she said, she just wishes that Serena could do it for her, but this time she's got to step up and do it for herself. How much do you think she has sort of lived in Serena's shadow slightly over the years?
Well, it's so special with these sisters. First it was Venus coming along, winning everything. Then Serena came and took over the scene, and of course it's special for both of them. It must be special for Serena as well, sitting somewhere, we don't know where, maybe she's here, watching her sister. But I don't think she feels like she's been in the shadow, Venus. I think she's had her time before Serena, just enjoyed playing tennis, and maybe it was a relief as well that Serena took the scene. So I can relate to what she's saying. I wish you could do it for me, but still, going to the final at the age of 37, it is wild. So no, I don't really think she's been in the shadow, because she had her time, and now maybe she can have her time for the second time.
And with a player like Venus, 37 years old, she's won everything, she's done everything. What keeps her motivation going, do you think?
I come from a different sport still with the racket, but it seems like in tennis, they have this love for the game. They travel around the world for so many years by themselves. I think it's also a bit frightening thinking I'm not going to play tennis anymore. And when you're still good at it, you're still in good shape, you still want to go up every morning and do your practice. There's no reason to stop really. And I think that is lovely about Venus, that the love for the game is still there, and as long as it is there, she can do great things, because she's such a great athlete, and moving like that at the age of 37, I've never seen anything like it. I really think it's wild to watch.
Well, looking at Venus and Muguruza's head-to-heads, they've played against each other 4 times. Venus has won 3 of those occasions. How much will that be playing on Muguruza's mind, and what can she do to build confidence going into the match?
Well, it's difficult to get the rallies going against Venus, because she has such a good serve. She's playing very hard, but I think if Muguruza can get around to getting the rallies long, it will be in her favor. But to do that, it's very, very difficult, because Serena seemed determined that the serve is going to work. The other day, the second serve was even harder than the first serve. So if she get a run of that, it's very difficult for Muguruza. But still, she also looks very good, and she doesn't look as nervous as she did 2 years ago. And it's a final, everything can happen. You can be the experienced one. You can lose, you can be the underdog, you can win anyway. It's a final, so I think from the first couple of rallies we might see what kind of game it will be. But I still want to go with the Venus. I don't know why, it's just a gut in my stomach somehow.
They are both absolute powerhouses. Are we expected to see some of the best women's tennis we've ever seen?
I'm looking forward to it, really, because, as I said before, Muguruza has seemed so strong and not nervous this year. And then there's Venus coming out of nowhere, playing this final with it. She has this killer look in her eye. So if they can get that game running, both of them, we're in for a very, very great final.
Camilla, you've got me excited just talking about it. Thank you so much for your insight.
Welcome.
Much appreciated.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Anna. That was good to look over the sunny skies here at the All England Club. And speaking of the weather, just to update you all on what is supposed to be happening today, it should be, fingers crossed, a fairly dry day. Cloudy throughout, about 23 degrees centigrade. So hopefully there will be no weather delays today. Hope you all enjoy your day here at the All England Club. It's a very special one. It's ladies' finals day, and no matter who wins, we will see a piece of history produced, and you will all have been here to witness it. So stick with us. If you want to continue watching the Wimbledon channel, you can do so on the official app or on the website, and we'll be with you throughout the day.
She's coming back for more. Take a drink.
You have to give it back. Come on, you can't keep it. Throw it back. Well done. Come on, you can do it. No, no. There's no chance, is there?
He's lost the racket. Hewitt's still going to get there. He hasn't. He's won the point. Fernando, isn't he a card? Brilliant.
They're not going to get over the knees. We don't have a camera shot from behind. Oh, he's got it back! Oh, unlucky.
Yeah, he spaced his steps.
Well, that was some of the highlights from yesterday, and we are awaiting the highlights from today. They may come from this woman, Garbiñe Muguruza. Focus, earphones in, arriving at the Orangi practice area alongside the lady who has been coaching her throughout this fortnight. Just behind her in the navy blue is the 1994 Wimbledon champion, Spain's only Wimbledon champion in the ladies singles. Conchita Martinez has without doubt been a huge addition to the team of Garbiñe Muguruza this year, even though Conchi herself admits that she is fidgeting like a bundle of nerves during every match she watches. Garbiñe swears that off court she's already made her feel calmer and more relaxed. She is a different player now, Garbiñe keeps telling us, to the lady that was here in the final 2 years ago against Serena Williams. She was a novice back then, but she says she's got a little bit more confidence now, and she should be able to draw on the experience that she has from that 2015 episode. Mark Philippoussis joins us on the Wimbledon channel. Mark, I'm intrigued to ask you about the strength of having someone like Conchita Martinez in your coaching box, because her experience was actually very similar. In 1994, she was a 22-year-old finalist from Spain going up against a 37-year-old legend by the name of Martina Navratilova, trying to win another title. Conchita ended up winning and became Spain's first and currently only ladies champion. As we take a look back at these pictures from 1994, I love looking back at the archive. As is tradition, they were given a bunch of flowers to arrive on court with. That will be the same for the ladies today. And Conchita trying to serve out the match against someone who is a Wimbledon heroine. How appropriate is it that she is the one that has been tasked with guiding Garbiñe Muguruza to really a very similar path?
It's incredible because it's so... the situations are almost identical. You know, talking about two legends, Martina Navratilova being a legend at that stage, 37, being in such incredible shape, and I'm sure being the favourite even at that age on grass. But she happened to win it, and it's almost in the same situation now with Venus, 37. Kind of, you know, we've been speaking about her, but like you said, Muguruza, I mean, she's been looking incredible, and that's got a lot to do with having her on her side. Conchita, like you said, she said she's made her feel a lot more calm, a lot more relaxed on the court, very, very confident, and really, you can just see by her demeanor walking around that she believes she belongs in the final here. She
does have an air of confidence.
Yeah, I mean, she knows, she believes that she should win tonight, as she should, as should both of them. But this, you know, if that happens, it's not going to be an upset in my eyes. I don't think. This is a girl who's already won a Grand Slam, it's the second final at Wimbledon. Like she said, she's a better player than she was a few years ago against Serena, a stronger player, a more relaxed player, and already a Grand Slam champion. This is, yeah, I mean, she's looking to go on and make history on her own.
I think it's fair to say the all-white rule didn't quite apply back in the day, but how cool is it that on this very court you're looking at now, Conchita won the Venus Rosewater Dish in 1994, and now Garbiñe Muguruza has the chance to do it and become the second ladies champion from Spain. So that's all still ahead of us, and we've got plenty more to preview. We'll get into some highlights and some press conferences in just a moment, but first of all, it's time to welcome in the other half of our team. It's time for the IBM Daily Debate with Craig O'Shaughnessy and Anne Keothabong.
Hi, yes, it's day 12 of the Daily Debate with IBM, and today we're looking at the women's finalists, Venus Williams and Garbiñe Muguruza. How do they stack up against the Wimbledon greats? The first category we looked at the start of the tournament was passion. We looked at their longevity and how they performed across multiple events. And one of the standouts was Venus Williams. She made her debut here 20 years ago, 37 years of age, and she's going for her 6th Wimbledon title. She's played over 100 singles matches here at the championships.
One of the topics that we talked about last week in the Daily Debate was performing under pressure, covering the key moments in time in a match. Right here, we're going to look at break points saved. The greatest of the great here at Wimbledon in the ladies is Martina Navratilova. 71.7% of the time on a break point, she has won that. So that's going to typically be in the ad court, a love 40, a 30-40, an ad out. Martina's got that lefty serve, the slider out wide. She gets to hit what she likes to serve. Great volleys at the net, and you've got to hit a backhand return down there. Not easy. Garbiñe Muguruza at 67.3%, saving her break points here at the championships. That's a little bit higher than Venus at 63.8. So we're going to be looking for how well both ladies perform today in this key area. The other side, the returning side of the equation, is break points won. Martina again, how does she do it? 51.2% of break points won on the return side. Venus at 46.8, considerably higher than Garbiñe at 35%.
Yes, another category we looked at was the serve, and speed is a significant part to making a great serve. Venus Williams at this year's championships has been serving a bit faster than Muguruza. Her fastest serve was clocked at 118 miles per hour, whereas Muguruza's fastest serve has been 110 miles per hour. On average, Venus Williams is serving at 105 miles per hour behind her first serve, and Muguruza 99. So will that be another factor today?
I think it certainly will be.
Oops, we've skipped.
I think
we've skipped a slide.
Have we?
Here we go. First serve points won. Overall at the championships, Serena Williams leads the way, and she wins 78.3% of points behind her first serve. Venus Williams not doing too badly, as well as Muguruza. Similar numbers there, 73% for Venus and Muguruza at 69%. I think today both will have to serve well.
Second serve points won. Well, you've got to understand that you think your second serve is a strength of your game. It's not. It's a liability. We see Garbiñe and Venus both under 50%. Points won on second serves. They're both at 48%. And for me, look at Steffi Graf. This is just unbelievable. She is winning 57% of her second serve points won. As we debate who is the greatest of the great here at SW19, surely this elevates Steffi, and we saw some great numbers from Martina earlier, but this really elevates her very high in the discussion to be the greatest of all time here at the championships.
Well, the return is also just as important as the serve, and we saw from the numbers the other day, Novotná actually leads the way of all the greats. She wins 49.1% of points behind the return. And of today's finalists, Venus Williams does a significantly better job on the returns in Muguruza by winning 47.3% of points on the return. Muguruza just 42. Both hog the baseline on the returns. Both look to take it on. Again, today, how will they both fare?
Let's have a look at winners, forehands and backhands from the back of the court. Well, we have a wonderful contrast for you in the ladies' final today. Venus Williams is basically hitting 2-to-1 forehand winners over backhand winners. 49 forehand, excuse me, 49 forehand winners for Venus, only 26 off the backhand side. Garbiñe, on the other hand, she's all about the backhand. She has 51 backhand winners and only 27 off the forehand side. So Venus is going to be bringing the heat with the forehand. Garbiñe very, very strong off the backhand.
So stamina, also another thing we looked at, and how the women did over 3 sets. Well, Steffi Graf, of all the greats, wins 83.3% of matches over 3 sets here at the championships. So she was certainly not a player you wanted to go the distance with. Venus Williams also doing very well, winning 3/4 of her matches that went to 3 sets, and Muguruza just behind at 66.7%. But overall, their on-court time at this year's championships hasn't been too dissimilar. Venus has just spent a little more time on court, total of 8 hours and 24 minutes at this year's championships. Muguruza 8 hours and 11 minutes. So can't say one will be more tired than the other in today's final. But we also looked at how many 3-set matches they've played here at the championships over the years, and that's shown us that Garbiñe Muguruza is twice as likely to play a 3-set match to Venus Williams. Will today be another 3-setter?
Well, I think it very well could be. Now, Anne, should we make some predictions for today's final?
Yes. Well, who are you going for?
I think I'm going to go for the backhands. I've been watching Garbiñe play very closely. She's stepping up to the baseline. That front foot cements down on that baseline. She's ripping backhand winners down the line. I think Garbiñe gets the job done today.
Well, for me, Venus Williams has been one of the most passionate players of all our greats. And at 37 years of age, you know, I think she's going to go go for it and really take it on, and maybe take her 6th Wimbledon title. But let us know who you think will win today. Who is the greatest of the great? Hit us up on social media again. #WhatMakesGreat.
I'm with David Cole, the Director of Music at the Royal British Legion. The band is setting up behind us here. But David, what an honour to perform here at Wimbledon.
It's a great honour. This is our 6th year of doing this. We come here to entertain the public here on the tea lawn. Then we go in centre court at 1 o'clock and play for all the punters in there.
So you've been coming for 6 years now. How did you first get invited to come and perform here?
Well, as you know, in the past, the military bands used to do it alternately, Royal Marines, Air Force and the Army, but then things changed in the financing of the Army bands and service bands. So All England Lawn Tennis Club asked us, as the central band of the Royal British Legion, to come, and since then we've been doing it every year.
And what makes playing here at Wimbledon so special?
It's so much fun. As the public go past us, they're joining in, singing some of the songs, some are even dancing, taking their tea in the cafe there. It's lovely, great time.
And obviously it's finals day today for the ladies. Have you been here all week, or is this your first day?
Our first day. We always come on ladies' finals day and men's finals day.
Perfect, perfect. And how much practice goes in to a finals day here for you guys performing? So obviously you know how much practice goes in for the players.
Oh, well, we rehearse once a week.
Okay.
That's all, because they're all professionals in their own right in different fields. So we come together as volunteers. Then we have a programme of music which we use all year. And from that we select the stuff like the James Bond selection, ABBA, music that the public will know and like.
So tell us a little bit about some members of your band then. You said they all come from kind of different walks of life. Can you tell us about a few that you've got behind us here?
Sure, we got Lucy sitting on the principal clarinet stand there. She's a TV producer, so she makes TV programmes.
That's Lucy there, who's just warming up there. Oh, the second one in? Perfect. So she makes TV programmes, amazing. What else have we got going on here? What other professions?
On principal trumpet, you've got Dr. Ben Wong. He's a home office expert, the specialist. We've got teachers. We've got a lot of retired people, which is brilliant, because they can make up the nucleus of the band to play any time during the week. And everyone else gives their time up professionally and comes to support the Royal British Legion.
And David, do you play yourself or you just conduct the band?
No, I play. I'm a keyboard player, an organist, tuba player.
And what is your favourite instrument behind there? What do you think really adds something to the band?
Well, the trouble is you can't have one instrument without the other. So if you have a trumpet, brilliant, but without the rest of the band, wasted. So to me, it's no favourite instrument. When they all blend together, it's a great... I'm making a cake. That's it. You need all the ingredients to make the sound right.
The band is like a cake mixture.
Exactly.
And David, obviously here is a beautiful place to play at Wimbledon, but compared to other sporting events or events that you've also played at, how does this compare?
This is a sporting event, definitely number one. To play at Wimbledon is the pinnacle of the year for all these guys. They will all shift any work they've got the weekend just to come here and play. It's great.
Absolutely. I'm going to ask you as well a tennis question. Obviously the final say, Garbine Muguruza against a Venus Williams. Who are you going for?
Well, we're playing Stars and Stripes, Venus Williams.
Absolutely. David Cole, thank you so much. Good luck for your performance.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Because it wasn't overpowering.
Thank you, Rachel. This is the scene here at the All England Club. It covers all off the courts because it is a dry and cloudy day. We shouldn't be experiencing any water here across the afternoon. We're hoping the play will begin on the outside courts at about 11:30 in just about 5 minutes' time this morning. That is some of the boys' singles, the gentlemen's invitation doubles, the girls' doubles, the boys' singles, boys' doubles, all sorts, including Mark Philippoussis will be taking to court later on. But this is the current scene out at the Orangi practice area. One of the finalists in the ladies' singles competition, Garbine Muguruza, is preparing for her encounter with Venus Williams today. Now, their match begins at 2 o'clock this afternoon on centre court. Interesting, she's chosen to practice over at Orangi because if you are scheduled on centre or number one, you do have the option, Mark, of practicing on one of the outside courts. Is there much of a difference in that decision, do you think? And is there a reason that she may have chosen to have stuck with Orangi today?
I think it all comes down to routine. You know, it's not going to be a first match on centre court. She knows exactly how it's playing. I think some players like the convenience of just walking, you know, being next to the main locker room and walking out and practicing, going straight into the locker room. But I think, you know, athletes are definitely creatures of habit and superstitious, I think. And maybe she just does want to break routine. She's, you know, her preparation has been going great so far. She's in the final. She's doing all the right things, so she doesn't want to change anything.
OK, well, let's remind ourselves, as she prepares to get into a practice session with Conchita Martinez and the rest of her coaching team there, how she got to this stage of the competition by reflecting on her last match. This was the semi-final against Magdalena Rybarikova, and a fairly simple match as far as Garbine was concerned. 6-1, 6-1. It was perfect as far as she was concerned. We've spoken about her confidence. She did sort of seem to ooze a sense of belief, walked as if she belongs. She knows that she belongs to be there, and hopefully she'll be able to bring that same attitude out on court today. But Venus Williams is a very different competitor, Mark.
Oh, yeah. I mean, she just completely overpowered her. She was just a better athlete, a better player, and just blew her off the court. It was kind of a very, very comfortable match. She was never, ever rushed or off balance or anything like that. And, you know, just under control the whole time in the points. So, but today's, like you said, is a completely different match, completely different situation with a player she's playing with Venus, with her strength and her power and what she brings. it's going to be night and day.
Now, Venus does actually lead their head-to-head 3-1, but this is their first ever meeting at a Grand Slam and their first ever meeting on this surface. They've never played on grass before. They have played in one final against each other, though Williams did win that encounter. That was 2 years ago in 2015 as well. They did meet earlier this year, though, Mark, in Rome. Of course, it wasn't on grass, but Muguruza did win that encounter. Is that what she's got to remember, their most recent meeting and the one that she won?
It'd be nice to know that she's beaten her, of course, but today's a completely different match. You know, different surface. This is a final of Wimbledon. I can guarantee you that Venus is definitely not thinking about the last time she played her or if she had won or lost. They're just, you know, they're both thinking this is my day, this is my match, it's my time to hold up the trophy, and I don't think last results or past results will make much of a difference today.
Well, Garbini's had a bit of a tricky year. There is Conchita's reaction to realising she'd made it into the final. She slipped down to the world number 15. If she wins today, she will be back inside the world's top 5. She does have an incredible task on her hands, so we can't wait to see how much she's matured since she stepped on centre court here 2 years ago in 2015. Right now, she's stepped onto the Orangi practice area. She's going through the paces. She's about 2.5 hours away from the match beginning, so got plenty of time to get herself set for facing a 5-time Wimbledon champion in Venus Williams. Let's hear what Garbine had to say yesterday ahead of today's final.
Garbine, I was just wondering if you can describe your feelings the day before a Grand Slam final, and since this is your 3rd time in this situation, maybe how different does it feel this time compared to others?
Well, I'm feeling pretty good. I think it's a good moment right now, and it goes very fast. So I'm trying to enjoy the previous times, you know, you're so concentrated that, you know, you cannot enjoy as well. So I know tomorrow I'm looking forward a lot to go on the court and, you know, last match here and try to change things after the last 2 years. And that's it, just trying to enjoy also.
Garbine, Venus Williams is the oldest women's singles player to reach the final since Martina Navratilova. She's 37 years old. What are your thoughts about that?
Well, I think it's very impressive. I think not everybody can do that. It goes a lot also with the, you know, with the strength of your body and your style of game. So for me, it's incredible. I don't think I could be 37 and playing that level.
What do you think it says about her commitment to the sport and her mental approach to the game?
Well, I think she just loves to play and she enjoys going out there, and well, at least it's what it shows, you know, keep playing even though she achieved so many things. So she's still motivated to go for more, which is also very surprising.
A few days ago, you said you're not even sure how you made it to the final in 2015. How did you make it to this final?
Well, you know, that final that I did helped me a lot to figure out a way to play better in grass, because before I was like not very experienced, never played a lot of tournaments, and you know, it was just a very surprising moment when you reach a final in a tournament where you thought it was going to be difficult, and right now I know how to play more on grass.
Garbine, could you sort of compare yourself to the player that you were when you won the French Open last year, and do you feel you're much more equipped now to be a kind of Grand Slam champion now this is your 3rd final?
I'm different, but not very different. It's not a long time ago. I think my mind is more equipped this time because, you know, the more experience you get, the more you know how to deal with these situations, because they're very special. And if you've felt it before, it's really helpful. So I just have more information about the situation.
Venus said maybe she was going to ask some advices from her sister Serena to how to play against you. So how do you prepare, and do you concern what kind of play style your opponent is, and are you going to change or adjust your play style depending on your opponent?
Mm-hmm. I try not to change a lot of things because I think my game, if I have a good level. It's it's very good to go out there and have a lot of chances to win. And I played her also before. We played a few matches together as well. So I think we both know and felt our games. So so far, nothing very different.
Have you thought about, if you win the final, so be it. If you don't win it, so be it. Have you crossed your mind how you will feel, how you will react?
Mm-hmm.
Will it be that bad or good?
Well, definitely I want to win, for sure, and it's very different to hold the trophy than to have in the final. I really felt that when I achieved the final here in 2015 and then I won the French Open, I could feel the difference between winning a Grand Slam and not winning. And I think it's a huge difference. So, I definitely want to be the one who takes the big one.
Yeah, I was just wondering, do you have any memories of watching Venus in her early Wimbledon finals when you were growing up?
I might have seen few moments maybe. I don't like to watch an entire match because I think it's I'm a tennis player and I think with less I enjoy also. But yeah, I don't remember specifically, but yeah, I think I saw a few images.
There was so much focus and expectation on you after you won in Paris last year. Do you feel like you've been a bit more kind of under the radar at Wimbledon this year, and has that helped you?
Well, I try not to, to see what people are saying or writing or something like that. I feel like people have expectations on me. Maybe there's few players that are playing better and maybe they look better for the trophy or something, but I feel like every time I go to a tournament I have the weapons to reach the final rounds. So I don't know. Hopefully people always see me as an option to win.
Last two English questions, yes sir.
Garbiñe, Conchita's obviously helping you out here. Would you say she's helped you more technically or mentally, and why?
Well, I think I'm here because I've done a hard work before. The magic doesn't happen just because somebody comes in and all of a sudden you are incredible. No, I think she's helping me how to deal with the tournament because obviously it's a Grand Slam and it's difficult to handle because it's 2 weeks, and she has experience. But it's a work that I've been doing with her here and before with my previous team, and everything together it's working.
Often these matches end up being decided with one big key. Somebody serves well, somebody returns well. What for you going into this match is going to be the one thing that you're most focused on?
Well, I think we both have a very aggressive games, and I think the serve is going to be very important because she has a pretty big serve, and I try to have a big one as well. So probably being aggressive and serve and all these fast points are important.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
What you're seeing now is probably making you very hungry. That's because we're in the competitors' restaurant up here with Gary Parsons, the executive chef here at the All England Club at Wimbledon. Gary, how are you this morning?
I'm very good, thank you. Yes, very good.
Quite a title, executive chef of the All England Club. Does that mean you're responsible for all the food here at the club?
Yeah, right from the players to the Royal Box to the public to the officials to the staff, everyone that's food related, I'm responsible.
I mean, that sounds... And your team as well, obviously that's very, very important to fuel them.
My own, I can't do it on my own. So I've got purchasing team, Amanda, stores guys that actually deliver the food, so all the deliveries come in overnight, and then that's all distributed throughout the night and the early hours of the morning. So when all the chefs arrive, everything's in their fridges ready to go, and then we just wait for the customers and the clients.
I would say that a chef's job is quite stressful anyway, but an executive chef of Wimbledon and what you just said you had to cater for, surely it's a very highly stressful job.
Very. Yes, I think my blood pressure and my pulse goes through the roof for these 2 weeks, and it slowly, gradually goes up as we get closer to the tournament. And I think it sort of peaks at sort of the end of the first week, and then starts to sort of reduce as we go into the second week.
Because it's obviously the competitors and then royalty, the best people in our country. Who is more difficult to cater for, the royal box or the competitors?
I'd say equally demanding. I mean, it's the royal box is the ticket that money can't buy. So the standards of the food, the service has got to be, perfect. And then also the players. It's not so much fine dining up here, but it's the quantity and quality of the produce that they need.
Can you maybe talk me through a royal box menu, or what they may expect if they were to go into the royal box for dinner or for lunch, whatever you cater for? Probably both.
We aim for sort of high-end Michelin star style of food. So I mean it's the best of British produce. We're using the best of Brill, Dexter beef, Sutton Hoo chicken. So it's the best of British produce that are going in there. So they're getting fed well.
And they still expect the Wimbledon strawberries up there as well?
Oh yes, they get the Jubilee strawberries every day.
Okay, perfect. Well, I guess the athletes themselves are a bit different because they must be very specific to their individual needs. And I guess that's why you have so much on offer up here. Just talk me through what's exactly going on here. Obviously, this looks like a salad bar. What's popular over here, please, Gary?
So going back to your first question on that, the players will come up and their coaches will sort of guide them what they need to build up on. So that's why we have sort of your basic core salads. So then the coaches will say, you need some, plenty of spinach, cucumber, radishes. So they're building their own dishes. Then we do have some sort of complete salads, where they're, grains, which are very healthy and slow releasing. And then quinoa, which is very popular this year. So in the past years, it's very much pasta. We're going through sort of 80 to 90 kilos of pasta a day. That's fresh pasta. But this year we've seen a lot of them sort of go for the quinoa. We've had one sort of bizarre request where it's quinoa and cinnamon, which, but then the players can create whatever they want. We're here to provide a service for them.
And at the beginning of the week then, let's just walk over here as well, do the players kind of come to you with a plan, or is it just on a daily basis they kind of come and just pick what they fancy?
We change it every day, what we offer, because obviously the players are up here for sort of like the fortnight, so we need to keep them interested in engaged. But pretty much you will see the same proteins, the chicken, the parma hams, the salamis, because we've got lots of international players as well, so they recognise the parma ham, the salamis. So we try cater for everybody's needs.
And you just said about interesting dietary requirements. What, I guess, is the most popular item? We're coming over here to the strawberries and to the sweet treats, which probably shouldn't be on the top of these athletes' lists.
Yes, but there is some healthy sweet treats there. We've got the donuts, which are full of a bit of an indulgence if any of them sort of feel a bit low after their match. And then we've got the protein balls as well, which they take on to court with them. So, yes, the sweet treats have a little bit of interest. Strawberries are very popular, obviously, because it's Wimbledon. And then the sushi as well. That's very, very popular here. The sushi's made in-house by our sushi team. Very popular after the game. It's the rice that it helps their muscles sort of recover from during the games.
And you've even got your own sushi bar just outside on the players' lawn as well. If they just want sushi, they can specifically go over there. And come over here, we have the smoothie bar. Obviously, the athletes are healthy. They've got to be able to have a smoothie of their choice. It looks like they can do that here.
There is a set menu on the smoothies, but they can create what they want. It's like I say, they are very important to the club, the competition. So we cater for everybody.
And just tell us about how much of each produce maybe you have to actually get in. Like, do you have to get thousands of bananas, bags and bags of pasta?
Yeah, we go through sort of 3,000 kilos of bananas, and they've got to be, green, because that's sort of, it's the healthier one. It's so the sugars haven't turned yet. So that's very important. We go through 28,000 kilos of strawberries, during the tournament. And the strawberries are famous at Wimbledon. Pasta, we sort of like say 80 to 90 kilos of fresh pasta a day, which is it's a lot. If you had it all stacked up, it's quite a wall.
Are you ever surprised by how much some of these tennis stars eat?
Yes, it's we do offer under 500 calories, but and if you look at the quantity of like under 500 calories, the portion is very small, and then you come up here and see what the players have. It's blown out of the water, really, the calories.
For me and you, it'd probably make us expand a little bit and put on weight. And then Gary, come over here. This is the thing that most appealed to me here. This is the cooking station, isn't it? You can pretty much cook whatever you want to a certain extent here.
So the start of the morning, we sort of have one chef out here, and then at the peak time we have 3 chefs on the hobs, and so the players can come up, and there's 3 different types of protein. There's steak, there's chicken, there's salmon, vegetables. They can have everything, and then the sauces as well. Tomato sauce is very popular. Then we have the carbonara, and then we just have a basic bolognese sauce.
Well, Gary, you are the executive chef. Does that mean you still get your hands dirty and get behind the kitchen there?
So my work starts sort of pretty much after the champs, but then we start reviewing the menus, which happened this year, and then we start the whole process again, and then we actually start doing the tastings in September for 2018. So I'm very much hands-on, writing the menus with my team, and then do the tastings with the clients, the club as well. And then, so it does give me the freedom to still be very active in the kitchen. The 2 weeks of the champs, not very much cooking at all. It's very much sort of firefighting and just making everybody happy, because it's a long 2 weeks.
Well, I'd love to see the pro in the kitchen. If you wouldn't mind rustling us up something this morning.
A lovely smoked salmon and scrambled egg breakfast.
That would sound amazing. Thank you very much. I'll let you go round the side. That's okay. We're going to just clash into each other as Gary's going around there to cook up some eggs and some salmon. Can I just pop around here so I can actually carry on speaking to you?
So, like I said before, we pride ourselves on, it's a great British, event. So all the food that we, supply to the clients, the players, is all British. So we search the country for the best produce. So what I'm going to show you today, so we've got a Paul Rhodes London sourdough bread, which has just been lightly toasted on the griddle. And then we've got the 7Y smoked salmon. So we work very closely with Richard Cook at 7Y. So we have our own cure for Wimbledon. So it's bespoke to us. And then good free-range British eggs.
How important is that? I'll let you start cooking at the same time. How important is it to keep everything locally sourced and to kind of, give the local people the jobs?
Yeah, it's there is, the British larder is vast. We are lucky to have this event at the time of year because raspberries, strawberries, asparagus, everything is prime. So I mean, it's why not promote British produce alongside a great British event.
And Gary, if I was going out to play tennis today, if I was in the male quarterfinals, which obviously is never going to happen, would this be a good breakfast for me to fuel up and eat?
Yeah.
I'm asking you as a nutritionist now as well.
Eggs, protein, and the smoked salmon protein as well, but I'd give it a good hour before you went onto the court.
Just to let it digest?
Yes.
Perfect. Well, who knows? Joe Conter, Andy Murray, they might come up here and eat similar thing to what I'm going to do for breakfast. Have you ever served those two? I know you can't name names, but has Joe and Andy come through your doors?
They've shown their faces once or twice.
They've shown their faces, of course they have, because this looks wonderful. Gary, thank you so much for your time, and I'm going to go off and enjoy my breakfast. Yeah, good luck with the rest of the championships. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Thank you.
Will we see another Venus celebration today? Well, she is just one match away from history. History that would make her the oldest ladies singles champion here in 109 years and give her a 6th aptly named Venus Rosewater dish. Well, here she is, looking very relaxed. This was just going on while we were showing you that piece at the Orangi practice area. She's already had her bag taken to court. She's marching on in what looks like some of her own clothing line, ready to prepare for yet another Wimbledon singles final. This is actually her 9th final in what is her 20th Wimbledon. And should she win today, it would be her it would be her first Grand Slam title in 9 years. Unbelievable that she is able to have such longevity in her career. She's already reached a Grand Slam final earlier this year in Australia. That one she lost to a pregnant Serena Williams. We were all unaware at the time. Venus, I'm sure, was aware of Serena's condition. This time there is no Serena, and this time she's already had Grand Slam final experience so far this year. Mark Philippoussis joins me now. And Mark, how much do you think that moment from Australia will help her today? Because she's not got younger sister Serena, who was the world number 1 at the other side of the net. She's got Garbiñe Muguruza, who is and has been beaten by a Williams sister before.
Yeah, I think she's been in multiple Grand Slam finals, multiple Grand Slam winner, but still getting into the final at the Australian Open would have been a big plus for her. You know, it's been a long time since she was in a final of a Grand Slam, and to have come back and lose to her sister is not easy. Playing your own sister, where they've done numerous times in finals, but not having a sister there, but playing for her sister, as she mentioned, playing for her family, playing for her name. I'm sure she's relieved not seeing her sister on the other side, but very motivated and, like I said, just wanting to win it for everyone, and for herself too.
So let's speak a little bit about what she's going through now. Say this is you, and it's 2 and a bit hours before your final at Wimbledon. What is the routine? What's the process? What stretch first? Do you then hit? Do you then eat? What order do you do everything in?
It depends on individual. Everyone's different, but
Okay.
she would be doing exactly the same thing as she's done for the past 14 days out here. Obviously stretching out in the court, taking her time. No one likes to be rushed. Making sure that they get their warm-up in with plenty of time, and then come back and get ready and get some food in them before their match. Just making sure that her team is making sure that she has everything she needs. They'll take, we saw her walk to the practice courts without any bags. Her bags are, waiting on the court. There's a practice partner on the other side. Everything's in line. Everything's ready in place for her, just to make it as simple and as comfortable as possible for her to do her thing.
Well, literally just across the way on another practice court is Garbiñe Muguruza. So these are live pictures from the All England Club. Both finalists are practicing currently. Garbiñe working what looks like on her return of serve. What do you think she can expect from Venus's serve today? Because she threw in a few testy ones against Jo Konta in the semis, a couple of body serves as well, Mark.
Venus has got one of the best, like I said, I think there's the second best serve in the women's game ever, behind her sister Serena. Muguruza knows that she's going to be having some big serves come at her. I'm not sure whether that person on the other side is maybe standing a little bit closer in on than the baseline, so it can give her a little more pace. Kind of a similar look to what Venus will give her today, but she'll be very much aware, and when you do play a bigger server, sometimes you want to adjust where you stand on the court, and I think she'll be standing back a little bit further back than she was a couple of days ago. And to have that little bit of more room and a little bit more time to have before the return of serve.
Well, Garbiñe and Venus are actually 2 of the best servers in the tournament. They have, this was a statistics that we read throughout every single match here at Wimbledon, but they've both won over 90% of games on their delivery. Actually, amazingly, Garbiñe, who we were just looking at, has only served 4 double faults throughout the championships. Venus, meanwhile, has served 24 double faults. How key is the second serve, Mark?
The second serve is incredibly important. As you mentioned, Venus, 24 double faults, but we both know she likes to go for that big second serve.
So she goes for risk-reward more.
She does go, and we saw that actually. I do specifically remember a point. It was 4-all against Konta. It was 4-all in the first set and 30-40. she hit a second serve at 106 miles an hour and completely caught Gonter off guard and won that point. Now, it's very easy to say, you know, being brave when you go for it when it misses, that, you know, might have been silly, but she's got confidence in the serve, and she does go for a lot more than any other player.
It's amazing that she's won the title here 5 times previously. We keep talking to you about this, and she could win a 6th today. Just to remind you, her previous titles came in 2000, 2001, 2005, 2007 and 2008. So twice she actually managed to successfully defend the title here. When she last won in 2008, that was a win over younger sister Serena. She then made the final again a year later in 2009, losing that time to sister Serena. This would be, as we mentioned, a Grand Slam win 9 years after her last one, and it is her 9th Wimbledon final. The experience is undeniable. She's a veteran, but Garbiñe Muguruza is definitely a different player to who she was when she reached the final here 2 years ago. She said her mind is stronger now, Mark. How key is the mind in all of this?
It's incredibly important. The mind, the belief of an athlete walking on the court is, to be honest, the most important thing. All these the women and the men are in incredible shape, but it's on the day, it's, you know, who wants it more, who's more confident, who believes in themselves more. That a lot of the time ends up being the key in a lot of matches.
I often talk to your Mark Philippoussis.
Yes,
I often talk to Mats Wilander at this time of the day, watching the players practice, about their technique on the practice courts, trying to seek perfection in order just to really perfect every stroke, knowing that the more it's ingrained in you, the more likely a perfect stroke is out on the court during match time, because you've got so many other factors. You don't get to think about everything that goes into the perfect shot. Is that what you often see these ladies do?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it comes down to muscle memory and preparation, and what these girls do incredibly well is you know, you focus just on the basics. It's racket back, you know, staying down and hitting the ball, racket acceleration, and they both do that so incredibly well. Previously you saw Venus doing that, and they both take the racket back very early in preparation, and gives them more power, and they're two of the best hitters in the women's game right there.
The team is such a big factor as well, isn't it? With Venus, we saw her mum arrive on court as well. She seems to really have quite a few people around her. Are you a fan of a larger team, a smaller team? How did you work?
Myself, personally, I wasn't a fan of the bigger team. It was just very small, but you know, very strong for me. Like, you know, everyone's different. She travels, you know, she always travels with the family. It's always, you know, her mum or her sister, her mum and her sister. They're a very tight family, very supportive, and I think she's had the same team around her for quite a while now, and it's great because it makes her feel comfortable, and obviously the results speak to themselves.
All right, well, that's over at the Irangi practice courts, not far behind court number 1, but let's take you out to some action now. This is court number 3. Play began just under an hour ago at 11 o'clock. It is the final of the wheelchair gentlemen's doubles, and it is the French pairing, the number 1 seed, Stéphane Houdet and Nicolas Pfeiffer, who are 5-4 up in the opening set. They are playing this duo, the home pair and the defending champions, would you believe? Alfie Hewitt on your left, Gordon Reid on your right. Gordon Reid also won the wheelchair gentlemen's singles last year. Well, he lost in the first round this time, hoping to still catch a trophy alongside partner Alfie Hewitt today. So let's join this one with some commentary and see who wins the title in 2017.
Sit quickly, please, ladies and gentlemen. Time.
Court's the same size, tennis racket's the same, ball's the same.
And here's a Frenchman who's been one of the best for years and years and years, serving for the first set of this final.
Love 15.
Super reverse backhand by Hewitt there. He wanted that one.
Love 13.
Look at that reverse backhand yet again by Hewitt. That's 2 in a row. Too strong for Houdet to control as he was leaning out of his chair.
Sorry.
Love 14.
And this first set goes on. And a shake of the hands and a big smile from both of them. In light drizzle here on court 3 at
games
Wimbledon.
all, first set.
Yeah, quite difficult to play in the drizzle, to be honest. It makes the hand rims really slippery. They're going to start struggling pushing the chairs if it continues.
So pressure back on the shoulders of young Alfie Hewitt. 5-all in this first set.
Clever play by Houdet there.
Love 15.
Gordon Reid did a high topspin backhand and Houdet saw that both players were on the same side of the court. Did a faded off forehand.
Outstanding chasing initially from Houdet, the hard work from Reid and the winner from Hewitt.
Yeah, look at this. Houdet pushed really hard out on that soft grass, got the ball.
15 all.
Hewitt saw that Houdet was out of position and split the French pair again.
Net for service. Third to 15.
One of the cool things about this sport, Pete, is where you can stuff the balls. And Alfie Hewitt, one of those who uses the spokes to good effect.
Absolutely, yeah, in his red, white and blue spokes. Got to be careful the ball doesn't come out with the spokes though. It will be a let. Great drop shot.
Again, the French just using that lusher green bit around the net to good effect.
Yeah, it's a tactic, isn't it? You can see.
Yeah, if the ball does come out, for the first time it's a let, and then for the second time...
Yeah, they start losing a point.
Yeah.
He's also sitting away from the line on serving. Otherwise, if the wheel touches the baseline, it's a foot fault or wheel fault. Keep the pressure on, aren't they?
Yeah, trying to raise the temperature.
40-13.
There you go. Alfie Hewitt has held. And the defending champions a game away from taking the first set.
Hewitt Reid lead by 6-5 first set. Time.
At what point, Pete, will the umpire decide to take them off? At what point does it become unplayable?
When they start, when it actually starts slipping, when the players start missing pushes. Obviously, it's a lot earlier than standing up. As you control the chair with the hand rims.
Love.
So the voice of Peter Norfolk, Britain's best ever quad tennis player, the quad father, Pistol Pete, as we've taken to calling you this week, Pete.
Thank you for that.
Love.
They do make it look easy, though, don't they? I can assure you, it's hard work in those chairs on the grass.
Love.
Paper's been serving very well. 3 points to take us into a tie-break.
Pfeiffer. 6 games off, first set, tie break.
Well, we needed a tie break.
Team received one additional challenge.
Go on, Rafael, get it out. I think he's finished. We needed a tie break in the third set of the final last year, Pete, and we've got one at the start of this final in the first set, and the rain really is starting to come down, and Alfie Hewitt just looking towards the umpire to suggest that he might not be averse to having a little wander off here.
Well, I think they want to finish the set, but if it really is a start, it's going to start affecting how they're pushing and what they. Clever. Alfie's decided if he sits up at the net, obviously he's less pushing.
1-0.
Pick off the volleys much easier. That's quite hard now, look.
Yeah. Again, just look at Reid on the move behind the baseline, trying to anticipate where this serve's going, but most importantly, being on the move. Well, we were threatened with 1 or 2 showers throughout the day.
2-1. Ude Pfeiffer.
I think Hude was using the rain and put more spin on the side spin on the ball there. Shot off the grass. Yeah.
He doesn't look entirely happy with life at the moment, does he, old Alfie?
Clean the hand rims there. They're metal hand rims, aluminium or titanium, and they do get really slippery. And I'm sure the officials will want to finish the set before they do anything.
So still on serve in this first set tiebreak. There's the first little mini break to the French.
3-1. Ude Pfeiffer.
Intelligent play by Hude there. Saw Hewitt rolling back towards the back fence and hit the ball straight at his back.
So Pfeiffer with a couple of mini breaks. 4-1. Back.
4-2. Ude Pfeiffer.
It's a doubles ploy. Hit the ball a lot more down the middle. So you're splitting the two pairs, the two players. Try and get a miscommunication, or try and get one of them who's not quite seeing, one's going one way, one's going the other way. Because as soon as you give someone an angle, they got an angle back.
Still raining. Staying slightly more than spitting, you'd probably say.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that spitting is a phrase that Carol would use, but it'll do for us at the moment. Pay for 4-2.
5-2. Ude Pfeiffer. Three. Ude Pfeiffer.
Good serve by Reed.
5-4. Ude Pfeiffer.
So what they needed. Reed did a nice serve down the tee, put side spin on it, so it was swerving away from the player.
The break back, and we're back on serve.
Oh, laser eyes, look at that. He was right outside the court and he saw that there was a gap down the tram lines. Low percentage, but so worth it if you win the point.
And from 5-2 to 5-5 on the last 3 points, and a little summit meeting for the French.
Oh dear, Alfie's usually so secure overhead.
6-5.
Oh look, this is normally, he's in close to the net. Could be crucial, that. Could be terminal on the first set.
Yeah, it might have been, probably should have been set point for the defending champions. Instead, it's set point for last year's runners-up. On the Hewitt serve.
Net.
That was a couple of inches away from being long. But they're still in there.
Game in first set.
Well, the
paper by 7 games
Britons
to 6.
won the title last year by going the full distance, by winning over 3 sets. And they're going to have to do it again if they're to defend their title. The French, Uday and Paper, take the first set on the tiebreak, 7-6.
All right, hello everyone to you watching on #1 court today, Craig. Actually, they've got the girls' final there today, and it's an All-American battle. Ann Lee taking on Claire Liu to come on #1 court. It's the first All-American battle in the girls' field since 1979. Last girl to win here, American, was Chanda Rubin.
Really?
Yeah.
And when we look at the top, say, 200 players in the men's ATP draw, there's so many young Americans coming up there as well. I mean, American tennis, with what's happening at Lake Nona, with that huge facility there, American tennis is doing very, very well. And then add in Sam Querrey into the semifinals and Venus into the ladies' finals.
Well, we can see why the roof is closed for now over center court. Some rainy pictures there of the hill. Lots of umbrellas up today. It's a classic English, a classic British summer day here, Craig, in London. No sun yet. We're wondering now, as the women's final ticks closer, it's a 2 p.m. start today. Are we going to have a roof final? And if so, if the roof is closed, who does that help?
Yeah, I haven't seen, actually I've been so busy this morning doing a myriad of other things. I haven't actually looked at the forecast, but in general...
It's a little dodgy.
Yeah, is it?
Yes.
Okay, in general, when the roof is closed, it adds to the speed. So one thing that's stuck in my mind is that when they did an analysis of Roger, he had a match that was halfway through and they closed the roof, and his first serve speed was 5 miles an hour faster with the roof closed than the roof open. So I think that would help Venus. I think it would just amp up that speed.
Agreed. So women's final today, of course, Venus Williams taking on Garbine Muguruza. There's their head-to-head. Venus Williams 3-1. Muguruza won their last meeting. But Craig, there's actually 3 matches today on center court in the men's doubles final. It's Lucas Kuba and Marcelo Melo. Wow. Marcelo is the new world #1 come Monday. They take on Oliver Marek and Mate Pavic. That's to be followed by the women's doubles final. Angel Chan and Monica Niculescu taking on the Olympic champions Ekaterina Makarova and Elena Vesnina. So obviously we're all waiting for that women's final at 2 p.m.
Yes.
But we've got quite the program of tennis on center court
and there's
today.
some players there, some names that you wouldn't expect to see in a Grand Slam final. So congratulations on having such a wonderful tournament.
All right, Craig, we're going to dip in here to some social media. Yesterday, the Formula One driver, he was just over there on the roof. Nico Rosberg, he was also in the Royal Box, hanging out, got to meet Roger Federer after. He's very well dressed there, Craig. You've got that same suit, don't you?
I didn't bring it to the championships this year. It wasn't part of my A-list suit repertoire.
Yeah. Nico Rosberg saying it was a magical experience here. Now, we just mentioned these 2 women, both Elena Vesnina and Katerina Makarova. They won Olympic gold for Russia in Rio, winning in that doubles final, and now they've got a chance here to win at Wimbledon. Simona Halep wishing Monica Niculescu bravo, good luck in the women's doubles final.
Nice.
And then Elena Vesnina lost in mixed doubles. Now, this is another thing, if we jump out of here just for a second, Craig, this is a match that's happening tomorrow, and there's your British hopes. Jamie Murray pairing with Martina Hingis, and the defending champions Heather Watson playing with Henri Kontanen from Finland. That's a great mixed doubles final.
That really is. That's fantastic. Now, Kontanen and Watson won it last year.
They're defending champions, correct. Yeah.
Well, I mean, Great Britain is going to be very happy with the result either way.
Well, and here's the match that Elena Vesnina tweeting about. This was yesterday on #1 court, 6-3 in the 3rd set. That was a great win for Watson and Kontanen. Obviously, there it is. You can find that video on Wimbledon.com, some highlights from this match. I'm told it was a very high-quality affair. 2nd set tiebreak, and then 6-3 in the 3rd. Yesterday in the Royal Box, Craig, one of your favorites, Jude Law, hanging out with Bear Grylls.
I like Bear. You know,
He's your favorite.
Yeah, Bear's my favorite there. You know, I watch a lot of Bear. I'm a big fan.
I would think that. That doesn't surprise me, Craig.
Did you actually see my my Twitter? I actually went camping for 3 days right before I came to Wimbledon.
Did you?
Yeah, I took my little boy
You survived.
out in the wild in Texas. We had a couple of nights, 3 days. It was fantastic.
Now, Bear Grylls actually, he had Roger Federer on one of his episodes. I think it was last fall when Federer was taking some time away. So if you haven't seen that, Google it, or however you use the internet, you can track that down. And again, this was another moment here. A lot of people in the crowd. Rod Laver, of course. Eddie Jones, a rugby captain for a long time here in England. And then Sachin Tendulkar was
Tendulkar. That's okay.
Thank you.
You got an Aussie here. Don't worry about it. I got you covered.
Oh, I'm trying. You know, us Americans, we don't know our cricket very well.
Sachin wasn't too bad. He wasn't too bad.
You're too nice to me, and a lot of tennis royalty. Come on, there's Rod Laver. I at least know how to say Rod Laver, Rocket Rod, in the crowd yesterday.
Now, do you remember,
in the Royal Box.
I brought up one stat that had Rod Laver in it.
Yeah.
Do you remember what that was? Do you remember when I made
Rod
mention
Laver.
of Rod
Well,
Laver?
he won the Grand Slam. What was your stat? I don't remember.
It had to do, we talked about players have never, there's no player that has a winning record in our sport after they've lost the first set. But #1 at 49%, as close as it gets, is Rod Laver.
Really? Yeah. I was actually looking at the come from behind stats today for Muguruza and for Venus Williams, because if you lose the first set, it's very hard to come back, obviously. And Muguruza 8-15 in her career, Venus 25-48. Those aren't bad.
Now, hang on, 8-15.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
That's pretty good, right? And 25-48 is okay. So that's when you drop the first set. But Rod Laver, you're saying, was the best 49%.
On the ATP Tour.
Okay, so now we want to dip into this video. We've already shown it today on the Wimbledon channel, but I want to show it over and over again because, Craig, it's gotten almost 3 million views in less than 24 hours on social media.
Fantastic.
And I don't know if you've seen this yet, but let's roll video here. It's Kim Clijsters, Renee Stubbs, Andrea Jaeger, and Conchita Martinez, and this gentleman.
I have not seen this.
Okay, so this gentleman's invited out on court. Here he comes. But then Kim Clijsters brings him one of her skirts.
Well, it is, it is all white here.
Yes,
at the All England Club.
Andrea Jaeger helping him there, holding him up. Kim Clijsters getting it on. Kim's laughing here. She falls to the ground, but he's going to get that skirt and a shirt on.
That is impressive.
He was ready. He was ready. Clijsters to serve. Return. Craig, it's in. Stubbsy back to him. Oh,
a little
so
too much
close.
chop. I'd like to see him hit through that backhand a little bit more.
But look at Kim Clijsters, and there was so much talk on social media about this moment yesterday. Let's dip into some of that chatter on social media. Can you hit your lower?
Absolutely.
There we go. Back to the social, back to that hashtag.
Yeah.
And Craig, look at this on social media. Just a lot of people loving that moment. Kim Clijsters saying, thank you. This was actually Kim Clijsters giving a fan a high five yesterday in the crowd. There was all sorts of things happening on number 3 court, but look at this, Craig. Kim Clijsters just catapulted herself to one of my favorite people on earth today for that skirt moment.
Super
Watching
nice.
Kim Clijsters and the gentleman, that was priceless. Someone calling it the best match of the tournament so far. Look at this. Best match of the fortnight. Couldn't stop laughing, Kim Clijsters. Those are, I think that's why, you had Mansour Barami up here the other day.
Wasn't he wonderful?
That's why they play the invitational doubles. Obviously, they're playing great tennis, but it's for the fun moments like that, too.
Yeah, it is. Now, when I watch them, there's been quite a few of those matches right here. Some of them are very competitive, and the guys are going at it, and some are a little bit lighter, and both work.
Now today, a young girl named Rebecca Jones is going to get the chance to toss the coin. She's here sort of with this honor, and she was on center court earlier today with charity Children in Need, and look at her meeting Rufus.
Yeah.
Have you done the Rufus meet and greet?
Yeah, I've done Rufus, and when I go in for my 9 a.m. coffees on center court,
Every
catching
day.
up with Grant Canton, the head groundsman here. Rufus is quite often flying around and doing a great job of just making sure all the pigeons stay away for a little bit.
All right, so more celebs in the Royal Box yesterday. Katherine Jenkins, the music star, the singer. And then who else, Craig? Tell me who that is.
Sachin Tendulkar.
Tendulkar.
That
not
just
going
doesn't
well.
sound right. You know what? Once we
McCarville's
get
out.
off camera, I'll give you a little coaching. We'll put the bat nice and straight. I'll teach you to keep a straight bat, and then when it goes wide,
I did go
straight through to the keeper.
I did go to a big bash at the MCG in Melbourne this year.
Wonderful.
My first ever cricket, do you call them matches?
Yeah.
Wow, I'm really digging myself deeper and deeper in on this hole. Bear Grylls there, a little selfie yesterday, right before he had the chance to go to the Royal Box.
Yes.
It was pretty cool for him.
Yep.
Nice moment, and obviously a big moment for Marcelo Melo getting to world number 1 this tournament. He'd obviously like to get to that Wimbledon title today when he and Lucas Kubat take to the court, but great moment for him in ATP doubles too, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, very cool. These two Russians into the women's doubles final, and then Heather Watson and Henry Kontanen trying to defend their title, taking on Martina Hingis and Jamie Murray. Now, Anna Whiteley actually just caught up with Heather Watson, so let's check in with Anna.
We're here with the lovely Heather Watson. Heather, another fantastic Wimbledon for you in the mixed doubles. But first of all, we talk about your final. It is the women's single final day, a huge day for women's tennis. What do you make of the lineup?
I think it's absolutely brilliant having Garbinier play against Venus. They're both playing such great tennis. Obviously, it's great to have Venus back in the final after quite a few years, and I know she loves it here at Wimbledon especially. And Garbinier, I've watched actually a lot of her matches, and she's just looked really on form. So I think it's going to be a really entertaining final today.
We're all so excited about it. But for you as a young tennis player, when you look up to someone like Venus, as she is just defying the age limit, she's pushing the boundaries, how can you explain that form of talent?
I mean, it's absolutely incredible. I was talking about it with, I can't remember, one of the players the other day, and just for her to just continue playing after all these years. And I mean, her and Serena I looked up to when I was younger, and I've come to Wimbledon and seen her play on centre court as like a 10-year-old. So it's incredible and just so great for the game and encouraging everyone to play longer.
She is almost just like another breed of human. How do you stay that fit? I mean, pushing into 40 years old now.
I mean, I don't know, so I'm going to go ask her and get some tips.
Well, a huge match for you tomorrow into the finals alongside Henry. You guys seem to be bouncing off each other so well this year.
It's like kind of we picked up where we left off last year, and I really enjoy playing with him, and obviously he's an amazing player, but he's also so fun to be on the court with, and we get on really well.
And your opponents, of course, Jamie Murray and Martina Hingis. What an absolute treat that is going to be on centre court. I imagine the crowds will be wild.
I hope so. I hope it's a full crowd and everybody gets involved.
And to top last year and to defend your title, what a huge achievement that would be.
It'd be incredible. I really hope it can happen that way, but we've got a really tough task ahead.
Heather, best of luck. Thank you for stopping to chat. All the best.
Thank you.
Welcome along to the Wimbledon channel for live coverage of the championships on day 12 here at the All England Club. It's ladies finals day, but unfortunately, as you can see there on the hill, a big hello to everyone watching there, but you're under a lot of umbrellas and covers and rain jackets as well, but the party's still going out there watching the big screen. Unfortunately, as you can see, the rain is coming down pretty heavily. We've had a couple of showers earlier on today that were quite light. They didn't cover the courts, but as you can see there, they've started to cover the courts because the rain is coming down heavier and heavier in this part of southwest London. The forecast was that we might avoid it, that the rain would pass alongside Wimbledon and we wouldn't have to have too many breaks in play on the outside courts, but unfortunately the slightly heavier rain has now hit and the covers are on. No problem for the ladies final, of course, because the roof, as you saw from that wide shot just there, is now on centre court, so they are dry inside there and there won't be any problems for the start time, 2 o'clock local for that ladies singles final, Garbina Muguruza up against Venus Williams. Delighted to say, under our cover here, above court number 8, in the shadow of centre court, away in the distance, myself, Adam Hunt, here on the Wimbledon channel, alongside 7-time Grand Slam champion Mats Wilander. Mats, we're going to turn our attention, I suppose, away from the ladies singles final today and start by looking at tomorrow's match, the men's singles final, Roger Federer up against Marin Cilic. Let's talk about Roger Federer first. Just how impressive has he been so far here at Wimbledon?
I mean, amazing. The same, he's keeping the same level up as he did in the Australian Open. Much easier, I think, to do this on a hard court, especially a quick hard court in Australia. But he looks so fresh. He's moving so well. I mean, everybody talks about his backhand for sure, but his serve, and we have to remember, he doesn't serve close to as hard as these guys that were still left in the semi-final. Sam Querrey is usually up in the 130s. Marin Cilic as well. Thomas Berdych was pushing it, but Federer is sort of 115, and he wins his service game so comfortable, but just the hands and the anticipation that he has. Look at this backhand here. I mean, it's obnoxious. Some of the stuff he does on a tennis court is, how do you practice that? I don't think he's ever hit a shot like that.
Just not cricket, as we say here in England.
No, he's
one thing that was really interesting I noticed yesterday was this was actually, even though it was a straight sets victory, pretty close match. First 2 sets went to a tiebreak. Berdych was giving it his all, playing well, but Federer, as well as being brilliant in terms of his shots and his movement, he was mentally resilient as well.
Yeah, he was. I mean, both tiebreakers, he ran off with a lead, and just a little bit too good for Berdych when things got close. But Federer, because he can do so many different things, it doesn't really matter what position he's on the court and what shot he has to hit. He comes up with it, and his creativity and his hand skills are so far ahead of other players, especially on the grass court. And Thomas Berdych, yeah, exactly. He's a big threat. Obviously, he's beaten Federer 6 times before, and 18-6 was a head-to-head, and that's most probably the worst sort of head-to-head for Roger Federer, apart from against Nadal, Djokovic, and Murray.
And he had a win against him at Wimbledon, albeit a little while ago, back in 2010, but he'd beaten him on that court in a big match, so that would have helped him. The interesting thing about Federer as well was the way that he was utilising a good variety of shots from the baseline, because he was playing a play. It was was almost quite a good preview for the final, really, because Berdych, he's a big guy, hits the ball hard and flat from the baseline, which is quite similar to Cilic's game.
No, it is very similar. Cilic has a little bit more topspin on the forehand, potentially, and he might serve a little bit better, at least these days. But, yeah, a good practice match for Federer, if you will. But I mean, he said it in his own press conference before the match that these guys are big ball strikers, all of the three in the semi-final, and I have to carve my way around the tennis court with different spins and slices, and so he's prepared for it. He knows how to play against these big guys because most players play a similar style to Marin Cilic and of course Thomas Berdych yesterday.
Very interesting. Plenty more from Mats Wilander to come here on the Wimbledon channel, but let's hear a bit from that press conference. Roger Federer speaking to the press yesterday.
Roger, you've beaten quite a few bigger guys this week. You beat a big guy today. You've got a real giant to face on Sunday. Do you feel like you're doing your bit for all us short guys everywhere?
Yeah, I mean, look, everybody's growing, everybody's getting tall. I wonder how the game's going to be like in 50 years, you know? It's going to be like we got to raise a net or something, or shorten push the lines in a little bit. Yeah, no, it was a good match, and he's got power, and so has Marin, so I'm in for a tough one. Plus, we had a great one here last year, and also at the US Open, he played unreal there against me, so I know it's going to be tough.
And you seem to take, you said you were looking forward to the challenge of using different tactics to beat these bigger guys.
Yes, look, Sunday's going to be a different day. We don't know quite the conditions yet. We'll see when I go warm up how things are. That's going to help me to prepare even better. But, you know, of course, I'm going to try to play within myself. I have to play offensive myself, because if you give Marin now time on the ball, you know, he can finish points nicely. And the court is still playing quite fast, so it helps me on my serve, but it also helps him. So I'm sure it's going to be a close match. So.
You haven't dropped a set, but did you feel that was the toughest opposition you've had so far?
I just have to go through the matches. Yeah, I mean, I thought it was close, you know, even though I feel like it reminded me of the matches that I've had, you know, this tournament on some occasions, you know, there were chances. For the opponent, I was able to come up with the goods when it mattered. The breakers, I played good in the breakers, or at least used. If my opponents didn't play well in the breakers, I was able to close it out, and you know, never played with any sense of panic, which is so important when it gets to crunch time. So yeah, it was the toughest match, and I guess so. Yes, it was close, and I'm happy I won all these big points today.
Yeah, you're watching the Wimbledon channel. As you can see there, the rain's still coming down here at SW19. Not quite as heavy as it was just a few minutes ago, but the covers are still on. Some of the umbrellas are now starting to go away. But we are looking forward to the ladies singles final a little bit later, 2 o'clock local time, so in less than 2 hours now it'll be played out on that big screen there. Everyone on the hill will be watching on as Garbina Muguruza takes on Venus Williams, the 5-time champion here at Wimbledon. But Mats Wilander and I are continuing our preview to the men's singles final tomorrow. Just quickly before we get into Marin Cilic, Mats, eagle-eyed viewers listening to that press conference will have noticed a slight change in, or a nasal tone to Roger Federer's voice there. Why is that?
Because he is suffering a little bit from a sinus problem, or maybe a slight sinus infection. We just overheard Darren Cahill and Todd Woodbridge here for Channel 7 in Australia, and I was listening in, and Darren Cahill obviously is one of the most informed people, or coaches, obviously, coaching Simona Halep in the world, and he is obviously in the men's locker room, and so he noticed that Roger Federer has been taking treatment for a sinus problem or sinus infection.
How much of an issue could that be? And I'm sure he's been helped massively by the fact that his matches so far have been relatively short. He hasn't had that physical test out there too much.
Well, first of all, on grass, you don't really play these long rallies where you run out of breath. That's for sure. But sometimes when you have a little injury, you're a little bit sick, I think it gets you to focus even more, because you don't want to stay out there too long, and you're not gonna give away points, and the moment becomes more important, I think. So I don't think that, if anything, it might help him. Sounds strange, but it's not going to hurt him.
No, absolutely. Beware the wounded animal. Let's have a look at Marin Cilic. He played very, very well as well yesterday. A good performance from him. He had to work, I would say, much harder than Roger Federer to get through his semi-final, because Sam Querrey, a great opportunity for him. He knew that to get to his first Grand Slam final, but Cilic was just about able to withstand that pressure from the American.
Yes, he was, and the first set was very well played by both players, of course, and got to a tiebreaker, and then we had that uncomfortable incident where there was an older lady who actually fainted, and Cilic at 6-all in the tiebreaker itself in the first set. He missed his first serve, but he got another first serve because there was about 2 minutes that went by. So bad luck for Sam Querrey. But then Cilic literally shanked 2 backhands and gave Querrey the first set. But in the match against Jill Muller, he lost the first set as well. Marin Cilic came back and won the second in a tiebreaker. Same thing against Sam Querrey. So Marin Cilic, his mindset is really good. He's focused. He's emotionally engaged. There was a couple of times when his shoulder sort of slumped a little bit, but I think he's a different player. He's not playing as freely as he did when he won the US Open in 2014, because that was actually ridiculous kind of tennis. He was just going for everything and it went in. Here he's playing more within himself. He's very aggressive. He's moving great, and his return of serve is much better than it used to be.
He's been working with Jonas Bjorkman, a man you, of course, know very, very well. He told us yesterday when Anna Whiteley spoke to him that he's been trying actively, obviously working on his game on court, but also the way he projects himself and getting a little bit more pumped up. We saw it when he won the match point. He punched the air. It was almost more animated we've ever seen Marin Cilic. Has that helped him being a little bit more up for it?
I think it helps him to be more aggressive in the actual rally, because you get your juices flowing and you keep that positive mindset. Or sometimes the angry mindset is not bad if you can channel your anger. And I mean, we've seen that with so many players over the years. And I don't know if Rafael Nadal is slightly angry when he plays tennis, but that's the kind of body language you would like to have. And Marin Cilic, like I said, he was able to do that through nearly the whole match. There was a few times, especially when he lost that first set. Early on in the second set, he was kind of shaking his head, walking a little bit slower. So he cannot afford to have any emotional lapses against Roger Federer, because Roger Federer, when you give him a finger, he takes the whole hand, and especially in the beginning of sets. That's when these great champions are the most dangerous. Yes, they play their best tennis, people think, when they get into a tiebreaker, but I actually don't think so. I think they play the same, and it's the other guy that falls off. But it's early in sets when the other player is sort of hibernating. That's when Roger Federer, Rafa Nadal, Andy Murray, that's when they know they need to pounce.
As we know, earlier on in Cilic's career, grass was, in terms of the slams, grass was his his least favourite surface. His worst results of the 4 slams always seem to come here at Wimbledon. In terms of the last few years, is he the most improved, or one of the most improved grass court players you've seen?
Absolutely, yeah. I coached Paul-Henri Mathieu in 2008, and he ran into Marin Cilic then, and yeah, I thought, wow, this guy is really dangerous, but then he didn't really do much. But we also have to remember, it's the 4th year in a row that he's gotten to the quarterfinals, and of course now he's in the finals, and he's always done well at Queens, or the last couple of years at least. So I think the serve that Goran Ivanisevic has changed from a really high ball toss and from more of a kicking first serve, sort of a better version of his second serve. Now suddenly his serve is a serious weapon. He can hit it flat. He can also use that slice serve. It's much easier to hit a slice serve with a lower ball toss. And we've seen that, of course, with Goran Ivanisevic. And even Thomas Berdych is serving better these days because he worked with Goran Ivanisevic. So Marin Cilic's serve is up there now among the best in the world.
You know Bjorkman very well. How does he feel about coaching Marin Cilic? What's he like to work with?
Well, he's so excited. I mean, first of all, he's a great guy. He's one that most probably overachieved a little bit. He's very talented. He's a great athlete and one of the best service returns in the game. Of course, he won the Wimbledon title in doubles with Todd Woodbridge a couple of times. So great volleyer as well. And everything that Marin Cilic needs to improve seems to be Jonas Bjorkman's strength. And on top of that, the body language of Jonas Bjorkman was excellent because, again, David Ferrer, great body language. Jonas Bjorkman, great body language. Leighton Hewitt, great body language. And what do they have in common? Not maybe the most talented tennis players, but they got the most out of their game. And if Marin Cilic can get the most out of his game, wow, then he's getting there.
We'll try and get a Mexican wave going on the hill in just a few moments' time. But firstly, let's hear from Marin Cilic. We saw on match point, he punched the air. He was delighted with that victory over Sam Querrey. Let's hear his thoughts in his press conference.
My mental toughness was extremely on a high level. You know, considering that both of us played amazing tennis in the first set, you know, the level was absolutely unbelievable from both ends, and then just to come short in that tiebreak. I was 4-1 up, and Sam made a few good points. I was a little bit unlucky on a few challenges, lost that set, but managed to regroup and felt that mentally in critical situations I was really good, even having a breakdown in that 4th set. Managed to turn it around, and I would say played throughout the match really high level. For if it's gonna be Roger, you know, over here in Wimbledon, I believe this is his home court, place where he feels the best and knows that he can play the best game. And obviously, I have to. I'm gonna look back as well. 12 months ago, I was, you know, 1 point away from winning a match over here against him, and you know, definitely, I believe that. If I'm going to be playing him, in my own abilities to get through and to win it. And but I still know that it's a big mountain to climb. Roger is playing maybe one of his best tennis of his career at the moment, having a great season. So I know it's going to be a huge challenge, but I believe I'm ready. I would say that, you know, looking at his game just fits really nicely and I would say maybe almost perfectly for grass with his style of play. And I feel that, you know, especially on the center court and on the grass courts, he's really fluid with his shots, playing aggressive tennis. And he's got that natural ability with his movement that he can play fast, he can accelerate and decelerate as well. And I believe, you know, grass is just suited for him really nicely and perfectly for his kind of game. Would mean absolutely a world to me. You know, I feel that when I won the U.S. Open in 2014, it, you know, just opened so many possibilities in my mind for the rest of my career, and you know, to be able to do it again would definitely mean, I would say, even more, because I know how much it meant for me to win that first one, and you know, it would be absolutely a dream come true to win Wimbledon here.
All white clothing has been worn at Wimbledon since the tournament began in 1877. Since then, styles have changed and evolved. But to us, the all-white rule isn't just about fashion, it's about letting the tennis and the players stand out. Everyone who steps on a Wimbledon court, from reigning champion through to qualifier, does so wearing white. That's a great leveller. If a player wants to get noticed, they need to do so through their play. That's a tradition we're rather proud of.
Well, I'm joined by an absolute legend here, Michael Johnson, 4 Olympic gold medals, 8 World Championship titles, a world record which is not still standing. That got taken last year in 2016, but still legend all the same. Michael, firstly, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. Things are good. I'm here at Wimbledon, so I'm good. Enjoying not great weather right now, but looking forward to the match for sure.
And what brings you to London? I know there's a big athletics meeting in a few weeks. One just started last night, but what does bring you to London apart from Wimbledon?
Just a little bit of work, and yeah, Wimbledon today, Formula One tomorrow, just a little bit of nice weekend of sport. Yeah, so yeah, just hanging out.
And you'll obviously, I'm guessing, be working at the World Championships. When you're there, what event do you love to watch? Is it still the 400 and 200 for you?
Absolutely, 400 and 200. All of the sprint events are always great. The great thing about athletics, though, it's, you know, the competition is fantastic. So I'll watch any race, any event at the Athletics Championship. So I'm absolutely looking forward to it. Back here in London again, 5 years on from 2012. So it should be fantastic.
And what will it mean for London to host an amazing event again post-Olympics at the Olympic Park?
Well, London did a fantastic job of hosting the Games in 2012, hosting the Olympic Games. This will be, I think, another great opportunity for us to see some fantastic athletics. This is a championship after the Olympics, so it's always an opportunity to see, you know, those stars who emerged last year in Rio, whether they can sustain that. This will be that first big test.
And how special will it as well for the likes of Usain Bolt, the legend like yourself, and Mo Farah to bow out at the London Stadium there?
Yeah, it's special for the fans. It's a tremendous amount of pressure for those guys. I mean, I give them both a tremendous amount of credit, having won multiple championships, Olympic, world, and to still come here and put themselves on the line. You know, everyone will want to, all of their competitors will want to say, yeah, I beat Mo Farah or Usain Bolt, you know, at the Olympic Games, at the World Championships, rather, at their last championship. And for Bolt, it would be, you know, going out after he's done nothing but win. It would be very, very disappointing for him and a huge accolade for someone to say, you know, I sort of spoiled the record of gold medals in a perfect streak.
Well, both won't want that to happen. I know I watched Mo Farah last week at the anniversary games. He said this is still his happy hunting ground. He still hasn't lost there, and he won't be giving up easy, will he?
No, he won't. I just heard just yesterday about a workout that he just did earlier this week. He's in Spain right now, training at high altitude, and I just heard about a workout that he did that just, you know, let me know that he is absolutely ready and giving up nothing, and he will come into that championships, barring anything that happens between now and the next few weeks, absolutely ready to go.
Absolutely. Let's just kind of like talk a bit about athletics and tennis, if there are any similarities. I just want to know, before a final, obviously you went to quite a lot of finals, you go into the cool room, the athletes here, they do the champions walk. How did you kind of keep your concentration there and keep focus, and what will be going through the minds of the two ladies in the final today?
Yeah, that is a tremendous amount of pressure at that moment when it's just the last moments before you go out onto the field of play or onto the track. Tremendous amount of pressure, very intense. I guess I'm sort of weird because that is the one thing that I miss more so than anything else, is that moment of anticipation just before, because that's where many races, in my case, could be won or lost, because that's when mentally you've got to be absolutely, you got to get yourself emotionally in the right state. You got to control the emotions, control the nerves, and get yourself into the right sort of, state to go out there and produce your best performance despite what your competition might do, right? But they're right there in close proximity to you, so you've got to try to keep yourself from thinking about them, focusing on them, and especially in athletics, because I'm in my own lane. I can't do anything about what that athlete does, and they can't do anything to affect my race.
Do you think Venus's years of experiences and all the finals that she's taken place and obviously won will kind of stand her in better stead than Garbine, who's only been in the final 3 times and won once?
That ordinarily I'd say yes. The difference is also, though, it's been a while for Venus since she's been in a final. So, you never forget that. She's got years of experience. I think that, she has all of that experience behind her, but I think that there is a little bit of pressure on Venus as well because of the opportunity. It's the opportunity that creates the pressure. If Serena was still playing this year, then maybe Venus would feel a little less pressure, coming through this, but she sort of took over as the favorite. And now there's this opportunity after so many years, 10 years, to come back and win a Grand Slam final, win Wimbledon again. And that's something that she will want, and that's the pressure that comes from within, regardless of what any of us might expect or want for her. She wants that, and that creates the pressure. But I think she can handle it.
Well, she'll be the oldest person in Open era history to win a slam if she does it later on today. And you're someone that kind of defied odds before. You won the 200 metres and 400 metres in '96. No one thought it was possible. Is it going to be possible for Serena to kind of change sport as you have done in the past?
I think that, I think, Venus, you mean, right? I think that Venus will be able to, take the experience that she has, take this opportunity, and, I normally wouldn't say this, but I think for her, I would say in this particular situation, if she goes out there and just, takes the approach of, I'm just going to go out and enjoy it, right? Play this the best I possibly can, take every opportunity, minimize mistakes and errors. I think that, she'll be fine, but she will have to sort of take that approach of, I'm just going to go out and enjoy it. I've gotten this far. It's a great opportunity. Go out and enjoy being out there, being at center court, again. But she'll have to balance that with, I know she's going to go in that when she's walking, doing that walk, she's going to be thinking, I want to be the last one standing, right?
Absolutely. And Michael, what else will your day hold here at Wimbledon? Obviously, you're going to go in there and watch her on centre court, but what else do you get to experience when you come down here to the All England Club?
Get to drink, eat, hang out with friends, and and watch some great tennis.
All the things you couldn't do when you were running back in the day.
I couldn't do as much.
Oh, like that.
It's all about the balance, right? It's all about balance and moderation. I can have less moderation now.
Perfect. Well, enjoy your day here and then have a great time at the World Championships. Thank you so much, Michael.
Thank you.
6-2, 7-6.
Venus Williams is in the final again, the 6th time, and it'll be the 12th time she's appeared in a major final. Stunning performance.
Game, set, match, Miss Williams.
Venus Williams still unbeaten in semi-finals at Wimbledon. Is through to her 7th final. Absolute delight.
There it is this time. The arms aloft in the celebration. It is Williams, Venus Williams, who is back in the Wimbledon final after so many years. For Konta, it ends here.
Yes, who will win in 2017, the ladies' singles final, just over an hour away on centre court. But the rain, unfortunately, still coming down. It's got slightly heavier, as you can see from all of those umbrellas out on Henman Hill. But some very hardy fans there, perhaps enjoying their lunch, having a picnic and watching the action on the big screen on the side of court number 1. But a really interesting final to preview, Matt. We'll start by looking at Venus Williams. She's been so impressive so far, particularly given what she had to deal with in the run-up to Wimbledon, the incident that happened before Wimbledon. Do you think that her matches and being on centre court in the big arenas have been able to take her away from what's going outside of tennis for her?
Well, it seems like it to me, because during that first match, she seems to be in a completely different mood. She came into the press conference and she was all in tears, and that's not the Venus Williams that beat Johanna Konta in the semi-finals. I thought she was very focused, nearly intimidated Johanna Konta in different ways. Before the match, she waited in her chair a little bit longer, and not intimidating in a bad way, but she was sort of in her bubble. And we know that the Williams sisters can do that better than any other female player that I've ever seen. And then the way she played against Johanna Konta was yeah, it was so impressive, especially at 4-all. She was down a couple of break points, and she hit 1 second serve at 106 miles an hour, right at the body of Jo Konta, who had to get out of the way. And from that point, it was smooth sailing, 6-4, 6-1.
Absolutely. Those pictures of them playing around there is down at Orangi at the practice court, so they're just waiting for the all clear to put the nets back up and get it up and running again. Head down there and practice. So the rain is coming down. It's not as heavy as it once was, but it's still heavy enough to mean that some of the covers are on around the grounds. The umbrellas are still up. For Venus Williams, what's the key in this final against Garbine Muguruza? Because Muguruza, she's a great baseline player. She hits the ball very hard. What's Venus going to focus on?
Well, I think she's going to try and push Garbine Muguruza backwards. And I do see similarities between Muguruza and the way Jo Konta plays. They play really close. Good
practice then, wasn't it, the semi?
The perfect practice, because they play really close to the baseline. Muguruza is trying to be the aggressor, but she doesn't hit the ball as hard as Venus. So if Venus can get that first strike in, it's going to skid through the grass court, and it's going to be difficult for Muguruza to be aggressive and to have that kind of court position. Plus, the serve of Venus Williams, when that's on, I mean, it's all as good as Serena Williams' serve. It's just not quite as consistent, but just, I mean, the movement on grass as well. She moves so well. Of course, you know, those long legs shouldn't necessarily help you on a grass court, but she's so stable and balanced, and she can cover the court most probably better than any woman in the world, still at 37 years old.
She has that huge wingspan as well. These were pictures slightly earlier when there was a bit of a break in the weather. There was no rain around earlier on today at SW19, so good timing really for the players out on the practice courts because they were able to get a full session in without too many breaks. But the thing with watching Venus Williams, also her wingspan on that, particularly on the forehand side, she can just cover so much ground with the fact that she's big and can run around and get to a lot of shots that way with her speed, but also how far she can reach. It almost reminds me of some of the men players like Del Potro with a huge wingspan.
Marin Cilic yesterday, same thing. Yeah, I think that's the big difference with Venus Williams here, and of course also Serena, but maybe Venus more so, that she can defend, and she's going to go for her shot. She's going to play aggressive tennis, but in the back of her mind, she can also fall back a little bit, and she can cover the court, and it's very difficult to hit through Venus Williams on any court. So she's obviously full of confidence too, and that's important because the last time she made 2 Grand Slam finals in 1 year was in 2003, and now she of course lost in the Australian Open final to Serena, so that is going to help her, that she's playing well. She was in the finals there. Now the other stat that it maybe not so good is that the last time she won a Grand Slam title was here in 2008. Garbiñe Muguruza 2016, and the finals here in 2015. Of course, she won the French Open in 2016, Muguruza. So she's fresher. She's more, I think, ready. She's been at the top for a few years now. Whereas Venus has sort of been in and out of it, and she's returned to the top now. But I'm not sure what kind of nerves these guys have when they get on the center court. Of course, Venus has way more experience, but again, she hasn't been there of late.
Before we turn our attention to Muguruza, just one thing about Venus. She is occasionally prone, and she has been throughout her whole career, to the odd completely off day where she just doesn't bring her A game, and it's hard to see really why that's happened. Is there any danger of that happening in a Grand Slam final, or is that just simply not going to happen today?
No, I think there's a danger that could happen for sure. Obviously, I think there was Michael Johnson that just spoke before, and he said, how many more chances does she have? And Serena is not here. This is, I mean, you would think at 37 years old, this is the last chance she has to win Wimbledon, although I hope she proves us wrong or prove me wrong. But that adds a little bit of pressure, I think, the fact that, oh, this could be the last one. But I would think she comes out and plays a great match. Her mindset's going to be really good, and we know her mindset's going to be great, I believe. And that's where it could differ from Garbiñe Muguruza, who's obviously feels like, wow, I'm in here again. I got a chance. It's not Serena. It's sort of the lesser of the two sisters in Venus, so and that could put a lot of pressure on Garbiñe as well.
Well, we've seen Venus at the practice course. This was Muguruza there a little bit earlier on. All black, apart from the visor there, and very, very focused. She's a focused player when it comes to practice. We watched her practice sessions throughout the tournament here, and she is so zoned in, isn't she, when she's on the court?
Yeah, and we just could see Conchita Martinez there showing Garbiñe what she should do in the backhand, kind of follow through, move into the court. And I think I see a different Muguruza here, and I don't know if it has anything to do with Conchita Martinez, or obviously she's speaking to Sam Sumek, who is her permanent coach. I know that they've been speaking every day. I know Conchita and them they have conference calls, and but Conchita Martinez won here in 1994, and that's going to give Muguruza a lot of confidence to know that she's the only other Spanish woman that has won the title, and that Spanish woman wants Muguruza to add her name to the title, because I think sometimes in certain countries, and I think there's some players that would maybe prefer to be the lone winner of big championships when they're from that country, because obviously their performance gets slightly diluted if there's another name added to it. I personally can't understand it, because nothing better happened to me than when Stefan Edberg started winning Grand Slams, some of them at the expense of me. But at least the media has somebody to talk to. Instead of me losing, they're talking to. So I think for Muguruza, this is a great confidence boost that Conchita is there helping her, pushing her, and the spirit that she's been in, Muguruza, during these championships has been different from before.
And that semi-final against Rybarikova, I know it wasn't against perhaps what you would argue is one of the top players in the world. Rybarikova had a great run here at Wimbledon, but to produce that performance, to win 6-1, 6-1, so impressive. It was a brilliant game plan.
It was a brilliant game plan, and yes, Rybarikova came out and was quite nervous, it seemed, but still, you have to hit the shots, and again, the way she hit the ball, Muguruza, it's 6-1, 6-1. That's going to give her a lot of confidence, and she's been pushed so hard in this tournament, and she has had an unbelievably tough draw. She beat Angelique Kerber, Caroline Wozniacki, Svetlana Kuznetsova, and then to get an easy match, I think that's just going to boost her confidence even more.
We're seeing the shots of the umbrellas up here, the rain's coming down. It looks like at least the start of the final is going to be under the roof. Which player is that going to help or hinder?
Well, I mean, I think the rule is if they start the match under the roof, they will finish the match under the roof. So, again, I think that favors Venus Williams a little bit because she hits the ball a little bit flatter and she's got that big serve, and it must be easier to serve when the roof is on.
Give us a sense for people who haven't been inside centre court when the roof is on, how different it is, because you've obviously been in there, and the sound, the way that the crowd looks, visually it's quite different, isn't it?
It's very different, and the sound makes a big difference because obviously the acoustics are great at Wimbledon centre court when the roof's open, but they completely change. You can hear the crowd, you can hear the sound of the ball, but what it does is because it's humid outside and because the roof is made out of some kind of fabric, yes, they do have an air conditioning system in there, but it will make it a little bit heavier because some moisture is going to be in the air. And now, who does that favor? Again, I feel like that favors Venus Williams. The heavier the balls are, the more it favors the person who hits the ball flat.
Well, there's a tremendous sense of occasion here on finals day at Wimbledon. It'll be Muguruza and Venus Williams taking centre stage inside centre court in a little while, just under an hour, but it's the band's turn at the moment. We can listen in to them. Brilliant, tremendous sense of occasion here on ladies' finals day at Wimbledon. Unfortunately, the weather isn't playing ball either, but that's not dampening the enthusiasm of everybody watching there on the hill. Plenty of ponchos up, umbrellas on as well, and blankets covering everybody. It is still quite warm, even though the rain's coming down, and we've got under an hour now until that final between Garbine Muguruza and Venus Williams, which will be on that big screen on the side of court number 1. Now let's continue our preview to that big match. Rachel's been catching up with the journalists to have a look at Muguruza against Venus Williams.
And with Eleanor Crooks, the tennis correspondent for the Press Association. Eleanor, okay, so it's ladies' finals day. It's Garbine Muguruza taking on Venus Williams, the younger versus the more experienced. Tell us what we should expect from this final today.
Well, a lot of hard hitting, I think, is the first thing to expect. I don't expect there'll be too many rallies. Both women really like first strike tennis. They like to go for it. Venus in particular has a fantastic serve, so that will be a big challenge for Muguruza, I think, today, is how well she can return the Venus serve. And for Venus, maybe the challenge is to move well enough to ensure that Muguruza doesn't hit too many winners.
And just tell us a little bit about Muguruza as well. She obviously got to the final back in 2015 to Serena, to Venus's sister, and then made the final and they went on to win last year's French Open. Do you think those two finals and winning one will stand her in a much better stead going into today?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's been an interesting sort of career for her already. She was on a big upward trajectory, as you say. She got to the final of Wimbledon, she won the French Open, and then all of a sudden, all the expectation that hit her. And yeah, she's really struggled for the last year. And, you know, everyone who saw her win that French Open was hailing her as the new queen of tennis. And it was all a little bit too much too soon. But I think she's got through that year. She's got through going through the defence of the French Open title. You know, it didn't go so well, but now she's come in here. There hasn't been so much pressure, and she showed again, you know, what a fantastic player she is. Particularly that match she played against Kerber, I thought was fantastic. So yeah, I think she'll be just a lot more mature simply for everything that she's been through in the last couple of years.
And she's got someone new in her camp as well throughout Wimbledon, Conchita Martinez, who obviously won back in 1994. Just tell us a little bit about her and what the relationship has done.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really interesting one, because Muguruza's coach is a guy called Sam Sumyik, but he's not here because he's back home for family reasons. And Conchita's come in. Conchita's the Fed Cup captain and the Davis Cup captain for Spain, so somebody who knows all the Spanish players very well. And yeah, and she seems to have done an amazing job. You know, Garbina was very keen yesterday to point out that it's not as simple as Conchita came in and all of a sudden she's playing well again. But she's somebody with fantastic experience, as you say. She's won Wimbledon before, and I think when you look at all the coaches that a lot of the men have hired who have been there and done it and won the Grand Slams, they do feel that having somebody that stood in those shoes does help them. And yeah, Conchita, she's certainly one of the most experienced people around tennis at the moment, so for sure that's not going to do Garbina any harm.
And let's just talk a little bit about age. So Garbina is 23, Venus is 37. Will age come into play at all here? Will the young kind of, I don't know, more physical body, I don't think that's probably what Venus would say, will kind of hold its own out there?
Yeah, I mean, you watch Venus and you can't believe that she's 37, but at some point, yeah, of course, you know, that has to play a part. I think if it does go to a long match, I think perhaps that could be something that comes into play. When Venus played Jo Konta in Miami in the semi-finals, I think, you know, you did start to see that maybe the extra youth that Jo had did help her, and so we could see that potentially with Garbina. I think it's slightly different on grass because it is a quicker surface, so the rallies aren't that long, and I think Venus will want to keep it short for sure. She won't want to get into a dogfight, but yeah, I think Venus, maybe the experience will prove more valuable to her than age will prove detrimental.
And just tell us a little bit about Venus and how impressed you've been with her. Did you expect her to get this far? If she does win today, she'll be the oldest person in the Open era to win a ladies title. Yeah, what's most impressed you about Venus?
Yeah, I did actually pick Venus to start with, just because of the experience that she's got. And when you look at the women's field, you know, it's so open, but I think grass is a surface where experience really does play a part. So I think it's not too surprising in some ways that she's come through, but I have to say the way she played against Jo did really surprise me. There were almost, you know, very few unforced errors, and we have got used to Venus over the years, you know, being a little bit error prone. She obviously can hit the fantastic winners and the fantastic serves, but she also made a lot of errors. But I think she's reined that in. She's playing a little bit more within herself with a little bit more margin for error, and that makes her really hard to beat. And I have to say she moved fantastically against Jo. You know, Jo really didn't manage to move her around enough to out-hit her at all. So yeah, I think all of those things have really impressed me.
And what will winning mean to both ladies in terms of rankings and obviously for their credentials?
Yeah, well, both will definitely be back in the top 10, whatever happens today. I mean, for Venus, I think she'll probably be a highest ranking, you know, for an awful lot of years. And for Venus, she's just battled away for so many years, hasn't she? She's had this condition, Sjogren's syndrome, which she's had to work out how to manage, and she's just gradually over the last sort of 5 or 6 years got better and got stronger again. And you know, she got to final in Australia, she got to the semi-final here last year. She's been close, but I mean, to win a Grand Slam Slam again for her 9 years after her last one, I'm sure would mean the world to her. And for Garbiñe, it would just be a sign that, you know, that what's happened over the last year, you know, that's not what's going to happen in the rest of her career. She is one of those players who can take over the mantle from the Williams sisters, and if she was to win here, that would be 2 slams in 2 years, and I think that would put her right at the top again of that next generation.
On different surfaces as well, which is pretty impressive, isn't it?
Well, yeah, on clay and grass, which you think traditionally of the most different surfaces. I mean, I know grass has slowed down a lot, so it has enabled players who maybe wouldn't have profited in the past to play well on grass. But I know she said that when she came here 2 years ago, she had no idea that she could get to the final because she didn't feel like she knew how to play on grass. But now she does. So yeah, for hard courts is now the challenge for her.
Perfect. Thank you so much for chatting to us, Eleanor, and we hope it's going to be an amazing match later on. And if it was a bit noisy, it's because it's raining, so we're in a corridor down here at the press centre, just trying to stay a little bit dry, aren't we?
Yeah, thank God for the roof.
Thank you very much.
Great stuff. Thanks, Rachel. Yes, the rain Rachel mentioned there is still coming down. Plenty of umbrellas up around the grounds. You can see there dark clouds over London and the rain coming down on the golf course just on the other side of the grounds here at SW19. On the hill, you can see each other on the big screens there, enjoying a picnic, some lunch ahead of the women's final, which begins in less than an hour's time now. About 45 minutes the players will be taking to centre court for the final. And it's Mats Wilander alongside me, Adam Hunt, here on the Wimbledon channel. If you do want to get in touch with us, you've got an opinion on the final, who's going to have the upper hand today, Muguruza or Venus Williams, you can find us on social media or on Twitter at Wimbledon channel. That's Wimbledon CHNL, or at Wimbledon, the official Twitter channel there as well. So if you have got an opinion on the final, who you think might win it, let us know and we'll pick through the best ones a little bit later. But Mats, which player do you think is going to go out onto the court most confident ahead of this final? I suppose it's a difficult question, really, but is Venus Williams going to be supremely confident because she's won here 5 times before, or is in the back of her mind going to be thinking, well, I haven't won this one for a little while, so can I do it again? And Muguruza, she's won the French Open title, but she hasn't been quite at her best since then. I'm sure people would agree. Who's going to be the most confident player walking out?
I would think that Venus Williams will have the slight edge there because she's been there before, even though she hasn't won since 2008. But I was reading up on the stats, and one really interesting stat is when both of these players win the first set in their career in a Grand Slam match, they win 95% of those matches. Now, on the other side of the coin, when they lose the first set, both of them come back 50% of the time to win the match. Right. And that's where these two differ to me. And of course, Venus and Serena are great at that. But Garbiñe Muguruza has that same mindset that the Williams sisters have had. And we heard that in the previous interview that she was sort of supposed to be the new queen of women's tennis. And I actually believe that Garbiñe Muguruza, to me, she has the slight edge because she's younger. I'm not sure she's hungrier, but I think that this, at some point, I believe Garbiñe Muguruza is going to start going to the top of the game again, and I think she will stay there for a long time, because now I think she's learned how to deal with being a Grand Slam champion. It's taken her a year, and now she's back playing her best tennis again, pretty much immediately after she didn't defend her French Open. So Garbiñe Muguruza, I think it's going to take a little bit of time to get into the match because of nerves and because of not knowing how well Venus Williams is playing, because she's playing as 37-year-old. I mean, you don't want that in your history. I lost the Wimbledon final to a 37-year-old, the oldest woman to win in 109 years. So I think that's going to be a bit nervy for Muguruza. But once she's in it, so the first 20 minutes goes to Venus, and then I think Garbiñe gets her sort of act together and will play her best tennis.
Picking up on that point, particularly in the ladies' finals, because it is only best of 3 sets, how important is a good start? Because we've seen it in the past where a player gets off to a bad start, slightly nervous, a few early mistakes, unforced errors, and the match is away from them before they can even think about changing it. How important is a good start for both of these players?
Our good start is obviously really important, especially with that stat where they win 95% of the time. But I have to be politically correct here and say that there's always talk about the equal pay in men and women, and there's a lot of critics that say, especially former men professional players, that say, well, we play 5 sets and the women only play 3 sets. Well, the difference is the stress level for a woman. When she goes out and plays the biggest match of her career and it's 2 out of 3 sets, that stress level before the match and in the beginning, you feel like you need to get a good start because you could quickly be down a set in the break and you haven't played for 45 minutes. And against Venus Williams, that could mean you have no chance to turn it around. So, yeah, the first set's going to be important. But again, I think that both players are mentally so strong that they will find a way to turn the momentum around. Now, if it's enough to win the match after losing the first set, you tell me, Adam.
I'm not the expert. Thanks, Mats. Plenty more from Mats to come here on the Wimbledon channel. But let's find out a little bit more what the players will be playing for today, the famous Venus Rosewater dish. Rachel's been finding out.
I'm in the Wimbledon Museum with Anna Renton, the Wimbledon Museum curator here at the All England Club, standing next to the ladies' singles trophy, which will be handed out on Saturday after that ladies' singles final between Garbine Muguruza and Venus Williams. Anna, thanks for joining us, and I just want to know a little bit more about the trophy, please. When was it first given out? Let's start with that.
So it was first awarded in 1886, which was actually 2 years after the ladies' singles competition had begun here at Wimbledon. But the champions from 1884, 1885, Maud Watson, she's been engraved onto the dish. So all of the names up until last year are on the dish, both the front and the back. And it's known as the Venus Rosewater dish. And then on the plinth below, we've got last year's champion, Serena Williams, and the names will carry on down there.
And you've obviously got this plinth now because the trophy, the Venus Rosewater dish, got too full. It's got so many names on it, hasn't it?
Yes, absolutely. So each champion is on there, and so yes, it became time to have to get a plinth. But that's great because now that's got us loads of extra space into the future.
And just tell us a little bit about the dish as well. What's it made out of, please?
So it's made of silver, but it's silver gilt, so you can see that it's got a lovely gold colour in some places.
And what's the design? Do you know a little bit about the design and what's actually on the dish amongst the names there?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a copy of a dish that's in the Louvre. And it's a rosewater dish, so it's a kind of Renaissance piece where rosewater was added to it and people would wash their hands in it after a meal. And it shows in the middle, the goddess in the middle is Temperance. And then around the outside there are gods and goddesses to represent the 4 elements, so earth, air, fire and water, and one of those is Venus. And then around the edge, the face is Minerva, and then the little panels are the 7 liberal arts.
Oh, so Venus is actually on there, so Venus could win this on Saturday. We'll have to wait and see, but they don't take this dish home, do they, after they win it?
No, so they're presented on court with the Venus Rosewater dish, but then they're given a 3/4 size replica which is engraved with their name to take home.
And who actually presents the trophy? Is it a different person each time, or is it always the same person presenting it?
Well, in recent years it's usually been the Duke of Kent who's presented the trophy on centre court. Presenting trophies on centre court is relatively recent. It's only sort of happened regularly since about the 1960s, and prior to that it would happen in the Royal Box.
And obviously it has got to get engraved. How quickly does it take from the winner being announced to it being engraved?
So the engravers work absolutely as quickly as possible. So they would probably be able to do it in about 30 minutes, I think. And over the course of Saturday, Sunday and into Monday, they will engrave up to 59 trophies.
59? That seems like a lot of trophies. Why is there so many to be engraved?
Well, there's all the different events, and then so there are the original trophies, then there are the replicas that the players will get to take away with them, plus the runners-up salvers. So it's a lot.
Absolutely. I think if you just have a look over Anna's shoulder, you can see the 2 replica trophies just up there, like the ones that the ladies will take home and the men's will take home this coming weekend when they've been crowned champions. Thank you so much, Anna.
Thank you.
There are huge expectations. Even though you've done it before, you're thinking anything can happen. Everyone wants to do the best they can. So you have to practice all the time, every week, pretty much every day, to get everything perfect. Everything's kind of exaggerated when you're on court. just before they serve, the noise just drops completely. It's really nerve-wracking. You can just feel your heart pounding. There's a huge amount of pressure out there. To maintain your composure in the face of everything that's going on, it's difficult. It's all about presenting yourself in the right way and being the best that you can be.
Ball boys and ball girls have been a crucial part of the Championship since 1977. Without them, the Championships definitely would not run as smoothly. And I'm joined by Annie and Caleb, who are ball boys and ball girls here at this year's Championships. But guys, you've been doing it a few years now, haven't you? Just tell us how long you've had this job or providing this service.
So this is my 3rd year now. Yeah.
And Caleb?
I've done it for 3 years as well.
3 years, okay, so you're kind of experts on the ball boy, ball girl front, but how did you get involved 3 years ago, Annie?
Well, you start off with your school stages, so our school puts us forward, so I'm at Sutton High, and then so you go on for your initial trial for me it was year 9, and then you work out if you get into the programme or not, and then when it's your first year you start training from about February and then onwards to the Championship.
And do your school get you involved because you're already a member of a tennis club or you have an interest in tennis? Tell me how it works.
I think our school sort of create the opportunity open for everyone, so even if you don't play tennis they still give you a chance to trial, and obviously if you meet the standards then you can go forward and trial at Wimbledon, so it's quite a fair, open thing.
And tell me about the standards then. I can imagine they're very high. What did you have to do to actually get selected?
So at our school we sort of started training in October to prepare for the trial in January, and I think once we sort of learned that, what at Wilson's we do is we sort of teach them things they don't need for the trial, just to give them that little bit of an edge. And I think the trial is just to show speed, confidence, and just to know what you're doing, and I think that's all you need, to be honest.
So you had to actually take part in a trial. What did you exactly have to do in that trial?
Well, you have to show on-court skills, so you'll do your feeding and rolling, and then also during play, so we'll have a match situation. But we also have to do written tests to show our knowledge of the games. So yeah, because we need to know the rules just as well as the players, if not better, because we need the balls at the right end and they want it fast.
How nerve-wracking was that trial for you?
It was really scary because it's your first time coming to Wimbledon, and we do it over in the cover courts, and you see Miss Goldson and all the other staff and you just realise it's real, like it's your chance to become a Wimbledon ball kid.
And what is the best thing about being a ball boy here at Wimbledon?
I've got to say it's the view, as in you don't get a much better view than on the court itself, and just nothing can trump that.
Absolutely. And Annie, I know Annie and Caleb have got different roles. So Annie, you are centre ball girl. Can you go and just run through what you have to do? We'll stand here and watch. So Caleb, just tell us what she's doing at the moment.
Yeah, so Annie is a centre, normally has to clear the court if the ball hits the net, and once she gets to the other end she rolls them down to where the bases are, who will be able to feed the players.
And very quickly, very proficient there. And then Caleb, you are, then what's she doing there? That's the little stance.
Okay, yeah, that stance is once she's rolled the ball, she just waits in position, ready to go again.
Always ready, aren't you, for anything? And then Caleb, you are a baseline ball boy. Would you go over there and show us exactly what you do, please?
Okay.
Annie, and talk us through what he's doing. Sprinting off there.
Yeah, so that you sprint on court. So he collects all the balls and he's going to feed the player. And it's very important to have your arms snap up. And then you do the no ball show there and you go back into stance.
Was that perfect?
Yeah, pretty good.
Got to be perfect to be a ball boy or ball girl here at Wimbledon. Nicely done, Caleb. Thank you very much. Let's stand back over here so I can carry on chatting to you. Annie, come back over. I just want to talk about best memories. Surely 3 years you've both been ball boy and ball girl here now. What match or what player has been the best highlight for you, Annie?
I would say probably my first year. I can't remember the match it was, but it was the first time I got on a show court. It was court 18, and we finished the match, and just the atmosphere was amazing, just hearing the crowd. So I think that was probably the best for me.
And Caleb, what was yours? Can you remember that far back? Which was your highlight?
I think my second year, so I did all of Serena Williams' games. Up to a final, I didn't do a final, but the best time was definitely doing men's final last year with Andy Murray. Yeah.
Blimmin' hell, that's quite a highlight, isn't it? And then maybe just tell everyone about a routine day, kind of when you get here in the morning to when you go home. What's your role for each day?
So I get a coach to Wimbledon. We get here about 10 o'clock and then we have a briefing, so just what we're going through for the day, and then about 10:30 the captains will go up to the board and check what court we're on, and then you'll roughly have a shift on and a shift off, so that's about an hour on or hour off.
So you don't actually stay on a court for the whole match?
No, so we change, like I said, an hour, and you'll be on different courts like all day, so you never really know.
Absolutely. It changed a little bit this year as well, didn't it, because the weather was so hot. Tell us about that, please.
So, of course, we had to wear those trendy, flappy hats, and our shifts went from 1 hour long to 45 minutes, just to sort of give everyone a chance. And I just think there was a bit more emphasis on just keeping cool, so we had bandanas to wear as well and plenty of extra water, so they look after us quite well.
And when you're here as well, when you're working at the championships, are you all kind of a family? Do you all live together? Do you all eat together? I guess it's quite like a close-knit family going on.
Yeah, well, I remember last year when it ended, I had no clue what to do with myself. I was like, I want to go back to Wimbledon, because we made like really good friends, and I must say like quite a few of my friends are through Wimbledon, and it's really good experience.
So if anyone wants to get involved, any aspiring ball boys or ball girls out there, just tell them the best part of the job.
The best part of the job?
The view you said already, but come on, must be better than that.
I guess meeting the players, you know, it's something you can say you've done that no one else can do, and they can't take away from you.
What are you going to do when it ends, guys? I hate to say it, but it's going to, isn't it? We've got a long summer ahead to wind away, so I don't really know.
Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for chatting to me. Let's end it how we started, shall we, in the ball boy, ball girl stance. Thank you.
You're watching the Wimbledon Channel, live coverage of the championships on day 12 here at the All England Club. It's ladies' finals day. A big hello to everyone watching inside that famous arena there at Centre Court. The roof is on because, as you can see, the umbrellas have to be up outside. The rain is pouring down. It's very, very heavy, so no play on any of the other courts. On court number 1 at the top of your screen there, it is a rather grey and a bleak day here in southwest London, but we've got plenty of tennis to look forward to. It'll be a great ladies singles match that will go ahead no matter what the weather is outside because of the roof that we have there. They'll be enjoying watching on Henman Hill there, everyone there with the umbrellas up, because the big screen will be showing the big match a little bit later on. 27 minutes approximately until the players will be taking to court. I'm Adam Hunt here on the Wimbledon Channel. Delighted to say I'm alongside Mansour Barami, the man, the legend, who, I have to say, Mansour, welcome along, by the way. You're looking very, very dapper today. I love this choice of jacket. You're a sartorial master.
Well, thank you, Adam. Yeah, that's the only jacket I had today, so I wear it and I like it. You know, it's very nice for your compliment.
Thank you very much. Well, firstly, obviously it's ladies singles finals day. We must reflect on the weather. The rain's coming down, but we're looking forward to what should be a very interesting match between Venus Williams and Garbina Muguruza.
Absolutely, we're going to have two different style of game. Gabriela Muguruza, who's playing very well, who's played very well this past 2 weeks, you know, and she's really feeling very confident. And I saw the semi-final, and she was hitting the ball so hard and with a lot of confidence. And on the other hand, we have Venus, who's been great. You know, it's a pleasure to see her come back at this level. You know, at the age of 37, I think she's got nothing to lose here, you know, and she would have the favor of the crowd, you know, they will be behind her, and then it's going to be a very interesting match.
How important is that? You touched on it there. How important is that aspect that Venus doesn't really have anything to lose because of her age? The tennis public is not going to think any more or less of her whether she wins or she loses. How important will that be on the mentality of the match?
I think she's going to have a lot of pleasure being on the court, you know. She's going to be She's got nothing to lose, so she's going to play, very freely, and she's not going to hold back. She's just going to let go all her shots, and people are going to be behind her and supportive, and that is very important, I think. To the fact that her sister is not there, Serena is not there, she's alone here, and the family, she would want to leave the Williams. Spirit Williams family alive, and all that, it makes me think that she's got very good reasons, and she's going to be a favourite to win this match.
I don't know either way, but do you think she's spoken to Serena, perhaps on the phone this morning? A little good luck message coming from Serena?
I am 100% sure that they're
very close.
Talking. I don't know, but I think that they are very close. Yes, they have been supportive of each other every time they played each other, or whenever Serena has been playing, Venus has been there watching her, and when Venus is on the court, Serena has been watching her. So yeah, it's a very good family, and very solid. They've been together.
The atmosphere inside a huge arena for a Grand Slam final, whether it be here at Centre Court or Arthur Ashe, Rod Laver, Philippe Chatrier, all the big courts around the world, is always slightly different for a Grand Slam final. There's a little bit of a buzz in the air that's different to a match earlier in the tournament. Which of these two players, clearly Venus is more experienced at playing in Grand Slam finals, but which of these two players do you think is going to embrace that slightly different atmosphere better?
Well, I think Venus, as you said, she's been here before. She's been playing many finals in Grand Slams, especially here in Wimbledon. She has won 5 times, and she knows this. She's much more familiar with this situation, with this atmosphere than Muguruza, and, as I think, as I said, Muguruza is going to have more pressure, because she doesn't want to lose to somebody who could be, is almost twice as her age, and she's going to be, I think she's going to be very tense there.
OK, thanks, Mansour. Plenty more from Mansour Barami to come here at the Wimbledon channel. But one of these special occasions that happens just before the final is the coin toss. We can find out a little bit more about the lucky girl who's going to be performing the coin toss on Centre Court today.
It's incredibly difficult for a mother to tell a child of 10 that their father is going to die, and it's just a matter of when.
After my dad was diagnosed, I think Katie, my sister, was struggling a bit expressing when she was sad or needed someone to talk to.
Children in Need has supported Rebecca and her family through funding 2 organisations, the Brain Tumour Charity and the Princess Alice Hospice. Now, they've helped the children really come to terms with a serious illness and a life-threatening illness, and help them understand how they can express their feelings, recognise their love, and give help and support to them to come to terms with those kind of things.
And Alyssa came round to talk to us, and we just let everything out, and she didn't interrupt, which made us feel very confident. It made us be able to express our opinions more.
For them to express their feelings to somebody different rather than putting on a brave face for their dad and for me was just wonderful.
Here we have 2 fantastic charities that, through the funding and support of the great British public, have been able to offer some real hope and support to Rebecca and her family.
When I walk onto the court ready to flip the coin, I think I'll be a mix of nervous and excited, because I don't really want to mess up in front of everyone. It'll be an amazing opportunity to be next to the amazing players that are in the final.
I'm joined by a young lady next to me who has got a very, very important job today. Rebecca Jones here. She is going to be performing the coin toss ahead of the ladies' singles final here on Centre Court. Rebecca, what a moment you're going to have later on.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing. I've been told to just take in the moment and enjoy every second of it.
And when you got the phone call, or when you got told you were going to be doing this today, how did you feel?
My mum got the phone call, and I came back from school one day, and she asked me if I was free on the 15th. So I didn't know what it was that day. So then she made the gesture of flipping the coin, and I was so happy to have got it, and just quite shocked.
And since that day, have you just been practicing flipping the coin every day at home?
I do it every now and then. I have one coin already on my wall from when I came here a couple of weeks ago to film, and I just like every now and then I just take it off my wall and flip it.
And this morning, Rebecca, just run through what you've done. Have you already been given kind of a rundown of your role today?
Yeah, I was here with Andrew Jarrett, who's the head of what are they called?
Don't worry, he was just telling you.
Referees.
Perfect.
And he just walked me out and told me what was going to happen.
And obviously, so you're in here now, you're kind of getting a feel for the place. Yeah. How are you currently feeling?
I'm quite nervous right now. I just can't wait to be on there with all the players.
And I read a fact earlier, estimated 1.2 billion people around the world will be watching you. When you hear that, what goes through your head?
That's a lot of people. So, yeah, I just can't believe that I'm going to be on the TV with that many people flipping the coin.
And this is obviously the ladies' finals. We've got Garbine Muguruza taking on Venus Williams. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Out of those two ladies, who would you like to see win?
Venus Williams.
That doesn't matter, you're allowed to have a favourite. And Rebecca, during the match, obviously you'll come off after the coin. Where will you be sitting? Do you get to sit in here at centre court?
Yes, we're sitting on the front row over there on the front 3 seats.
Amazing. And who have you brought along with you today as well, please?
I brought my mum and my sister and my granddad.
And what do they think about this opportunity you've been given?
My mum was so happy when I got it. My sister, I think she is very happy, but I don't know. She doesn't know how to say it really.
She's very proud of you, I'm sure.
Yes, yeah. And my grandpa, just as soon as he found out, rang up all his friends and told them. So he comes from Yorkshire, so half of Yorkshire now knows.
Brilliant, half of Yorkshire and all your family here at Wimbledon and your friends. Tell us about your friends. What do they think of this opportunity?
I wasn't allowed to tell them until last Monday, so I've been keeping it a secret for a while, and only one of them knew. And they all mainly asked, "Do you have a spare ticket for me?" Sadly, no. And they all just told me that they get all their families to watch and that they'd be cheering for me.
Absolutely, we will as well. My final question for you, Rebecca, is what happens to the coin after you have tossed it?
I get to keep it.
That's pretty cool, isn't it?
Yes, definitely.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for your time. Have an absolutely wonderful day and good luck flipping that coin. Thank you. That was Rebecca. She has a very, very important job ahead of this final later on. Rebecca Jones will be performing the coin toss ahead of the ladies' final a bit later on, and I'm now joined by her family. We've got Katie, her sister, Sue, her mum, and Peter, her granddad, all the way from Yorkshire. Peter is as well. Firstly, how proud are you of Rebecca for getting this opportunity to do it in front of, I think, estimated 1.2 billion people later on?
Incredibly proud, speechless. I'm just very happy, and I think she's doing a marvellous job. Yeah.
Katie, I'm going to come down to you. Your sister is going to go out onto centre court ahead of the ladies' final to do that coin toss. What will you be thinking when you watch her do that?
I'll probably be thinking, why can't I do it? Because I really want to do it. But I'm really excited for her.
But you've got the second best role to sit and support her, haven't you? On the front row, just behind me down there.
Yeah, it's going to be really cool.
And Sue, can you just tell everybody why this opportunity arose in the first place, please?
Unfortunately, my husband, the girl's father, Dad, died 16 months ago of a brain tumour. He'd had it for 4 years and was incredibly supported by the Brain Tumour Charity, and we've raised money for Brain Tumour Charity and Princess Alice, but also the girls have received counselling both from the Brain Tumour Charity and the Princess Alice over a 2-year period, and that has been immensely, trying to think of the word, it has helped us all as a family to try and get over what has obviously been a very upsetting, traumatising and very sad period. So they've just been incredibly good and helping us through this. and getting us on this journey.
Absolutely. I know Wimbledon Foundation have kind of joined forces with the Brain Tumour charity to make this day possible. And Grandad Peter, what do you feel going through your head when you're out here on centre court when you'll watch Rebecca a little bit later on?
I shall be absolutely proud of her, and I'm proud of being able to come down here, and I'm proud of all the family, not only the family here but the family in Yorkshire as well. So it's a great moment for me, and fantastic, and I've never ever been to Wimbledon before, so it's something that I've craved to do, and I've got my wish come true.
Tick it off the bucket list, hey?
Yes.
And Katie, I just want to come back down to you as well. What else are you going to get to do, apart from this pretty cool thing of watching your sister do the coin toss? What else are you going to do at Wimbledon today?
We're going to have afternoon tea in the dinners lounge. Wait, no, the players lounge.
That's a pretty cool thing. Not many people get to go up there. Just to let you know that.
Yeah. And we are going on like a big tour around everywhere, and we got to go in the royal box, so.
What a day. And I asked your sister, and I'm going to ask you as well, who would you like to win, Garbine Muguruza or Venus Williams?
I like Garbine Muguruza, but Rebecca wants Venus. But
yes,
I think that she should win because, yeah.
Well, it's split there, isn't it? It's split. One daughter wants Garbine and one wants Venus. Well, guys, thank you so much for chatting to me. Good luck to Rebecca, and all of you three have a wonderful day.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very kind of you. Thank you.
I'm with Stevie Spring. She's the chair of BBC Children in Need. Stevie, thanks for joining us, firstly. And secondly, Rebecca Jones. She is going to be the girl that walks onto centre court to perform that coin toss ahead of the ladies' singles final. Just tell us about how she's picked the involvement with BBC Children in Need and the Wimbledon Foundation, please.
She's an amazing young woman, and she's almost our perfect choice for the privilege of doing today. She's had a bit of a rough all ride with her beloved dad developing a brain tumour. She loves tennis. She plays tennis at school. And as far as Children in Need is concerned, she has been the beneficiary of two of the organisations that the public's generosity allows us to support. So she was helped when her dad was first diagnosed by the brain tumour charity, who sent Alyssa in, who is amazing, to help her and her sister to come to terms with some of their feelings about their dad's diagnosis. And then later on, when he was in a hospice at the Princess Alice, we also fund a childcare worker there who sort of helped in the pre and sadly post bereavement, and again helping both of the girls to come to terms with what was going on. And today is just a wonderful opportunity to join in with the Wimbledon Foundation, with BBC Children in Need, with the two organisations that have done such a fantastic job with the girls. And they deserve a treat, and today is a proper treat.
It is indeed. I mean, we saw their faces when they were actually dressing the court there earlier on. It looked amazing. But Stevie, I also want to ask you just a little bit about why Children in Need were picked this year as one of the charities supported by the Wimbledon Foundation, and to do this amazing job, as Rebecca is going to do, I'm sure, later on.
Well, I think it's a celebration of the relationship that both of us have with the BBC. I think it's 50 years of colour TV broadcast, 90 years of broadcast. And, of course, Children in Need is the official charity of the BBC. It's been raising money for Children in Need since about 1920. The first radio broadcast raised about £1,000. This year, which was our 35th television broadcast, we raised an amazing £60 million. And that allows us to support charities not just like the brain tumour charity and Princess Alice. We support 2,400 different charities all over the UK to help disadvantaged children, and it's such a privilege to be able to get payback by seeing the faces of kids like Rebecca like Katie, and to see Sue, their mum, enjoying a wonderful day out.
What amazing opportunity it is for both of the girls and the entire family. Thank you very much, Stevie, as well. And you get to come down here on centre court. Amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And with just about 10 minutes to go until the ladies' singles final, time for us to say goodbye now to everyone watching inside centre court, court number 1, and on the big screens all around the grounds right now. So that's the scene on the hill. Just about 10 minutes to go until the players take to the court for the ladies' singles final. It's Garbina Muguruza up against Venus Williams. Mansour, the weather conditions, they'll be playing inside underneath the roof, it looks like now, because it's still raining, and once they have the roof on, they have to stay under the roof, as the way it is here for the Grand Slam finals. How do you think that's going to affect either player? Is there anyone who's going to be preferring the conditions underneath the roof?
Well, you know, the condition is completely different when you play with the roof closed and then with the open roof. To be honest, I think, again, it's going to give the advantage to Venus, because the game of Muguruza is, you know, she's hitting the ball so hard and flat, so the ball might fly a little bit more when you play indoors. So it's going to be a little bit tougher, unless if you know, she has a very good advantage, a very good average of serving, first serve in, then it's going to be maybe easier for her. Otherwise, it's going to be difficult to get the top spins and everything. With the game of Venus is going to be easier.
Muguruza played brilliantly in her semi-final, 6-1, 6-1. It was a perfect performance, arguably, from her. Could you make an argument that it was a little bit too easy, that it almost wasn't very good practice for the final and the challenge to come against Venus, that she won so quickly with no challenge?
Absolutely, it was. I was very impressed by her game. You know, if she can produce this same game, then it's going to be very different. You know, very difficult for Venus. But is she able to do this, to deliver the same game again? That is a big question. That is a question, and if she does, it's going to be great for her. But we have seen in the past, since she won the French Open, you know, she wasn't the same player. You know, that's why that's something sometimes happens when you're not expected to win a Grand Slam. Then your trouble starts, because you know, everybody expects you to win, and that's where the pressure comes on and makes it more difficult. But if she plays the same way as she did in the semis, then it's going to be, I think anyway, it's going to be a close match.
Certainly. Just before we see their road to the final, both players here, Muguruza and Venus Williams. Throughout Venus Williams' career, we've seen she likes to perhaps play a little bit mind games with her opponents. She did it against Jo Konta when they walked out onto court. She took her time. She was getting a racket out the bag, doing her laces up very slowly, making her wait for the coin toss and things like that. Nothing illegal at all. It was completely within the rules of the game. But she likes to play almost mental tactics to make sure the opponent knows, I'm in charge, this is my match. Do you think she's going to try that today against Muguruza?
That's her tactic, you know, and that's what she does. And there is, as you say, there is nothing illegal with that, you know. But then if you want to make your opponent more nervous, yeah, it's a good tactic, you know.
What's the best way, if you're Muguruza or a player playing against Venus Williams and you notice someone's taking their time and perhaps trying to unsettle you, what's the way to counteract that? How would you do it as a player?
Well, you just don't try not to pay attention, you know, but that's not very easy. That's not very easy. For example, you know, I would say Michael Chang, when he was playing on the tour, you know, the referee calls you to go to the court, okay, on center court, you know, Boris Becker, Michael Chang. And when they call your match, what you want to do is just to go as soon as you can to the court. But then, for example, Michael, you know, he's very religious and everything. Then as soon as they call the match, he would take the Bibles to do some prayers, you know, everything. And that could already, you know, become like a war of nerves, you know, with his opponent. And some players didn't like that. So these are the tactics that sometimes the players use.
Yeah, it'll be very interesting to see how the final goes, particularly those opening exchanges, nervous exchanges between the two players. Let's just find out how Garbina Muguruza and Venus Williams made their way to today's ladies singles final.
What a match we have. Venus Williams, the oldest in the draw at 37, in her 75th Grand Slam main draw.
A smile, but she must be feeling that inwardly. That was just sumptuous. And a smile on the face of Venus Williams. But hats off to Qian Wang as well, who played a full part in this.
Oh, she is just unstoppable when she's in this move. Seals with an ace and a smile. Venus Williams marches on to round 4.
Yes.
Oh, there it is. Just over an hour, the 5-time Wimbledon champion, her box, including her mother, are on their feet because Venus Williams is back in the Wimbledon quarterfinals.
Venus Williams continuing to take care of business. What an athlete, what a performer, and what a champion, and maybe a champion again on Saturday. She was in there shaking her fist.
much.
There it is this time. The arms aloft in the celebration. It is Williams, Venus Williams, who is back in the Wimbledon final after so many years for Konta. It ends here. A sight that we have seen so many times, but not for a very long time here at Wimbledon, celebrating a semi-final victory. And what a win it was.
Welcome to Court 3. Intriguing second round encounter between Janina Wickmeyer and Gabina Muguruza. Oh, that's lovely hands from Muguruza. She didn't panic when the ball hit the net. And her anticipation here was excellent.
Now 15.
Confidence here at Wimbledon this year.
Muguruza wants to finish off the set right here.
Well, she had to play one more ball than what she thought she did. Just won the sitter here.
And there it is. Arms aloft, and Gabina Muguruza moves through to the round of 16 and the second week of Wimbledon. It's taken her just over an hour and 10 minutes. She is yet to drop a set. Gabina Muguruza today against Castella, 6-2, 6-2.
The world #1, Angelique Kerber, up against Gabina Muguruza. Well done. Muguruza breaks back. Look at what it means. The battle of the finalists of the last 2 years is over. Muguruza has won it. She gritted her teeth. She stayed faithful to what she does best. The winning smile says it all. She's through to her second quarter-final at Wimbledon.
she could or should have done after winning the French Open title last year. And there it is! Garbine Muguruza is into her second Wimbledon semi-final, and she is also back in the world's top 10. Delight from her camp, including the 94 champion Conchita Martinez. Clean performance from the Spanish player, who moves through to the Wimbledon semi-finals.
Good. Conchita smiling.
So here we go, Venus Williams making her final preparations with her team that includes the coach David Witt. This is just outside of the ladies' locker room here in the clubhouse at the All England Club, and she will now begin what is fondly known as the Champions Walk. You can see Garbine Muguruza behind her. At the end of this match, one of these ladies will be the 2017 Wimbledon champion, and there's a lovely scene here from outside of the clubhouse. You'll catch the two girls walking by. They'll walk just past the Royal Box and go down the staircase, the familiar scene onto centre court. Mansur Barami joins me now. Mansur, this is one of the most special walks in tennis, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's fantastic to be, in playing on the centre court, especially on the final day, and walk all this whole way, go through the Royal Box and then and go to the court. It's just a dream of many players.
Both of them have played on centre court before, but there's something special about a final, isn't there? There's a buzz, a sense of excitement in the air as they cross the Royal Box there. You can see some people waiting to watch them come by. They'll come down these stairs. They'll walk past, interestingly, the list of champions, the list of previous ladies Wimbledon champions. And Garbine Muguruza, on their left-hand side there, has made a comment saying 12 of the last 17 years has at least a Williams name as one of those champions. She's hoping to change that today and put the second Spanish lady up there, of course, following in the steps of her coach, Conchita Martinez.
Absolutely. It would be fantastic for her if she's able to deliver a very good tennis and to beat Serena. But that is, she has to do it, and that's a long way from now. And, it's possible. But, Serena has been there many times, so I think she's more relaxed.
It's interesting. So Venus was gazing over, I think, at the Champions Board. She really wants to continue the Williams tradition here, and it really is up to her.
Absolutely. Her sister is not here this year. She's waiting for a baby, and Venus is here to keep Williams legends go on and continue. So
here they are walking onto centre court to begin the ladies' final, clutching a bouquet of flowers as has become tradition. Huge applause across centre court. This really is one of the most famous stages in tennis, and at the end of this match, as we take a look at some of the people in the Royal Box, including Martina Hingis, who actually has a fascinating backstory, Martina Navratilova, excuse me, there's a dynamic involved here. So Conchita Martinez is the 1995 coach of this lady, Garbine Muguruza. When she won in 1994, Conchita was a 22-year-old. Garbine is now a 23-year-old. Conchita was up against a 37-year-old legend in the form of Martina Navratilova. Conchita went on and beat her that day to win her only Wimbledon title. Garbine is looking to do that to her own 37-year-old opponent in the form of Venus. So it'll be very interesting to see how history plays itself out. There is often some famous faces in the Royal Box. As a player, Are you conscious of who's watching you play, Mansour?
Absolutely. Now, you know, Muguruza is there and she sees the ex-king of Spain. We just saw Juan Carlos, who I had the honor to meet, a lovely man. And, you know, she can see who's there watching her. Absolutely, she can see everyone. And it's very, you know, it's very important to see that you have friends and family and people who love to see you win. It is important for the players.
And Billie Jean King, another one of the faces there inside the royal box, getting set for what should be a historic match. Let's listen to some commentary now as the ladies prepare for the coin toss.
Right. Okay, ladies, for the match, usual conditions, just a couple of reminders, please. No damage to the court. And for Hawkeye, if you want to challenge, please do it in a clear and timely manner. All right, any questions before we start? No? Venus, would you like to choose heads or tails? Heads, all yours. It's tails. Receive. Fine, okay. Garbina, come here for some photos, please. Yeah.
Well, there is the young girl who's been lucky enough to perform the coin toss today, supporting BBC's Children in Need. As you can say, serious faces from both Venus and Garbina Muguruza getting ready to contest this. It's a game face for both of them. And Garbina particularly looks very focused, Mansour, don't you think?
Yes, she does, and she has to be. You know, they're both very, very focused, and concentration is at the maximum. And this is a huge day for both of them, you know, making history for one or the other. As you said, many years after, Muguruza wants to bring a Spanish name to the winners of Wimbledon, and Serena is there to win at 37 years of age for the sixth time. It's they have to be very, very concentrated.
I spoke to you about that leg strapping the other day. Garbina had this on in the semi-final. She's got it on again today. I asked you if you had any concern, and you quite rightly said you're not sure how much that could help a true injury. Often maybe it's just a bit of support, and some players actually use it a little bit as a superstitious thing. If they've had it on for one match, they're going to keep on the strapping.
I 100% agree with you. Yeah. You know, there are some people, because they're superstitious, they say, oh, well, this has brought me luck. I'm here in the final, so maybe it's going to happen again. And because if you have a true injury, I don't think that's going to help a lot.
Well, if you had to pick today, Mansour, a favourite ahead of this match, because it's interesting when you look at the seeding. Venus is the number 10th seed, Garbina is the number 14th seed. So we know who's the favourite on paper, that is Venus. Who in reality do you think is most likely to win this match?
As I said before, I think Venus is going to be the favourite to win this match. Because, again, she's going to have the crowd with her. She's going to have, she's got nothing to lose. She's 37 years of age, and she's there having pleasure. I think she's just going to enjoy it and play as free as possible and just go all the way and try to win. She has no pressure. You know, she's 37. Nobody expected her to be in the final. She is now, and she's just going to have a play as free, as easier than she can, and no pressure. If she wins, it's great. If she loses, it's not a... Yeah, she would be obviously very disappointed, but it's not a huge loss, I think, because, you know...
Who has more pressure on them from this too?
I would say definitely Muguruza, because, you know, she won the French Open last year. She's... you know, much younger, you know, and everybody expects her to be stronger in this match.
You see her route to the final. She's dropped only one set. That was against the world number one, Angie Kerber in the 4th round, losing that first set 4-6, but coming back to win in 3. Hasn't dropped a set otherwise throughout the championships. And you saw on the previous page how she is the 14th seed this year. She was the 2nd seed at the championships last year because she was fresh off of that French Open win. That tells a little bit of a story about her form in that year since. She's been very honest about the fact that she's taken a while to come to terms with being what it means to be a Grand Slam champion and then everything else that's involved. It seems as if she had this kind of weight lifted off her shoulders after Paris this year, that her crown had been taken, she's moved on, and you know, rather than look at it in a way of how her season had gone so far, she looked at it, well, grass season starts, and that's a very fresh, mature way to approach this grass court season, perhaps.
Absolutely. I think if she wins this tournament, her career is going to change completely. You know, then she becomes one of the best of the girls, and she's going to continue playing well. But she has to do it here.
Venus, too, has only dropped 1 set across the fortnight so far. That was in the 2nd round, losing the first set 4-6 to Wang. She came through that in 3 sets, winning the 3rd fairly convincingly 6-1. Interesting how they've both only had that one hiccup en route to the final. And she's only she's lost 50 games actually, which is quite a few compared to Garbiñe, who's around the 39 margin. She's had an incredible amount of career titles, and this is their head-to-head that is kind of fascinating. Venus leads it 3-1, but this is their very first meeting in a Grand Slam and their very first meeting on grass. Their last meeting, though, came on clay earlier this year, and Muguruza was champion then in 3 sets in Rome. She's got a draw on that experience, doesn't she, in this match today, because it's the most recent memory.
Yes, but it's not the same tournament. You know, playing a final of a Grand Slam, I'm sure, is much more different than playing a tournament in Rome. So she's going to have much more pressure on her shoulders, and well, I hope for both of them. I wish them good luck, and I say, well, play whoever is the best will win. All right. Well, we'll soon join some commentary to listen to this opening game on centre court. Meanwhile, just to update you what's going on across the grounds here, the rain, I'm delighted to say, has stopped, and the covers have been taken off all of the outside courts, with play due to resume again at 2:30 British Summer Time this afternoon. So we will keep you posted as and when that resumes, because there's finals going on across the grounds today. But Conchita Martinez is hoping to guide Garbiñe Muguruza to become the 2nd ever Spanish lady to lift the Venus Rosewater dish here at Wimbledon. So the warm-up is complete, and let's take their seat. The roof is on, as you can see, even though rain has now stopped here at SW19. It has been a little bit of a wet couple of hours, and once the match begins with the roof on, it needs to stay on for the duration of the match. So this will be played indoor. If you would like to watch the final of the ladies singles here at the 2017 Wimbledon Championships, you can do so on BBC or ESPN. We will continue to provide you with other coverage here on the Wimbledon channel, and for that we're going to check in with Craig O'Shaughnessy, who is with the touchscreen on the broadcast centre roof. Craig?
I love it when we look at match analytics, and it just paints such a clear picture. So what I want to do right now is educate your eye for the ladies' finals on what to look for, what Garbiñe and what Venus has done so well to lead to the final, and certainly what they'll be trying to do to each other in this wonderful match this afternoon. So first thing I'd like to do is go straight to centre court. Little update. We are 1-all Venus serving. Is there any stats that leap out at us yet? Well, we've seen a couple of unforced errors for Garbiñe. And if we go over to our second page, the big thing here is no one is getting any break points yet. So we're taking care of our serve. The second serve points for Venus doing well. Garbiñe did not hit a second serve in her first service game. So we are now going to go and have a look. Actually, I'm going to take you first and foremost. I'm going to take you right here to this matchup and to the statistical comparison. And this is where things become crystal clear. When we look from the back of the court at winners for Garbiñe and winners for Venus, the forehand winners for Garbiñe coming in 27, good. The backhand winners 51, outrageously good. You don't necessarily see this all the time where the backhand winners are more than the forehand winners, and here it's basically 2-1. So let's have a look what Venus is doing. She is exactly the opposite. She has basically double the amount of forehand winners than backhand winners. So in this final, as you're watching this match, as you're trying to figure out who's getting the upper hand, Garbiñe is really enjoying her backhand through the first 6 matches to get to the final, and Venus is basically crushing her forehand. We're going to have a look at some analytics and some video of both ladies hitting their favorite shots leading into this. And we've got some data. Look at that beautiful backhand. Looking forward now, the first one here is, this is Garbiñe's the backhand hit points when she's hitting winners for the championships today. And we see this beautiful grouping back here. She likes to be right on the baseline, a little bit inside the baseline, and these backhands, for a lot of players, when you get pulled wide out near this single sideline, it's not necessarily a place to pull the trigger on the backhand, but that's exactly what Garbiñe is doing so well leading in. So look for that. Now, this is the semi-final against Rybakina, where the backhand hit points were, where she made contact with those backhand winners. What a wonderful animation. We are looking now to the other side, and we're seeing where they went. And tennis, as we mentioned a couple of days ago, I said tennis looks like a game of pinball. The ball goes here, it goes there. There's forehands, there's backhands. Randomly they go to the net. You know, we're organised at the start of the point with serves and returns. But look over here. Look at that grouping. That is a pattern of play. These ones over here have more spin, more angle. These here, they're flatter, they're harder, they're finishing shots. So we're absolutely looking for these same patterns of play. Now, this is very, very impressive. I love the depth. As we see the short balls, there's only 4% inside the service box, 54%. And this line, separating line right here, this is exactly halfway between the service line and the baseline. For Garbiñe to hit 42% of her backhands past that, just shows how well she's hitting it. Depth is such a big deal in tennis. Push the opponent deep. And when you're playing your matches, you'll quite often think, okay, if my opponent is standing, let's draw an opponent over here. If my opponent is standing in the middle of the court, of course they're a happy opponent. They're playing at Wimbledon. If they're standing in the middle of the court, it's like, well, let me attack them over here to the left, or let me attack them over here to the right. That's not the most effective way to build your point. What you first and foremost want to do is push them back into the stands, push them back where they can't hurt you. So these deep balls really do mean something. A ball in the middle of the court, these ones over here, you can step into that, but you can't step into anything that is deep back here. So very, very impressive with the 42% of the deep balls in that match against Rybakina in the semi-final. Let's watch some vision now. The pros, you go, oh, the players at Wimbledon, they hit the ball so hard, they move so well, they don't make any mistakes. Well, Magdalena makes a mistake here. She gets caught. So we can see she's come up to the net, and now she's on her back foot. She's going to retreat. If you get up to the service line and you're like, things aren't going well for me here, I don't know whether I should go back or come forward, don't go back. Once you make it this far, you commit, you go for it. And then you can move left and right, you can move all around. But once she moves back, it opens up all of the angles. At least she did go to her right to the deuce court to try and figure out, you know, I've got half of it covered at least. And this is what I want you to watch in this final right here. This is what Garbiñe is so good at. She gets on the front foot. She steps into the ball. The focus is right in here. Now, we've seen power cross court. We've seen power down the line. She's so well balanced. And as you're working on your backhand technique, a lot of the times you think that it's just where my racket goes. Well, that's half of it. Look at how well the body's set up. It's perfectly positioned. The spacing is right from the ball. You know, as coaches, we kind of look, how far is the ball away from our body? That spacing is perfect. We're on our front foot. We're stepping into the ball. Love that. Let's see where this one goes. We'll zoom out, right down the line, right where we saw those animations just a few moments ago. Very focused. Up to the net, backhand volley behind. She's doing very well at the net. Those deep backhands, very composed there. The deep backhands are bringing the, just like that. You see the deep ball, you see the short reply that comes back, and she's moving forward, finishing the point. Garbiñe down the other end in this rally. Okay, where is this going to go? Where do you think? You know, as we've seen and educated our eye, I think it goes down the line. Now, it doesn't mean that it can't from there. With 1 foot inside, we certainly can go short angle cross court. But if Garbiñe gets a lot of these from Venus today, this is going to be an advantage. That's what she loves so well. Look for those balls in today's finals. Copy them. Copy them in your own game. I love her demeanor between the points. Stepping in, open stanced on that return. You don't always have to be closed stance. You can be open stance hitting that return of serve. Once again, we see exactly the same thing. We're stepping inside, down the line. This has been a major reason why Garbiñe has moved through to the final. Loves the backhand down the line here at Wimbledon this year. She's also, as I mentioned before, doing well coming forward. It's very difficult now. Magdalena sliced that. When you come under attack and your opponent's coming at you, slicing's not the best thing to do. Now, you slice there because that's all you've got. Very well played. Good moving forward. Good balance. And she's like, wow, I'm playing pretty good. Maybe I'm going to make the final. So let's just pop out for a second. Let's go back to center court and do a little update. Okay, so we're on serve at this moment. Garbiñe's serving at 2-3. Let's see if any of the numbers give us a little bit of an idea of what's happening. And this is interesting. Nothing happening so far for Garbiñe from the back of the court. There's the 2 forehand winners for Venus popping up there. This is not a good number. 6 unforced errors versus no winners. So, you know, I haven't seen a ball being hit of this, but the analytics, you know, I often say numbers are the language of tennis. And right here, this speaks of I'm a little bit tentative. My game isn't quite there yet. I've got to work myself into this match. I'm not really feeling the winners. I'm making a few loose errors there. Let's have a look on the serving side of the equation. Firstly, neither lady has generated a break point. This is a problem. Now, I don't know how many second serves she's hit, but 0%, it's a great number if she hasn't hit any. I guess that would produce as a 0, but pretty good there with first serves in. Very well from Venus over there. So nothing really happening here. Now, yeah, I think she's hit 1 second serve, but 1 double fault again. That speaks of being a little bit tentative. So let's go and have a look at Venus's forehand. We know Garbiñe likes the backhand. We know she likes the backhand down the line. We know her body gets set up sideways. Her weight's on the front foot. Let's learn from Venus. Let's watch this match and understand what she does so well, because we're all going to be so inspired after this match. We're going to be running out to the clubs. We're going to be playing tennis this afternoon. You know, it's just so much fun. I remember being a young boy in Australia, watching Wimbledon, getting up in the middle of the night, going out to the Albury grass courts, you know, the next few days and all. I was playing tennis 24/7, just so inspired by the championships. Now, we look at winner hit point comparison. So the backhands are a little bit more inside the baseline for Garbiñe, and the forehands, look at these forehands deep. Look at the power that Venus has. This is that line right there is 2 meters behind the baseline, and there are several forehand winners from Venus in that back area. There's the 2 meter line over here. We only have 1 backhand winner from behind that. So Venus doing very well there. Strong from the back of the court. Let's have a little bit more of a look around. Okay, I like this one. This is Venus forehand placement. This is all of her forehands for the championships to date. And once again, the numbers tell a story. She is going mainly cross-court. Look at this massive grouping we have right here. 49% are going cross-court. Now, this plays well for the final for Venus, because when you get, you know, it doesn't matter whether it's on center court right over here or it's on a back court at your club. When you go and play a match, typically one player is going to have to adjust to the other player. So Venus says, I like to go cross court with my forehand. Will I have to adjust against Garbiñe? The answer is no. Garbiñe's strength is over on the backhand side. So Venus says, great, I can go forehand all day long. I've played 6 matches leading into the final here. My forehand cross court is working a treat. I don't have to adjust that for the final. She would say that makes me very happy. Now the winners are the yellow dots. They're mixed in there. And I think we're going to see more of these in a minute. But look at this grouping over here. The grouping over here. And I think our red dots are going to... There they go. They vanish. Let's tidy that up a little bit. Once again, the analytics, the numbers show us exactly what's happening here. 44% into this grouping, 48%. These will be more heavy spin cross court. These won't be as hard, but there'll be more rotation. These ones right here will be power, inside out forehands, down the line forehand winners. These balls hit, these balls in this area, out wide in the ad court, are hit with power. They're hit hard, and they are not coming back. Very few of the winners in tennis. There's some rallying down the middle, but we see very few winners that are hit there. Now, just little update, Muguruza just saved a break point. Right here, I love this statistic. Have a look down here. This is winners, but it's serve +1. So that specifically means Venus hit her serve, the ball was returned, and we had an instant winner with her forehand. So the first 2 shots, the first shot following the serve, a good way to describe it is a serve +1, and the first shot with the return is a return +1. So with the serve +1, if Venus goes bang with her big powerful serve, the ball comes back easy. Lovely grouping over here, and these will be, once again, heavier spin. Ball is probably coming cross court over here, and these will be the inside out power shots right there. So giving Venus a serve +1 forehand is not what Garbiñe will want to be doing this afternoon. These numbers and those graphics clearly show that. Got some wonderful early round forehands here. Open stance, nothing wrong with that. And the beauty of the open stance is the opponent down the other end. This is contest. She has no idea where this ball's going. There is no give. There is no anticipation. So she's like, well, maybe I've got to go this way. Maybe I go this way. And right now, I don't know where this forehand's going. So let's roll it. Let's see where Venus goes. She goes back behind. Jo went the other way. She had no idea where that was going. That's the benefit of the runaround forehand. The benefit of hitting forehands instead of backhands in the ad court. Good moving forward there. So once again, Venus just prowling the baseline, hunting the short ball, looking for angles. Serve +1 forehand into the net. Very nicely done. Finishing points early. This will absolutely be playing out in the Wimbledon final this afternoon. She drops the racket head on that backhand. It's not what coach... We talked about that one earlier. There is the forehand roll cross court. Now, let's zoom in here, because you tell me, is Venus on offense or defense here? Well, I think very clearly we see the lower part of the body says that she is definitely on defense. So we'll zoom back out. For all of you that have been watching for the last couple of weeks, let's say it together. Defense goes cross court. Very well done. I'm glad you've been watching. This ball here is going to have more spin. It's going to go cross court. And you say, Craig, look at this paddock over here. Why aren't we going to hit it to this part of the court? Because it's too tough from that position on the other side. Defense goes cross court. And it is hit defensively. It's not hit that hard, but it ends up as a winner. Wonderful strategy. Very nicely done. Defense goes cross court again. Now we've got a little more offense. Now we've got the runarounds, 3 forehands in a row. Very nicely done. Venus says, I am playing well. My forehand is on. My forehand defense is going cross court. My runaround forehand is doing well. Let's go back to the match, and we'll get a little bit of an update and see where we are. We're 3-all. We're on serve. The first thing I want to look at is break points, and Venus has had 1 and not converted that. that can be a momentum shift. If you all of a sudden you're up and it's like, oh, I've got a break point and everything's great, and you don't convert it and things roll, you've just got to be very aware that you don't get broken in that very next service game. So we've learned a lot. I've taken you through everything that Garbiñe does so well on her backhand side, everything that Venus does so well on her forehand side. Look for these things in the final. See what's going on. See who's leaning on who. See who is able to impose their will, because these two strategies will matter more than anything else that is going to happen right over here on centre court in the Wimbledon final. It's going to be a fantastic match.
Venus Williams is in the final again, the 6th time, and it'll be the 12th time she's appeared in a major final. Stunning performance.
Game, set, match, Miss Williams.
Venus Williams still unbeaten in semi-finals at Wimbledon. Is through to her 7th final. Absolute delight.
There it is this time. The arms aloft in the celebration. It is Williams, Venus Williams, who is back in the Wimbledon final after so many years for Konta. It ends here.
We're down here underneath centre court ahead of the ladies' final here, the 2017 Wimbledon Championships. And next to me here are all the past winners from years gone by of the ladies' singles title. And you can see a few Williams names on here. Venus Williams, she's won it 5 times. The last back in 2008, as you can see just here. Can she make it 6 today? Who knows? She's up against Garbiñe Muguruza, who has reached 3 finals, 2nd here at Wimbledon, and she won the 2016 French Open. Can she win her 2nd slam today? Who knows? What do you think, guys? Garbiñe Muguruza taking on Venus Williams. What are you going for?
Venus Williams, definitely.
Why are you going to say that? Just because she's the most experienced, but she's 37 years old now.
Yeah, but I think she's got the pedigree, she's got the background. I think she'll deal with the pressure better.
I'm going to ask you the same question. Got to be Muguruza?
I think Muguruza. She looked good in the semi. I'd like Venus too, but I think Muguruza's looking pretty strong, so I'd go for her, I think.
Absolutely, and it is obviously finals day today. Guys, where are you going to be watching that final?
From the hill, hopefully not in the rain though.
I was going to say, it is raining. Is that why you're down here at the moment, trying to keep dry?
Definitely.
Hopefully it clears up. I think it was forecast too, so it should be okay.
Be all right.
And how did you guys get tickets for today to get out there? Because I know it's always hot property to come in here during the championships.
We just joined the queue in the field. We weren't. What time did we get here? 10 o'clock. I think it was all right. Yeah.
Just rocked up. Why not?
And how have you been keeping dry and keeping occupied in the queue this morning?
We've been watching some of the wheelchair doubles, but so they've stopped because of the rain. Hopefully go out and watch the second set of that for Hewitt and Reed. And
what have you brought with you in your backpacks to try and keep protected from the elements out there today?
Well, nothing, because the forecast was quite good. So I've got my hats and not much else, to be honest. Some food and some Pims, and that's about it. So.
Have you guys been to Wimbledon before, or is this your first time?
Yeah, I've been a couple of times before, yeah.
I've been 20 times. I just go, yeah, why not? It's good fun. So
you guys know exactly how to do the championships. You got your Pims, you got your strawberries.
Yeah.
You haven't got the weather gear though.
Appropriate. That's the only thing we've missed this year is just the umbrella.
And we've got split friends here. One's going for Venus, one's going for Muguruza. All be revealed a little bit later.
Well, as Rachel's finding out, the fans are split out there around the All England Club. The journalists are split too. A lot of people that I've been talking to can't really call this match. Who is it going to go to? Let's check in on the score. Center court, the roof is closed. First time in Wimbledon history that a roof has been closed at the start of a final. Garbiñe Muguruza serving here 3-4. She's up 30-15 in that game. So they're on serve. Venus, of course, let's dive in here. Craig was just looking at this a little bit, but if we look at the stats here on page 2, she saved a break point in that last game. So Venus Williams staving off there a break of serve. We'll see how these two progress. Let's go ahead and dip around social media. There's obviously been a lot of talk this championships about who's going to make the women's final, but center stage it takes today. This is a photo from just a few minutes ago. Venus Williams in the foreground serving, and what a sight center court is always to see with that roof closed. Very cool to see that. The battle today, well, it's for the Venus Rosewater dish. Venus Williams has won it 5 times, as you all know. Garbiñe Muguruza had the chance to win it in 2015 against Serena Williams. And here it is, waiting in the sunshine. I'm going to guess that picture was taken not today. It's cloudy skies out here, but that's what they're battling for today. Now, if you head to Wimbledon.com, all sorts of coverage on Venus, on Garbiñe. We saw this video earlier on the Wimbledon channel of Venus Williams. You actually can see her coach there, David Witt. Venus getting ready earlier today at Arangi Park. This is Garbiñe Muguruza yesterday saying it was time to rest up. She had put in all the practice she could and was ready for another women's final. She's been here before, 2015, 2016. She was the French Open champion, and actually Venus, her last final of any kind was the Australian Open in 2017, a few months ago. Garbiñe, her last final of any kind was the French Open final. So these women are big stage players, and all eyes, of course, on Venus Williams today. Again, go to Wimbledon.com. You can follow us there and see all sorts of coverage for day 12. There's a lot going on here, and again, Venus Williams, a lot of people saying she's got more of a plan B now at 37 years old. She's been in this place before. She's in another Wimbledon final. She has 5 titles. Can she win a Grand Slam title 9 years after her last? She's a 7-time Grand Slam winner. She last won here in 2008. Ben Rothenberg of the New York Times saying that this one's hard to call. That's what I was talking about at the top of the segment, is can you differentiate? I'm giving a little bit of an edge to Venus Williams. Craig was arguing for Garbiñe Muguruza, but Muguruza is trying to be the first Spanish champion here since 1994, and that's when her coach did it. How about this? The last time a Spanish woman won here, 1994, Conchita Martinez. She's actually the only Spanish woman to win here. Of course, Arantxa Sanchez Vicario is a recent Grand Slam champion from Spain. On the women's side, we all know what Rafael Nadal has done. But if Muguruza should win today with Conchita Martinez in her box, first time since 1994 when Conchita beat Martina Navratilova. That was a great final then. A lot of the fans out there, Patrick Mouratoglou, he's a fan and a coach. He is rooting on Venus today. Rafael Nadal shouting his support for Garbiñe Muguruza. Suerte, yes, good luck to Garbiñe from Rafael Nadal. And then all sorts of tweets, of course. Tag your tweets with hashtag Wimbledon, and you can see them here on the screen if we pick them. But a lot of people saying, who are you picking, one person or the other? Garbiñe Muguruza was just 3 years old when Venus made her debut here in 1997. So a lot of people split. And look at this. Love that stat from Wimbledon. And from ESPN on Wimbledon. And if Venus wins today, she'll break Serena's record of 35 years old. This is the oldest woman in the Open era to win a major title. Can Venus do it? That's the question today. Let's dip into Instagram, as I'm just hearing Venus Williams has held for 5-4 in that first set. Here's what's at stake today, this nice little video from Wimbledon.com. There's our trophies. Champions Cup and the Venus Rose water dish getting right in place for championship weekend. Gosh, everything's so elegant here at the All England Club, isn't it? Getting ready for championship weekend. Here's the women just a few minutes ago getting ready for the final. Those are some pretty intense looks, right? How about Venus Williams? She's always got that cat eye makeup on too. It's almost like she's got it tattooed on, but the two of them walking out as they always do with flowers in hand for the final. Strange to see that roof over center court, but Garbiñe, of course, excited for this opportunity here. There's Venus Williams. Earlier, BBC Sport practice was done for Venus with her coach David Witt, and then there's Garbiñe Muguruza. They spent their time at Arangi Terrace at the park before they actually came out onto center court. They were able to practice outdoors before it started raining. So kind of a differentiator there too. You get ready for the match outside, but then you're actually playing indoors. And we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Who does that roof favor? We see the roof here. Who does that favor under the roof today? I would guess that it's going to be Venus Williams. It quickens things for her, and I think she's going to like that pace out there on center court underneath the roof. There it is, 4-5, Garbiñe Muguruza. We're on serve. We have yet to see a break of serve in this women's match, so it's great serving so far. 15-all, 4-5, Garbiñe Muguruza serving. We're going to be bringing you live updates, of course, of the women's final throughout. But now let's check in on a semifinal yesterday. Roger Federer and his 3-set win over Thomas Berdych.
I feel like this tiebreaker is more important for Berdych than for Federer.
Just pounding that forehand side.
1-0 Berdych.
Berdych seems to be going to the Federer forehand a lot. And if you're going to do that, you've got to go with strength. Can't be dropping the ball short, playing into Federer's stronger win.
I think that was a clear tactical master plan here.
Federer. 3-1, Federer.
Hits the point the old-fashioned way. Backhand approach. Volley winner.
Two, Federer. Let. First service.
Precision does it. Not necessarily the speed, but hitting it right into that corner. Merker supporting her man.
Couldn't get that ball up and down quick enough. Firm return with slice. Zipping through the court, and just like in the first set before we got to the tiebreak, Federer had the advantage and is pegged back once again. Two big serves here, put Burdick in a tremendous position. That's a bad one.
5-3, Federer.
Federer had edge to that side. The coaching camp for Burdick obviously feeling the pain. 3-5.
The mistake was to miss the shot, but I'm surprised he keeps going to the forehand there.
Federer.
Federer 2 points away from that first set on his own serve.
I think she might have tickets for the final too. Ball boy still looking for the ball there. And that's away, and Federer exclaims his delight. First set in 53 minutes. Well, that wasn't easy. Had a break, squandered it, but got through the breaker. Set to Roger. Thomas Burdick clearly can't go 2 sets down. He hasn't come back from 2 sets down since 2005 in any match. So crucial for the man from the Czech Republic to win this.
One 1-0. Federer. Mr. Federer challenged the call on the right center service line. Ball was calling.
Both players are getting ready for a second serve, so I believe the challenge was very good. Nope. What do we know?
1-all. Mr. Federer has 2 challenges remaining.
Fine margins.
Said he's got to get lucky.
Federer.
Great return from Federer, but you've got to say the second serve was in the pocket, didn't have to move. Still executed well, though. It's amazing how he can play those shots so aggressively, but still with margin for error. That was 3 feet over the net.
It's just delicious, isn't it? If you're a Federer fan, and there are many, of course. I'm sure Thomas Burdick is one. But how about missing now and again?
Now when they call Roger Federer, there were 3 perfect forehand winners in the row.
Make that 4.
Total control of the second set tiebreaker for Roger Federer. 5-1 as they change.
5-1 Federer.
An hour and 40 minutes virtually for Thomas Burdick in the sunshine. Great tension in this match. He's played well. He's resisted well. He's fought hard. Nothing to show for it.
Total control, but total conviction on those forehands. That one, he really moved his feet well. Once he got it into the hitting zone, accelerated the racket head through.
Federer.
Took a big gamble here with that second serve, but what's the option at 1-5 down? It's all or nothing at this point.
Well, it looked completely under control, but it was not a situation he really wanted to find himself in, Federer, defending a cross-court Burdick passing shot. Poked it in the court. It's 6-3. And 3 set points. Another big second serve onto the line.
Thought when Federer saw how bad his return was, he might have elected to go for the challenge.
It's 2 sets to love, Roger Federer. It appears that he's on the way to the Wimbledon final on Sunday to play Marin Cilic.
Federer is by 2 sets to love.
It's a long way back for Thomas Burdick.
Ultimately, they must play with your mind. You know, this is at this stage very much a mental game, and the few chances Burdick had, Federer responded every time like a champ.
Love 30.
We had Burdick winning a succession of points. Federer down 15-40. 4 to get out of trouble there and 2 here. If this were boxing, you'd just be waiting for the referee to step in. Federer relentless with his pressure.
First service.
Burdick trying the old serve volley.
Only the 7th time in the match.
One strike. Backhand down the line. Second serve smothered. And it's the break which could take Federer to the Wimbledon final.
Third set by 2 sets to love.
Taking his time. There'll be a bit of a reception for Roger, possibly the last time today.
Nice idea from Berdych, but really coming in behind a pair of twos there.
The third time he tried a drop shot, third time lucky.
Love.
Wanted to finish with a flourish.
Ace out wide, Boris.
What do I know?
And that's it. Tough semi-final, but no sets lost.
7-6, 7-6, 6-4.
Intensely fought tiebreakers, and then 6-4 in the third. Another excellent tournament for Thomas Berdych, but he succumbs at the semi-final stage.
All right, so we see Roger Federer there marching through into the final yesterday. I'm Nick McCarville here. We are actually inside center court in our commentary booth alongside Craig O'Shaughnessy. And Craig, we were watching that first set, yes. Venus Williams and Garbiñe Muguruza live in the center court. And as you can see the score here, 7-5 that first set to Muguruza, and she actually fought off a couple set points.
Yeah, so the real telling momentum change happened at 4-5. So Garbiñe's serving 4-5, goes down 15-40, 2 set points. This thing could just start falling Venus's way. She saves those set points.
2 of them.
Saves both of them. And so then once you hold, and it happens all the time. I see it in junior tennis. I see it on center court in Wimbledon in the ladies' final.
Yeah.
When you don't convert those break points, it just feels, and I've got to go to IBM and get the official stats on this, it feels like there's going to be a break immediately in that next
not
game.
only were they break points for Venus Williams, they were set points too, and one of those points, 19 shots long, that
Yes.
rally, the longest rally of the match. And Venus Williams here at 7-5, and it's actually, she's just held on. Did she? Yes? No, she's been broken to start the second set. All right, so a lot of momentum now.
Yeah.
4 games in a row from 4-5 down. Muguruza wins to go up 7-5, and then now she's at 1-0 in the second set. So momentum now on the side of Garbiñe Muguruza. But when we dive into, you're talking about that one moment in the 10th game. What was happening overall for you that allowed Muguruza to win that first set and now be up a break in the second?
Exactly. So what she's doing well, as we saw in, we did a preview, hopefully you saw it, of what was going on. And Garbiñe's forehand is magnificent right now. So Venus, rightfully so, is playing more forehand to forehand.
Okay.
And you would say, okay, that's advantage for Venus. We saw that she has 2-to-1, basically a 2-to-1 ratio of forehand winners over backhand winners, and Garbiñe has a 2-to-1 ratio of backhand winners over forehand winners. Garbiñe's feeling her backhand, Venus is feeling her forehand. So at the end of that set, Venus was unloading to Garbiñe's forehand side, and it stood tall. It stood strong. Out wide, defense goes cross court. I'm glad you've got that one. And it was wonderful. So once you saw the 2 break points being saved, then it's a red alert. We're on high alert for Venus to get broken at 5-all because she didn't convert break points. And the other thing that happened, and think about your own game, because it's exactly the same. When you get broken, almost, maybe not almost always, but quite often, a lot of the time for sure, there's a double fault in that game. So let's go to the double faults. I've got the Wimbledon app on my iPhone. I'm going
nice
to go
little plug there. You can get it in any app store.
Here's a big deal in this final. Venus has 3 aces. She has 5 double faults. So as you know, it's just the worst way to lose a point by a country mile.
Right.
It takes all the momentum out. It sucks the energy from you. And she served a double fault in that 5-all game. And so that's red alert number 1. Red alert number 2 is she had break points, which were essentially set points in the previous game and didn't convert. It's like,
they were set points.
As soon as you see that, you're like, okay.
2 questions I want to know from you number-wise is service-wise, Muguruza, is she doing what she needs to do? And then also, we've talked about Muguruza coming to net, being aggressive, advancing in the court. Is she doing that today in the final against Venus?
I can tell you, I have some IBM stats for you. So first serves in 72% for Garbiñe. Magnificent.
Nice number. Yeah.
You'll take that all day long. She's winning 75%. You're going to win 3 out of 4 when you make your first serves. It's just what our sport is. Second serves. This is the critical one. Garbiñe is winning 64%. Magnificent. Anything above 50% you'll take. Venus on the other side is winning 44%, 7 of 16. It's not good enough. You're not going to win a Wimbledon final winning 44%. Now going to the net, Garbiñe is 5 of 8, 63%. Great.
5 of 8. I would expect her to come in more, but that percentage is good. Over 50% moving in.
And the reason that Nick's saying that, because we've seen her come in a lot more leading up to the final. The only thing I would say in this match, because Venus hits the ball so hard, is that it can be tougher to come in against power. That's something that we've got to consider.
Well, another tough thing now as we look at the stats, the history of these 2 players, is in her career, Venus Williams has played 73 matches at Grand Slams when she's dropped the first set. So 73 times she's lost the first set in a Grand Slam match. And 25 times she's been able to come back. So she's 25 and 48 when she drops the first set, but it's getting tougher. You can see her score there at the bottom of your screen, 7-5, 2-0. That's 5 games on the trot now for Garbiñe Muguruza. So what does Venus have to do tactically, Craig? Does she get more conservative to try to work her way back into the match? Or is she going to have to change her tactics? Because the talk this Wimbledon, too, has been that Venus Williams has a plan B. Okay, well, now she needs to use it. And what has she got to do?
She definitely needs to use it right now. Put more balls in the court. That's simple. Just start with that consistency, and the big deal is, and we see her coming to the net right now. Very nice touch.
Great
winner.
point there.
Yeah,
Venus Williams.
There's one example from the back of the court. Don't beat yourself. Too often in these big matches in under 12s, we go out there and we think it's all about us, and we end up saying, well, I've got one opponent on the other side of the court, but the opponent that hurts you the most typically is you. You beat yourself more. So Venus has got to say, why don't I come to the net a little bit more? I've got a higher win percentage. Almost
always.
And Venus is, I mean, we saw a great pickup off the net there where she just won that last one, but 15 all now. She's a player that does so well at the net, especially with her wingspan.
Exactly right. She's very good up there. You know, she's won multiple Grand Slam doubles titles with her sister. She's great at the net. So that would be the first thing. It'd be from the back of the court. I'm going to make more balls. I'm not going to beat myself. And then the tournament average is generally in baseline points won, it's about 47%. At the net, it's around 66%. So why not venture to the net a little bit more?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Again, Venus Williams coming to the net in the last point, except that time, Garbiñe Muguruza able to pass her cross court.
It's the backhand again. You
like an approach to the backhand, right?
I love it. I love an approach to the backhand. But in this instance, because Garbiñe has been so good off her backhand hitting winners, I would approach a little bit more middle. Right down the center of the court. And we don't do it enough in our sport. We think, okay, I've got to attack wider. But when you go right down the middle, you give up less angle coming back. And right then she had angle cross court.
Here's what's interesting to me, Craig, is we saw the French Open final last month. Ostapenko and Simona Halep.
Yes. Excuse me, Nick, real quick.
Yeah, sure.
Another approach out wide of the backhand, another backhand passing shot.
So
this one was down the
now
line.
for Muguruza to go up 3-0, and that's my point exactly, is that Ostapenko was trailing Simona Halep a set and 3-0. So if Venus Williams loses this game, here we go. Muguruza 2 of 6 break points in this match. First serve, first serve delivery from Venus Williams here. Break point. This is a big point here. That first serve just long. Ava Azdaraki-Moore in the chair. Very experienced chair umpire. She's Greek, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. Lives in, I think, Australia. Oh, wide there from Venus Williams. So disappointment now. A set and 3-0. Okay, so we're going to come back to this match. Venus Williams is going to have to dig herself out of a set and 3-0 hole, but now he's out on court practicing right now. Craig knows him well. Anna Whiteley is watching along with Roger Federer.
Well, what an absolute result this is. Roger Federer, along his journey to the men's final tomorrow, is practicing just out here on the outdoor courts on his day off. So what an absolute treat this is for everybody around here who has found Federer here on court number 16, hitting a few balls and getting ready for what is a huge moment in this man's career tomorrow. He said he could not be more excited to be in the position that he is in. He's built up his entire season to make sure that he is in the best possible position to get that 8th Wimbledon title. This is all the man has been focusing on for the entire 2017 season, and so far he has done an extremely good job. He's been breaking records left, right and centre along his Wimbledon journey. We saw him compete in his 100th match here, a big moment in any man's career, and now he's only just one victory away from a record 8 Wimbledon titles. We saw him in the semi-finals against Thomas Berdych, who probably gave him the biggest run for his money that we've seen so far here at Wimbledon. 3 sets, 7-6, 7-6, 6-4. That first set going to a tie-break. Everybody, of course, most of the people on the hill rooting for Federer, but we did like to see him receive a bit of a challenge because he's been so dominating for this entire championship so far. And at the age of just 35, he's bidding to now become the first man to win 8 Wimbledon titles and the oldest Grand Slam champion in the Open era. So a huge, huge moment. He's so far enjoyed a remarkable 2017, winning the Australian Open, which even he wasn't expecting. He's been preparing himself for this moment at Wimbledon. Could never have expected to be in such brilliant form at the beginning of the year. And he's got so much history here at Wimbledon. Everyone's taken him in as one of their own. This is his favourite place to play. He's the master of grass. The last time we saw him win his last Wimbledon title was back in 2012. We have seen him in 2 finals since then, against Novak Djokovic in 2013 and 2014. So this is his 3rd final since his last title back in 2012. But he's looking so very good this year. He hasn't dropped a set so far. He's just in the form of his life, looking as ever cool, calm and relaxed, as he always does here at the All England Club. It's a home away from home. And tomorrow he's got the big final against Marin Cilic. We know Cilic has got power. He's going to be a tough opponent. They had a brutal quarter-final here last year as Federer did come out on top after 2 sets down to win in 5 sets. And of course, Cilic beat him back at the US Open 2014, which Cilic went on to go and win. So it is set to be a fantastic match. But Federer looking as comfortable as ever as he warms up for the final tomorrow here at Wimbledon.
All right, back here inside the center court commentary booth, and it is a set in 3-0 now for Garbiñe Muguruza, delivering a serve there, 40-15 up that ball long, 40-30. So we'll see if Garbiñe, Craig O'Shaughnessy can hold for 4-0, and then I would say, okay, hand her the trophy.
This has a very different feel than the French Open, as you mentioned.
That I was mentioning, yeah.
Yeah, when Ilona Ostapenko was down a set and 3 love. We're right there. We're a set and 3 love right now, but this feels much more like one-way traffic. And, you know, Venus, you mentioned about having the plan B. I'm not really seeing the plan B at the moment. You know, we're seeing this point right now is going much more through the juice court at Muguruza's. As so there's a Muguruza backhand. It's exactly what we focused on.
4-0 now.
In our pre-match
analysis.
Thank you very much. You know, the backhand strong and the forehand hasn't broken down. Venus has not established dominance in the juice court going forehand to forehand, and she's repeatedly coming to the net, to the backhand, and repeatedly getting past it.
And Muguruza has been so strong on the backhand today. Let's talk about a little bit Garbiñe Muguruza. We were just discussing while we were watching that Roger Federer practice with Anna Whiteley. Off air, you and I were saying with a few of our colleagues that Garbiñe Muguruza is a good front runner.
Yeah.
Once she's got that lead, she's now a set and 4-0 up. You can see Venus Williams will now serve here to try to get into the second set, but she's lost 7 games in a row. What's Garbiñe doing right now?
Well, it's the first thing is, what is Venus not doing great, and another approach to the backhand that misses long. So those net points, she's 6.
The wheels are coming off for Venus.
A little bit. 6 of 12, 50%. The second serve points won, 6 of 17.
Wow.
So that's all you need to know.
And that's been Venus's Achilles heel in the second part of her career. This latter part where she's now 37 years old is Serena is such a great server, first and second delivery. But Venus, it can be a struggle for her. And now unforced error count is ticking up for Venus. I think the moment is getting away from her a little bit.
That was another second serve that was a little bit short. Great return deep middle. And instead of just taking it right down the middle of the court with her backhand, she went wide, put it in the alley. You don't want to make wide errors from the middle. It's exactly the same thing right there.
Yeah, Venus Williams, another backhand error there, so love 40 here.
Twice in a row she's served, the ball has come right back at her backhand, she's taken one step and then put it out into the alley.
We were getting vision there of Stanley Tucci, the actor, and it actually looked like he was in like one of the back rows up by us. We see Stanley maybe out there watching at the top of center court. But
these are good seats.
These are great seats.
Not a bad
love
seat.
40 for Venus Williams here at love 4 serving. So really dire times here for Venus. She lines up the first serve here into the backhand of Muguruza, cross court, and Venus barely moving her feet to that one, up through the court, and Muguruza broken now 5-0.
And it's another backhand winner, and it's another net point. And so, you know, all of these things are ticking one way at the moment. I want you to understand in your matches, when you face adversity, exactly like Garbiñe did in the first set, down 2 set points, serving at 4-5, 15-40, it feels like, oh, this isn't a place I want to be. It's also opportunity. If you can get out of that hole, you can get on a roll.
I mean, that's what Garbiñe has done here. Since 4-5, serving, 15-40, set points, as Craig's talking about, she's basically been in control of this match.
8 straight games. And too often you'll lose your head. You'll get too emotional. You pop the racket. You'll get down on yourself. Then there'll be negative self-talk because you're too focused on the moment that has a little adversity. Every tennis match has adversity. It's almost like storm clouds. The storm cloud is going to roll in at some stage in the match. It's up to you to figure out how big that cloud's going to be and how long it will hover over your head. And right then, the storm cloud rolled in for Garbiñe at 4-5, 15-40 in the first set. She said, I'm cool, I'm calm, I'm collected. The storm cloud left after 2 points, and she has not lost another game.
Now it's bright skies for Garbiñe Muguruza. Let's take you through these last few points. If she serves it out here, forehand from Venus Williams, up the middle of the court from Garbiñe Muguruza, and another unforced error from Venus Williams, 15-love.
What I don't understand right now, Venus has made 3 backhand errors standing dead on the hash mark in the middle of the court, wide. And that was long and wide, but that was out in the alley. If you're in the middle of the court, the natural angle is back down the middle of the court. If you're losing, you put the ball in the court more. We see another backhand error. Garbiñe Muguruza is 2 points.
2 points away here for Muguruza. Another backhand error. We're seeing Conchita Martinez, the last Spanish woman to win here in 1994 against Martina Navratilova. Can Muguruza pull this out? 30-love now, Craig. Serve up the tee. Muguruza, great forehand, moving Venus, and another error. And we've got 3 championships points here for Garbiñe Muguruza.
Exciting times, and Garbiñe she doesn't get too up, she doesn't get too down. She is so solid. You can tell by her body language she is now serving.
Championship point here for Muguruza. Balls up, serve in. Venus Williams forehand. That's called in, and it's a challenge called in by Eva Azdaraki-Moore. And Muguruza challenging here on championship point. Oh, let's see it. We've seen it before. These dramatic moments. That ball's in. So Muguruza, 40-15. She challenged on championship point. 40, or excuse me, we'll replay the point.
Yeah, it must have been a line
overruled. Yep. Again, championship point. That first serve long. 40-love. We're replaying that last point here. Muguruza's second serve. Quiet on center court. First serve is up. Muguruza into the backhand. Venus cross court. Muguruza into the net.
The return went deep, and we highlighted the depth in our pre-game preview, and not much you can do about that. That was the best shot Venus has hit in the last probably 15, 20 minutes.
She needed it. She needs a couple more here. 2 more championship points. 40-15. Muguruza, first serve up the tee, just wide.
She went for it.
She wanted that Serena Williams ace. Serena loves to end
first serve in. Don't go for an ace there.
On an ace, second serve now. Still championship point. Muguruza rolls it in. Venus forehand. Miss hit forehand.
Now,
it's long.
Again, it was deep middle, the exact right part of the court to hit to, but that was so deep. The marks on the court where the grass has been worn, the dirt right there, it landed right in there, so it was a tough bounce.
40-30, another championship point. Let's see if Muguruza can capitalize on her third chance. First serve, up to the tee. Venus Williams forehand, backhand from Muguruza. Nice depth, backhand from Venus Williams. Another challenge. Good tense stuff here on championship points. We see Eva Azdaraki-Moore kind of scratching her nose like, not sure there. This ball called in from Venus Williams. A challenge from Muguruza, and it's out. Is that
it?
And that's it. Garbiñe Muguruza is your 2017 champion. And there's pictures. You can see Garbiñe falling to the ground. The crowd is standing up here in center court. Venus Williams is defeated by Garbiñe Muguruza, 7-5, 6-love, and a great embrace from the two women at the net.
She stood there and was still in the mode of like, the match is still going, and instant tears once we saw that ball was out.
A little bit of doubt there. Now we're seeing Conchita Martinez, the whole team, everyone excited for Garbiñe Muguruza. She is a Grand Slam champion. Once again, she was winner at the French Open in 2016. And look at that disbelief on her face. Craig O'Shaughnessy, the fist pump from Garbiñe.
Isn't that amazing?
Champion again, the first Spanish woman to win here since Conchita Martinez did so in 1994.
You got a good memory.
Incredible stuff from Garbiñe we see there, Venus Williams in another Wimbledon final. What a run. What a run from Venus Williams. And now we're setting up the court and we're going to hand over to our friends at the BBC to walk us through this Ladies Singles Championship trophy presentation.
All sorts of thoughts going through her head now. She will not use any excuses when we hear from her shortly. But the contrast again, Garbiñe Muguruza. She has a French Open title and now she is Wimbledon champion. We talk about the players who might fill the gap after the Williams sisters depart, and there are so many, but Muguruza at, what, 23 now, she has many years to go and could be, well, is one of the stars of the game going forward.
Wow, this is just an incredible moment for this young lady right here. After winning the French last year, everybody was thinking, wow, she's going to ascend to the top of the game because she has so many weapons, and she struggled for the year, and that's just what makes this even sweeter. And there's the support team of Garbiñe Muguruza.
Maybe coaching Sam.
Yeah, they're either FaceTiming Sam Sumik or it's a selfie. Sam's involved, I'm sure. But again, yeah, the emotions at this stage. John, you've been here and you've been a winner and you've been a loser in a final. I mean, the contrast is obviously stark, but to sit there now and just wait for everything to come out, it must be a magical moment.
Well, it certainly is a very proud one for both players.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for the trophy presentation for the ladies singles. Please welcome onto centre court His Royal Highness the Duke of Kent, President of the All England Lawn Tennis Club, along with Chairman Philip Brooke and Martin Corrie, President of the Lawn Tennis Association.
So a word of thanks to representatives of the ball boys and ball girls. They've done such a sterling job, not just here in centre court, but on all courts throughout these championships. A strange atmosphere inside centre court because it threatened to be one of the great finals. So little between these two players in the first set. 2 set points for Venus Williams. And once that first set went, she visibly wilted.
First, please show your appreciation for the chair umpire, Ava Azdaraki Moore. Now to the runner-up, Venus Williams.
She will, of course, get a huge roar from centre court. Such a favourite and a great of the game. Not the silverware that she would have wanted, and we hope that she is back again. She remains at 5 ladies singles titles.
And the Wimbledon champion of 2017, Garbiñe Muguruza.
Only the second Spanish winner of this title. That woman there, Conchita Martinez, won it in 1994, and Spain can celebrate again. Now for Sue Barker to ask the two for a few words, and Venus Williams first of all. A very difficult interview to give, but the smile is there.
You see, they love you, Venus. They absolutely love you, and you are not only a great champion, but just showing such great sportsmanship at the end of that match as well.
Oh, beautiful. Congratulations, Garbiñe. Amazing. I know how hard you work, and I'm sure this means so much to you and your family. So well done today. Beautiful.
but also Venus, well done to you because you've had a great tournament.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to my team who's been here for me day in and day out, and my family as well. I love you guys. It's a lot of beautiful moments in the past couple of weeks.
And a message for Serena?
Oh, I miss you. I tried my best to do the same things you do, but I think that there'll be other opportunities. I do.
I certainly will. Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen, Venus Williams.
No, she is not done yet, and she will be back.
Wow. This hasn't come easy to lift that trophy. You've had to beat a great champion.
Yeah, definitely. I had, I think, the hardest match today, against Venus. She's such a incredible player. I grew up watching her play, so it's incredible to play the final. Sorry.
But she was an inspiration.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know, I feel incredible to be able to play her here.
Absolutely. And also, you showed no sign of nerves.
Well, I think it's inside. Of course, I'm nervous. I always dream to be here, so I was composed, I guess.
And that first set was crucial, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was very, very tough. We both had a lot of chances, so I'm glad that I made it.
And what about your team? I know your coach, Sam Sumik, he can't be here, so do you have a message for him?
Yeah, well, here it is. I want to thank my team that is here, Conchita, my physio, my fitness trainer, Cecilia Oli, everybody, because this is not only me, it's all the team work, so finally.
Because you said that 2 years ago, didn't you, when you were in the final? You said, I want to come back and I want to win here.
Yeah, 2 years ago, I lost in the finals against Serena, and she told me one day, I was going to maybe win, so 2 years after, here I am.
And have you got a big party planned? Do you think someone's going to organize a celebration?
For sure, for sure.
Well, congratulations and well played. The Wimbledon champion, Garbiñe Muguruza.
Sue Barker angling for an invitation to the celebration party. But there is the formal party and gathering to go to as well, and all these formalities. And Venus Williams at this point wants to be anywhere else, but these are just magical moments for Garbiñe Muguruza, holding the Venus Rosewater dish. One of the most beautiful trophies in sport.
Well, I think Venus wants to be there too. I mean, you say I got to the Wimbledon final again. She, at her age, I think she's pretty darn proud that she's part of this, even though she lost. You could say it was youth over experience. I mean, maybe the legs finally gave out at 37. The mind and the body just wasn't up to the task. And 23-year-old with a lot of energy and intensity prevailed.
Well, it's been a rather dark and gloomy day outside here at Wimbledon, with a smile and the flashbulbs lighting up centre court. What can she achieve now? Said French Open champion last year, Wimbledon champion this year. I mean, there have been the mentions of inconsistencies throughout her career. She has come and gone, and when she's on her game, she is, as we saw today, unbeatable. She's got to find that consistency, and she could win however many more Grand Slam titles.
When I first saw her win the French, I thought she'd had a half dozen in her. Had my doubts when I started to watch her, and the way she was handling it was tough. But I believe that she's back on track to do that very thing. She's added to her game. I think Conchita Martinez has been a blessing for her. She's certainly a better player, more consistent player. She's always battled. She's always been confident. She's improving. She's learning. So that was a lot of good signs for her.
Well, to all four sides of centre court she goes. And they'll be watching this keenly, I'm sure, in Venezuela as well. Caracas born. Her mother is from Venezuela, father from Spain. Neither parents here. They can't bear to watch either. They get a bit tight watching, so they'll be watching perhaps in Spain.
Considering how tough things are in Venezuela, I'm sure this is a breath of fresh air.
She has that dual nationality, but Spain her home now. And the tour around the court by both players.
Muguruza's face just there says it all. She's won her second Grand Slam title after winning Roland Garros a couple of years ago. Previously, of course, she was in the final here at Wimbledon, but now she's done it. She's lifting that famous Venus rose water dish. And Kyothawong is alongside me here on the Wimbledon channel as we watch the celebrations inside centre court, a short distance away from where we're standing right now. And what did you make of the match? Because I hate to use the phrase a game of two halves, but it really was like that. The first set, much of the first set was so close, nothing to tell between the two players, and then Muguruza ran away with it in the second.
Yeah, she really did. I mean, take nothing away from Muguruza. That was a superb performance, it really was. I mean, that first set, it was always Venus who had the edge at the first. She was the one who created the breakpoint opportunities, initially wasn't able to convert. Muguruza saved those 2 match points, and the match just quickly just turned around, and I don't know whether Venus was just a little flat. Well, she was, let's face it, she was flat in that second set. I expected more from her, and I don't know what the reasons were as to why she felt that she couldn't give I'm sure, you know, more. From that sense, I guess it's a little disappointing, because I think there were high hopes for Venus Williams going into this match. But Muguruza just didn't take her eye off anything. She just went from strength to strength, and she held her nerve. That was the key thing for her today.
Given the mental strength of Venus Williams throughout her career, were you surprised that when she did drop those breakpoint opportunities, that they didn't go her way earlier on in the first set, that she wasn't able to then stay with it?
Yeah, and that's what's so disappointing, because I thought, okay, you know, regardless of the outcome, regardless of who wins, this match was guaranteed to go all the way. It was going to be close, and there wasn't really going to be too much between the two. But after the first set, it was just one-way traffic, and Venus just looked all over the place.
One thing Mats was saying was earlier that was going to be the biggest difficulty, I suppose, for Garbina Muguruza, as we're seeing here, was to just try and hit through Venus Williams from the baseline, because even though she hit such a big ball, Venus Williams just able to absorb the power from the back of the court. But in the second set, she was completely able to do that. She was overpowering Venus, wasn't she? Yeah,
she was, but Muguruza, you know, her style of play, having watched a lot of her over the years, she never backs off. And this fortnight, you know, a lot of those balls have been going into play, and she's been hurting her opponents. But that's what makes her so dangerous, and what will potentially make her one of the greats in the women's game is that she just doesn't back up. She's always looking to develop her game. She's looking to push forwards where possible. And she believes in that style of play. She believes in herself, and she knows she's going to have her good weeks and her bad weeks. But this has been an unbelievable and unforgettable 2 weeks for her.
We were talking after the semi-final against Rybarikova, arguably completely not the same kind of match as playing Venus Williams, but she clearly had a plan in that match. She stuck to it and it worked perfectly. Do you think there was almost a similar game plan here, that she had quite a clear plan that her coaching team had come up with and she stuck with it against Venus?
Yeah, again, she was relentless from the back of the court. Yes, she was targeting the Venus forehand. Venus, we know, has hit a lot of forehand winners throughout this championships, but that is the side that breaks down. And she was able to stay in those rallies with Venus as well. Venus is able to overpower a lot of people, but Muguruza can match her when it comes to that. And as an athlete, I mean, they're both incredible athletes. I mean, one of those set points, I think the rally was, what, 19 shots? Muguruza just hung in there, made Venus play when it mattered, and then was able to turn the match around completely. So, you know, you have to give it to her. We saw the potential in her 2 years ago when she made the final here. She went out to she lost that final to Serena Williams, but then bounced back last year to win the French by beating Serena, playing this type of tennis. So it doesn't seem to matter what surface she's playing on. She's going to just keep going at it.
I was actually going to ask that. What's changed? What have you noticed that's different, the Garbina Muguruza today than a couple of years ago when she lost that final?
Well, I think you learn from experience, don't you? And she, well, actually, I want to say she looked more relaxed, but when they first came on court, I mean, she couldn't crack a smile at all, could she? I was giggling to myself when, you know, both players were standing there at the net with the young girl who was there to toss the coin. Venus looked more relaxed. Venus was smiling for the cameras. Garbiñe just, you know, looked straight into the camera. No smile, no nothing, very serious. Looked like she was nervous, but once the match got going, it was all free flowing.
Here she is looking at her name on the board, 2017, Miss G. Muguruza. How do you think she's feeling right now?
Pleased as punch. I think there'll be some celebration tonight. I'm sure she'll let her hair down and enjoy the moment. I'm sure Conchita Martinez will encourage her to do so, because it was back in '94, wasn't it, when Conchita beat Martina, who happened to be 37 as well, same age as Venus. Yeah, Garbiñe, well, just a year older to Conchita, winning her first Wimbledon title at the age of 23. But you know, she knows what it's like now to be right at the end of the tournament, to be in the Grand Slam final, and you know, she hopefully now she'll be able to build on this, because last year after she won the French Open, her first Grand Slam title, there was a lot of expectation, a lot of pressure, and we saw her wilt. She didn't seem to embrace.
She did talk about that, didn't she? There was quite a lot of press conferences and interviews where she spoke quite candidly about the fact that she'd struggled with the spotlight that was placed on her from winning that title, the Roland Garros title. The focus was so much on her, and she felt like she wasn't ready to deal with that.
Yeah, but I think now she's definitely more equipped to do so. Greeting some members there who sat in the royal box.
Yeah, and they will have enjoyed watching what was a very interesting match, as we said, a game really of two halves. The first set was so close, and in the end it was a bit of a thrashing in the second set. 6-love, Venus not able to get on the scoreboard. 7-5, 6-love, an hour and 17 minutes they were on a centre court. You mentioned Conchita Martinez, the coaching dynamic. Do you think that's there to stay? Do you think this will be a long-term thing?
I would love to see Conchita around Garbiñe a lot more. I mean, I guess her day-to-day coach is Sam Sumik, a Frenchman who couldn't be here at the championships. But Conchita is a great woman. She's a Fed Cup captain as well as the Davis Cup captain, and she does do weeks on the road with Garbiñe and Sam. She's incredibly laid back. She's fun to be around. She knows her tennis, and I think she's just really been brilliant for Garbiñe to be around someone like that. I think it helps keep you chilled out away from the tennis court. You know, Conchita couldn't be any more different to Sam, I'm afraid to say it. You know, Sam's very in your face and very intense, you know, when I've witnessed him come on for on-court coaching with Garbiñe at the other WTA events, you know, you wonder whether that intensity might be too much. But with Conchita, she has seemed a lot more relaxed. But also, maybe the fact that her rankings dropped outside the world's top 10, I don't think there were people were expecting as much from Muguruza at this year's championships as they previously have.
And there she is, coming out onto the balcony, as is traditional for the men's and ladies champions here. They come out and parade the silverware in front of all of the fans down there on the side of centre court. And it's not too far away from where we're standing right now. That is the picture from our camera. Bash, the cameraman, controlling it there, and you can see Garbiñe Muguruza has just come out of that beautiful oak-panelled door to display the Venus rosewater dish that was there. And there she is, a long way in the distance. We're high above court number 8 is the court we're just behind. We're talking about this brilliant match. One thing I wanted to say about Conchita Martinez, whenever they cut away to her sitting in the box, she's always so entertaining to watch, because she's got a smile on her face. She reacts to who she's sitting next to. Often when they do a cutaway to someone sitting in the box, a coach or a relative, they tend to be fairly nervous looking usually and don't really have too much emotion on their face, but she's so fun to watch even when she's just watching a match.
Yeah, well, I guess that's her personality, and she I think Garbiñe knows how supportive Conchita Martinez has been on and off the court, you know, I guess for her it must be nice to look to her box and see someone who doesn't look too stressed, and I'm sure that helps calm you in the heat of battle. Yeah, who knows how much more we'll see of Conchita on the tour, and how much Conchita really wants to be on the tour.
What now for Muguruza? I think, is she going to be targeting as many Grand Slams as she can get? Because there is still a little bit of a window of opportunity whilst Serena is off having a baby and she's away from the game. Muguruza is right up there with those players who are going to say, right, every single time we take to a Grand Slam without Serena in the draw, I should be looking to win it.
Well, I do believe she believes she can be the very best. She believes that she should be #1 in the world. Is that Conchita?
There is Martinez, yeah.
Yeah.
She's always got a smile on her face. She loves the game.
She's brilliant. She is absolutely brilliant. Can't speak any more highly of that woman. You know, she goes into the hard court season after this year's championships as a different person, a woman with a lot more confidence and belief in her tennis, even more so than before, and there's absolutely no reason why she can't be a threat on the hard courts. Her game is transferable across all surfaces.
What now for Venus Williams? Where do you think she's going to go from here? Do you think she'll be able to regroup, and perhaps would we see her in another Grand Slam final? Is that going to happen again?
Yeah, she's the only woman to have played 2 Grand Slam finals this year. Okay, it didn't go her way today or at the Australian Open where she lost to Serena, but you know, she is still a force in women's tennis, 37 years young, but she can still play and compete with the very best, and if she's enjoying it, you know, then why not keep continuing? I mean, she's going to be ranked inside the world's top 10, perhaps, I think maybe the top 5, but she's thereabouts. She's playing some great tennis, entertaining everyone and loving it, so keep going, I say.
And the thing with Venus is, given what's happened to her in the last month or so, she's proven just how mentally strong she is to be able to reach a Grand Slam final, given what happened off the court about 3 or 4 weeks ago coming into the tournament here in the last fortnight. She's just so mentally strong, isn't she?
She is. She's tough, and I think people may have underestimated that a little bit, given you know what she had to deal with before the tournament started. You know, she's proved that she constantly proves a lot of people wrong.
I'm sure Muguruza is hoping to follow in Venus Williams' footsteps and win even near to the number of Grand Slam titles that Venus has won. What do you think this victory means for Muguruza's career looking forward?
She can certainly win many, many more slams. She has the ability to do so. She's a great athlete, great tennis player. She showed great composure today. And I think she will be able to learn from her mistakes of last year, not listen to too much of the hype, try and ignore all of that, just focus on the tennis, focus on what's in her control, you know, just go and keep improving. She's still only 23 years old, so she's got years of tennis ahead of her.
She's got 1 Grand Slam title now on grass, 1 Grand Slam title on clay. What's her strongest surface? Where do you feel she is the best?
Well, it's funny because I think she says her favourite surface is hard, but yeah, her 2 Grand Slams have come on.
Maybe back her for the US Open.
Yeah, you know. She plays well on all surfaces, and I really I think it's possible for her to win all 4 Grand Slams. I really do. You know, when she's in the zone, like she was today, like she was when she won the French Open. She's just tough to break down. And I'm pleased to say I called it. I said she was going to be one of the best players because I played my last professional match against her 4 years ago here at Wimbledon. And I remember walking off court thinking, this girl is going to be good. I said to my coach, I said to my family, she is going to go all the way. Yep.
What was it about her game that struck you that day? Because I mean, you played against so many great players here at Wimbledon in both singles and doubles. What was it that day that struck you?
Well, she took the ball so early and she never backed off. That was the thing. And, you know, the way you see her return a serve, she's right there on the baseline. She's looking to impose herself. She was doing that 4 years ago, but obviously not with the same type of success that she does now. But I guess she was always looking to play in the right way. She was, she knew how she was going to be dangerous, and she was willing to just keep going at it. And it was her sheer, I guess, weight of shot that surprised me, and how early and how simple everything looked. For her, and I don't know, it's just, you just get a feeling when you go up against some of these young players, you think, okay, so-and-so is probably too one-dimensional, might not come through, but someone else like Muguruza has that something extra special. She wasn't afraid to come forwards. There wasn't really anything she couldn't do, and that's what was so impressive.
Is it, I was going to say that, how does it affect a player mentally when they've got one Grand Slam title, as she did, winning Roland Garros? As time continues on and on and on, and they don't win another one, it's a bit like sort of difficult second album for a pop group or something like that. How pleased and how confident do you think she'll be that now she is a multiple Grand Slam champion? It wasn't, people can't just look at her and say, oh, well, that was just a flash in the pan, you've only got one.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I always thought she was always going to win more slams after the French Open, despite the slump that came after it. And I do think she will continue to win many more. I do think she'll probably, in 10 years' time, we'll be talking about her possibly being one of the greats in the women's game. She is that good. So I don't know. I've never doubted she could win Grand Slams. I don't doubt she'll be #1 in the world at some point.
And let's have a look at the way she won it. If you have just joined us here at the Wimbledon channel, it is Garbina Muguruza who's won her second Grand Slam title, 7-5, 6-love, in an hour and 17 minutes on centre court. This was the match point. A slightly bizarre way to win it, because there was that backhand there from Venus Williams that landed in the end, as Hawkeye will tell us, quite a long way out. But it wasn't called out by the line judge, and then it wasn't overruled by the umpire, and it gave it a bit of an awkward pause.
Yeah, it's a shame. I mean,
because in the end, as we see here, it was quite a long way out.
Yeah, I don't think it was a good day for the line judges on centre court today, because there were a few other mistakes as well. And, I would have loved to have seen the ball called out and to have seen the impulse, the kind of winning moment from Garbina. And I don't think she really got her moment because of that.
I was going to say that that's one thing that, I suppose, if you are going to poke holes, I guess, a little bit in Hawkeye, that occasionally we do get that awkward pause where everyone knows the ball's out, it hasn't been called out, and then Hawkeye confirms it, and they don't quite get the slump to the knees, and they've won the title in the same way you would have got before.
Yeah, but that's not, I don't think that's a Hawkeye fault. I think that's a line judge fault. And for the finals,
you want the right call.
Yeah, you want the right call. I know everyone makes mistakes, but for a final, the best line judges who have performed throughout the tournament get the final. Clearly someone was having a bad day.
Well, we all have them. Garbina Muguruza, obviously, where do you think she's going to focus now? Because the thing, I was just looking at the date actually just now, the 14th. We've not got long until the next Grand Slam. This period of the season is so bunched up.
Yeah.
I think it was 5 weeks until they'll be in New York for the start of the US Open. So she's not got long to obviously enjoy this. She'll have a great night tonight and the next few days, but then to turn her attention to the next Grand Slam and really try and keep moving up.
Yeah, I'm sure there'll be some time off. This is a natural time, really, for a lot of players to take a bit of time off, because the year is just so long. It goes from January until the end of October for the women. Off season, people take at the most 2 or 3 weeks off. But this is a time to take a week and a half off before you get back on the practice courts. I'm sure there'll be a lot of sponsorship commitments for Garbina. Everyone's going to want a piece of her, and I'm sure she'll look to try and manage that better, and her agent and her team will try and look to manage that better than perhaps they did post-French Open. So
Muguruza, delighted she's won the final, 7-5, 6-love, and many delighted fans of hers inside centre court and out around the grounds here at SW19 as well. Rachel's been catching up with some of them.
I just grabbed these two ladies out of centre court. They have just watched the ladies' singles final. Garbina Muguruza has won. What? How are you feeling about that? What a legend!
We absolutely loved it. We loved every minute of it. We wish it had gone to 3, didn't we?
We do wish it had gone to 3.
So exciting. We absolutely loved it, didn't we?
Going in there, did you expect Muguruza to take the title?
Actually, no. I thought Venus still had it in her, but no. Muguruza absolutely slaughtered her. Second set, 6-love. What can you say?
And she deserved it. I think she really did deserve it.
And
she was brilliant.
Just tell us about the whole atmosphere in there. Who were people majority rooting for?
I think Venus, do you?
I agree. I think mostly Venus, but this young girl showed her that youth still has it over experience.
Yes. Venus, people were for Venus, weren't they?
Definitely.
As the match went on, she showed how good she was, didn't she?
She did.
And then it was so
Spanish
exciting.
girl.
And Spanish is a bit close to your heart,
Yes.
isn't it?
My second home is in Spain, so I'm supporting Spain, really.
I was supporting Venus to start with, and then as the match went on, we went on to Spain.
Yeah,
brilliant. You were actually speaking Spanish, weren't you?
I was.
We were supporting in Spanish.
We were.
And we
Completely.
absolutely loved every moment of it. We had a bottle of, what was it, Sue?
Champagne.
Yeah.
Of course she did. It's Wimbledon.
What else is there?
And we paced ourselves, and it was the most enjoyable day, wasn't it?
We didn't fall asleep. That's
we
the good
didn't
news.
fall asleep.
How could you in there? It was such a brilliant match. Anyway, ladies, I won't hold you any longer.
you so much.
They've got afternoon tea to go to. Right.
And we loved it. It was brilliant.
Thanks, ladies. Bye-bye.
Thank you, lady.
Garbiñe Muguruza is Wimbledon champion 2017. What a moment it was for the 23-year-old, born in 1994, the year that Conchita Martinez won this title. She becomes the second Spanish woman after Conchita to win the Wimbledon title. She also beat a 37-year-old. Conchita won the title in 1994 over Martina Navratilova. Today, Garbiñe gets a win over 37-year-old Venus Williams with Conchita Martinez in her player box. Let's go into social media and see what people are talking about. And of course, we've got a little bee on the screen. Hello, friend. From our social media screens, we can see here that everyone's talking about Garbiñe Muguruza. There she is with that Venus rose water dish. What a sight that is to see. Muguruza now a second Grand Slam title after the French Open in 2016, and she has 4 career titles. That's crazy. 2 out of her 4 wins in her career are Grand Slams. The last time she was even in a final was the French Open last year. This was the winning moment. Go to Twitter if you haven't already to see this play again for Garbiñe Muguruza. It was a weird moment to finish off there for Garbiñe Muguruza today. I had to get that bee away just for a second. There's Garbiñe Muguruza winning through today. Great effort from her. In straight sets, she won the last 9 games. It was 4-5. And then she went through at 6-0 in the second set. 2 years ago, I lost to Serena, and she told me maybe one day I would win. Here I am, Garbiñe Muguruza. That was an emotional moment. It was a weird finish to the match. She challenged on her 3rd championship point, and the ball actually went her way. So she comes through as champion. Lots of you out there on social media. Of course, I'm sure the tweets are clicking through as I'm talking. But what about this from Antonio Banderas? Look at that nice moment from them. I think this was from a couple years ago, but he's sending out his congratulations, of course, to the champion, Garbiñe Muguruza. What about David Ferrer giving the shout out to Garbiñe as well? Fellow Grand Slam finalist is Ferrer. Garbiñe winning, going one further. Nice little shout out there. Fernando Verdasco, another Spanish tennis player, saying congrats to Garbiñe. Obviously, a lot of people excited. We saw Rafael Nadal was wishing her good luck in this final. And Kjathavang from our Wimbledon channel team here saying it was a fantastic achievement by Garbiñe, superb performance and great composure. That's what a lot of people are talking about on social media, the way that Garbiñe was able to win that second set. Kevin Anderson wishing both women congratulations. Obviously legends in the sport. Venus Williams so close to winning that first set today. Here was that winning moment, and this is kind of, you see those pictures in the future of what becomes the iconic moment. I think this is Garbiñe Muguruza's iconic moment today on center court. Hands, face in hands. Respect here for the 2 women. That was a nice moment that they shared. Obviously, both of them giving accolades to one another when they talked to Sue Barker on center court for the trophy presentation. But this was a great little moment between these 2 women. And Garbiñe is the first player to beat both Serena and Venus in a Grand Slam final. That's right. She beat Serena at the French Open last year in 2016, and she comes through today against Venus. I'm sure it means so much to you, Muguruza, and your family. Well done. That was from Venus Williams on court. Now, I love this next little factoid from John Wertheim at Sports Illustrated and Tennis Channel. he's pointing out that Garbiñe lost her most recent match 6-1, 6-love. That's when she played in Eastbourne against Barbara Stricheva, her first match in Eastbourne. That was her last match before she came here to Wimbledon. And look at that, she loses that match, and now she comes here and wins 7 matches in a row. And then a lot of fans shouting out, of course, their love for Venus, their appreciation for both of the women. If we dip into our Instagram posts, obviously a lot here. And again, I think this is the iconic moment today for Garbiñe Muguruza. Before she was handed that Venus Rosewater dish down on the ground, her face in her hands. Really a beautiful moment to see her win through. And really the center court crowd, I think, appreciating that first set, especially from both of these women. But again, her second career Grand Slam title, her first here at Wimbledon. She's won only 4 career titles. Now, before she left court, here's Garbiñe Muguruza, and this moment is going viral. Let's watch. Here she is with her trophy, walking off court with that Venus Rosewater dish, and then let's have a little fun. Oh, perfect balance. She showed great composure out on court, and that's some good balance skills there too as well. Very cool for Garbiñe Muguruza there to win today, a winner over Venus Williams, and she's our Wimbledon champion. Now we're going to check in with Rachel Stringer.
I found Marta Mateo, Spanish journalist here, obviously super pleased with that result in there. Garbiñe Muguruza taking the championship title.
Amazing display. I mean, after the first set, you could see that Venus was like struggling physically, but I couldn't imagine that this would be such a huge result. Like, my God, amazing result.
Just tell us about what you expected coming into this match. What did you expect from Garbiñe?
I saw her as a favorite. Probably everybody was saying that Venus was the main favorite because of the history here, because of everything that she has won here. But Garbiñe has been playing great over the last 2 weeks. Very focused, very determined to just come towards the final and just do something special here. I remember 2 years ago, Serena told her in the final, "You're gonna win this one day." And look, probably she didn't expect that it would be against her sister, but obviously a great result for Garbiñe.
Well, I think from the audience as well, we could see just how fired up and determined Garbiñe was. Is that something we haven't seen lately, considering her drop in form after her 2016 French Open title? Like, did you expect her to be so fired up?
I saw like the sparkle. I saw that something was changing the moment she lost at the French Open. When she lost against Kiki Mladenovic, I thought, there's something going on. She's planning something. She loves the big stages. She loves center courts. And she performs really well when she goes onto a center court. People like supporting her. We could hear like, come on, Garbiñe. And she loves that. And she's a powerful player. And I think there's many titles more to come.
And she now is the second Spanish lady ever to win the title. And what does that mean?
And how amazing it is that in the box is the first Spanish champion, Conchita Martinez. It's like, it looks like it was written, you know what I mean? Like everything was written before, the script was there, Conchita was here, Sam couldn't come, but Sam has been helping Conchita over the last 2 weeks as well, Sam Sumik, Garbiñe's coach. But it's just lovely to see the first Spanish champion supporting the next. It's like, you had one queen now we have a different one.
What do you think Conchita added to Garbiñe's game here during the championships, having been a former champion herself?
I would say that the most important thing that Conchita has brought into Garbiñe has been calm. Usually Garbiñe is a player that overthinks about so many things before of the tournament. Conchita just said, you just have to step on the court and play. They didn't change anything drastically, they didn't change anything technically. It was more something about someone listening to her, someone telling her, I've been there, I know what is it like, and then just like calming her. And I think it's just the perfect combination. Hopefully this will be the start of something like, I don't know, maybe in different Grand Slams as well.
Well, I was just going to say that actually. Garbiñe now has won on clay and now on grass, 2 slams. How far can she go?
She can go really far. I remember when she's starting to be in the papers and so on, people was calling her the Russian because she so the sort of like Spanish sort of player. She's powerful, she's tall, and she has those like really powerful strokes. Hard courts suit her. So you never know in the Australian Open and US Open. what she can do.
Watch this space. Thank you very much, Martia Matteo.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
So the third Grand Slam title for the ladies has been awarded in 2017. It's gone the way of Garbina Muguruza, 7-5-6 love on centre court in an hour and 17 minutes over Venus Williams. But the tennis isn't finished here on ladies' finals day, because there's also some other finals to get through, namely the men's doubles, and there they are heading out onto centre court just now. It's Lukas Kubot and his partner, the huge Marcelo Melo, 6'8", 2 meters 3, up against Oliver Marach and Mate Pavic in this men's doubles final. And Anna, great chance for these players who perhaps don't get to play on the biggest arenas around the world unless they get to a final or semi-final, to get to play on centre court.
Yeah, you know, it's like I've always said, it's such an iconic court, and these four guys between them have never won a slam, so it's a great opportunity, and you know, it's yeah, I guess a huge thing to play for.
Marcelo Melo, he's will be the new #1 regardless of what happens here, whether he wins or loses. He'll be the new doubles #1 in the world. At 6'8", he's quite a tricky man to pass, isn't he?
Yeah, you could say that. I think he's got pretty long levers. Yeah, good luck trying to get it past him on his side of the court. But he, you know, all of them, they'll be trying to rush the net as much as possible. But Melo in particular, yeah. I think you have to go straight at someone that tall, really. You can't even, no, it's not even worth trying to pass it, just go straight at him.
Straight at him. One thing that's interesting, we were talking about the courts there. I remember a couple of years ago we were talking about Colin Fleming, and he was talking to us about playing on the stadium courts as opposed to playing on the outside courts, as doubles players often do, and saying that it actually makes it more difficult or different. The tactics have to be slightly different because of the space that they have outside the court, so it's slightly wider towards outside the tram lines. There might be a little bit more distance behind the baseline as well compared to some of the outside courts. So when you're retrieving, getting a lob back,
yeah, you've got to make sure you recover and yeah, you know.
So how did you find that when you played a doubles match? Say you were on court 8 or court 7 round here, where it's much tighter, then going onto a big court, did it make it a bit different?
Yeah, if you're not used to playing on big courts the whole time, yeah, I mean, even your peripheral vision changes, and you can lose. It's going to sound ridiculous, but you can lose your bearings out there.
Yeah, no, I think it's a genuine thing.
Yeah, but I guess the more opportunities you create to play on these big stages, the more accustomed you are to it.
Okay, so Lukas Kubot and Marcelo Melo taking on Oliver Marach and Mate Pavic. We can join the commentators on centre court.
And you win. Receive. All right, receiving and staying. All right.
For those of you that were watching the ladies' singles final, Garbina Muguruza coming through that in straight sets against Venus Williams, will notice that prior to the doubles, the roof has been opened here on centre court. There was a fair bit of rain around this morning. The decision was made to close the roof, but for the men's doubles final it will remain open, as the weather forecast should be pretty good for the next few hours or so. Varying routes through to the final. Of course, there's Marcelo Melo, who has regained his world #1 ranking in doubles, no matter what happens in this final. Now that Henri Continent is out, he of course was ranked #1 in the world back in November 2015 through to June 2016 for 26 weeks, was the Brazilian. Both teams today, of course, bidding to win their first Grand Slam doubles titles as a team. Kubot, of course, won the men's doubles title in the 2014 Australian Open alongside the Swede Robert Lindstedt. And Melo, of course, Roland Garros 2015 with his former partner Ivan Dodig. Mate Pavic from Croatia in your picture, left-hander. Best singles ranking of just inside the world's top 300, and is just a shade off his best ever doubles ranking currently at 31 in the world. He's been as high as 29. Of course, that will improve courtesy of the run that he's had through here. These two hooked up in Miami this year. And there is Oliver Marash from Austria, who has won 15 doubles titles. There's confirmation of that Grand Slam doubles title that Melo won at Roland Garros, and you can see supremely consistent in terms of his achievements on the doubles court, and supremely consistent in the way that he goes about his business on the doubles court as well. He is correctly named a very mellow character out there, and will continue to just be the sort of the guiding light of this team. Kubot is the man that can bring a lot of flair and firepower to this partnership, particularly off the return of serves. Can be a little quiet for a while, but when he connects, he is very special, and got it right in Australia in 2014. Top 10 in the world at the moment. Of course, he was ranked inside the top 50 in singles as well, Kubot, but has elected to concentrate solely now on the doubles. Does not have a singles ranking currently at 35 years of age. It's been an epic journey through for these two as well, as you can see. And in fact, the other pairing, as we'll witness in a second, haven't had it all their own way either. But Peschner pair in the second round, 11-9 in the third. Slightly closer look at these two. Marich at 36 years of age. You can see semi-final was his best showing back in 2009 on the doubles court, but has exceeded that here at Wimbledon. He's been in the top 10 as well, of course, so a lot of quality out here. Mate Pavic in your picture there, just getting ready to throw his arm over a couple more times before they get underway here on centre court for the men's double final. And what an epic semi-final that these two had. It's been a solid route through, but they haven't played any seeded pair at all, as you can see through there. But coming through 17-15 in the fifth in that semi-final, I just wonder whether that will have an impact here, given the route that Kubot and Melo have had to come through. Also with 3 5-setters, the 14th season, of course, the #1 pairing in the semi-finals, Continent Peers, who won the Australian Open, who went down 9-7 in the fifth. Fergus Murphy from Ireland in the chair. They say that the art of good doubles is to choose a good partnership, and the art of good doubles commentary is to get 2 partners, clearly. And I've been doubly blessed today with John Lloyd and Peter Fleming in the booth. Welcome, guys.
Nice to be here. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. It's looking forward to this match, probably because we have no idea who might win this one. I mean, I think Kubat and Melo are the favorites. They have been perhaps the form team throughout this year, but grass court doubles is really a great leveler, isn't it? And so we have no idea.
No, I agree with that. I think the favourites are Kubat and Melo just by their rankings and Grand Slam stature in they've both done well there, but I think it's a tough match to call.
Just looking at their championship comparisons there, the one thing that sort of stood out individually in the semi-final for Maric and Pavic was the 74% first serves in that they made through the entirety of that clash. Now, anyone that can serve at that kind of level consistently over 5 sets is going to be a difficult team to break.
All right, well, you can continue watching the men's doubles final on both ESPN and BBC. But first, Craig O'Shaughnessy, we've got to break down what happened on that women's match. Garbiñe Muguruza, of course, your 2017 Wimbledon champion, and she's tweeted. There it is. Yes, very simple, very happy Garbiñe. She was very elated out there on court. I think emotional in this victory.
Well, you saw at the moment that we went to Hawkeye and we saw whether that ball was in or out. Yeah. And as soon as it was out, that instant, tears, emotion floods out.
Relief?
Relief. They keep it in and keep it in. And, you know, and she was in battle mode. She was still ready to play more points. And especially, there were 2 other match point opportunities that she didn't capture.
Right. Yeah, it was her third championship point.
So it was kind of like she was trying to back into it a little bit. They weren't positive, aggressive points, but she got the job done today.
All right, so let's go ahead and look at Craig. First off, we're going to take a look at some video, but 7-5, 6-0, and she won the last 9 games of this match. Walk us through some of the numbers that you see and help us tell the story of what happened here.
Yeah, so from the baseline, you know, this was very much a baseline final. And one of the stats I was just able to dig up was where she was standing when she won the point. So you're either standing serving, and then it's all baseline points into the net. So Garbiñe, very much a baseline final. 44 of the points that she won, she was standing at the baseline. Only 12 directly off the serve and 6 directly at the net. Garbiñe won 59% of her baseline points. And you're like,
wow,
is that good or is that bad? It's fantastic. 50-50 is great.
Right.
Just to give you an example, Roger Federer at the Australian Open this year won it. He won 49% of his baseline points. Serena Williams won the Australian Open. She won 49%.
Especially in that second set. She just, I mean, once she had that lead, that set in 3-0, we were on center court talking about it. She just floored her way through to the victory.
Exactly. Venus won 40% of her baseline points. And one of the things we've identified for our viewers all over the world is when these momentum moments happen. And in this match, it was towards the end of the first set, and we're going to watch those points here shortly. I've got a couple other quick ones here. The longest rally, which will be the first one we see come up, was 19 shots.
Strokes, right?
Yeah, exactly. And remember, we've talked a lot about rally length, 0 through 4, 5 through 8, and 9 plus.
Yeah.
And we keep saying, you know, 0 through 4 is generally around 70% of all points, 5 through 8, 20%, and 9 plus is only 10%. Well, if we add up all the points Garbiñe won and lost in all 3, here's how it panned out. In 0 through 4, she was plus 11, won 11 more points than she lost. In the mid-length rallies of 5 through 8, she was only plus 3, and in the long rally, she was only plus 3. So once again,
short rallies,
this
first strike tennis,
right?
Yeah,
exactly. That's first strike. This Wimbledon final was decided much more in rally lengths where there was only 2 shots maximum hit by either player, a total of 4 shots.
Partially to me, that also speaks to first serves, great percentage, and look at her winning 77% of those first serve points played.
Yes.
And then Venus Williams only able to win 1 out of 3 second serve points. That sort of, to me, is correlating in the sense of you've got to get in that first strike.
Yes.
And Garbiñe did a great job. Look at that, breaking Venus 4 times as well.
Yeah. You know, the 5 double faults, we knew there was a double fault problem coming in. We identified that. It reared its head in the game that Venus got broken at 5-all. There was a double fault in that game. The inability to get one break of serve, and I believe Garbiñe was not broken in her last three matches here.
Yeah.
It was the match against Angelique Kerber was the last time she was broken.
That's incredible.
Young girls
That's
go.
8 sets of tennis if you count the 2 in the Kerber match and then 3. I mean, that's especially on the women's side of the game where the serve is not as prevalent for Garbiñe. Prominent.
But either works for me.
To play through 8 sets that way and not get broken, that's incredible.
If you're a young girl out there, anywhere you are in the world, you're like, I hear what you guys are saying. I hear that first strike was dominant. Yes, there was some baseline points. Yes, the backhand was very good. Let's just go back right here. We predicted this. We knew the backhand would be dominant. We knew the forehand winners were going to come from Venus, but they came early. They didn't come late. What did come late for Venus?
So many unforced errors.
And it was difficult to kind of understand that, you know, she's going to game plan B or game plan C. She did approach more, but it was to the stronger side of Garbiñe. It's to the backhand side, and there was passing shots down the line, passing shots cross court.
Well, and we're going to look at the video in just a second, but once that opportunity passed her by, she lost those 2 set points. I think she got pretty deflated. I think that took the wind out of her sails. Should we roll that video?
Please.
So this is at Venus's, Muguruza's serving, and Venus has 2 set points, and this first rally is the 19-ball rally, the longest of the match here with Garbiñe Muguruza down double set point to Venus Williams.
You are watching the most important point in the match. And that was a neck cord right there. Just hit the tape and trickled over. But this is what I like from Garbiñe in the final. Her forehand stood tall. Look at that really nice angle. We know the backhand's working, but it was the forehand, especially that little flick cross court.
And great power from Venus Williams in this rally too, Craig.
She's ripping it, and she gets more on offense, but that last one just couldn't break down the wall.
So 1 set point gone, but she has another. We see that was 19 points. But again,
19 shots?
Yep, 19 shots, thank you. That point. But again, great serve, +1, wins the rally there.
And maybe Venus is more expecting that to go to the backhand. But
as that one did.
Yeah, but that was to the forehand, to the strength. And you can see these lovely angles.
Gosh, that's big power from Muguruza.
Yeah.
And then up the line, just like you like, short at the net. This then was to get to 5-all after staving off those 2 set points, and Muguruza getting even in the first set.
Yeah.
And you kind of felt like here Venus Williams was like, oh gosh, that was an opportunity gone for me.
Exactly right. The wide forehands is where she's done so well. And you see there just getting attacked out wide. Muguruza's going after that forehand. She's breaking it down at this point in time.
Now break point for Venus to go down, having had those set points. Again, I just think Muguruza this is a 14-ball rally. Yeah. And Muguruza's movement, Craig, to me was so good in this match.
Yeah, I completely agree.
Great defense here. Look at that. Scooping that ball out of the backhand wing.
And we just keep seeing this. I need to point this out. I know you're seeing it. Look at, in all of these big points, we're seeing constantly the roll. We're seeing Venus constantly getting pulled wide. Venus will do much better when she's more in the middle of the court leaning on the ball and her energy is going forward. But we're seeing here in these instances that she's being pulled wide out to this area, and everything is going wide out here.
Well, and as we can see, Muguruza's in that sweet spot. She's right in the middle of the court. Fist pump. And then this is match point, championship point for her. There was a little awkwardness. This was the 3rd one. This ball is going to go pretty deep on Muguruza's side, and then this ball is going to be, as Hawkeye would call it, out.
Yeah.
Game, set, match. And there's the moment of victory for Garbiñe. She really did a lot of things right, but what were you most impressed with today?
I knew her backhand would be good. I think she served a little bit better than I thought she would on this occasion, and her forehand really stood up well. So her forehand overall impressed me way more than Venus's forehand. And, you know, we're going to have in our mind a lot of what happened in those last, was it 8 games, 9 games, 9 straight games there.
I love this moment. Also, 9 games in a row, you're right, to finish.
She's like
greeting
hey.
the fans out there just off the terrace on center court.
Looky what I've got here.
Very happy. Lots of people out there to greet the women's champion. But as you said, 9 games in a row to finish. She was a freight train coming into the station, and her reward, Venus Rosewater dish.
It's a good-looking dish.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Last thing, you are going in your matches. All of you young players out there, you are going to be in similar situations where the adversity comes. And at that moment, at 4-5, 15-40 serving, that was it. And Garbiñe was so strong mentally.
Yeah,
she was. She just pushed the emotions out of it. She put the ball in the court. She did not beat herself. And then she hit her spot with the serve. And after that, it was all over. So these moments that have tension in a match that you think, I don't necessarily want to be there, all of a sudden, because she was there and she weathered that storm, she never lost another game.
Yeah, absolutely. And she becomes the Wimbledon champion the first time in her career. Big congrats to Garbiñe Muguruza. Out now to court 3. It's the wheelchair men's doubles final. And they're into a tiebreak in the 3rd set.
Thank you. 3 championship points came and went for the British. What does this tiebreak hold in store? Paper to get us underway.
One, 0. Ude Pfeiffer.
Fabulous reach by Alfie Hewitt there, and the bounce completely foxed Ude. Yeah. Hewitt does keep pulling out the big forehands, big backhands when they really, really need it.
2-1. Hewitt break.
Couldn't get much tighter, could you?
There's the first mini break in this title deciding tiebreak.
3-1. Hewitt break. They challenge the call. The right center service line, the ball
That was wide of the centre line.
I don't think we've got one right yet, have we? The trend continues.
Second serve.
Perhaps they should phone a friend.
4-1.
Your heart goes out to Stefan Ude.
It's not a great time to challenge, really. Tie break. Second serve. Changes your rhythm. Changes your smoothness. And now look, he's got 1-4 down.
Yeah, the British pair with a couple of breaks of serve now.
Have 2 challenges remaining. Four-2. Hewitt break.
Just got off the boil a little bit, Gordon.
Stuart Wilkinson, their coach, off his feet. Karen Ross next door offering support. The family offering support.
They know how to do that. Stuart used to support me and through my trials and tribulations too, so they're well experienced.
He's been a little superstar over the last half an hour. He's the one driving them forward right now.
5-2. Hewitt Reid.
2 points away. Nicola Pfeiffer to serve. Well, they've had championship points before. But now they've got 4 more of them.
Hewitt Reid. Gordon and Alfie could afford to be positive. 6-3. Afford to take a couple of risks. Got a couple of spare points. Be aggressive.
They've done it again.
6-7,
Hewitt and Reid.
7-6.
Alfie and Gordon, Wimbledon champions again.
Amazing. Amazing scenes. Good sportsmanship too. Love that.
How good was he? And Gordon Reid, the Paralympic champion, the Paralympic gold medalist, alongside the Paralympic silver medalist, will have another 12 months being able to call themselves Wimbledon champions. How about that, Pete? That was something else.
Unbelievable. It's fantastic. And as Gordon would pointed to Alfie again, similar to some of their other match last year, when Alfie's coming forward and is positive and hits those flashing shots, backhand and forehand, it really puts pressure on the opponents, and he stepped it up in that tie break. Glorious.
Let's not forget the work that the coaches put in, all the backroom teams. Well, I'm not entirely sure the official steward should be doing that, but there you go. Any semblance of neutrality thrown out of the window. It's been that kind of day.
Brilliant. Absolutely fantastic.
A word for Stefan Ude as well, one of the great men of this sport. Peter, you know him very well, what he has contributed to wheelchair tennis for so long.
Yeah, he's a fabulous ambassador, and you know that's what it's also about. This is an exhibition of wheelchair tennis for everyone. You know, it's still not enough of it on TV. The BBC's doing a great job, and you know we see it all the time. I see it all the, and we've been pushing the boundaries. And these 4 players are just marvellous. The talent's incredible.
It's the president of the French Tennis Federation, Bernard Giudicelli, amongst those getting the autographs. But well, the look of relief on Alfie Hewitt's face, and a few puffs of the cheeks as well. I think they knew how close they came. Who wants this one? Who wants the sweatband of a Wimbledon champion?
I hope he gets those free. I used to buy mine. That's where the sport's changed.
You laid the foundations for this, Peter.
But they deserve it. It's just brilliant. They really do. They love the fact that.
Do you know one of the wonderful things as well, just seeing those kids getting their autographs? We're of a generation where watching somebody play tennis in a wheelchair was something new for us, something that we had to get used to, something that we learnt about. For this next generation, watching people play tennis in wheelchairs is commonplace. That's what happens.
Absolutely, and that's also the history of disability and the changes in society for various things. And you know, this is what it's the norm. You know, I always say in my daily life, you know, I do everything you can do. I just can't walk. I can play tennis the same as anyone else. I just do it sitting down.
Ladies and gentlemen, the trophies will now be presented on court to the winners and the runners-up of the wheelchair gentlemen's doubles. For this presentation and joining tournament referee Denise Parnell, please welcome to court David Rawlinson, who is a member of the Committee of Management of the Championships and Deputy President of the LTA. Firstly, this year's runners-up from France, Stéphane Houdet and Nicolas Pfeiffer. And now the 2017 Wimbledon champions from Great Britain, Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt. Let's grab a word with our champions. Alfie, first of all, how good is it to come here and defend your title?
Yeah, no, it feels absolutely amazing to do it in such a close battle as well against the French. You know, they just fought for every single point, even when they were 5-1 down, 5-3 down. You know, they really made such a great match of it. So congrats to them. But yeah, no, it feels great.
It was a terrific match in terms of quality, and as Alfie said, Gordon, the fight from Stéphane and Nicolas, I think they saved 4 match points in the end. They put you under an awful lot of pressure.
Yeah, we don't like to do it the easy way, that's for sure. But I'd like to thank Nico and Stéphane. The match was played in, you know, the best spirit possible, and I mean, look at this crowd. Look at this crowd. Listen to it. You guys were amazing. I've been playing wheelchair tennis now for 12 years, and never once did I think we would fill a stadium out in Wimbledon like this, especially, you know, as the women's singles final was happening on centre court. We had all you guys watching us, supporting us, so hope you enjoyed the match, and thanks for the support.
I don't think there'll be a single person here who didn't enjoy it and who wasn't applauding every shot of the near 3 hours of action spread over longer than that because of the rain delays. Alfie, how tough was it in the sort of closing stages of that third set, knowing you were that close to retaining the title, to go through and actually do it?
Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, when you have 4 match points and then they save them all and you have to go into a tiebreak, it's quite tiring, and you kind of have to restart and go again. And I think we've done a really good job of just kind of going out there and having no regrets, just going for it and playing instinctively, and that's what we've done in the end. And I thought that's one of the best tiebreaks we've played.
Gordon, thank the fans in here, some of whom won't have seen you play before, but you've got a whole section of family, friends, supporters, coaches. What would you like to say to them?
You know, that they've been there for us, you know, ever since the start of our journeys, and for them, you know, especially my guys back over there, and I know Gio's guys over there, and the coaches over there, and everyone else who's spread out around the court. It's great to kind of experience this with them and celebrate with them.
And there will also be some watching, like little Cameron over there, who's just 10 years old, who wants to follow in your footsteps, and those watching on television. What do you hope next for Gordon, for wheelchair tennis, Gordon? What do you hope that this, and having it here on court 3, can now propel you to do?
Yeah, exactly. That's what it's all about. We said it last year, and since then the sport has grown massively, especially in this country. And the more opportunity we have on this stage to showcase the sport, the more chance to inspire, you know, younger people to take it up and, you know, have that positive impact in their life too. So hopefully we've done that again today, and hopefully we can keep growing the sport and keep going, well, maybe in centre court in a few years.
Well said and well played to our champions once again, Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt.
Yes, I'm delighted to be joined by Pam Shriver, 5-time Wimbledon's doubles champion.
Good research there.
What a final that was. It really was a match of two halves. How do you break that one down?
2 points. I mean, the 2 set points that Venus had in the first set, 4-5 Muguruza's serve, 15-40. That was Venus's chance. If she gets up a set, who knows? We could be seeing her win her 6th title. I rarely see a championship match turn so quickly and never look back at all. I mean, it was all Muguruza. Her game improved throughout the championship match, and Venus kind of reverted back with some serves that didn't look confident, and her forehand had been such a strength in the tournament, let her down in the championship match.
I imagine so much of playing in these finals, there's such a huge mental aspect to it. When a match turns like that, how can you explain that?
Well, Muguruza is a great streaky player, and when she gets on a run of confidence, she is difficult. I saw her one time at the French Open beat Serena Williams like 2-2. This was 2 years before she won the French. So you give her that chance, and she was let off the hook, then it's hard to stop some of these big hitting, confident players. I thought Venus, even though she never found her A game the way she did earlier in the tournament, you can at least try to buy time. You can maybe take every extra second you can, go to the towel, do something to stop the momentum. Maybe Venus could have used her net play, which she didn't go to net that often in the finals, and I know Muguruza hits the ball so hard it's tough, but when you're when you're 4 or 5 games into a streak of games for the opponent, you've got to really think, what can I do different that can throw off the opponent? And I just felt like Venus didn't do that.
One of Venus's greatest assets is her power, but it was Muguruza who matched that. And perhaps did that take away one of Venus's strongest powers?
Well, and also Venus, besides not being able to match in the second half of the match the power of Muguruza, her placement really wasn't what it was. And Venus played power players all throughout the tournament pretty much, especially in the second week. All those young 19 to 21-year-old bashers of the ball, Venus handled it well, but it was just a combination of Muguruza getting better. Having won a major final before was a huge help for Muguruza to know that she had done it 13 months ago. What's incredible is to think that the last 2 tournament wins for the Spaniard have been major finals.
And just finally for Venus, at the age of 37, it's a remarkable achievement to even be here in the final. Will she be taking positive aspects from this, or is it just disappointment?
Well, I think on the year for Venus to do some reflection, she's going to be sad. She's going to be really sad that she wasn't able to win her 6th and her 8th overall. But for her to think where she's come from, the last 6 years with an autoimmune disorder, Sjogren's syndrome. I remember her playing the first Wimbledon after that diagnosis. She was a shadow of herself. First round, she won 4 games against Vesnina. And now to think that she's been to 2 major finals this year at 37. I think she has to only take positives, that she can still be a force. You can't play it ahead and say for how long. You just have to realize that you're back in the thick of things if you've gotten to 2 major finals in 1 year.
Well, thank you so much. I know you're extremely busy, so we'll let you go, but we really appreciate your insight. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
I've got Alfie Hewitt's mum and dad here, Anthony and Sarah. Alfie and Gordon Reeve have just successfully defended that title they won last year. You guys look like you've just played the match out there. How on earth are you feeling?
I'll probably answer that tomorrow when my nerves and everything have calmed down. That was just a roller coaster. I mean, those guys are all so closely matched. It can go either way. You know, it's so tight, so close. I'm losing my voice a bit actually. But it's just amazing. Hats off to them both. You know, they really dug in deep there, and it's been a hard year for them as a pair. To come here and do what they've done this week has been amazing.
And we were watching all the way through as well, because it started, then it got rain delayed, and then it had to continue. And Mum, just talk us through, when it goes a set down at the beginning, what goes through your head?
Well, yeah, it's absolutely... I know it's horrible. Yeah, I'm trying to be polite. Yeah, it's awful. You know, and you feel for them because you can see it in their face, and when it was so close as well. But you know, we have faith in them. They're both fighters. They come back in the second set. You know, and we've seen them do it in Rio, and you know, the result wasn't what they wanted in Rio, but today they're out to get the result on British soil. So yeah, it is great.
Does Alfie look up to you both and kind of look for reassurance? Is maybe that the right word to use there?
He used to.
Didn't today?
He doesn't today. No, he doesn't now. It's more to his coach, to be fair, because obviously as parents sometimes we probably can't hide our emotions as well. We should do when things aren't going to plan. But yeah, he does. Obviously, we can tell when he's fired up for it, and you know, Gordon's a good role model for him as well, and you know, he's a good partner for him. So they pick each other up when things don't go to plan. So yeah, but no, certainly I saw they were clocking the GB coaches today, so which is good. You know, that's what they should do.
Absolutely, and we heard earlier that they haven't actually beaten their opponents since Wimbledon last year. What do you think gave them that extra edge today?
To be honest, I think it's being on home soil and all the home support. I know, especially with Alfie, to hear the positive cheers and shouts, he seems to find an extra 10% from somewhere, I don't know where, but it just seems to drive him on, and he'll make shots that sometimes he wouldn't make. So I definitely think it's down to the support and the crowds.
What are the plans for the party this evening? Surely there's going to be a party for they've won now twice, 2 in a row. It's amazing achievement.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Alfie will have a pizza in it at some point. But yeah, there'll be a party. Unfortunately, we're now going home, so they'll be partying. Alfie with Grandad and his coach and hitting partner Stephen, and his girlfriend Dana, and obviously Gordon and his family. So yeah, so we'll do the celebrating when they come back to Norfolk. But yeah, we've got to go home. So yeah.
Have a well-deserved sleep, I think, after all that. No partying for me.
You do look exhausted, Anthony, so I'm going to let you go, and they'll be coming down here any moment, I'm sure, because Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed there have just successfully defended their wheelchair double title here at Wimbledon, which is incredible. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you very much.
All right, well, excitement there for Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reed winning the final of the wheelchair gentlemen doubles. We're going to now dip into the end stages of the final of the girls singles. It's Claire Liu of the United States serving for the championship against her compatriot, Ann Lee.
To mark these two players from today and in 2 years' time, Simon, where they're both going to stand. There's so many similarities with their game styles, how old they are, how they play, their resilience, just 1 month away in age.
Yeah, great serve.
Positive serve and backing it up. Nice 1-2.
Oh, she got away with it. But the first serve was 73 miles an hour. She is really suffering again. Can she claw her way over the line here? Good work. She really did go after the forehand that time.
Yeah, terrific sign for this young lady. She'd love to finish this match off on her terms.
Match point number 4.
Cucumber and Lee.
14-13.
That's lovely to see.
That's my daughter, she's saying.
She's done it. Claire Liu is the Wimbledon champion. A roller coaster of a match. But she got it done in the end. Runner-up a few weeks ago at Roland Garros. The champion here at Wimbledon. The number 2 player in the world is now a junior Grand Slam champion.
Oh, that's a beautiful moment for this young lady, and you can see what it has meant to her. All of the hard work, all of the hours of training and participating and working for this dream. Of course, it's been a dream.
Ladies
for
and
her.
gentlemen, the trophies will now be presented on court to the winners and runners-up of the girls' singles event. For this presentation, please welcome onto court Sally Ambrose, who is a member of the Committee of Management of the Championships.
Sally Ambrose from the management committee. She can't wait.
Firstly, this year's runners-up from the United States of America, Ann Lee.
Stanley had never won a junior Grand Slam match before this fortnight. She won 5, but she couldn't quite make it 6. But so many memories for she and from Mother Feng to take back to Pennsylvania.
And now the 2017 Wimbledon champion from the United States of America, Claire Liu.
It was hard graft, 1 hour and 47 minutes. But that work rate rewarded. Her second successive Grand Slam final. How different this will feel from the first.
Well, this man next to me is very used to breaking down a Williams sister match. Patrick Mouratoglou, Serena Williams' coach, but she's obviously not the one on court today. It was Venus's day. What did you make of that match? It really was a match of two halves, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, there were two matches in one, basically. The first one that was, to me, a bit dominated by Venus. I felt that Garbinier was a bit nervous. She was doing more errors than on all the previous matches of the tournament. Venus was playing well, even though I felt some she was showing also some nerves by hitting, for example, a lot of double faults, 3 in the same game. But still, she was up. She had those 2 set points, and she didn't make those 2 set points, and the match completely changed, like 100%. Garbinier got more confidence after winning those 2 points, and Venus started to doubt everything she was doing, and she started to miss a lot. She completely changed her game plan, started to play everything down the middle, then rushing to the net, then she panicked, and the match turned completely one way. So that's tennis. Sometimes 1 point makes huge difference. That's why we always talk about the big points in tennis. There was a good demonstration of that.
Before that 1 point in the first set, as you mentioned, could you notice any sign of what could have ended up turning for Venus? Was there any sign that she was doubting herself before that?
Just a little bit, but I mean, I just said she was not moving forward as well as usual. You know, when Muguruza's shots were a bit short, she would not move up, and she hit quite a lot of double faults, and again, once she hit 2 in the same game, another time 3. I mean, it's unusual things. I mean, but it's a Grand Slam final, you know. Of course, both players are going to be nervous at the start, and that's normal. But she was playing good level. I think she was playing fast. She was making Muguruza run. Her shots were there was space in in her shots. And in the second set, there was no more pace anymore, so Muguruza could always control the rallies and dictate. So that was a completely different match.
I mean, Venus at the age of 37, a huge achievement just to be in the final. I've already asked this question to other journalists, but what do you think she will take from this? Will it be disappointment, or will she just be happy that she made it that far?
I think she'll be very disappointed because she's a champion, and a champion doesn't accept to lose. She won a lot of Grand Slam finals already. I think Australia was a big step, her final in Australian Open, because at that moment I don't think she expected to be in a Grand Slam final again. And if you look at how she reacted after that, winning that last point of the semi-final, I mean, you could see how emotional she was, and then you understood also that it was unexpected, and it was. I mean, it looked like it was her first Grand Slam final ever. This time was different, completely different. I think now she believes much more that she belongs to be in the final of a Grand Slam, but there is one more step still, is to win it, and she lacked a bit of. You know, maybe, you know what happened in the last years, I think came back to her also. She lost a lot, but, you know, she had this disease, and she was struggling, and she lost a lot of matches in the last years. And, you know, she doesn't have the confidence of someone who wins Grand Slams on a regular basis, which is something she was doing in the past, but she didn't do for many years. So to have that last step, there is a little piece missing, but I'm sure she'll get it.
You've worked with Serena for so many years now. You know how ruthless the Williams sister mentality is. Do you think she would have been surprised by the way that she mentally just couldn't get back on track in the second set?
No, again, I think she's at the moment she's not yet the Venus, the confident Venus of the years when she was winning Grand Slams back again, because she lost too many matches in the last years, and it affects you. You know, at a certain point you get used to that, and it's something that hurts you. But she made such an effort to come back to where she is now. Again, she's a champion deep inside. So I'm 100% sure that it's just a question of time for her to win a Grand Slam again. She wants it. She showed it. She made the effort to come back, and it's not to. I mean, she didn't come back to lose in final. She came back to win a Grand Slam, so she will.
We all know how close she is to her sister Serena. She's mentioned a couple of times how much she's missed her. How much of an effect do you think that could have had on her without having Serena here in this championship?
I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe I was not present, made a difference. Actually, last time she was, but she was against her, so it made a difference too. Yeah, you're right. I think she looks up to Serena a lot. I think Serena helps her a lot also. I mean, they both help each other, but Serena showed her the way. In these last years, she showed that it was possible to come back to the top of the game, to win a lot of Grand Slams. She won 10 Grand Slams in the last 5 years, which is a lot. So I know that when Serena's around Venus, it helps Venus. But she tried to be as present as possible. They were talking every day, and you know, winning a Grand Slam is also up to you. So she has to find it within herself, and again, I'm sure she will in the future.
Well, it really was a fascinating final, and as you say, I'm sure Serena was watching. I'm sure you're in regular contact with Serena. How much is she looking forward to becoming a mother, just as we have you here?
First of all, Serena was not watching because she's much too nervous when she watches her sister. And in a final like this, she said to me, "I can't. It's too difficult for me. I'll watch it, but not live." And she went shopping, not to think about it. Serena's of course incredibly happy to become a mother, but also very, very frustrated by not being able to compete. So I mean, she's dealing with those two completely extreme feelings. She'll become a mother soon. She'll enjoy that as much as anyone can enjoy it, building her own family, and as soon as she can, she'll be back on tour because she wants to win more.
And just finally, I know you thrive on the pressure and the intensity of coaching the best tennis female player in the world, but you don't have that at the moment. Obviously, she's taking time off. How are you filling that hole in your life at the moment?
Well, it's a hole. It's clear because, you know, all this emotion, this focus that I have with Serena most of the time. I mean, going to the tournaments, preparing, competing. It's fitting a lot emotionally. But I'm very happy also because I have my tennis academy in Nice, where we have an incredible group of players. We have training camps, summer camps at the moment, and we have so many people coming that love tennis. I mean, I wanted to build that kind of city of tennis in which anyone, any level that loves tennis can come, and there is something for everyone. And we're sharing this passion all together. So as soon as I'm out of Wimbledon, I'll be back there and enjoy this moment with all the kids and the adults also, because we have all tennis lovers of any age.
Well, it sounds fantastic, Patrick. Thank you so much for your time. Send Serena our love from the Wimbledon channel. We can't wait to see her back. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Quiet, please. Play.
She get that ball.
That could be the shot of the set.
For all the world, Venus Williams was in control of that rally, and she bowed her head as she watched this one, and right in the corner.
Well, quite the big day for Garbine Muguruza. She's the talk of London, and she's the talk of the tennis world right now, Craig O'Shaughnessy. Let's actually dip in. There's more tennis on center court right now, and we've got the men's doubles final. And you've got a set for Oliver Merrick and Mate Pavic, 7-5. 2-3. Now, Marcelo Melo is going to become the world #1 on Monday, but he's going to have to work hard here to get through. This is a best-of-5 again, men's doubles, Wimbledon.
Well, Merrick and Pavic, they're the 16th seed. You know, they're not a name or names that you would automatically associate with taking Grand Slam doubles titles. And we just looked at the stats here. The problem for Kubot and Melo, 0 of 0 on break points 1. They're not generating any. They can't win any. They've got to make some inroads here on the return side. And the real reason is this over here, 91%.
Yeah, wow, 91%.
And 78% are going in. Now, you do make more first serves in doubles, but 78%, I mean, 78-91 is untouchable.
Well, that's to be followed by the women's doubles finals. Angel Chan and Monica Niculescu taking on Ekaterina Makarova and Elena Vesnina. They were the Olympic champions. So there's more tennis, and actually the resale line for center court was quite long today. I think a lot of people getting the chance, of course, to dip into center court today. You can listen to that on the Wimbledon radio channel to our doubles finals. Now, we saw this earlier, but Garbine Muguruza, I love this, Craig. Look at that.
Gorgeous.
Already the name on the trophy.
I don't know whether people get as excited as I do about this.
I don't think people get excited about stuff as much as you do in life, period.
But just a few minutes after the final is hit, and all of a sudden everything's engraved, it's all on the walls. They just take care of the, the small details here so well.
And a few minutes after she wins here, also a big congratulations. Champion of Wimbledon, says Rafael Nadal, to Garbine Muguruza.
Now, where is Rafa right now? Did he go back to Mallorca?
He's tweeting at Garbine from somewhere.
He probably just swam back to the boat and saw a score and tweeted it, and he's back swimming again.
Garbine Muguruza drops just 44 games in this entire tournament. She's the second Spaniard to win the ladies singles title here. She'll return to the top 5, and look at that, her first title here at Wimbledon.
Not a bad picture.
Craig, what did she do to win today, and how did Venus Williams lose the match?
Yeah, well, let's start with Venus first. Tennis matches have momentum, and there's a battle, and you're both grabbing for the same thing, and there's a tussle, and it's tough. And all of a sudden, we arrived at that crucial point. I mean, this was an insanely even match to 4-5, 15-40.
Yeah, 10th game.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden, even, and then Venus just even gets a little bit ahead. And from that moment, when she didn't convert, she didn't win another game.
2 set points.
And that's what tennis is. So if Venus, let's just think for a second, okay, in that rally, Garbine actually also hit a net court.
Yeah.
It barely grazed. It didn't like drop, straight over.
Sure.
It went all the way through to the baseline. But let's just imagine for a moment that Venus wins that point.
Yeah.
That 19-shot rally, the longest rally in the final, and she's up a set. And the momentum
the whole dynamic changes,
the momentum
of the
is
entire final of tennis history.
She could have won the second set 6-love.
But that's tennis, and that's the game of inches and centimeters and lines this close and all that kind of stuff. That is why you have to play the game. You have to play through.
So I would say for Venus, you would go back to that one point and be a little bit more dominant with the forehand, maybe a little bit more down the middle with depth.
Yeah.
But why did Garbine win it? Well, she didn't drop serve in the final, the semi, the quarter. So the serve certainly carried her there. But today especially, we knew her backhand would turn up.
Yeah.
We knew her backhand was the most dominant backhand in the ladies' draw. But for me, her forehand went toe-to-toe with Venus. Venus had 2-1 forehand winners over backhands. But Garbine's forehand
held up. Yeah.
Venus's forehand today. So I thought that was a really big, point in the match that she could hold sway in the juice court in those big bruising baseline forehand-to-forehand rallies.
Well, congratulations from Carla Suarez Navarro, and also we saw this a few minutes ago. Claire Liu becomes the first American to win the girls singles title since 1992 when Chandler Rubin did it. It was the first All-American girls final here at the All England Club since 1979. So a lot of people talking about that on social media, and then of course talking about this moment
What a
for
great picture.
Gordon Reid and Alfie Hewitt. Yeah, great moment for them to come through. They win that match in a third set tiebreak to come through for the men's wheelchair championships. A lot of people on social media, especially here in Great Britain, talking about that men's final. And there you go, right there. You can see clips of it on Wimbledon.com. But really the day belongs to Garbiñe Muguruza, and I hadn't seen this video. This is her coming out of center court onto the balcony to greet her fans. Let's watch this. I love that. Such enthusiasm. You can see what it means to Garbiñe there, Craig.
I'm glad she held onto that trophy tightly,
seriously.
because after it went out and came back, I mean, that thing could have gone all the way to court 17.
Yeah, big stuff there for Muguruza. Very happy, of course. And there's that moment on court. A smile that may last a while, says the Wimbledon Instagram account. And I think we would agree. She really did play top-level tennis, not only, Craig, today, but throughout this tournament.
Yes.
She had not had her serve broken since the first set of the fourth round.
Yeah, she thoroughly deserved it. During the point, backhand solid, forehand very good, serve excellent. Between the points, body language, demeanor, calmness. These are the things that, as she's walking around the court, she's constantly looking at her strings. She loses a point, there's no panic, there's no fear. All through the final, her facial expressions, the position of her shoulders, even the speed that she walked around the court was magnificent.
Yeah. And it is what makes a Grand Slam champion. And let's now hear from Garbiñe Muguruza.
Good afternoon and welcome to the new Wimbledon champion, Garbiñe Muguruza. Obviously there are a number of you here. Please stick to one question and I'll endeavour to get round all of you as quickly as possible. Yes, sir.
Garbiñe, not so long ago you were losing 1 love in your first match at Eastbourne, and today you've just bageled the 5-time Wimbledon champion in the second set and become Wimbledon champion yourself. How do you explain that contrast, and what's happened in the last 2.5 weeks to make that possible?
Well, Eastbourne was such a short tournament. I didn't play well there, and but I did the week before, so that helped me. And I just I always come very motivated to the Grand Slams, and I don't know, since I lost the final here, you know, I wanted to change that, and I came thinking I'm prepared, I feel good. And during the tournament and the matches, I was feeling better and better. In every match, I was increasing my level. And I think today, you know, I played well.
You mentioned during the week that you would walk past the honour boards and notice all the names that were there. Can you tell us the feeling you had when you walked out and saw your name there for this year?
Well, it was amazing. And, you know, I always, like I said before, I always look at the wall and see, you know, all the names and all the history, and I lost that final. I'm like, I was close, and I didn't want to lose this time, because I know the difference. I really know the difference of, you know, making a final, which is incredible, but so happy that it's there now.
It looked like when you saved those 2 set points in the first set, you never looked back after that. Can you tell us what went through your mind after you fought through that moment, and then what changed for you perhaps after that?
You know what? Nothing went through my mind. I was expecting the best Venus, because I saw her. She was playing very good, so I knew she was gonna, you know, make me suffer and fight for it. And when I had those set points against me, I was like, hey, it's normal. I'm playing Venus here. It's not, you know. So I just keep fighting, and I knew that if I was playing like I was playing during the 2 weeks, I was going to have eventually an opportunity. So I was like calm, and if I lose the first set, I still have 2 more. So let's not make a drama, you know.
How satisfying is it to get to such a big match and produce a performance that good?
What it takes, or
how satisfying is it?
How it's satisfying? Well, very satisfied, because I never knew how it was going to go, because I was very nervous, you know, tense. I wanted to go my way, you know. I was doing everything I could to be prepared. And once you step on the court, you see the crowd, you see the final, you see I'm here playing another Wimbledon final. So very satisfied that the way I handled it.
For the last few years, Garbina, it feels like you've had one amazing slam every year. How can you have four? How can you be this player every time?
Exactly. I always. It's very hard to find like a recipe to feel good fitness-wise, tennistically, mentally, and I think in this tournament I put everything together, which is very hard. Normally, you're tired, I feel pain here, my confidence is not there. So I felt this tournament I find somehow to put everything together and perform good at every level.
You mentioned on court the idea of growing up watching Venus play. Is there any specific memory you have you could share of seeing her play when you were younger, and what meaning or significance do you think it has that you're the first woman to beat each Williams sister to win a Grand Slam title in the final?
When I knew that I was playing Venus in the final, I was actually looking forward for it. People were surprised when I said in French Open that I had Serena in the final. I'm like, but that's the final. That's a Wimbledon final with Serena and Venus. It's, she won 5 times, so she knows how to play. And for me, it was a challenge to have her. I've, grown up watching her play, and everybody start laughing. But in fact, it's something incredible. And I don't know. I was so excited to go there and win, especially over somebody like a role model.
Sort of a follow-up to that, can you talk about what it was like as a young girl, a young teenager? Were the Williams sisters your idols? Did you grow up watching them, sort of obsessed as a tennis player with them? Talk about that.
I mean, I wasn't upset, like crazy about it, but I have 2 brothers, and I was watching a lot of men's tennis also. But in the women's field, the Williams sisters were a big shock there, and they were winning a lot. And I was watching them play, seeing them, and they're in the Wimbledon, U.S. Open, and I don't know. Like I said before, it's great to go out there and play somebody that you admire.
Of all the ways you could have envisaged winning Wimbledon, could you possibly have dreamed of beating someone like Venus 6-love in the deciding set?
Well, I felt like good, I won the first set, and I wanted to go my way, the fastest as possible, just not get too complicated. But I know it's hard, and I'm happy that it go. I played very well since the first game, and I kept the level, which is very hard because you're like nervous. You see you're winning, and you see like, oh, maybe I win, this kind of feeling, and I was just very composed.
You sometimes said in the past that it could be difficult for you to handle your stress or your emotions when you were on a match, but it doesn't look like it happens for the Grand Slam finals. Do you see a reason why you seem to play those big matches that way?
I do what I can, honestly. I'm in every match I feel like I'm nervous because I think it's a good thing, and here I don't know. I think once I go to a big court, I feel good. I feel like that's where I want to be. That's where I practice for. That's where I play good. This is what I would like to, and I'm happy to go to the center court and to play the best player, and that's what motivates me.
When you were a young girl thinking about grass courts, what was your exposure to being able to play on grass courts, and how do you feel now about coming from Spain to being so comfortable that you're the Wimbledon champion?
Yeah, it was rough at the beginning. I didn't like grass. For sure, I suffered to play and to handle it. And it took me a while actually to calm down, to say, hey, it's grass, you have to adapt to the surface. And once I did this Wimbledon final, everything changed for me because I felt like, stop complaining. Your game suits this surface. So, since that moment, I'm like, I like grass, and I'm going to look in a positive way, and it makes a big difference to see it that way.
How old were you when you first got to play on grass?
I think it was the Wimbledon quali. 18 or 17. Yeah.
You've now won a Grand Slam with Sam and then also one without him here. Just how much more confidence does that give you in yourself that you're able to give your best tennis no matter what the sort of coaching situation is around you? And was it all more relaxing being without him?
No, definitely not. I mean, I was talking with him every day, and I just talked with him actually before, and you have to think that my level tennistically doesn't change, no matter who's in my box or not. I'm the same player, and we've done a very good job before, and obviously I like Conchita to be in my team because I have a great relation with her. So I guess it's a combination. Like I said before, we were very excited that she actually. The coincidence, her winning Navratilova, me winning Venus, there's a lot of things there, so it was like awesome.
I think it's fair to say that trying to be the defending Roland Garros champion was a burden for you at the time, and obviously you're going to have to do this all again. But does that give you more confidence now to know that you can go ahead and win the big titles and hopefully defend them?
Yeah, it's not easy. It's very good when you win it, and it's hard after when you come back and you know that you have to defend it. But that's a good problem to have. It was tough, obviously, because you have a lot of matches to go, and you want the trophy back. But I'm happy to be in this situation, and I'm happy that once again I see myself winning a Grand Slam is something so hard to do that it means a lot. It means a lot of confidence, like you said.
You play Fast and Furious. You mentioned that you grew up watching the Williams sisters play. I heard that your brothers also went for broke. Can you pinpoint a major influence that makes you play the way you play? Does it run in the family or?
Well, at the beginning, you know what? I was playing lobs. I was playing lobs, and I was in the fence and running, and let's say more Spanish style on clay court and more physical. But then my body started to change, and I grew up a lot, and my arms were longer, and I felt like I had to adapt. And also the professional circuit is not a lot in clay court. It's a lot in hard court, so I have to be more aggressive, and I found my game going that way, more aggressive. I'm a tall person, taking my chances, and in grass actually, it works very well.
Garbina, in the first set, you lost many points from the forehand. And in the second set, it looks like that confidence started coming in. They were deep and in. Was it like the hunger to win this title that made you believe in that shot or in your game? The dream come true that maybe you've had since you were 10 or 11?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I went out there and maybe I was too aggressive, too hungry to win the point, and I was missing a few shots maybe too early. But they were long, so I was not that worried because I knew that, eventually they were going to go inside and maybe deep. So with the match and feeling more comfortable and feeling more in the court, they were getting in. So I thought it was just a matter of time of going through the first nerves of the match, and then that's it.
You did mention before the coincidence with Conchita beating Navratilova, and so did you know that sentimentally the favorite was perhaps Martina then and Venus today? Was it more difficult, and what Conchita told you exactly just to face this strange coincidence and atmosphere?
I don't know who was favored out there. I try to block all this kind of stuff. I learned since the last Grand Slam match, and I'm like, doesn't matter who's the favorite here. We both have 50-50 chances today. And,
she... sentimentally favorite. I'm not saying that she was favorite.
Oh.
For the people, because she's 37, old, like Martina, that sort of feeling.
But we want new names and new faces, so come on. And I don't know, she just told me that go out there and just forget about all of this, it's try to think it's another match, and I've played 2 finals before, so I more or less know how to handle them, so both was a little bit of everything.
Somebody else is.
But
I mean, to interject a little bit of lightheartedness to this, who of the male finalists tomorrow night would you like to dance with?
Oh, come on.
No, come on.
Roger. And I like Silic, I have to say, seriously, but I think I want to see if he's that elegant also, you know, dancing. I don't know.
Last English question.
You said that you admire Venus, and we know she's won many titles and has many great shots, but what do you admire her, what she's either given to the game or Venus as a person? What do you admire in her?
I'm just very surprised that she's hungry to keep winning, and you know, she has won almost everything, and she, you know, she's not anymore young to be, you know, looking forward to all these matches, and she just shows this toughness, and I don't know. I don't know if I will be like this with her age. Probably I won't, you know, because she's the only one, and she keeps winning, and she makes 2 finals Grand Slam this year, and she's probably one of the best players today.
Okay, thank you.
Second service big to the forehand. It's big! It's huge! It's an absolute screamer from Kubot.
I mean, he hit it that hard. He'd barely taken a step after his service motion, Marek, and it was through him.
Wojciech Fibek is laughing in his box. He cannot believe how hard his fellow Pole has just rifled that return.
It was amazing.
That was big-time tennis. Now, they're in with a big shot here at love 30. He goes to the forehand of Melo, who goes down the line. Another big return from Melo.
Well, that previous game, that incredible point, you wondered the difference that could make. The lift, more than what Marek and Pavic, they didn't do anything wrong, but the lift it's given Kubot and Melo, and then they won the opening point in this game, and they are sensing their moment. This has been a stunning, last 6-7 points?
Here we go, 3 set points for Kubot and Melo. It's another forehand return. Ooh, just missed it.
Well, he thought he'd made it. He had thought he had made it. But the first serve from Marek.
Yeah, 6 points in a row. It was up to this point right now that Kubot and Melo had won. They've still got 2 more bites at this cherry. That is set number 2. Melo waiting for the Marek serve. Marek goes big down the middle. The backhand returns a good one. Oh, no.
Well, it's certainly worth a challenge, isn't it? Yep. Because it's huge. I mean, the difference between having another shot of the first serve than actually hitting a second serve when you're down a couple of set points.
It's out. So now delay. How is that going to affect the Marek service? Kubot moves forward. Melo's a little closer to the baseline to take on the second serve at set point. It's to his forehand. It's good and deep. Oh, brave cross from Pavic. Fortune once again favouring the brave.
And it's so important if you are going to cross, you need your partner to back you up with a good serve. And it was deep into the body. Where's he going here? What do you reckon?
T-ball. T-ball. T with pace to the forehand of Kubot.
I think he's going body.
Okay.
I think he's going forehand body.
Still set point for Kubot Melo. 30-40. Marek with the first service to the forehand. It's a big return, but it's just wide from Kubot. It was body. It was body forehand.
And it was the perfect body forehand serve.
Just tucked up Lukasz enough that he couldn't get a meaningful swing on it. Back to deuce. 3 set points come and gone. Marek with a serve to the backhand. Oh, Pavic has been outstanding with another volley winner. How good has he patrolled the net in this game, Barry, when he was needed the most?
Classy. Because sometimes it can be problematic when you are at the net because it can come to you so quickly. But he quickly onto it and decisive. No such doubt in what he wants to do at the net with the volley.
4 points on the bounce for Marek and Pavic, and it's a missed first serve by Ollie. Ollie the Austrian with a second serve to the backhand. Kubot goes down the line, clean winner. That was a nude serve, that one. It had nothing on it.
Yeah, that was a second serve where he's hoping that Kubot was going to miss the return. What? You can't hope in a Wimbledon final that your opponents are going to miss a shot. That was easy. I mean, that was the type of return he can hit 9 times out of 10.
Especially off his backhand side.
Got to remember to continue to be aggressive.
Back to deuce. Here we go. First serve out wide, for in return. Oh, for once, Pavic misses a volley, Barry. He's human after all.
Yeah, well, it was right term, that one, where the others, he's actually been able to move onto it. And maybe that just proved costly for Pavic. So another set point. It's at their 4th. Having had love 40. Continuing the momentum.
Marak serving to Kubot. Kubot crouches low as he waits for it. It's wide, it's long, very long, that first serve. Now
he's going to trust himself with the second serve.
And especially after he's gone to the backhand and got punished on the previous point there. He goes to the forehand. It's a return down the line. It's a volley from Tospinalop, cross court from Marak. It's a winner from Kubot. He puts both hands up in the air. And a big-time player makes a big-time play on a big-time point. It's a set all here on centre court. What a game. Kubot's a mellow break to win the second set, 7 games to 5. It's a set apiece. It's game on.
It certainly is. It's going to be an interesting afternoon and quite possibly a lengthy evening, because don't forget, after this match, and it is a best-of-5 set encounter, we have the best-of-3 set ladies doubles final. Hao Qing Chan and Monica Niculescu of Chinese Taipei and Romania, respectively. They're the 9th seeds against Katerina Makarova and Elena Vesnina of Russia, who are the number 2 seeds. We'll find out in a moment what is happening elsewhere. But Phil Studd has arrived in the presentation booth. Afternoon to you, Phil.
Hello, Marcus. Wow, there was some serious returning going on there, wasn't there? And Kubot just loves being the centre of attention, doesn't he? And the way in which he takes the applause of the crowd when he wallops one inside out for a winner, as he did to clinch the second set there. Reminds me of Andrew Flintoff in the 2005 Ashes when he'd taken a wicket. He stands there with his arms outstretched to take the applause of his adoring fans. But I mean, it was a major surprise, wasn't it, to see Melo and Kubot lose the first set. They were hot favourites coming in. They've won 5 titles this year. They won Masters titles on the clay in Madrid and hardcourt in Miami. They've not put a foot wrong, really, so it was a bit of a surprise, a bit of an eyebrow raiser to see them lose the first set. But game on now.
Absolutely, and we'll be back here shortly. In the meantime, we should head to number 3 court and get an update on Didi de Groot and Sabine Ellerbrock with Peter Marcato.
Yeah, it's all de Groot at the moment. 6-love the opening set in 24 minutes, and just got too many weapons for Sabine Ellerbrock at the moment, and certainly looking pretty composed out there, although, as I've said that, she's just thrown in a double fault in the first game of the second set. So Ellerbrock with a breakpoint opportunity, but it's all de Groot. The first set, 6 games to love, Marcus.
Thank you, Peter. Now, earlier today, not too long ago actually, on number 3 court, Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid eventually came through in a gripping match against Stéphane Houdet and Nicolas Piffer of France. They were the top seeds in the final of the wheelchair gentlemen's doubles. And a short time ago, the triumphant Brits spoke with Rob Nothman.
Well, Gordon and Alfie, what a match that was. What an occasion, what an atmosphere.
Yeah, an unbelievable match. You know, we maybe made it harder for ourselves than it needed to be, but it doesn't really matter now. You know, we got the win and we defended our title, and we did it in an unbelievable atmosphere. So many people coming out and watching and supporting us, and I think I can speak for all of us when we say we love playing in front of that sort of crowd, and big thanks to everybody that came out to support.
To defend your title under those circumstances, Alfie, you had 4 championship points which came and went. Did you think that you'd blown it at that stage?
No, I don't think I thought we'd blown it. You know, it's always tough coming back after losing 4 match points, but we regrouped well, I thought, going into that tie-break. And once it got to 6-2, we just kind of grew in confidence, and I think we just decided to really go for it this time around. I think the previous 4 match points, they played some good ones, but also at the same time, I think a couple of rushed panic shots. So we're definitely a lot calmer this time when we had a match point. Yeah, no, very, very happy.
And 2 hours, 50 odd minutes. I know you had a rain break after the first set, but physically, Gordon, how demanding was that?
The start of the match was really tough because the court was wet, and where the grass has been used, worn up at the back of the court around the baseline, it was almost like mud. So we were just sliding, and the rain was kind of constant. It wasn't heavy, but it was constant, and the wheels were sliding, and it was difficult, really difficult on the upper body. So to play that length of match after a tough match yesterday, and Alfie having 2-3 setters yesterday was really difficult, but a sign of our fitness and the good shape we're in to go on and win it.
Gordon, you're by no means old, but Alfie alongside you is just 19. When you first started playing wheelchair tennis, did you ever believe that you would be at Wimbledon in front of a crowd of this size who was so into a match like this?
No, I never really thought that was going to happen, to be honest. I remember, they played the men's doubles final on this court 4 or 5 years ago, and there was no British players in it, but I think there were about 10 people in the stadium watching. So to be able to come here and almost fill it out when the women's singles final was going on at the same time is a sign of the way the sport's progressed, and the fact that everybody was so into the match and was loving every point. It shows the standard and the quality as well. So yeah, I'm over the moon that we could be the ones, winning the title in that sort of situation.
And just finally, Alfie, in terms of your flamboyance on the court, you love to give it a good old rip, don't you? Hit it almost as hard as you can.
I think Gordon has his heart in his mouth when I go for it. Yeah, that's the way I play. That's my instinctive tennis, and I think that's what I want. Well, that's what I wanted to do in that tiebreak, especially. If I came away losing that, just trying to make balls, I probably would have been very, very disappointed with myself. We worked well as a team. I thought it wasn't a one-man job today. We both had up and downs, and we both picked each other up when we needed to. And I can't thank Gordon enough for everything he done in that match. Yeah, he definitely helped me a lot.
And with friends and family here, special old occasion this.
Very special. My friends and family, my close ones, have followed me all around last year and the years leading up to that. And it means a lot to me to have them here today, watching us win and supporting us. I think none of them are going to have any voices tomorrow, but they love it as much as we do. So it's awesome to have them here, and glad we could get the win for them.
Well, many congratulations, fellas. It was a great occasion. Fantastic match, really entertaining. Thanks so much.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff. Congratulations to Alfie Hewitt and Gordon Reid, talking there to Rob Northman after winning the final of the wheelchair gentlemen's doubles against Stefan Houdet and Nicola Piefer. They did it the hard way in that third set tiebreak. We'll be back with the third set of this men's doubles final on centre court shortly. Locked together at 1 set all and 1 game all. Kubot and Mello and Marak and Pavic. But before we return, let's go back outside and rejoin Robin Bailey.
Well, I'm in the VIP celebrity tent, and someone who's just left the Stella Artois area is someone that I've been watching for many, many years, Stanley Tucci, the actor. Thank you very much for talking to me. I'm kind of walking out with you because you've seen the big final. Yeah. What did you make of that Williams collapse?
Well, I don't. We don't know. We may never know what sort of precipitated it. But she's a brilliant player, a great player. She's won Wimbledon 5 times. The fact she's 37 years old and has come back after a debilitating disease is extraordinary. So to watch her play is always a pleasure. I'm sad that she didn't win, of course, but then it's nice when new people win.
Stanley, I'm just going to mention a few of your credits because I have done a little bit of research just in case I could get you. Obviously, you have a Best Supporting Actor nomination for The Lovely Bones. Road to Perdition, The Pelican Brief, I love that film. Prizzi's Honor, The Devil Wears Prada with Meryl Streep. Listen, I could go on. But you're not just an actor, are you? I mean, although you're very recognisable as an actor, you also direct and you also, write as well. So how is all that going?
It's great. I just finished doing a film called Giacometti, called Final Portrait, which is about Alberto Giacometti, which will be coming out in August, a movie that I wrote and directed, with Jeffrey Rush and Armie Hammer. We shot it all here in London, in Twickenham. And it's
all here.
We shot it all here. Yeah, and it was a great experience. So it'll be out in August, and there's a big Giacometti exhibition at the Tate now. So it's nice that they sort of coincide.
It's good timing. And so what I'm always interested in for actors and people who are involved in drama is, you know, the comparison with the drama that you get on court, the way, you know, the whole situation turns on one moment.
Yeah.
Do you see that? Do you understand?
I think it's, yeah, I would associate it more with theater than film. Film, you can stop and go, whereas once you walk on the tennis court, you start playing and that's it. The same with theater. Once you walk on the stage, that's it. You sort of can't stop and go. You have to just keep going. So everything is heightened in that regard. So I would relate it to performing in the theater.
But the theory of performing in the theatre and film is you get a great story. There's that jeopardy, isn't there? And that's what you've got on centre court today.
Yeah, and that's what you
Winner
saw
and
today. Exactly, you saw this young woman coming up. I mean, who's really incredible. And then you saw a woman who's been doing this. I mean, she said, you know, she said, I remember watching, you know, Venus play when I was young. I grew up watching her. Now, it's a wonderful compliment. It's also kind of devastating.
Yes.
I would imagine. But in the end, that's the way it is. The 20 years that separate them are significant, and yet they're nothing.
Stanley Tucci, it's been lovely talking to you. I'm so pleased you enjoyed your Wimbledon experience.
Yeah, it was great.
May see you again next year.
Yeah, you will.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man.
Thanks, guys.
Well done, Robin. Thank
There we
you.
go.
Back here on centre court, third set of this men's doubles final. It's on serve. One set all, Kubot and Mello, Marak and Pavic, and Marak's going to serve in a moment at 1-2 from opposite the Royal Box end. So we'll head next door again and rejoin our commentary team, which consists of Wayne Pereira and Rupert Bell.
Well, it is going to be Ollie Marak to serve, and he was the player who had his serve broken in that last set. That meant that we've gone into this third set at 1-all, and he serves now, and that just flicks through onto the net, going down to the backhand side of Mello, the tall, well, giant 6'8" Brazilian. And now Marak ready to serve. And this serve is again down the middle, and it should be an easy volley put away. It is casual. All he needs to do is just plonk it over the net. And it's 15-love.
Yeah, the serve, such a domination in a game of doubles. Get your first serve in. That's why it's so important to make a lot of high percentage first serves.
Kubot's returns of serve in the end of that second set were sensational, and now he's going to have a look at a second serve. Can they find a way to sow the seeds of doubt in Marak's mind as he serves now to the forehand? A good return, but again, wonderful anticipation from Pavic to put the volley away. Ball came back with interest, but he was there to pounce, and it's 30-love.
Yeah, Pavic has done a great job helping Marak out on his serve. It's been the weaker of the two, but he has done a good job with the I formation, moving around, putting the ball away. He has saved him a lot of points. There would have been difficult volleys for the server to come in and volley.
30-love it is then. Serves now down the middle, and that's into the net. 40-love.
It's turned out to be a relatively easy service game for Marak. He's kind of breezed through with a little bit of help from his partner. Take a little bit of pressure off him over having lost his last serve for the set. It's important to try to get your momentum back, and he's done a good job in this game so far.
And with the roof back, there is a little bit of a breeze swirling around. Down the middle, good serve, but brushes the net, and a good reflex volley from Marak, and he's still keeping his partnership in. Here goes angled cross-court, wonderful defence. Cross-court goes Pavic, angled volley across court by Marak. That's the point of the match, and a wonderful point, full stop. Great reflex actions from both combinations. Marak at his best, keeping them in the rally, and then eventually steering one across on the cutest of angles, 2-all.
That's by far the best point of the match. The hands off Marak were unbelievable. This two angles that he managed to get, it's just phenomenal stuff, but you can just tell not only do they have power, they have the finesse and the control. Wonderful point.
And when he won that, he almost gave reactions as if they'd won the title. He was really fired up after that as they win that game to love. Just winning a sort of little psychological blow. It all helps, doesn't it? Just get the authority as Mello is serving to the well, it's a kicker out wide to the backhand of Pavic, who's tucked up trying to pay that and had to lunge for it and wasn't able to get any control on it. Good kicking serve. Discussion done between the two, and Melo now serving to Merak. And this is long, going towards the body. Now the second serve. Paul Gold back in position. Now we'll attack it. Forehand from Merak, really fired at an incoming Melo. That had a venom on it, and it was too good for Pavic with his backhand, Melo with his backhand volley. He could only put it beyond the baseline. Wow.
Volley through the legs of Melo. Hit the ball so hard at him, not able to get any shot out of, except to do that, but that was a fiercely hit return of serve.
Serve now, forehand return, again another big return of serve, and that ball's going to go out as the volley from Kubot goes out. So again, cranking it up, Merak and Pavic, as they look for a chance here. Fierce, aggressive volleying, and it's been coupled with delicate touches, so really got some momentum now. Maybe they have on the Melo serve. What can he do to snuff out this? The Merak, who again comes up with a blistering return, but this time the advantage for Kubot was it came straight at him, and he again comes up with a great controlled volley. Absolutely great rock-like hands to get the ball just to come back with and die as soon as it bounced.
Yeah, it's got good reflexes, all four players. Very solid at the front of the court.
That service return was walloped at him too. Volley from Kubot. Now again, this time another volley to the backhand of Merak, but this time the Austrian goes into the net. So Melo and Kubot just responding with great intent to get this game back on track. And now they have a chance to take a 3-2 lead and turn the pressure once again back on their opponents. Some fierce volleying throughout this final. The serve is a fault going again to the body of the Austrian. Second serve. And now this is hit to the dug-half volley from Melo. Melo then sees a ball from Merak go beyond the baseline, bisecting his opponents, but they leave it, and sensibly so, because it's now 3-2.
Yeah, and that's a good hold from Melo. There were some good returns that came off the racket of both Merak and Pavic in that game. They made him play a lot. They had to do a lot to win that game, did Melo. It's the first time I felt that he's had a little bit of pressure on his serve. He's been breezing through his serve game. The level has bumped up a lot. There's a lot more better points in play, longer points. This doubles match is at a good quality.
That's the first. I think the players' box has some pins being brought in.
Is that legal?
I don't know. Well, I'm sure it is legal because everyone else can bring a drink in there. But
if it's legal, then I want to get in that box.
Well, I know you're going out for a party later on, Wade, but no, but I've just noticed that. I don't know which camp it is who are enjoying the experience of watching whichever group it is, but they've just brought in 4 Pimses. I think they'll be able to afford it with a share of the winnings, but.
I don't know if they'll share it with him, though.
Well, well, they don't need it at the moment. Merak is munching on a banana, so he is, and he's got a rather nasty pink drink, which presumably that's to keep revive him, keep him eager, keep him keen, and he's got every right to be proud with the way he's played so far, apart from that one service game, which was a blot on his landscape. And it's now 2-3. And it's going to be Rada Pavic to serve, the tall Croatian, who, as Barry mentioned, is a boys doubles winner here. And he's serving the big left-hander down the middle. Melo gets racket to ball, but can only put it into the net. Another good serve.
Yeah, the lefty serve always a little bit more difficult. The only lefty on the court, changing up the momentum a bit on the service.
Well, Kubot. What can he do? Can he get some reserves going? He's rehearsing in his mind what he wants to do, and now settles down. Here comes the serve to the forehand of Kubot, got back well, and that is a good return. You can see what he had in his mind before the shot, just rehearsing it, and it comes off because the volley from Melo wasn't up to it, and that enabled them to put it away for the point. 15-all.
Yeah, the return of serve, always important to get the ball back in play, but that one was very special. That was hit hard, flat, low, made it difficult for Pavic.
Now it's Melo's turn to see if he can back that up. Serves down the middle. Up goes the defensive lob. Smash from Marak at Kubot. Too good. 30-15.
Yep, another good first serve, making it easy for Marak to have the opportunity to put away the overhead.
I think the Pims group are the Marak Pavic team, because they were applauding after that point. So, serving now. Kubot with the forehand return. Big one. Up goes the lob. And again, it was the same service return, but this time Pavic was equal to it and got a much better volley going. And they were able to close out the point, 40-15.
Yeah, so good hands by both players, both teams.
So 40-15 for 3-all. Here he serves. Pavic, royal box end, serves now out wide, down the line, and racket to ball from Marak. And that means it's 40-30. Serve going down the line. He had to play it.
Yeah, a little bit of a miss hit, but that was a difficult one up high on the backhand side. I think if he had left that, that might have gone a little long, but a tough one to leave.
If you say so. But yeah, it looked high, but he wasn't sure. But the point now is it's 40-30. Forehand return from Kubot, sent straight at a rock like Marak. No mistake this time, 3-all.
Yeah, a relatively easy hold again. Leveling the scores back up at 3-all in this match, and not much between these teams. Everything seems to be pretty even on the stat counts for both teams. Who's going to be the one that's going to falter now that we get to the business end of the set?
Well, it's going to be Kubot to serve at 3-all. 1 set all. First set going to the number 16 seeds. And they taking it 7-5. And that was the score as the number 4 seeds level it up. Misses down the middle. That serve to the big Croatian, the lefty. And now where's this second serve going to go? As Pavic moves forward to attack it, goes to the backhand volley. Oh, sent straight at Marak, who is almost poleaxed by that and is on the ground. I don't know where it hit him. Where did it hit him?
It looked like it hit him on the foot.
Yeah. It was up, and he's just, well, he's laughing about it, but the ball was coming back. He's just loosening his, where it seemed to hit him. Maybe we can get an idea on the, if they play a replay of it. Yes, they are.
Side of the leg, I think.
And here,
oh, back of the leg.
Oh, back of the leg. Oh, ouch.
In the calf muscle.
Oh, that would hurt, wouldn't it?
Oh, it's quite sensitive.
Oh, you can see he falls to the ground and lets out a howl of pain, but he's all right.
Turn around and say, don't turn your back.
Yeah. Well, 15-love it is. Kubot serving to Marak, intercepted by, return comes from Barak, but Melo, with that long reach of his, puts the volley away, and it's 30-love.
Good cross there by Melo to help Kubot out. It was a decent serve return.
Can't see a break of serve coming here. I expected to have 2 tie breaks by now. But raising the game, and then Kubot is just shepherding that service return out. Now the line, backhand return down the line from Pavic, falls out beyond the baseline, 40-love.
Well, we could have a tiebreaker in this one unless we have one of the players throw in a bad service game, but looks more likely we'd not have one.
Well, it may be scoreboard pressure. The advantage is with Kubot and Melo here. They are serving first, and this could put the pressure on their opponents. Backhand return from Marak is into the net. Marak can go back and eat another banana, and we are at 4-3 in this third set between these two, and that's after an hour and 51. So closely matched, nothing separating them really in all aspects of this particular doubles final.
No, it's been a good match, and you can see a stat that they were back to even on the points won by both teams. So basically there's nobody in everything that is better than the other. This is an open match, not knowing who's going to win. Even when you look at all the stats, the service percentages, points won on first serve, second points, everything relatively the same. There's not much to choose between these two teams at the moment.
I think it is absolutely right. No idea who's going to win this, because one minute you think a combination is just getting some sort of superiority, mental superiority. That's what it's going to come down for. Who is feeling the strongest mentally, working together best as a team. And there we go. Right, it's basically I'm reckoning it's a 4 change of ends as a banana. That's what I've seemed to have worked out. Was it?
The championships are going to have to buy more bananas if he does well.
We did remember at the beginning, I think Lucas Kubot did ask for a bucket load of bananas. One that was told to get it, or was it?
Well, their last match was 4.5 hours. So if they're going to anything like that, they could be out here for a while.
So, ready now to serve. You've been kicking things. I think just lost his monitor as well. Wayne, maybe coming back to life now. So excited were you? Kicking away. Yeah. Anyway, 3-4. Back on now. Monitors on. Serving back on as in goes the forehand volley away. And that is love 15. Kubot quickly onto that. Puts the volley away. So maybe now a little bit of pressure on Oli Marak's serve. He was broken in that second set. And getting the first point. Kubot just seems to now be starting to assert his authority a tad, but it's again a fine margin. That serve flicks the top of the net. Not Marak. You can hear him straining as he launches into that service action. Now Kubot just looking up at his opponent, just has a quick little rehearsal of a forehand service return. Is it going to go to the forehand? Goes to the backhand, but it's a fault, that serve. So second serve. Will this be a chance for to get to love 30 and then maybe put a bit more pressure on? Here comes the serve now. Backhand return. Good. Oh, nearly. Kubot thought he made it. I thought he nearly made it, but it went going cross court. Went out, not by much, but it was out. Misses as good as a mile.
That's what they say. Unfortunately, it's got to go inside the lines. That was struck nice and fiercely, but the inside out, just moving away from the court, pushing it a little bit wide, but a good strike of the ball.
Had a look, got to take his chances, but Marak holding firm here. Mello, and that's going to be another first serve at 15 all. So, ready now. Will Mello get a chance to wallop one back as Pavic moves forward, crouches down, and here comes the serve down the middle. Oh, an ace, although it's going to be a challenge.
I think that's worth the challenge.
Yeah, so
There's
do
a
I.
very strong possibility this could be a little bit long. It is going to be close. Whatever way you look at it, it's going to be close.
He had no hesitation in going upstairs.
I guess not.
Oh. Wow.
That's surprising. That didn't look like it went out from where we're standing on the line that we can see. That did not look like it landed there.
Well, it was well in, according to our friends Hawkeye. So 30-15, forehand return from great get by Kubot. Now Kubot still kept them in the line. Lucky net called. Kubot reacting, but the smash should come eventually. They had no right to still be in that rally, but they hung on in there until Marak was able to put the volley away.
It's a great recovery. Cover ball by Kubot up the line, get the ball into play. Made them play a couple extra shots. Oh, what a good point. Great hands by all four players.
40-15, they're all firing across the court at breakneck speed. Now 40-15, serves down the middle. That should now be a angle volley. Now still up goes the lob. Smash from Pavic, and Mello running towards it. Just puts out a despairing racket, but nothing can do about it. So 4-all still going with serve here. 1:55 on the clock.
Another good service game. Marak, for me, the one who has the weaker of the two serves between him and Pavic. Doing a good job on that one to hold his serve. He may still have one more serve in this set if he's going to make this into the tiebreaker, but did a good job on that service game. Leveled it out at 4-all, still even.
These are the 4 games that could determined. This is where it's unravelled in the last 2 sets. And this time it is Melo to serve, Pavic to receive, moving forward, and chops that back. Got Melo now, goes to the Pavic forehand, intercepted by Marek. Now Pavic again, up with the lob, smash from Kubot, straight again at Marek, who's being pounded by these. He probably trying to have a bruise on his other calf for the way that ball came back at him.
Pavic got hit the game before too, so Marek and Pavic are being hit a lot here today.
It's not very gentlemanly, is it, for the gentleman's doubles final? But there's a lot at stake here for these 4 players. Good serve, and Kubot, though, was with the easy put away. 30 love.
30 love.
Good serve. Marek he's been made to, he's going to know he's in a battle. He might have bruises all over his body come the end.
Oh, it doesn't matter as long as they get to win.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
Take it for the team. Forehand from Pavic is out. 40 love. Going
easy serve game again. Melo has really breezed through his serve games. He has been really tough and strong.
Just the 2 breaks of serve is what's separating. How many break points have there been in total?
6.
6, right. That shows you how much it's been dominated. And it's 40 love. And for Melo to serve from the Royal Box end, a watery sun is trying to filter through the clouds. Glad the roof is off now. Earlier, the ladies' final was played under the roof. First final to be played in its entirety under the roof. Oh, Marek. Well, an angry forehand that was. Comes up with the winner. Onto the forehand court, into the tram lines, past Melo, and 40-15.
Yeah, it's a good point. Well struck. Forehand, open stance. Nice little roll of the wrist at the end, getting the ball to dip. Fiercely struck.
So, that serve is long. How many points against serve? Probably not that many, are there?
No,
that's
not
right.
many.
Just to tell you, the serve completely dominating. Forehand return into the net. Just to back that point up, so it's 5-4. And now it's going to be Pavic's turn to see if he can hold firm to get us to 5-all in this match, as we have just nearly got to the 2-hour mark, and after 2 hours, as Wayne has been reiterating, nothing separating, and it's just even on the point score, it's still 86-86 now, so still level pegging.
If you want to start looking at small, just little variations of things that could be the benefit, you look at second serve points won. Kubot and Melo are winning 65% of their second serve points, where Marek and Pavic are only winning 53, so struggling a bit on the second serve. They're winning 85 off the first serve, so the first serve very strong, second serve not as strong as they would like, but in the return game they're getting 63% of balls back in play on the return of serve, where Kubot and Melo at 57, so not a huge advantage, but enough to allow them the opportunity to break serve.
Well, I must raise it. It's now 5 change events because he hasn't finished the banana. He must after the next, so that will be 5 change events for a banana.
He's pacing himself because they've run out of bananas because he ate all of them in his 4.5-hour match in the semi-finals.
Wimbledon is a banana-free zone, all due down to Ollie Marek, but he won't care. He's playing well. Well, they all 4 are, but now it's beholden to Pavic to hold serve and Melo to receive.
15 love.
And an ace it is. A good serve, kicking out wide. 15 love, and a sort of immediate sort of hangdog look comes over Melo, saying, oh, here we go again. It's almost can't get that little early psychological blow in.
Yeah, it's important to get one of the first 2 points if you can.
So Kubot with the return and just trying with the in-out forehand, rolling it wide. 30 love.
It's not going to happen here. 2 easy points to first serves by Pavic.
Just what they needed, as you mentioned. Their percentage very high in getting the first serves in. So the big left-hander, the youngest player on court, serves to the middle, and it's 40 love. Regulation.
Only 3 points have been lost off the serve of Marek and Pavic in this set.
And they've raced through it too. Only 33 minutes we've got to this. 48 minutes for the last one. Just to indicate that very few points are being won against serve. And they're racing through their points and their service games. So as he serves now, 40 love. Backhand from Kubot goes down the line and gets the point. Just steering that to the down the line with his backhand into the tram lines. 40-15, but you just don't feel that that's too little too late in this particular service game.
Possibly, but Marek was standing a little bit too far over, too close to the middle of the court, allowing them a space up the line. But a good backhand, difficult to steer that one.
Serves out wide, forehand from Mele, then backhand from Pavic. Kubot goes to Maric, and again Maric gets it on the body. There's another forehand volley, comes at him. But 40-30, maybe not business as usual, because suddenly there's now a little bit pressure on Pavic, and the crowd are coming to life, sensing that maybe a chance here as Kubot and Melo raise their game. So 40-30, Kubot is the receiver. Here comes the serve, and that serve is a fault. Now the second serve, and as Wayne referred, they've been able to get more reward on the second serve, so it needs to be a good one from Pavic as Kubot waits to attack it. Goes out wide, tries to go down line, but a good serve in the end. It kept low, and Kubot trying to get that back and only put it into the net. So we're at 5-all, and it will be Lucas Kubot coming out to serve with new balls at 5-all.
Well, he's lucky to have the new balls at this position, because this is the time in the first set where he lost his serve. Both him and Marek have the only two that have lost their serve in this match, both at 5-all and 6-5. So is it going to happen in this set again, or are we going to be able to get our first breaker of the match?
Well, Kubot is the server, Pavic the receiver, and here it comes now into the net, that first serve. Second serve, Pavic will be eyeing this one up. Melo looking at the ground, thinking about where he's going to go, as here comes the serve. Out wide, backhand from Kubot, and then a lucky net call, but reacted well by Melo, who reacted to the net call brilliantly, and then gets the error off the Pavic racket. So 15 love, lightning reflexes.
Two balls coming off the net from either side, making it difficult. Pavic had the racket ready, but bouncing off the top of the racket, allowing Kubot the first point on his serve.
Horror reaction of real disappointment and frustration for Pavic. Served down the middle, got back well, but anticipated. The giant Melo is in on that, pouncing, and puts it away.
Yeah, easy put away, but it came from a very good serve from Marek, from Kubot in a good spot. Difficult return.
Taking advantage of new balls here. Pavic now trying to gee himself up now. Goes, well, it's a good, no, it's a fault. Going long. Line judge firmly putting out his arm. And so the second serve at 30 love. And here comes the serve from Kubot. And that is to the forehand of Pavic. Again, mishits it, but a solid first serve, an easy hold at the moment, as has been the case 90% of the time. There was a little bit of tension creeping to the air in that last service game, with Kubot and Melo getting to 40-30, but they couldn't find a way of putting any more pressure. But Kubot will be happy.
Correction, game.
And it is game. I don't know whether Marek was thinking about challenging, but he picks up his towel and goes over to his chair. And so
But Melo leads 6 games to 5.
6 games to 5, and it will
Third
now
set.
be Marek again,
1-0.
trying to avoid the ignominy of being broken when trying to take it into a tie break. He will be serving and knows he's got a bit of pressure. He's got to keep calm and find a way of just not letting it slip. Kubot not sitting down. He wants to stay up and loose, and he's seems to be in animated conversation with his partner. They know the importance of this. They're ready to go, fired up, just trying to make those service returns that could be the difference.
Yeah, it comes down to two things really. It's the first serve percentage of the server and the returns back in play. And if there's a couple of first serves missed in the service game here, then we might have to see the opportunities for them to break for the set like they've done in the first two.
Time.
Well, here we go now, ready to see if there is going to be a twist in this set on serve, or are we going to have the first tiebreaker of the 2017 men's doubles final. And Merak, the old man of this quartet, is responsible. Desnay has a quick final word with his playing partner as he begins to serve here in this 12th game of the third set. Ready now. Merak serving, Melo to receive. Out wide, forehand down the line, but goes long. Just the start he needs.
A little bit of anguish coming off the face of Melo. He believes he had an opportunity there to do a little bit better. He really needed that in play to give himself a chance, but that's a good first serve.
Just half chances have to be grabbed here. And the margins so close between these two as he serves now. But that's another kicking serve. And it's now 30 love.
It's a very good serve. That's well placed on the sideline. A lot of chalk coming off that, making it obvious that it was in, but a good 123 mile per hour serve.
Well, it is so close in every this match. Nothing separating these two. Here comes the serve down the middle. Good, well, return that was easily pounced upon by Pavic. And 40 love.
40 love.
This will be a tiebreaker.
It's looking like we're going to have our first tiebreaker for the final.
Well, that, given the way they're serving, it's going to be a tense, nervy occasion there, because there will be few opportunities. Kubot to receive, and that should be just a little dink over the net with the forehand volley, little stop volley, with both their opponents at the baseline. So we now go to tiebreak time.
Yep, this is it. And as you said, Rupert, it's going to come down to one or two opportunities for both teams. Who's going to be the one to take the opportunity?
Well, you mentioned total points won. In this one, set alone, it's 29-29. So, so close.
Not much separating the two teams. Really, I think the big point is who's going to get in more first serves. Well, that's the team that's going to win.
It's Melo serving first. Down the centre. Dug back on the half volley. Up cross court goes Melo. Melo is fired at with a backhand volley. Oh, what reactions from Melo. He looked under pressure, but he held firm with a brilliant backhand volley, which is put into the net by Pavic.
What a great return coming to play from Pavic. Nice and low. Big 6'8" man bending to get that one back in play. That's some good hands, Melo. It's a way to start this breaker.
Well, he was really under pressure there, but he responded, kept his nerve, and it's Pavic serving out wide, and that is wide. The service returns from Kubot, kicking out wide. So, as we said, nothing going to separate these two. So it's 1-1. Now, second serve. Now time for Pavic at 1-1. He's serving from the roller end. Melo to receive. Here comes the serve. And the serve is down the middle. Backhand from Melo. He swung at that. Looks at his racket strings in disappointment as he got a read of it, but he had no control of it. And so it's 1-2 on serve.
3 points won by the service with 3 first serves in. First serve going to be very important.
So just Melo and Kubot geeing themselves up. You heard the word, let's go, come on. And just loosening his shoulders is Kubot. Melo crouching though and getting that tall body of his right down low for this Kubot serve. It's Merak who's going to receive, twirling his rackets, and moves now. Misses the first serve. So is this the first chink in the armour of Kubot, whose serve was broken at the end of the first set. Merak looking up now. He knows this is a golden opportunity. Kubot just taking a little bit more time, a bit more deliberate. Now he's ready to serve. Here he goes now. Where's he going? He's going to the forehand. Got big return from Merak. Up goes the defensive lob. Melo at full stretch. Draws Merak forward. It goes into the net. I don't know what he got caught in two minds there. But still, gutsy defence from Melo and Kubot.
Yeah, great movement over there. Kubot knew that he was not going to get that. Melo ran across to help him out and got lucky. I don't know what kind of a shot Merak was trying to do on that, but that was a bit of a brain cramp.
Yep. He suddenly checked halfway through.
He lost a golden opportunity there.
He could have. He looked as if he just needed to wallop it. But then he just suddenly, as Wayne said, had that brain freeze. But it's 2-2, still going with serve. Kubot serving now down the middle. And Melo with the big volley. Up goes the smash from Melo. Oh, again, Melo, 6'8", leapt to that high ball and smashed it away deep into the forehand court. And it is now 2-3 with Merak ready to serve.
Great return again by Pavic. He hit that ball so hard. Melo did such a good job to put his hands right in front of the net, take that ball early. This is some good doubles.
It is now, and this is tense doubles as well, because nothing separating these two. 2-3 it is. Who's going to concede a point on serve? Big return from Kubot. That's going to fall out, and it is Kubot with a masterful forehand service return. Gets the first mini break.
I think that was a bad service option by Merak to put it onto the forehand side of Kubot. He's made a bunch of those blistering forehands today. Would have been the safer option to go to the backhand, and he's lost that mini break. Is that going to be enough for the team of Melo and Kubot?
Well, finest of margins. He got it. It was right in the hitting zone, and he sizzled it back at Merak. Now it's 2-4. Change of ends now. Merak moving down to the royal box end. So are they able to respond now? Merak, who's got to come up now with a good serve. Melo pouncing to wait. That serve is long, so that's not what he wanted. Melo now all hustle and bustle, waiting to receive. Here comes the backhand return. Oh, he gets the luckiest of net called. Can't believe that. Hits the top of the net and just plops over. How lucky was he there?
Well, it actually hit the net pretty hard and hit Pavic and dropped down. It was a hit with a lot of pace. Absolutely nothing that Pavic could do about that. He almost got it back. That would have been a reflex volley of note.
Well, that ball is happening too quick for my aged eyes there. That's why I don't play doubles. But anyway, it's 5-2. That's more important for Melo. They've got a real chance here. And Kubot there. That was viciously put away. They know they're in control now of this tiebreaker because they're sitting at 6-2. The number 4 seeds. Is this last couple of minutes the decisive turn in their favour and the long-term outcome of this match?
It's been an almost perfect display of tennis from Kubot Melo in this breaker.
Melo now serving. Pavic to receive. Down the centre. That ball's out. And they do take a 2-1 lead. Wrapping up the third set in a tiebreak. 2 hours and 15 minutes. And it is Lukas Kubot and Marcelo Melo who lead as Robbie Koenig steps in to the frame.
Tag me in. Tag me in.
And yeah, well, we'll be back with Robbie in just a moment. He's full of energy and full of beans, as always, for that fourth set. But other tennis continues around the All England Club, and we will pop to number 3 court first of all and rejoin Peter Marcato.
Thank you, Marcus. The ladies wheelchair singles champion for 2017, Didi de Groot, 6-love, 6-4 over Sabine Ellerbrock. And it was a masterful performance. 49 minutes on court, quite easy that opening set. A little bit more of a challenge in the second set, and certainly de Groot threw in a few double faults, a few unforced errors along the way, but was able to reset herself and take the title for 2017. 6-love, 6-4, and Didi also in action in the ladies wheelchair doubles final. That's coming up tomorrow, and that's going to be a really interesting match. We have the gentlemen's wheelchair singles final and then the ladies wheelchair doubles final. Now here on the number 3 court, a bonus for the fans that have come out because they're going to see the Woodies in action, Todd Woodbridge and Mark Woodford. And more importantly for us, Marcus, they are playing Jeremy Bates and our very own Chris Wilkinson. So I'm sort of looking at centre because I've got to go and do the women's doubles final a bit later on, but I'm also keeping a very close eye on what's happening here with our man, Marcus.
Yes, well, let's hope he's not humiliated, Peter, but I think there's a severe danger that might be the case. Thank you very much. Yeah, Bates and Wilkinson, they've not had the most successful of campaigns, but they did somehow, we have to whisper this because he's still around, they beat Wayne Ferreira and not Mark Philippoussis, Goran Ivanisevic. Right, before we go back for the 4th set here, and there's going to be a delay because both teams have gone off court at the end of the 3rd. Let's rejoin Robin Bailey. He's been very busy this afternoon talking to various actors, being turned down for interviews by various actors, including Woody Harrelson, I believe, which is disappointing to
It was disappointing.
read. What did he say to you?
It was disappointing. Well, he's actually very, very miserable after Venus lost, strangely enough. And I later spoke to one of the people that had been in that room, and he was bashing his leg and everything, so upset. He had his mum there as well, which was lovely that he took his mum to Wimbledon. But how sad that he couldn't give me the benefit of his perspective on that match. But I think he genuinely was upset about it.
So you didn't say cheers to him at the end then?
No, I see that was a part of his credits as well. I mean, he had so many as well, didn't he? And he's done so much over the years. So I was a bit disappointed I didn't finally get him. But there's always next year, Marcus.
Yep, we'll make sure that if he comes back, you grab him for sure. You did go into the Garbiñe Muguruza interview, press conference. What did she have to say for herself?
Well, that's right, and obviously you would have expected it, wouldn't you? Garbiñe Muguruza came into the press conference after that Wimbledon triumph with a smile as wide as centre court. It seemed a long way since she was warming up for this championship at Eastbourne, losing 6-1, 6-love.
I always come very motivated to the Grand Slams, and I don't know, since I lost the final here, I wanted to change that, and I came thinking, I'm prepared, I feel good, and during the tournament and the matches I was feeling better and better. In every match I was increasing my level, and I think today, I played well.
Well, 2 set points down to Venus in that critical 10th game of the first set. There was a turning point, but how did she see it?
When I had those set points against me, I was like, hey, it's normal, I'm playing Venus here, it's not, so I just keep fighting, and I knew that if I was playing like I was playing during the 2 weeks, I was going to have eventually an opportunity. So I was like calm, and if I lose the first set, I still have 2 more. So let's not make it drama,
But it was drama. The 37-year-old 5-time champion here losing 6-love in the second set, beating the person she watched as a youngster on TV. It's hard to believe that grass was a surface that she was a stranger to.
At the beginning, I didn't like grass. For sure, I suffered to play and to handle it. And it took me a while, actually, to calm down, to say, hey, it's grass, you have to adapt to the surface. And once I did this Wimbledon final, everything changed for me because I felt like, stop complaining. Your game suits this surface. So, since that moment, I'm like, I like grass, and I'm going to look in a positive way. And it makes a big difference to see it that way.
Well, Garbiñe is jointly coached by Sam Sumik, who wasn't here this year, and Conchita Martinez, who famously beat another 30-something darling of centre court, Martina Navratilova, back in 1994. So did that help her?
I don't know who was favorited out there. I try to block all this kind of stuff. I learned since the last Grand Slam match, and I'm like, doesn't matter who's the favorite here. We both have 50-50 chances today. She just told me that go out there and just forget about all of this. Try to think it's another match. And I've played 2 finals before, so I more or less know how to handle them, So it was a little bit of everything.
So as the new ladies Wimbledon champion prepares to dance with either Marin Cilic or Roger Federer tomorrow night, who does she favour?
Oh, come on.
No, come on.
Roger. And I like Cilic, I have to say, seriously, but I think, I want to see if he's that elegant also, you know, dancing. I don't know.
Great stuff. What a personality she is, and what a fantastic tennis player she's becoming as well. Thank you to Robin. Congratulations to Garbiñe Muguruza, becoming only the second Spanish lady to win the Wimbledon singles title after her coach here for this fortnight, Conchita Martinez, as Robin was telling us, back in 1994. Alongside me, watching the fourth set of this fabulously contested men's doubles final are Barry Milnes and Phil Studd. A reminder of the situation: Marek and Pavic taking the first set 7-5. Back came Kubot and Melo to take the second by 7-5. They then won the third in a tie break by 7 points to 2. We're in the first game of the fourth set. Marek is serving at 15-30. Barry, what have you made of it so far, and what are you expecting over the next half an hour or so?
I think this game could be huge, because 15-30, they were love 30. Marek serving, trying to stay in the game, and gets a good serve in, and his old partner Lucas Kubot flashes a forehand wide, but it's so close. It has been throughout, as you've given with the scores, and very few chances, but obviously a good tie-break that the leading contenders, the fourth seeds, Kubot and Melo, they've been the form players, haven't they, coming in? So they've gone this winning run that they have had. The titles they've picked up lately really have put together a fine partnership now. And yet, you know, Marek, very experienced. Pavic, not quite so on this kind of stage, but he's backed him up well. And of course, lefty-righty combination, that always helps. Just going back to Muguruza, first player ever to beat both Williams sisters in Grand Slam finals, singles finals.
Is that
apparently?
Right?
Yep, absolutely. And when you consider how she struggled, Barry, you know, since winning the French Open, it took her some time to really absorb the magnitude of that success, and she's had pretty uneven results, hasn't she? As recently as Madrid, Stuttgart, back-to-back first-round exits. Then she had an injury issue in Rome, having to withdraw during a semi-final with a neck injury, which was a little bit scary at the time, and then a slightly chastening loss in defending her French title when she had the crowd on her back on Chatrier. So this is, well, a happy ending, to put it mildly.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Robin was obviously highlighting some of those comments from her in the press conference, and you look back at the press conference, I was watching it earlier today, that they tweeted again from Paris, where she broke down in tears.
Yep.
And what a difference, you know, just 1 month or a few more weeks can make. And now, again, it's lovely to see her happy with life, and obviously, you know, thrilled today at what she's achieved here for the first time. And I think that name of Muguruza is going to be on there a few more times before she is done.
And have we had it confirmed that that was the first bagel that Venus has endured in all her matches at Wimbledon?
I haven't seen it written anywhere else, but on the, you know, it's a very reliable website we do use for a lot of the stats when we need to go back that far. And as far as I can tell, that is the first time that she has suffered that. But going back to Muguruza and this whole, as Philip was saying, with her having won the French, but then the expectation and struggles that she's had. But it's so often the case, isn't it, Philip? We've seen it so many years of players, they get their breakthrough slam and then they struggle. I remember Pete Sampras, who won the US Open. He was only 19 years old back in 1990. And then he really did struggle for a couple of years, because obviously such interest in American tennis, and he was the, you know, the one who got that title. And then the spotlight from just being one of a group of players hunting a trophy, he suddenly got this huge target, and he admitted, you know, it was a real weight on his shoulders for a while. And I need to look back, I haven't checked that, but who was the last player who won their first major and then won their second major in the next slam? Because I can't imagine it's happened that often. It's probably a Williams sister, isn't it? But you know, it's tough to do. They have to adjust to all the new hype, the new spotlight that they're put through, and all the extra things they have to do as a result.
Just for a little while, we were thinking that maybe Jelena Ostapenko was going to do that at these championships, but in the end, she didn't get that close to today's final. It was a terrific first set. It was a shame for Venus, and let's hope that it's not her last Grand Slam final. Runner-up now at 2 of the 3 slams this year, Phil. But if she could dust herself down, the US Open still bodes well, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how could you possibly write her off after what she's achieved here? I think, you know, a few years ago with the Sjögren's illness, the glandular fever, as we know it more commonly, the fact that, you know, she seemed to have had her best years, you know, to have put together the run she's done, first in Australia, where only her sister was good enough to deny her, and now here. I mean, I guess the one concern would be the way in which the wheels fell off after she had those 2 set-point opportunities. It was as though she was completely discombobulated by failing to take that chance, and Muguruza got stronger, and she seemed to run out of puff, didn't she? I mean, it was almost as though her efforts over the fortnight caught up with her. I mean, she's been winning her matches pretty comfortably, but she just looked lacking in a game plan in the final set, and Muguruza just took advantage and was just so consistent. But talking about Venus never having been bageled, we're talking about Grand Slams here or just Wimbledon?
I think it was at Wimbledon. That was what we
Oh, okay, because Clijsters bageled her at the US Open a few years back and was bageled herself in a very topsy-turvy match, which Clijsters eventually won. But yeah, at Wimbledon, as far as I know, it's the first time.
And just going back to that back-to-back, you know, first and second majors in successive slams, I'd have to double-check this, but somebody who did do it, and I'm trying to think of anybody who's done it since, was Jennifer Capriati, when she finally won the Australian Open in 2001 and then went to Paris and won the French Open that year as well.
Wow. Well done, Barry. We don't call you the wise old owl for nothing. Phil, what's your assessment of the current state of play out on centre?
I get the impression now that the momentum is with Kubot and Melo. Barry's alluded to the fact they've had a great year already, but of course they've yet to win a Grand Slam together. This is a great opportunity, and having recovered from losing that first set with a tight second and having dominated the third set tiebreak, you just get the feeling that they might get it done in 4. That said, we're on serve 40-15, Pavic serving. But of course, whatever happens here, it's going to be a successful fortnight for Melo, because with Kontanen losing in the semi-finals with John Peers, it means that Melo is returning to the top ranking in doubles, so that'll be a consolation prize, even if they go on to lose, and I've got a feeling they'll probably go on to win.
Well, we're still on serve in this 4th set.
Melo lead 2-1.
There's the umpire, Fergus Murphy, just confirming the situation, and just a further reminder that this is by no means the end of the action today. Once this match is completed, we will have the ladies' doubles final. Hao Qingchan of Chinese Taipei and Monica Niculescu from Romania, seeded 9, up against Ekaterina Makarova and Alina Vesnina of Russia, the number 2 seeds, and there'll be dedicated commentary on the whole of that match as well. We've got a little bit of treatment being undertaken at the moment.
Yeah, Marat getting some more treatment on his left thigh. It's just above his knee that the problem seems to be. He actually got treatment at the start of the 4th set. The quartet left the court for a bathroom break, but on his return, Marat had a bit of treatment to what looks like some sort of muscular problem in his lower left thigh, which is obviously not going to help his cause. Although, that said, he's chatting happily enough with his partner and doesn't look too disconcerted by it, so hopefully that won't be anything that impedes him in any significant way. But, well, who knows? I mean, it's been an unpredictable Wimbledon in so many different ways, hasn't it? And it would be a pretty seismic upset, would it not, if Kubot and Melo weren't to win, and could still go the distance.
Thanks, guys. That was Phil Studd and Barry Milnes. I'm Marcus Buckland. We're in the presentation booth. 6:36 local time. Let's head back next door to the commentary box and rejoin Barry Cowan and Robbie Koenig.
Let's see what Marcelo Melo can do here, serving to reduce the arrears at 1-2 in the 4th set. From the raw box in, he goes to the body forehand of Pavic, who makes a good return, and Melo misses the volley.
Yeah, he just pushed that forehand volley, Melo. He does tend to just sort of feed his volleys at times. He just didn't quite get the timing right. Good start to the game for the partnership of Marak and Pavic.
Can they build on it? Kubot crouches down in the middle of the court and takes the out position, but the first serve is long. Second serve for Melo to Marak. He goes to the body forehand. It's a good forehand return, and again Pavic crosses with considerable aplomb. Great volley winner.
Yeah, that was all set up by a good return, and he was edgy on the first volley. Melo missed it, and sometimes that can have an effect, and he was edgy on the second volley, and great instincts there from Pavic. He maybe recognised that that was the likely scenario, and he was all over the net.
Love 30 now on the Melo serve. First serve goes to the forehand of Pavic, who can't really get out of the way of it. Good body serve.
It was a great body serve, and it was just the way they were in that first couple of sets. They might have made that. I mean, they were pulling shots all over the place.
He certainly were. Not out of the woods yet, though. Melo and Kubot here at 15:30. Melo with his languid serve, and it's a good return, but not good enough from Marak as it smashed away by Kubot easily.
Yeah, like a Croatian basketball player there, Kubot, a slam dunk. Slamming it down on the surface and going over the back fence.
2 good points, 2 good first serves from Melo. I think he's going to need another one here as he serves to Pavic, and it's a good one to Pavic's forehand. Pavic beaten by the pace there.
Yeah, I don't know whether that just took a bad bounce, but or he anticipated it to come through quicker. It was actually only at 112 miles per hour. But even though was he 6'7" or 6'8", Melo? Splitting hairs with the height, but he doesn't always hit his serve at maximum power.
First serve out wide, it's a return on the backhand, but the smash isn't put away by Kubot. Now it's a good lob from Marak. It's deep, it's on the baseline. Melo smashes, slices it to Pavic's forehand. Pavic is a cross-court forehand, so does Melo. Pavic goes down the line. Melos have to run back and cover his partner, and it hits it long. Oh, great retrieving from Oliver Marak there.
Well, that lob was an amazing lob from Marak, because he actually hit it almost with the forehand grip. So and then the rest was all about Pavic. He moved a little bit too early, did Kubot. He gave up his line.
So back to deuce. Now the first serve goes to the body forehand. Oh, he's made it! Barry!
He has made it, hasn't he? And I was saying a couple of points ago, the way he was playing in the first 2 sets, he might have made that forehand return. Well, he most certainly committed to that one, Pavic. Wow. This would be a real change in momentum. Of course, last game, love 30 was Marak on his opening service game of the 4th set. Now a break point to make the first move.
He'll need a first serve here. He goes to the backhand of Marak, who goes down the line, but misses wide. Don't want to be hitting a second serve to that guy, because he's so good at running around his backhand and ripping with his forehand. He can do anything with that forehand when he's got time. We've seen some of his second shots today, some of his second serve returns. So that was a clutch serve from Melo. Melo serving to Pavic. He goes to the forehand again. It's a clean winner from Pavic. Stand and deliver from the Croat.
Wow, this guy's got some ability. He really has. His career-high singles ranking was just inside the top 300, but when you can hit forehand returns like that, the loss to the singles game, certainly the benefit the doubles game.
Sweet as you like. It's the I formation again. Kubot crouches low. Melo into a service motion, goes to the backhand. It's a great return, great first volley from Melo. Little angle from Marak, who's got another backhand. He goes straight and hits Melo with an absolute ripper of a backhand. What a combination of shots from Ali Marak, and they get the break. 3-1, 4th set.
Well, that was an amazing game.
4th set.
I mean, how hard did he hit that backhand?
But with spin as well. I mean,
because it was low.
Yeah.
And he was pretty close to the net.
I mean, it's almost like sort of Wawrinka-like, isn't it?
It was. Good comparison. And it almost knocked Melo over. Very much back in this match. Ali Marak. Viking-like. Can just see him marauding over the hills there. It's a big first serve to the Melo backhand. Nice little volley from Pavic. What a get from Kubot, and it's smashed away by Pavic. This is quality points, folks. Tennis of the highest order.
15 love.
Yeah, the adrenaline pumping. And why wouldn't you? Wimbledon final, your first Wimbledon final.
It's so important to keep those arousal levels in check. Once you get the break, you don't want to let it run away from you. It's a big first serve out wide. The return is a clean winner. Are you kidding me?
How on earth did he hit that, Kubot? Well, it's in. Because I saw the chalk. I mean, maybe they just challenge it there because they want confirmation to see how good a return that was from Kubot.
127-mile-an-hour serve, and he's hit it with an absolute perfect backhand return at the end of his range. Lucas Kubot. I mean, that should be worth a bonus point. It was so good.
Right on the baseline.
I mean, shots like
Strength as well.
Oh, worth the admission fee on its own. 15-all, 3-1. Marak serves with a big serve down the middle, but it's called out. Played an incredible point on break point to get the break, but it's not a break until you hold. Marak with a second serve to Melo. Ooh, it's a double fault, Barry.
Ooh, that's their first double of the match. Marak, a former top 100 singles player, ranked career high of 82 back in 2006, so that's a great illustration of how good his ground shots are.
Yeah, if you come from Austria, it's almost a given.
And you can run.
Too true. So he's in a spot of bother here. Is Ollie Marak decides to stop the ball toss and restart the motion. Here he goes again. Pavic bending down in the middle of the court with a big first serve to the forehand. What a return from Kubot. What a great interception volley from Melo.
Well, sometimes if you are the poacher, you can get a little carried away when your opponent hits your partner hits a great return, then you actually move too early. But what he did there was he moved forward, sort of held his ground. It does help when you have the wingspan that Melo has.
Yeah, Air Jordan-like. 15-40 now. Marak facing 2 break points, goes long with the first serve. I mean, he hasn't played a bad game. Second serve now to Melo. It goes to Melo's forehand. Just that one double fault. Got him off to a dodgy start, but you've got to give Melo and Kubot so much credit. Made some jaw-dropping shots in this game. Second serve to Melo. He goes to the body. Melo misses with a backhand return.
Little eyes lit up there, Melo, as if to say, yeah, there's my chance for the break back. Just a little bit too eager on that backhand.
Here we go. Will it once again be clutch Kubot who delivers the goods under pressure? He's got a second break point here. Get back on serve. First serve is in the net.
Yeah, just starting to miss first serves, and that's been costly in this game.
Second serve to Kubot. Where does he go? Backhand's lethal. Forehand's big. He goes into the body. The forehand is down low. It's a poach from Melo. A perfect pattern of play. And we're back on serve, folks. Back-to-back breaks. Melo Kubot able to get back on track, but it's still Marak and Pavic who lead 3-2.
Well, small details can be the difference, and
Melo lead 2-1.
Confirmation there of score from Fergus Murphy that Kubot and Melo lead 2-1, but it was a tentative second serve, and sometimes when you have a tentative second serve, it can be a tentative first volley, and it most certainly was. He didn't do anywhere near enough with that backhand volley. Marak, and Melo was poaching, and they're back on serve.
For me, when you go back and analyse matches, whether you're playing in the final of Wimbledon or whether you're playing somewhere else, Barry, I think it's so important to look at those points. And for me, it's a great indicator to highlight the fact that when you are a little tight, it's always better to go for it.
Yep.
Go go for that second serve, because if you just roll it in, your chances of losing it are really high against a quality team.
And what you say, Rob, is exactly right. And that's why it's so important when you are a youngster, is to develop that mindset. And not, obviously you want to win, but not always worry about the consequences, because what you're doing is you're ingraining it in your mindset of what you're going to need later on when you hit the big time.
Too true.
We saw that, didn't we, earlier on today with Muguruza?
Big time tennis, and it paid dividends. I look at a young kid like Nick Kyrgios. He's fearless. That's why he's been able to beat the likes of Djokovic and Federer, Nadal. Yes, sometimes he's going to serve double faults, but more often than not, you're going to win those matches. Let's see if Kubot can stay away from the double faults in this game. Serving to get back on song at 3 games all. It's 2-3 as he steps up to the line for a second serve. Pavic, it's a great forehand return, and it's put away beautifully at the net by Murak.
Well, I knew this guy had a great serve, Pavic. I didn't realise he was such a great returner.
Yeah.
Now I know why he plays on the deuce side.
Now, come on, says Melo to Kubot. He wants a first serve from his partner. His partner delivers, and it's a missed return from Murak.
Yeah, and that was a long way long. And what would you say, 5 meters, 6 meters long? That forehand return from Murak.
Two, 3, 15 all. Kubot and Melo, 2 sets to 1 lead. It's a serve out wide. Another great return from Pavic down the line on the backhand this time. Kubot can't deal with the volley.
15-30.
Yeah, and just maybe they've got to take this sort of I formation out of the way. Just go the conventional, almost make him go cross court. Hey, he certainly looks like he loved that one down the line. 15-30, of course, already been broken earlier in the set. Don't want the history to repeat themselves.
Now it's a big first serve. Great forehand return from Murak. Murak hits a backhand, but Kubot closes the net. Beautiful forehand winning volley from him.
Well, when you're not involved, don't stand and watch your partner, and Kubot didn't. Fantastic movement there from the pole. Great exhibition of footwork at the highest order.
30 all. Important game this, just to steady the ship back in return. No, it doesn't matter, the serve was out. Decisive call from the linesperson.
Playing high formation again.
They are. I think that it's got to be a body serve. Pavic seems so good on the wings. Try and tuck him up here. Kubot's taking a bit of extra time here, Barry. He's thinking about this one. And he goes to the backhand. It's a great return. Now he's got a forehand as Pavic. He goes straight at Melo, and Melo can't deal with it. Pavic making some scintillating returns of late.
Well, this has been all about Pavic in this game. This has been amazing 3 points from him. And Murak pull his end of the bargain. Another break point. Of course, they've already broken once.
Now, break point again. Could it be 3 breaks in a row? Kubot goes with the first serve. It's a little long. It wasn't his biggest. And I tell you what, serving second serves to Oliver Murak is a dangerous proposition. He's so good at running around his backhand and ripping a forehand. He can do anything with that forehand. Will Kubot be brave? Will he be bold? The second serve is a double fault.
Again.
He knows what Murak is capable of doing, and he's influenced by it.
Balls, please.
So it's a 3rd break in a row, and
leads 4 games,
Pavic
2-2.
and Murak lead 4-2 in the 4th set.
Well, that double fault was the result of the 3 brilliant points that Pavic played in that last game. He just felt the pressure, and sometimes it can be a little dispiriting when you're sort of facing break point, Robbie, when you actually done nothing wrong.
Yep. So let's see if they can cement the break this time round. I think with the new balls and the lefty serving, the southpaw should be a little easier than last time round. It's a first serve that's gone way long. Just kind of leant into that one, got to go up to it when hitting the serve. Now it goes to the body backhand. High return from Miller. Miller has to hit a dink backhand, but nets it. 15 love.
15 love.
Looking like a real prospect of going to 5. Familiar feeling for Marak and Pavic.
Both these guys.
Yeah.
Yes, their last match was a 5-setter, but let's not forget the opponents have already played 3 5-set matches this fortnight. First serve out wide, it's long. You saw puff of chalk, but that was because it was long.
Is it titanium compound?
It is. Titanium dioxide. Second serve is a double fault. Marak's hit his partner accidentally on the out serve. Marcelo Miller.
It was Rome, wasn't it, where they got hit the back of the head.
And he hit him hard. Very hard. Full out on a first serve. Pavic at 15 all, misses the first serve in the net. Second serve to Mello. He goes to the forehand. Mello goes up the line. Good return to serve. Mello with a second shot. Goes to Pavic, who misses the volley. Little tight there. Yeah. Snatching at it.
Well, just like Marak in the previous service game. Tight on the serve, tight on the volley. And we've been marvelling at the quality of this doubles final, but the last 10 or 15 minutes has been pretty scrappy. Of course, not the previous game when they broke Kubot, but certainly this game and the previous service game in Marak.
He's missed another first serve. Pavic serving to Kubot. 15-30 down. He's in a spot of bother here. He goes to the forehand. Big return. Nice interception, though. Well done, Oliver Marak, for helping out your partner.
Had a chance on that forehand return to actually go line, did Kubot, because Marak was standing right in the middle. That's where the return went.
It's a first serve. Does Pavic. He rocks back. He goes into a service motion. He goes to the backhand. It's hit the line. Miller's done well to adjust. Good lob, but put away comfortably by Pavic. That ball checking big time as it hit the white stuff.
The old faithful.
Jimmy Swinger.
Good first serve. Yeah, we'd love another one of those. Do you think wide?
I think so. No, he's just resetting. Now Pavic is ready. He's serving to Kubot, to the big serve down the middle. We saw the Jimmy Swinger on the previous points, but that was his brother Vinny. Straight down the middle. Good hold. They extend their lead to 5-2 in this fourth set, but they are 2-1 behind.
2-1.
Why Vinny?
It's Chris Haggard, man. When I played doubles with him and spoke about the Jimmy Swinger, and I said, where did you get that line from, Chris? And he said, well, of course, Jimmy Connors, right? So he was the one who patented that serve, that little slider out wide.
So who's Vinny?
His brother, apparently. And his brother's got to compliment him, so that's the one down the tee. So I said it when I was playing with Chris, and I said, is it Jimmy Swinger time? He'd say, no, Rob, it's time for his brother Vinny. So that's where it comes from.
And he could put it on a dime.
He could. He had a nasty lefty serve, didn't he?
Yeah, more treatment for Marak. The doctor's out as well. Of course, he hasn't had the medical timeout yet, has he?
No, he hasn't. He's just been getting it rubbed in the change of ends. I mean, those quads are pretty big. That's where the power is coming from. You can see it in the serve.
Time.
ground reaction force that he creates with the knee bend, leg drive. Austrian tennis players have got a great work ethic.
Dominant team. Thomas Muster.
Seats, please.
When you've got Thomas Muster.
The late Horst Goff.
Yes. Those kind of guys that you're looking up to, well, it sets a precedent, doesn't it? So Melo serving to stay in this fourth set. 2-5 from the Royal box end to Maite Pavic, who's hit another great backhand return. Half volley up the line from Melo. Forehand down the line again from Pavic. The guy is moving the needle into the red zone now.
Wow, how big's he seen it?
I mean, you want to save some of the good stuff for the fifth, though, right?
Well,
you almost don't want a double break.
No, get the double break and serve first to the fifth.
He's seeing it like a watermelon at the moment, is Pavic. He's taken over the MVP mantle on the court as Marak tries to return a backhand, but fires it wide.
And that's where it certainly is good, moving, forcing him to go for that backhand down the line when it's at his body. It's difficult, especially as a single-hander. It's almost in cricket, you forcing you to hit against the spin.
Yes. 15-all. Pavic's backhands are absolute ripper up the line now. Marak's got another volley that he puts away easily. He's going to take the credit for the put away.
And Melo looking at his box will say, what do I do? Well, I think, first of all, I think you've got to take the one down the line, return, personally.
Away from him?
Yeah.
Give him the
Period.
cross-court?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because the problem with the I formation is actually if you hit the ball as hard as Pavic's doing, even if you're moving there, it's tough.
Yeah, 15-30. Melo to Marak, and Marak can't make a return or serve. Maybe the off-pacer. What about the heavy kicker? Just change it up. Don't give him the pace to feed off of.
But conventional. You agreement?
Yeah,
I know you were probably you like the I formation, but
I also like the change up a lot.
Sometimes you can overcomplicate it, especially when a guy's in great form.
My normal serve was the change-up, Barry. Here we go, 30-all. Does he go with the heat? He does, but it's a fault. A second serve to Pavic now. Will he be undone by the pace or the lack of pace? It's a slow one. There you go, forehand return in the net. You see, didn't like the fact that the ball didn't come on to him.
Yeah. And he sort of checked it. Made him just think. Now, of course, the advantage of slowing serve down, it gives you a bit more time to get into the net. I mean, you've got to try and do everything, haven't you, to when they're seeing it so big and they're so confident.
It's game point for Melo. He goes to the forehand of Marak, who misses wide, and Marak has taken a job to his
he almost did a Tim Henman there. Totally accidental, but as he's hitting the ball back, very nearly hit the head of the ball kick.
Who's it, Melo?
Melo. Wow. That could have been interesting. I guess the fact he won the point would mean that it wasn't hit in anger.
It's an interesting one, isn't it?
But for Tim Henman, it was totally accidental.
It's all about intent. Let's see what the intentions of Oliver Marak are. Serving to take this one the distance at 5-3. The first serve is a fault to Marcelo Melo. His brother's former players coaching him. He's in the box watching down on his little bro, who returns cross-court. Pavic makes a rat-a-tat-tat at the net. What reflexes from Kubot, but Pavic too good.
Well, this has been an amazing performance from Pavic in this set. Whoa. What a talent.
What a help that was. So easy to get tight on that first points with the second serve. And when your partner intercepts like Pavic did there, it's such a relief to you as the server. Marak with the first serve now to Kubot's forehand, and he gets the 3 points. So different when you step up to the line at 15 love versus love 15.
Well, the first point sets the tone. You know, and sometimes you don't have to necessarily win it, but it's how you go about it. So when you are aggressive and you're up 15 love,
double whammy.
Yeah, it's very few times that you'll actually lose serve.
From 15 love to 30 love. Oliver Marak serves out wide. Miller makes a return, but late call. So it'll be a second serve for the Austrian now. He goes with a double fault and apologises immediately.
Yep. And third double fault this set. Third of the match.
First serve percentage a little low for Marak and Pavic in this fourth set. But very effective when the first serve goes in. Haven't defended the second serve nearly as well as we've seen. First service to the forehand. Kubot hits a good return, and Pavic hits a backhand forehand volley. Now backhand volley went away. It's not a great get by Mello. But it's a nice finish off at the net from Pavic yet again.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, Kubot ran all the way along the court, so he was out of the play. So it was all up to Mello. So when he put the volley back down the middle, Kubot was nowhere to be seen.
Another timely interception from Mate Pavic. His team has 2 set points. Oliver Marak goes with a first serve long. Mello awaits the second. Marak goes to the forehand. Mello fires long. And folks, we will be going the distance in the men's doubles final. Marak and Pavic win the fourth, 6 games to 3. It's all to play for.
All to play for, indeed. It's going to be a late night at Wimbledon, the ladies' singles final. Oh, that has finished.
Can have a replay.
The ladies' doubles final is still to come.
He's gone.
I think Garbina Muguruza will win the ladies' singles final when they do play that, possibly with a bagel in the second set. Philip Studd, make sense of what is happening out in front of us at the moment.
Well, it's hard to make sense of this championship period, isn't it? Because we've had so many surprises. We've had crocked players, injured players pulling out. We've had upsets galore. And we're threatening to have another one here, because I thought Kubot and Mello were nailed on to win this match, I must say. And obviously there were early signs that we might be in for something surprising when they lost the first set. They came back impressively to win sets 2 and 3, and then you felt they would push on, but it's not the case. We've seen some wonderful returning from this quartet, some really fabulous shot making from all 4, and it's really combined to make a terrific spectacle. But with 3 minutes shy of 3 hours on the clock, it's anyone's guess who's going to prevail from here.
Well, we want your guess, Mr. Milnes. The wise old owl, which team is going to emerge victorious?
My predictions of late have not been so strong, but I'll go with Mello and Kubot.
Thank you.
And I'll go with Muguruza.
Yeah, 7-5-6 love. Back in a moment for the conclusion of this match. Remember, there is no tiebreak in the final set. So potentially, actually, they could have a problem with the scheduling, with the ladies' doubles final still to come.
Well, the roof's a certainty, isn't it? That's the very least we're going to get, because you've got to think realistically there's at least an hour to go in this one. Then there'll be the inevitable hiatus. We'll also have the awards ceremony before we can even get to the women's doubles. So, yeah, I reckon estimated time of departure, October.
Always the optimist, Philip Studd. Final set of this shortly. In the meantime, and I'm delighted to say that Richard Connolly is waiting in the wings to guide you through the early, mid and late evening. But before we hear from him, Robin Bailey, as ever, is out and about.
So one of the great joys of coming into this VIP area, and currently I'm in the area that is run by Stella Artois. They invite lots of guests for the big ladies singles final. Someone who has watched that, thanks to them, is Matt Richardson, the comedian.
Hello, nice to see you.
And nice to see you as well. And I say comedian, you've got lots of hats these days, haven't you? Just give us a flavour of all the things you're doing.
I'm a jack of all trades, really. So I do a radio show every day, 4 till 7 on Virgin. I do TV presenting, I do stand-up, and anything else they'll throw my way. It's what being self-employed's all about, right?
Well, I mean, maybe the tennis gives you a bit of material for the stand-up as well.
Yeah, well, I think I don't know if you could talk about, like, it's quite hard to be like, well, when you're in a VIP box at Wimbledon, you know what that's like, guys. So I'm not sure. But this year, luckily, with Stella Artois, I've been doing alternative commentary with Goran Ivanisevic.
Oh, have you?
Yeah.
And he's great fun. I mean, we saw him on number 1 court, I think, yesterday, absolutely playing the fool. It was brilliant.
He's amazing. So we did it at Stella have had this other bar where they've got a giant screen at Flatiron Square where you can watch the Wimbledon. So we've been there, sat by it in umpires' chairs doing commentary. So it's been really good fun. And meeting a tennis legend's amazing. Like, I was very excited to work with him, and he had no idea who I was, but really tried to pretend like he did, which was quite impressive.
Do you get starstruck?
Yeah, I do, but I get starstruck less so at these things. Like, so, you know, Goran was amazing, and obviously there's lots of, like, Stanley Tucci was in the box, and Woody Harrelson, and Riz Ahmed's here from Star Wars and everything, which is very exciting. I get starstruck by, like, bands I used to love that no one else is really into anymore. So I interviewed Mark Hoppus from Blink-182. No one is starstruck by them apart from me these days. So it depends, really. I get starstruck by weird people.
Yeah. Interestingly, I have been turned down by Woody Harrelson. He was disappointed, wasn't he, about that Venus Williams defeat?
Yeah, so he was sat 2 people down from me, and when she started to lose, and I've never seen someone throw a match like it. Like, it was like it just clicked, and she went, and just it looked like
just mentally she went. Really.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like, you know, she was still playing well, but I just think she just hit a wall of how well she could do. She'd almost given up, I think. And he was getting so angry and, like, hitting his legs, and then
was he really?
Yeah, him and his mum as well, who was here, which was lovely that a man as famous as that still brings his mum to stuff. It's very refreshing. Yeah, he was really in her corner. He was yelling, you know, "Go on, Venus," and all this kind of stuff. So it's quite shocking.
And you mentioned Stanley Tucci as well, and Woody. Do you get a chance to sort of chat to them about other stuff, or is it you know? I mean, I guess maybe. Now, let me suggest you're not quite at their level yet.
I mean, I'm not offended by that. That's absolutely fine. You know, they've not seen my documentary Pampered Poochie's Hollywood on ITV2. But it's amazing. It was just a quick hello, because I wasn't sat with them. I sat next to Riz, who was lovely, and Henry Holland's here, the designer, who I know fairly well anyway. So we've kind of, like, factioned off into our own little thing, the two of us, and they're like the cool kids, and we're the less famous kids in the corner.
Listen, you'll be drinking Stella Artois forever after this, won't you?
Hopefully. I mean, I'm hoping I get some free Stella.
Well, maybe they'll bring one while we're talking.
I mean, that'd be nice. My dad, when I told my dad I was doing all this stuff for Stella over Wimbledon, said it's about time they paid me something back after so much of it was involved in my conception.
Interesting thought. Interesting thought, that, yeah.
Like, thanks, Dad. Cheers.
So people may remember you for, people in the UK may remember you for The Extra Factor, which there's a support show for the one that's watched by 10 million or whatever these days. And that, I guess, fair to say, that made your name?
It was my first ever TV gig, so I was just a jobbing stand-up comedian, and I got seen in a basement in a nightclub in Edinburgh during the Fringe by the head of ITV. And they went, "Oh, do you want to come and do this show?" So yeah, I did that for a year with Caroline Flack, and then got unceremoniously fired by Simon Cowell. But that's part of showbiz. You need to be fired by Simon Cowell at some point. So yeah, that was my first ever thing.
It's a good thing to have on your CV.
Exactly. Fired by Simon Cowell. That was the first TV thing I'd ever done, and it was insane. Oh, look at that. And like magic, Stella arrived.
One's arrived, yeah. Yeah, just the one we have to...
Just the one. You can have that one if you want.
Well, I'm supposed to not drink on the job, you know, but afterwards maybe.
Yeah, definitely afterwards. Come back for one after. Surely you've got to come back for a Stella.
Yeah, that's the only incentive, really. So, fired by Simon Cowell. Let's talk about the stand-up then.
Yeah.
That's your bread and butter. And you're going to Edinburgh again, aren't you?
I am, for the first time in 5 years. I'm doing a whole Edinburgh run. And it's the first time I've ever taken up a solo show by myself. So my last show was 2 of us in it. Because I was meant to go in 2013, and it got cancelled because I went into The Extra Factor, and then I went on a 60-date national tour instead. So, yeah, I'm going back up. I feel like I'm going up because it's sort of part of, you know, it's part of your baptism as a comedian. You have to do Edinburgh. And I've avoided it, which has been lovely. I've got not necessarily needed to go, but I feel like I need to go back and prove myself and do it. So it's not really to go and, you know, get anything out of it. It's for myself, I think, to go and go, I've done it as well now, guys. I'm a comedian like you.
And this Wimbledon radio channel, I mean, we go all over the world, and the Edinburgh Fringe Festival is renowned all over the world, you know, for sourcing talent and all that kind of thing. You know, you get people from all over the world coming. So a lot of people who listen will know, you know, not just in the UK, what we're talking about.
Yeah, Edinburgh's amazing, and if you've never been, it's insane. So it's 3,000 shows happening every single day for a month. and there's everything, anything you can imagine to see. If you want to see a beatbox version of Hamlet, you can see that. It's loads of ridiculous stuff. But for comedy, it's the epicenter of it, and it's amazing. Like when you tell people, I've done a few Edinburgh, I've done 4, 5. This will be my 5th time I've gone up. And you tell someone, American people that I know that I've done 5 Edinburghs, they go, wow, that's unbelievable, because it's such an amazing thing, and it's just on our doorstep, which is an advantage. Australian guys come over for the month and everything, so it's good to just be able to get an hour flight to go and do it.
Yeah. And you're off to do a tour in the not-so-distant future. Maybe this is a great chance for you to give it a plug.
Yeah, I'm on tour from the 9th of September. I start in Southend. It's just a UK tour. I'm not doing anywhere abroad. And it goes all the way through till January, sort of hitting all the big cities around the UK and lots of little places with art centres and those kind of things. In between the Liverpools and the Manchesters and the Newcastles, you go to places like Maidenhead. It's very nice. And Didcot. So that starts in September, and it's a tour all about kind of what's happened over the last 4 years since I did my last tour. Some stories of weird TV shows I've made and things like this that are amazing, as well as reading out lots of the things people have written about me online that have got a bit of an erotic persuasion. So people write, fan fiction about you, and I found all this fan fiction about me, and so I'm going to go on stage and read it out. So it's quite X-rated.
We would be very grateful if you, because I'll try and take a picture afterwards, if that's all right, and we'll post it to our Twitter, and please retweet it on Twitter if you can.
I will retweet away. Thank you very much.
Good, lovely to talk to you,
Lovely
Matt
to talk
Richardson.
to you too.
Super, and best of luck with everything you're doing.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Enjoy the drink.
I will. I love a Stella.
I'm sure they will enjoy it too. Good evening from Richard Connolly here on Centre Court on the Wimbledon radio channel, and thanks to Robin Bailey for continuing to find such interesting guests throughout the championships. Here on Centre Court we've got, a 3/4 full crowd enjoying this men's doubles final, which has gone all the way to a 5th set, and frankly still we're none the wiser as to which of these two fine pairs is going to come out on top. To try and make sense of it with me, Claire Cohen, Robbie Koenig. Robbie's been commentating on this match, as you may well have heard. First Wimbledon title awaits for one of these two pairs, Rob. So what are the nerves? What's the adrenaline like at this point?
Well, all I can tell you, Rich, is the quality of play from these guys, all 4 of them, has been so good. It's almost like the title is irrelevant. They're playing like they would be at a Masters 1000 or a regular tour event. You wouldn't believe they're on centre court with the Wimbledon title at stake. And at stages throughout the match, every player has been the MVP on the court. That's how good it's been. Who's going to blink first? Well, all I can say is that Melo and Kubot have been there and done it as far as winning a major is concerned. I've mentioned that Kubot won the Australian Open in 2014. Melo won the French Open in 2015, so that might be the clincher at the end of the day, as we see another spectacular point out here.
It's just such a range of skills that's on show, Claire. I mean, obviously the serving is of extremely high quality, but some of the volleys, when all 4 players close in at the net, it's thrilling at times.
Oh, incredible hand skills from all 4 men, and there's no swings on those volleys. They just put their hand out and they just see it so early. But I mean, whoever loses this match is going to be so disappointed, whichever team doesn't get through it, because as Robbie said, the quality on display is so high, but the passion that they're all showing, the desire to try to take this title home, well, it's massive. And it has been since the very first set.
We've still got the ladies' doubles final to follow this, with Chan Hao Ching of Chinese Taipei and Monica Niculescu of Romania to take on the number 2 seeds, Katerina Makarova and Elena Vesnina, as Kubot and Melo take a 2-1 advantage on serve in this final set. So we'll join our commentators when they come back after this changeover. But a thought for the ladies' doubles finalists, Claire, because obviously a huge match for them, perhaps the biggest doubles match of their lives, and this has been ongoing now for 3 hours and 10 minutes, and there's still plenty more to run.
Well, of course, because with no tiebreaker in the 5th set, they could be waiting quite a while, and I'm sure it must have been a really long day for them. If you think about it, they had the weather earlier on and the rain, so maybe that affected their practice beforehand. And then obviously the ladies' final went on, and you just don't know. They don't know whether this match would have been finished in an hour and 30 minutes and it would have been 3 sets. Right now, Just trying to see how long this match has actually now been going on for. Well, obviously in the 5th set, an awfully long time. And
yeah, it's over 3 hours, 3 hours 20 or thereabouts. 3 hours 9 minutes to be precise.
Yeah, I mean, this is tough for all 4 of those players right now. And I'm sure that they will be hopeful that they will get on before we get to the point that it's dark.
OK, let's join our commentators next door then for the continuation of this deciding set. Wayne Ferreira is with Rupert Bell.
And it is Pavic to serve. And what can he do here? Pavic has played some good stuff. The lefty, the big lefty Croatian. Could it be a memorable 24 hours for Croatian tennis if he can close this out and then see his compatriot Marin Cilic go through and win tomorrow afternoon? Both, I suppose, this combination seen as the outsiders here at the start of this final against the number 4 seeds, but they have played some terrific stuff. And there's another good serve from Pavic, and this time the forehand service return from Kubot is into the net. Kubot and Melo, Wayne, it's been fits and starts from them, hasn't it? They've not been able to get any constant domination as we were expecting.
Yeah, we thought this match would be not one-sided, but we thought it would be dominated by the Kubot and Melo partnering, but
well,
it wasn't.
The ball's going to bounce, and well, great defence from Kubot. He's now forward to it, but it was a question of which one wanted to take the smash. Marek went for it, goes straight to the opposition, who get the ball back, so they had to go for another one. It was a terrific get by Marek, but in the end it was too much for them because a good backhand overhead from Kubot wins the point. Or rather, Marek wins the point. So 40 love, Pavic, but terrific defence from Kubot as he's now waiting to receive. Backhand return and dug back on the half volley from Pavic, and Melo is there to put the volley away, swooping it on that. 40 love, 40-15 rather. So again, at 40-15 you don't really think there's any chance of Kubot and Melo clawing their way back into this service game. What's the point tally now? Well, it's still next to nothing separating them.
1 point the difference in this match.
So reflecting the full-time closer. Big return from Melo. Up goes the defensive lob. That's going to fall way beyond the baseline, and a gentle little pump of the fist from a very determined Ollie Marek. And the Marek-Pavic area of the players' area is very vocal, and quite rightly so. They're encouraging their players on here, and it's a closely fought, tense tussle with nothing separating them. And Kubot is having to always loosen his shoulder because he knows his serve has let him down.
Serve is important, but just a quick thing to tell you, I don't know if it's been mentioned, but Pavic is coached by his sister Nadia. Marek is coached by his wife Jessie. So I guess their box is not only family but coaches too.
Well, right.
It's an interesting thing. I didn't know that.
Would you have liked to have been coached by Mrs. Ferreira?
Oh gosh, no.
Oh, there wasn't. Oh, don't pause then. don't think about the answer.
Hold on, let me think about that. No.
Oh no. Oh no. 15 love. It is now to Kubot on the serve. Serving now. Marek to receive, and Melo's in with the volley and doesn't put it away, but got back well. And now the smash from Kubot is finally put away. Being made to play the extra shot now, Kubot and Melo, by the determined, doughty defence from Marek and Pavic.
Yeah, they have. They've been able to play 1 or 2 more extra balls than they would probably like. Ended up winning that point, but had to come up with a good overhead, did Kubot.
Well, straining away, and all going to take its toll maybe, as they've all had long, grueling matches here. That ball's going to fall out, as Kubot just for a moment thought it might have fallen in.
40 love.
But no danger in the end. So another straightforward service game unfolding here. 40 love. When's the first pressure point going to come? This was the stage in the last set when it suddenly unravelled, but not here, you don't think. As Kubot begins his, this being his second service game in this set. And now serving at 40 love. Now, how many? We've been talking about the bananas. How many bottles of water has this match been for you? Mind you, you've been to the last 8 club in the intervening period for that, keeping an eye on it. So
we've done less energy, exerted less energy than these guys have.
40 love. It is now. Kubot serves. Oh, double fault. Kubot serving has not functioned well.
Well, if you're going to serve a double, 40 love is going to be the best time to do it. He's done a good job to get ahead in this game, but he doesn't want them to come back at him. He needs to play a good point now.
And he's been constantly sort of loosening his shoulder. He must be feeling a bit tight. Just obviously knows that it hasn't quite worked as well as he'd like. He's now serving to Pavic, goes down the middle, and he has responded with a ace. And there's a very purposeful strike to his chair following that serve. That will settle any concerns that he may have. And it's 3-2 on serve in the final set. And, well, still too close to call. But is there going to be a hint now, maybe, on the Marek serve? He's been a rock throughout this match, has the Austrian.
Yeah, when you talk about him warming himself on the shoulder, you know, the only difficulty about playing doubles is you only serve every 4 games. So there is quite a bit of time in between your service games, and if you do have maybe a sore shoulder or something and it starts getting cooler and getting tighter while you're waiting for your turn to serve, it can be a bit of an issue. So he's done well to get through that serve game, has Kubot. He has, in my opinion, been the guy to break. His more opportunities have come off his serve than any of the others, but that was a good service game. He did well to get through it nice and easily.
Well, a message of time, and Marek is looking fixed, staring ahead, just trying to make sure he's fully in the zone to begin this service game. The mellow Kubot box is really trying to, I don't know who the guy in the yellow is who's standing out, but he's at the, I imagine when he's yellow, he must be the Brazilian.
He certainly looks that way.
Yeah, only because he's wearing a yellow shirt. But he's now sat down and ready to watch Marek serve to the Croatian. Forehand return, angled out, way wide. Good serve, sort of coming into the body, but Pavic couldn't do anything about that. So good start for the Austrian, who's relishing this occasion. On course for well, it'll be the biggest win of his life. He's had a very successful doubles career, but in terms of winning at Wimbledon, what a moment it would be for him. But he's serving well now. He really has performed to a good level, and that's all you want, is come out, do your best, feel you've contributed, and you've...
I think the occasion is pretty huge for all of them. Neither of them have won here at Wimbledon or come even close in the years before. So a huge occasion for all 4 players out on this court.
And as the doubles tournaments go, this is probably, of all the Grand Slams, perceived as the biggest, would you say?
I think in singles and doubles, in any context, Wimbledon is the favourite for most.
It means so much to whoever should win it, and for Marek at 36 it would be a huge moment. Good serve out wide to the backhand of Pavic. So it's 40 love, no alarms here.
40 love.
Another easy service game. High percentage first serves come into play. Always makes the big difference if you can get the serve in. Both teams have not lost a point on their first serve in this 5th and final set so far.
That is not going to be a winning first serve, as it's a fault going to the backhand. Goes long. Second serve. Kubot to receive. Comes forward to attack it. Rolls it to the backhand of Marek. And this time he loops that out. Just playing it gently. But cross-court, 40-15.
Bit of a lazy backhand volley by Marek. He didn't get down low at that one at all. Stood upright. Needed to be a little bit more invested physically, and you wonder, getting to 3 hours and 20 minutes, are the players starting to get tired and fatigued?
Well, there's also what's between the ears as well. If you get tired, then that maybe you start to make the wrong mental choices. Full stretch, Melo, but Pavic is on the money there with that volley. Moving to his left, puts the forehand volley away, and it's 3-all.
Again, another easy service game. All players running through their service games easily. There's only been 3 points won on serve in this 5th set so far, so very, very close and even serve dominating as you would expect, as it has throughout this match.
So both a physical and mental effort required from all 4 players. Can they find a way to break down their opponent's serve? And now it's up to Marak and Pavic to try and do that, but Kubot is there aggressively to put a volley away. No mistake there, and you could hear the roar as he did it, making sure that ball sizzling back at him, and he has the control. Now Melo serves, backhand return into the net. So no alarms here at the moment.
Again, Melo breezing through his service games. He has been the best, strongest server of the 4. Hardly lost a serve on his point. A big man, big serve.
Feels like the shootout at the OK Corral at the moment, do you think? Because who's going to blink first?
Yes, unfortunately it comes down to that. Who takes the pressure better? Who can either step it up and get a few returns back in play, or who gets a little bit tight on their serve, misses a few first serves and gives opportunities away.
Well, Melo didn't miss one then, did he?
No, he's been solid, has Melo, on his serve.
And Melo has done the job there. 4-3. Cool as you like. Wraps that service game up to love.
Melo lead 4 games to 3.
So
final set.
We're in the final set. No indication. But suddenly you can get a moment out of the blue. And that's what could easily happen now. Whoever wins, if they win a first point, the receiver wins the first point, you'll feel the atmosphere change, won't it? Not even amongst the players, but amongst the spectators as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we didn't expect that at 5-all in the first set. We didn't expect it at 6-5 in the second set. And then obviously a few breaks in the 4th set. But yeah, I mean, it comes down to just someone needs to come out early on the serve, make 1 or 2 in play, get love 15, love 30. Start in the game, put a lot of pressure on the opponent, hope that they miss a couple of serves, get maybe a lucky point here and there, and it's all over. It really comes down to a little bit of luck will help, and a couple of good points here and there.
Well, it's been fascinating, and I'll tell you what, Melo is he's in the groove out there practicing his service returns. There, you see him jogging around there, backhand, forehand. He's trying to just get himself ready, and he's geeing up his opponent, saying, come on, let's see what we can do here. We've got to go for it in this 8th game. And Kubot's doing likewise, rehearsing his service returns in his mind, just trying to say, right, this is what I need to do. And both of them have one last little word now. This is obviously G'd themselves up. Can they find a way? But it's Pavic with the serve down the middle, backhand at full stretch. Oh, just thought he'd made it there, Melo. Agonizing for the Brazilian, and he's rehearsing it again. So first blood to the server here, Marak and Pavic being the server. Did exactly what was needed there. Good serve, but for Melo, well, has that taken the wind out of their sails in this latest service game? Backhand return, but the serve is long. Kubot then just walks backwards for a few strides, then he now comes forwards and then settles into his receive position. Here comes the serve. Backhand from Kubot is into the net. No change as far as this service game is concerned. Business as usual. Yep. Serve dominating.
Another quick service game, 2 easy points off the serve. Power again controlling it. Pressure hasn't mounted on Pavic. He has been very solid. He played a great 4th set. Very focused, been good on his service game right here too.
So, Pavic serving. And that is going to be a smash put away by Pavic. Melo gets it to it. Suddenly now the point has changed and transformed. It was just the long arm of Melo that kept them in there. The smash wasn't hit actually hard enough and didn't bounce over, but Melo who can probably extend the racket at full stretch to about 12 feet. Well, then he gets it back in, and then suddenly it all changed. So maybe now that could be the sort of, well, good fortune, take advantage of not quite the aggressive play from Marek and Pavic. 30-15. Backhand return from Kubot is wide.
Yeah, it's little points like that that can change matches. It didn't work out because Pavic came up with a good serve, but those are the kinds of points that can really turn matches around, and Melo did a good job to win that point for his team. But Pavic served well. 40-15.
So serving now, the man born in Split in Croatia serves now. Forehand return at full stretch from Melo. Now Kubot goes for the volley at Pavic, and it's out. 40-30. Well, it just a little bit of hope maybe for Melo and Kubot.
Yeah, that was a bad volley by Marek. He did not do enough, gave it too easy for Kubot to hurt Pavic. So a weaker point. They still have the advantage at 40-30 in this game.
Serves now. 40-30. Forehand return, Kubot really pummeled at Marek, who does well to get it. Smash from Marek. Now Kubot goes to the backhand drive at Pavic. What a volley from Melo, who leaps in the air with delight because we're at juice. Maybe they now sense from that smash that wasn't put away, Melo has suddenly found inspiration.
A good point from all four players, but they lost control. They did not do enough with that first overhead, but good reflexes by Melo to win that point. And now this game has become tight. From 40 love, you thought it was easy, but now it is on.
So Melo bending down low. Pavic with the pressure on his shoulders. Good serve. Now drilled away as the ball is just comes back very gently for Marek to move in to put away, and he made no mistake this time. So have they averted this little crisis? Because it's game point for 4-all.
It was a brave serve by Pavic out wide to the forehand of Melo. He went after it, very confident.
Serves that wide. Kubot goes to Marek. Now Kubot again at Marek. Up goes the lob. Smash from Marek. Kubot kicks it back. Forehand volley from Marek. And a roar from the Austrian. He knew how significant that point was. And they've held serve 4-all.
And it's always so interesting to watch the boxers, how they jump up 1 point and then the other one jumps up. Everyone's invested into this. They realize we're getting to a very, very important stage of this match. 4-all in the fifth set.
Marek is going walkabout now. He's expended a lot of energy, but he knew there he had to give of his all. He was living on the edge, but his brilliance saw them over the line in that service game. Now the pressure's right back on Kubot, who's been the weak link in this Melo-Kubot combination, particularly with his serve. It's been broken, I think, twice at least in this match. If my memory serves me correctly, was broken in the first set that handed it to their opponents, taking it 7-5. Down the middle, volley from Melo. Now dig back on a half volley. Great play by Pavic moving in. And the momentum may just be shifting as Kubot and Melo were struggling.
Yeah, well played by Pavic. Did a good job on the return to get it down low. And then in the point, snuck in, got close to the net. Very positive doubles.
So now Kubot, he's got the pressure now. Is this the first time in this set they're behind on serve?
Yes,
15.
First time they've lost a point early.
So what can Kubot do? Marek goes to the backhand of Pavic, who puts it away. 15-all in on that. Cat-like.
Up until the last service game, there were only 5 points lost on serve in the whole set. There were a few in the last game and a few here. Are we starting to see the turn of events for the service to struggle a little bit more? Have to work harder to get through their serve games, but it's definitely a different feel in these last two games.
Absolutely. We're at 4-all, 3 hours and 29 minutes on the clock. Kubot serving to Pavic down the middle. Forehand volley from Kubot, intercepted by Marek. Melo into the net. 15-30. Now Kubot has got to regroup. Once again, his serve proving vulnerable.
And that is a very big chance and opportunity for Marek and Pavic right now.
Well, I have to say, Marek has played some outstanding tennis throughout this final. Is he, as Robbie would say, the MVP at the moment?
Absolutely.
Serves down the middle, but this time the forehand return from Marek is into the net. Good serve from Kubot.
Good serve into the forehand pocket. Just trying to go for too much was Marek on that one. Would have done better off to put that ball in play. I think Kubot did not want him hit a volley.
Get it in play, then see what your opponent can do.
Yeah, he would have been tight. I think Kubot would have been on that first volley.
30 all. Still significant, still pressure point, still he's got to hold his nerve here, Kubot. Oh, and that ball into the body, good serve into the body of Pavic, and he couldn't do anything as it just trying to avoid it hitting him, leaping to his left, and it's 40-30.
Good serve. I love into the body. Take away the width and the angle for your opponent. That one coming at 112.
Now it's Marek's turn. So game point for 5-4. Maybe they have just averted this crisis, but misses with the first serve, so it's not over yet. Here we go, and a rather forlorn, disappointed look from Kubot as he now has this second serve. Marek twirling his racket. Down on his haunches, ready to attack it. Forehand into the net. Again, can't make the service return. Kubot relieved, charges to the changeover. And it's 5-4, and it will be Marek who's been perhaps the star turn for the Marek-Pavic combination, has now got the pressure on his shoulders to serve. And if he should lose it, it's a win for the number 4 seeds. You almost feel, am I being over-analysing it? It would be, at the moment, I feel the lower-ranked combination are the better pairing. Or is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say. I mean, they've been having a few more chances on the Kubot serve. Melo has breezed through his serve games. They really only had a chance on Kubot. They've done okay, but I mean, I think Melo and Kubot have had chances on both of Pavic and Marek's serve. So I think there's more opportunities for them than I believe that Pavic has against the Melo serve.
Well, it's been a fascinating final. We knew it was going to be close, and I knew the margins are so tight. But here now we have Marek coming out to serve in this 5th and final set. 4-5. This is now when it gets squeaky time. Whose nerves are going to hold firm?
Yeah, it's a big occasion for all 4 players. No getting towards this latter stage. 5-4, the pressure is going to start to mount. Who's going to be the one to sustain it the best is going to win.
Marek now serving and Melo receiving. Good serve. Nothing wrong with that as a first serve. That'll is a confidence booster straight away for the Austrian. And Kubot now is the man dancing around, jogging around, trying to gee himself up, just rehearsing a forehand and a backhand service return, making sure he gets it back in to pressurize, put the pressure back on their opponents. Here comes the serve down the middle, but long and wide, I think. It's getting a little darker now.
Yeah, it's getting very dark.
But here comes the serve. Let, you could hear it flick the net on its way through. Marek frustrated by that, but Kubot with a chance here. What can he do? Big hush around centre court now as this serve comes down into the net. A double fault. Well,
that's a little bit of a pressure serve right there. First double fault in the set, 6th for the match, but 5 for the match, but a bad time to do it.
Just gives the Melo and Kubot a sense that maybe Marek, for all his resolve so far in this match, is feeling the significance of the occasion with that double fault. What can he respond with here? Serve out wide, Melo at full stretch, but Pavic is there, reaching out to put the volley away.
30-15.
That's a good comeback after that double fault. Nice, big, strong serve out wide to the forehand of Melo. Both players have been serving out to that Melo forehand and getting a lot of free points. So good serve to come back after the double.
30-15. Serves now into the net. Now the second serve. Ready now. Kubot, the receiver, fit 30-15. Had a double fault last time. And I think he's come up with another one. Yes, he has. He was looking for depth, and the crowd sort of knowing the U's and R's, almost indicating he's having a wobble. The Melo Kubot team are on the man from Brazil in the yellow shirt. He's up on his feet. They all are now. They know what's going on here. Marek has suddenly wobbled on his serve with 2 double faults. Ouch.
Yeah, big point going to be here for him right now. He came back really well after the first double with a good serve to Melo. Let's see if he can do the same. Will he go out wide to the Melo forehand?
Well, Melo then just a gentle sway. What's he going to do now? He's going to go out wide to the forehand. Got back well, but Pavic has a bit of luck with that volley.
Wow, that
Huge
is
bit of luck.
lucky. That is an outstretched arm from Pavic, having no idea where that ball was going. Hit the top of the net and over.
Just looking at the replay here, let's see what happens. No idea.
My. He had no idea what was going on. That is so lucky, but it's given them the point. 40-30 lead and a little bit of pressure off the serve of Marek.
But has he got a good serve in this time? No. Well, he won't be wanting a third double fault from this side. And that really will tell you that he's got the collie wobbles. Serves now.
Second serve.
Ooh. That was tight. Hit hard and aggressive,
but
clipping the top of the net.
Margins. And Kubot is now knows that his opponent is aware of the significance. Now the second serve. Forehand from Kubot, low, great returns from Kubot. This time Pavic didn't have the luck. Read which way it was going, but it was such a good return, dipping soon after the net and the low volley into it.
Yeah, and it was a okay second serve, but went to the forehand side of Kubot, which is the wrong way to go, right into the pocket. Allowed him too much of an easier chance to get that forehand back. Again, a tight serve. He's got a little bit of pressure back on his shoulder right now.
He's been serving all right from this side of the court, and Melo hasn't been able to do anything with them, but now he's got a second serve, so this really does suggest that it's being ramped up now, and Melo's on the baseline. He knows what he wants to do, get a good read on it. Does, but slips to the ground as he plays that backhand into the net. Holds firm in disappointment that he couldn't do anything better with that.
Could have done better, could have done a little bit better, but Marek doing a different changing up, going to the backhand side of Melo on that particular serve, which was a good change. Melo didn't move his feet very well. It gave away an opportunity. Again, on serve, fifth add in.
A lone cry of "come on, Melo," I think that was. So it is Kubot to receive. Would love a first serve, not this time. First serve's gone completely down the pan at the moment in this service game. What about the second serve? Hit hard by Kubot, and again that was a wobbly second serve. It was tension filled, and it gave Kubot the chance to attack his backhand going cross court, and the volley from Marek's in the net, who looks rather dejected.
Yeah, he sure does. I mean, he's having to work extra hard on this one, especially when the pressure starts mounting on your shoulders. You want the game to be over, and it's just been going on and on.
Well,
back at juice.
They're 4-5. The one thing in his favour.
Violation, warning, Marek, Pavic.
Oh, time violation there.
I don't think that will bother them. They're not going to worry too much about that right now.
Not at this time of the match. Good serve, got into the net, and that is a roar of absolute anguish from Melo on that service return.
Good serve by Marek. Very good to get that first serve into the backhand pockets of Melo. Got to make him play if you want to win this match, win this tournament. You've got to make the ball in play when your opponent is tight.
What about a first serve into opponent does so. That ball's now for Marek, who angrily swats it, but got back well by Melo. Draws Kubot forward. Up goes the lob. Smash from Marek is into the net. Terrific defence from the number 4 seeds to keep them alive in that point. But Marek's going back for the smash. Can't make it. It was a tired smash as well.
Yeah, he did not get up well for that. He went in for the drop shot, which maybe wasn't the best choice because he gave away control of the point. A good lob, but that looked a little bit tired.
Tired and tight. So the crowd know the significance. It may be tense, but what it means at the moment, Kubot and Melo haven't had a match point.
Nope, they have not.
But here, what about this serve? Out wide, Melo with a forehand volley, but is it gone long? No, good volley from Pavic, right on the baseline. Intake of breath, I'm sure, from Pavic at that moment.
Oh, a big sigh of relief from Pavic when he walked back. He knew how close that one. Longest game of the match, 7 minutes, 7.5 minutes. This game has been. A lot of pressure has mounted onto the shoulders of Marek.
And he's not serving well to Kubot in particular. What about this time? No, not again. And it's a very laboured walk back, isn't it? It's just, here we go. It's almost like cranking himself up for this second serve. Into it, backhand from Kubot down the line. Volley from Kubot's right. Marek is on the line. And roar upstairs goes Marek. He's delighted, he's cheering up the crowd. He's used his get out of jail card there, because with double faults, looking tired, somehow he's limped over the line on his service game.
Oh, I tell you what, if there was one man that was happy now, it would be Marek. He has got through his service game. It was a tight one. You can see the pressure mounted on his shoulders in that game, and it took a lot for him to get through it.
He was having to summon everything out, but fair play. He fronted up in the end, got his team over the line. But now it's up to Melo to not put the, well, no disappointment of a match point, but coming tantalizingly close to an opportunity. 5-all. Backhand return into the net. Solid second serve to the backhand of Pavic. 15 love.
Yeah, and I don't see Melo having the same pressure on his serve. He has breezed through his serve games really easily in this match. It would be, I think, a big stumbling if he had difficulty on his serve in this game.
Well, he's now serving to Marek. Marek out wide. That's going to be backhand volley from Melo. Drill another backhand volley. Marek with his and lets that ball go. Marek's now making errors. Maybe the occasion now is just starting to tell. His standards have slipped.
Yeah, he seems to be the one that's struggling the most with the tension that has just mounted in the last 2 games in this match.
I've taken the MVP card away. So he's 30 love. Melo on the serve. Down the middle. Oh, is that in?
Yes.
Oh, what a return.
What a shot.
That came back with added interest, that. Wow,
yeah,
from Pavic. That was low, skimming over the net with the in-out forehand. What a return. Right on the sideline. Wow.
Yeah, put him a little opportunity. It's up to Marek right now to see if he can win a point from his side.
30-15. That serve is long. Gloomier now at about 7.50. Not sure what they can do about the ladies' doubles, but anyway. Forehand from Marek. Backhand from Pavic and got back. Oh, Pavic just on the right on the court. He couldn't get back in time as that ball was got back by Melo, and he's not quite sprawling on the ground, but they both were not able to get near it. It wasn't far from them.
It takes a 6'8" man to be able to get that reflex volley that Melo just got back. That was absolutely incredible.
Melo now 40-15 to Pavic into the... Oh, made an error there, Melo, though.
That's worth a challenge. That one could have been close on the baseline.
See the service line, back baseline judge immediately putting his hands across for saying it was in. There's nothing separating these two pairs. They are fighting now. Each service game now is racked with tension. Everyone knows the significance of each and every point now. Melo serving. And it's Melo who's leaping into the air, having bombed an ace down at 121 miles an hour to close out that game, 6-5. Pressure now on the young man of this quartet, Mate Pavic, the Croatian. Kubot, not a sitter-downer between change in.
He's also between, for me, I think Kubot and Marek are the two that are having the harder time getting towards the end, and I'd be thinking that Pavic will do quite well to get through his serve game right here, and then the next two serve games of the Kubot and Marek are going to be tight.
Yes, those arms are going to be filled with rocks as they try and launch a serve.
Stats just up on our monitor. First serve points, 1 in set 5, exactly identical. 20 out of 24, 83%. The serve obviously extremely dominant still in this match, even though that was a tight game the last game, still dominated by the serve.
Still don't know who's going to win this.
Still don't know. Well, looking at the way that Marek served in that last serve game, you would put a little bit of percentage onto the Kubot Melo side, but you never know.
That's the beauty of this sport. And it's 5-6. Pavic, though, is the one with the pressure. Melo and Kubot just giving each other a final G up to summon the returns that may put Pavic and Marek under pressure. The centre court crowd wrapped in this men's doubles finals. Pavic serves, backhand from Kubot. Oh, gets the luckiest of let calls with Marek in position, but it just bounces over his racket and in, and there was no hope for Pavic. That was a huge slice of good fortune.
Is that the shot that's going to turn the table on this one? That is just really unlucky.
Brutal luck for Marek, but it's not so vital. Good serve, smash from Marek, and he's going to make no mistake there. Good serve out wide.
You knew that smash was going away. He was not going to give him any chance to get that one back in play. But a great serve out wide, a little slide, 105 mile per hour to the backhand wing of Kubot. Well placed by Pavic. He's been good on his serve.
He was venting his frustrations on that ball then. Pavic serves down to the forehand of Melo. Oh! I think it's in.
It's in.
It is deep down the line. He just puts racket the ball, steering it down the line. I think Marek, well, I think he was, in the end, maybe slightly at fault. No, he wasn't going to get that ball, but all he can see is the ball land on the baseline. And now 15-30. Now this is a big moment for Pavic. Serves now, and that's very long, that serve. So the second serve. Here's a major opportunity for Kubot now. Can he come up with a searing return? Attacks it low. Now a chance for Melo. Yes, he puts the ball away, and now 2 match points. After 3 hours and 47 minutes, taking their chance. The giant Brazilian swooping in on that to put the volley away.
What a great return by Kubot. Put that at the feet of Pavic, who did a great job to get it back up, but swished off, cleaned out by Melo. 2 match points.
Well, Melo, have they got over the chance to get over the line? Backhand return. Oh, the serve is long. Ooh, feel the tension. So, now the second serve. Melo with the chance here. Marek ready to poise to try and intercept the return. Forehand does intercept. Chopped back by Melo, but Marek again is there. Second attempt puts it away. 1 of 2 saved.
Wow, the tension has mounted. Everyone in the crowd starting to get invested into this match. There's a big crowd left to watch this doubles match, and they've seen a very good, epic doubles match here today.
Right, 30-40. Match point number 2. It's Kubot's job to return. Pavic to serve. Here comes the serve. Is it a good one? Out wide. That's nerveless. That's just what Pavic, and he's roaring there. He's geeing up his team there, who every single one of them are up on their feet. They knew how important that was.
What obviously is, if they lose that point, it's over. Couldn't have been more important, that particular point.
Okay, yeah, take the wind out of my sails there.
But what a good serve. The pressure of Pavic to come up with an ace on match point.
And he knew what he did there. Juice it is now. Backhand return from Mello is beyond the baseline. Well, great serving from Pavic when he needed it. Fair play to the young Croatian. So, inspiration. So, Kubot now has a chance here. Forehand return, intercepted by Marek. Somehow Mello gets it back. Mello then goes down to the backhand of Marek. Marek with a forehand volley. Great defence from Mello, but in the end, Marek punching it the air with his fist. Really fired up. They know they've dug deep there in the face of serious adversity because we're at 6-all.
Wow. Oh my God, this is just so tough for both teams to go through these kinds of things. The importance of winning this title for all four players, the investment from everyone, the crowd getting into it. We're not done yet.
You realize what an emotional roller coaster tennis is.
Oh yes, in a situation like this is what it's all about.
Highs, lows, point by point. Each point now in this men's doubles finals has significance. Good serve from Kubot. Now, this is where Wayne was suggesting that the next two service games might be the pressure points. Well, Pavic has been under pressure. Kubot has been wobbly on his serve, but he's begun with a good point there to get the first blood in his favour for the number 4 seed. Serving now, misses with the first serve.
Has really not made one first serve to the ad side to Marek, has Kubot.
That was Marek's problem as well, wasn't it? Now the second serve from Kubot, and that's a double fault.
Mr. Kubot challenging
that
the
just tells you, well, he is challenging, but I think it's more in hope than anything else.
So Kubot starting to feel the tension on his serve as well.
And it's a long way out. And it was... So we're at 15 all, a double fault. What are we up to double faults in this set? 2. So, now where is the response from Kubot to that double fault? Has he now regrouped, finds a first serve, got back well, but intercepted, smashed by Mello. He's in there. A very hard person to pass at 6'8". Send the ball up high. His lightning reactions and the smash away. Will he get this first serve in to the ad court?
This is an important one. He would love to be 40-15. First serve, extremely important.
Comes now, gets it in. Got back well by Mello. Volley, fires, drilled a great volley from Kubot. He's digging deep here. Is that ball going to be in? No, from Pavic, who goes on hands on knees in real disappointment. He thought he'd made it, but what a rally. Both.
Welcome to Wimbledon Watch Live. It's ladies' final day and we are here. Yes, I'll take a home five. This is our alternative look at all the action here in SW19. Not just the tennis. Hey everyone, how are we all? They're all fine. They're all fine. It's not just us here in the suite, it's you guys at home. Did you watch the ladies' final? It was good, wasn't it? We've got a new ladies' champion, Garbina Muguruza. If you want to get in touch, you can. If you want to maybe comment on my pronunciation of Garbina Muguruza, you may. Just leave a comment in the feed below. Now, it's not just ladies' final day, it's also the final weekend of water pong. I know. It's not, listen, it's just a bit of fun and it's not important, but I am top of the leaderboard. So, the boys are here. Absolute vision, a vision of beauty. As ever, I will be cajoling someone into my pink umpire's chair, and that is not a euphemism. that someone is right here. It's the terrific Ricky Wilson!
Is it me? Is it me?
Yeah. You don't have to get in yet.
I'll do whatever you want me to do.
And that is why you're here, because I know that about you, Ricky.
I do.
Later on, you will be in that chair.
Really?
And you are going to be resplendent. How are you?
I'm great. Thirsty. Have you got any water?
Well, there's literally a table made out of water in front of you. It's kind of like water Jenga.
I'm fine. I've had a lot of water today.
Yeah, and you needed it because I saw you earlier. So, what was your highlight from today's tennis? Did you enjoy it? Your highlight, yeah.
Well, I was sat next to you at the...
massive highlight.
That was marvellous.
Yeah.
And we watched the women's final.
Yes, we did.
And I was making involuntary whooping noises.
Yeah. I didn't want to bring it up, but you were.
And I thought to myself, oh, I'm into this.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when you go, hoo, and you don't want to go, hoo, you know you're having a good time.
Yes. Yeah. Does it ever happen to you when you're not watching the tennis?
Well, yeah. Well, I'm not a big sporty person. I don't like to indulge in sport because I'm very competitive. So competitive that I don't follow any sport because it ruins my day when things go wrong.
Oh, OK.
And I was rooting... I didn't know who was rooting for.
No, because there was no real pattern to your whooping. You were just whooping sort of fairly consistently throughout.
I thought tennis was the winner today.
Oh, yeah, and so were you, actually.
Thank you.
So, Muguruza won the title, which means she gets a lovely little montage of how she got there from us.
Can I see this?
Yeah. Look, kiss the wristbands.
That's
slow-mo, loads of slow-mo. That's probably the best thing about winning Wimbledon. There's going to be so much slow-mo for you. There she is winning a match. Obviously loves it. Yeah. And if you just keep a bit in the locker in terms of cheering, because that was just an early round match, we're going to see her win the final. Very good.
She sure can hit a ball.
Oh, yeah, which is pivotal. They're just coming out for the final. And here we go. Here we go. Ooh. Now, was that in? She's having a little look. She's only gone and won it. Gone and won it. There she is. Do you want to have a...
with Alan's big plate.
Yeah, very happy with her big plate. Yeah. She gets a big plate and I think also a lot of money.
Well, the big plate is good for a buffet.
Oh, it's fantastic for a buffet and she'll be able to afford a good buffet now.
Exactly.
Do you want to have a go at saying her name? It's not an easy one.
No, thanks.
Yep, no problem. Just thought I'd check. Can I quickly have a look at your pants colour?
Oh, yeah, of course you can.
OK, lovely. What have we got? Oh, we've got a stripy grey.
A grey marl, which isn't good for dribblage.
Let's have a look. You would actually have a problem if you were playing at Wimbledon because they don't like non-white pants.
I think I'd have more of a problem because I can't play tennis.
No, the main problem would be the colour of your pants.
OK, that would be more... Yeah, okay.
Check this out. So the gentleman comes over and says to the guy, let's have a look at your pants, much like me. There's me in the blazer. And the guy's like, what, my T-shirt? And the guy's like, no, I want to look at your pants. And then his mate's saying, no, it's your pants. He's unhappy with your pants. And the guy's like, he can't be unhappy with my pants.
And he's like, Jeff? Jeff?
Yeah, he said, Jeff, you won't believe this. The guy is wearing black pants.
He's gone totally off-piste with his pants, mate.
What do you think happens next after Jeff's been on the phone?
I think he has to go off and get new pants, right?
Ah, well, you're not going to make a tennis player go and get their own new pants.
No, you're not going to do that, are you?
Jeff says, we're getting you some pants. And then the dedicated pants guy, who probably is like, he's not happy that this is his job. He looks absolutely furious. He's sat here for 2 weeks being like, right, all I'm doing is looking after these spare pants. No one's ever going to need them.
I'm one for... I love rules and regulations. I think that's what our proud country is based on.
Yes, absolutely.
But sometimes people can go too far, can't they?
Yeah, and I think that was a good example.
What colour are your pants? I know this because I watched you being mic'd up before.
Yeah, they're actually a kind of... They're not very Wimbledon. They're a sort of...
yeah, they're snazzy.
They're orange.
Orange, I saw that.
Yeah, that's right. But they're made by a tennis player. So, I give and I take. Now, where are we now? Yes, this is where we are.
Yep.
The weather. So, generally speaking...
yeah. I've got nothing to talk about.
Yeah. Listen, I don't know what to say to you, Ricky.
The
Have
weather.
you noticed the weather.
The blooming weather. Hasn't it been...
I thought it was quite a good segue, in fact. So, the weather has generally been glorious, but
Lovely.
there has been some rain, including today, and the British have coped with it, I would say, admirably.
Brilliantly.
Here's us dealing with it.
Us.
Well, that's you. Get the old brollies up. We're still having a good time. It's windy, we don't care. Still a Union Jack, isn't it? Jeez, I don't know how that bit fits in. I guess it is raining. This guy, he went viral. This is Man versus Poncho, where his wife is saying, come on, darling, you can do this.
Wow.
You can do this. Has to give up.
Did I see then? You know the lady up one of these things. Does it move? Does it move?
I think maybe that was the wind. It was so strong she was getting buffeted.
No, because I think it's got wheels. Is it like the tallest mobility scooter in the world?
She didn't look that old, to be honest.
We've all wanted one.
So that guy was defeated by the poncho.
Right.
I've got a couple of ponchos.
Okay.
And I'm going to see which of us can pop a poncho on the quickest. So, I think you can unwrap, and then I'll do a sort of 3, 2, 1. Actually, no, forget the unwrapping. 3, 2, 1, go. Get it on. I don't know where the head is. Where's the head? I missed it. You've really done it. Hang on. That's the head. You haven't done it. I can't figure out anything about this. I've got no idea. To be fair, good. I actually did. Amazingly, I did worse than the old man there. I couldn't make head nor tail of it. Get away from me.
Can I have a sit down? Can I have a lie
You
down?
can have the opposite of a sit down.
What?
Keep your waterproof clothing on.
Really?
Come and play water pong with me.
I've been dying.
Come on. Michael Jackson. You now look like you've sort of got caught in it like a seabird.
It's harder getting it off than it is
awful.
getting it on. Right, OK.
And it's off. So,
how does this work?
So, water pong.
Go on.
3 shots each. Winner obviously takes all.
Okay.
You'll get a place on the scoreboard, as you can see.
Doesn't
I'm
matter,
at the
though,
top.
does it?
It doesn't matter, but I am at the top. Here at the back, these tiddlers score you 1 point.
Yep.
This guy, the Holy Grail,
you want to get in there?
gets you 6. Highest score ever, famously 5 by Rick Edwards. Would you like to go first or second?
Well, I don't know how to do it, so...
Let me demonstrate.
Do you have to bounce it this side of the...
Other side of the net.
So I bounce it that side of the net
That's
and
right.
get it into...
And get it in.
Okay.
Okay?
Hang on.
Okay. Can feel your competitive spirit coming through here, actually, Ricky, and I like it. Okay.
Come on.
Just a 2 to get started. No problem. Bear in mind, Lee Mack got 0 in 3
Then it's
goes.
my go.
Yeah, no, it's your go.
But I bounce it that side of the net.
You do whatever you like.
No! Second serve.
Controversial.
Get in my eye.
Just get it over the net. Okay.
Come on, Rick. Go on, Ricky.
Good. It's a 3. Bit of pressure on here. Needs it. Needs it. Only ever been beaten by Vogue Williams. End of water pong.
Yeah.
3-2, Wilson. Very good. Let me just pop
So
you
I'm
up
same
there.
as Lisa and Joel.
Do you want to go second or third?
So I don't really care.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. I'm going to put you third.
Okay.
Okay. Ricky Wilson, 3. Well done, mate.
Thank you very much.
Would you like a little drink at the bar?
Yes, I would, yes.
Yeah, good.
Okay.
You
got any water?
The boys are here.
Flush out.
Okay.
We've got some Facebook questions and comments coming in. Toby asks, can you show us your best tennis trick, Ricky? Oh, wow. I am genuinely excited. Come on, famous tennis player Ricky Wilson. Not. Oh. Is it behind my ear? No. That was good. Toby, thank God you asked that. Andre asks, if you could... Stop it now. If you could pick one person, dead or alive...
Dead.
I assume...
Definitely dead. Definitely
Great,
dead.
okay, good.
Thank you.
Good answer. And Elena, do you want the rest of that? I liked your answer.
Go on.
Well, it was going to be to sit next to for the longest match in tennis history. Who would it be?
Craig. My friend Craig.
Yeah, your friend Craig, OK. And would you want him dead or alive?
Alive.
Very nice. Elena says, can't see Ricky on the sofa. Well, luckily, he's not on the sofa anymore, Elena, so relax.
Stop trying to be clever, Elena. Yeah, I'm wearing a pink suit, and that was a mistake.
You look blooming marvellous.
Thank you.
Fellas, what have you seen out and about today? Anything good?
Yeah, what have you seen?
Well, we were on Murray's Mine today, watching the ladies' finals.
Or Henman Hill.
Yeah.
Or
Conta's Knoll. There we go. Getting leverage there. Yeah.
You're getting no leverage. You're getting pity.
Can I just say I'm really upset about the Conta thing, because I was all poised for, oh my God, I can't believe it.
Oh.
I was poised and ready. I've been thinking about that all week.
More importantly, have you ever been this far away from home?
Is it possible for me to leave my own show? I don't like it anymore. Anything else?
Watched the ladies' final, then we watched the just as inspirational, brilliant, the girls' final.
Oh yeah, which was great.
Which was
Liu
versus
and Lee. Say Liu, say Lee, say it for always, naturally.
Terrible.
We must have clearance issues for that, but never mind. Ricky, let's talk about you, please. You are
bring it back
incredibly successful as the lead singer of the Kaiser Chiefs. You've sold millions of albums. You've got 3 Brits, mate. You're absolutely smashing it. What is next? For you.
Retirement.
Yes.
I need what?
Yeah.
I'm gonna.
That was slightly too late. That boo, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Everyone just sort of went, Yeah.
We just carry on. Keep
Touring?
going. We just keep going. We just keep going because there's nothing better.
How was the?
Also, here's the thing: you spend so long trying to get something, and why would you throw it away?
Good point. I've been pitching this Wimbledon show for years. How was the Trafalgar Square gig this week?
Oh, come on.
Good?
It was
it good?
fantastic. But I know what you're talking about. I fell over, didn't I?
Did you?
Yes.
Oh, actually, I know because at Techzilla, fine YouTube channel, actually gave us a video of it. You were just in the performing in the fountain. There you are.
Yeah.
That looks safe. Just singing away, doing your stuff. Got to be time to get in the fountain, hasn't it?
Oh yeah, got to be time to jump off there. Yeah.
Get in the fountain. And then stomp off furious. Yeah, I meant to do that. I meant it.
Do you know what's weird? Every time I'm on anything that's on TV or on the internet like that, I always have my phone in my pocket on vibrate, and it just keeps vibrating, as if people at home, my friends are going, "You're on tele." I know. Stop texting me.
Well, your phone won't work after that, obviously.
I know.
Now, you were a judge on The Voice, and you
I was a coach on The Voice, actually. Actually.
What does that mean?
I don't know, really. They told us to say it.
Well, you're not.
We got paid very well to say it, so I don't know.
OK, but they're not paying you anymore.
No.
We're paying you in tickets.
Yes.
So you were good at that, coaching.
Thank you.
So good that Joe and Valley would like to put you to the test in the thing that we are calling Wimble voice? The Wimble voice?
The Wimble voice. We can go with that.
The Wimble voice.
Yeah.
Could have come up with a better one.
It's lazy. It's so lazy, but it's still better than Conta's Knoll.
Oh!
How's this going to work?
Because it's a silent K.
Right. You think that wasn't my problem with it? It's furious. OK, how is the Wimble voice working?
Well, using the sense of hearing and only the sense of hearing, can you recognise these Wimbledon celebrities?
Yes, can.
Yeah.
This Wimble celebrity voice.
Yes, I can.
Well, Wimble voices. Okay. So let's hear the first one then.
I think that was Novak's parting gift he gave to Tomov after the match. And I wish I'd be continuing to playing, but at least use my shoes.
OK, so very hard.
Morris Becker.
Let's see if it was Becker.
Yeah!
No one has any idea what Becker was saying. Something about shoes and Novak.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please.
The third Wimble voice might trip you up. Here it comes.
Yeah, it was moments from being really embarrassing. I got to say.
Oh, where's all the bravado now, Ricky?
I've forgotten his name, the guy with the headband.
What's his name? What's his name? What's his name?
Headband.
Come on,
Cash.
Yeah, well, fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I tell you what, that's like, oh, it's the guy with the tennis racket. The guy, you know, hitting the balls, that guy.
Well, weirdly, you got 3 out of 3 on the Wimble voice. I think we are going to be pitching the Wimble voice as a new show, so if you'd like to be a coach on it, Ricky, just let us know.
If you can get Will.i.am on board.
We cannot. Let's get you in that pink chair, though.
Oh no, by the way, that text message was saying my driver's here.
Oh, really? Well, we'll wrap this up quickly for you, mate, don't worry. So this is Evie in or Evie out.
Oh!
Yes, that's right.
Oh, that's...
So I'm going to show you a series of clips and you're going to tell me whether they're Evie in or Evie out.
Oh, it's like that thing.
No, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. OK. So, clip 1, here we go. Ooh. Nice little shot. Oh, he thinks Evie in. Quite a few Evie outs here. In. Let's see.
Very good.
It's in. All right. Next, it's quite a chunky rally, this one. You won't mind it. Here it comes. This is Hallett playing Conta.
Of course it is.
What was your Conta lyric?
I don't risk saying it again.
Go on.
Oh my Conta. Oh.
Absolutely awful. Oh, the point's surely over. It's all over. It's not all over. It's all over. Let's have a look. Conta's asking a question, obviously. Evie in. Very good. This one, slight change of pace. This is the... I mean, I know you've been watching all the Wimble watches.
I'm
so
just
you know
going to go
what's
out because it's the third
this
one.
Is, no. This is the fashion one. Okay. So just tell me if this attire is Evie in or Evie out. I've spent a little bit of time examining that hat. I know. Still can't tell you what's written on it, or what it means, or whether she's happy or sad. Evie, you're saying Evie out for that hat?
Well...
So the lady's come to Wimbledon, she's gone to all this effort, she's made a lovely hat, and you're saying she's out? What sort of animal are you? You're getting booed. Boo him! Yeah, you're getting booed. It's Evie in. Get out of the chair.
Oh, thank you.
You've insulted a lady who's having a great day out of Wimbledon. I can't believe it.
It's not the first one today.
So,
am I just following you?
Yeah, you're following me over here. Of course you are. Are you just following me? Like that's a hardship. Could
Is
you
this
sign
the size of the tennis balls?
Yeah. They look smaller, don't they? Okay, just pop that there.
They must be really tall.
But also, you're a little fella.
We look better on camera, us little fellas. Do I sign this?
Yes, you do, please.
Do you want my signature?
And then we've
like
got
a bank signature on my
Yeah, I'd love that, and sort code and all that kind of stuff. It'd be perfect for me. So, we've got some questions from Facebook for
I'll just
you.
write my name next to it so I can tell.
Number one, congrats to our new Wimbledon champ. That's not for you, actually. These are more, if I'm honest, these are way more comments than questions. Gemma says, thanks for making me smile, Ricky.
No problem, Gemma.
Doreen says, loving the suits. Angela says, such a TV natural. I think that's directed at me. Hazel says, looking hot, Ricky. Can we get some powder in? Get some powder in for Ricky. And, oh yeah, number 6 just says Poncho King. You were the Poncho King. And I salute you.
Thank you.
Have we got any questions from around the... Yes, go on. Yeah, grab the old mic.
So, Ricky, you're writing a song about tennis.
Yep.
What's the opening line?
Smash... Oh, smashing it.
And what would you call the song?
Smashing it.
Weirdly, I think the contour is better than that. Oh, yes.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Headbands, heavy in or heavy out?
Yeah, great question. Really great question.
If I could get away with wearing a headband all the time, I would wear a headband. Okay. My friend Craig, who I told you about earlier, he wears one in bed.
Oh!
And it's got headphones in it. And he,
what?
And he listens to the Today programming. Don't you, Craig?
Everyone round to Craig's later! That is all we got time for, Ricky.
What?
Ricky.
I can't believe it! I didn't want to break it.
Shake my hand, you're too polite.
Okay.
You're also a lovely man. We'll be back tomorrow with more Wimbledon. Our last Wimbledon after the men's final at the earliest time of 7:30. I'll be joined by the wonderfully funny Rob Beckett. We'll see you on Wimbledon next time. Thank you, mate.
Levels have just gone through the roof. The return of serve hit so hard at the feet with the half volley. Just impressive. Unbelievable doubles for this final.
So, 8-9, 40-15. Marek serves out wide. Ace, thank you very much. Huge sigh of relief from Marek to get an ace to close that one out.
I think he's more happy about the fact that his service game is over. He doesn't have to serve for another 3 service games. He always seems to be the tensest out of the 4 servers, having the hardest time to get through his service games. He's done well. He's leveled this match up.
Well, 9-all. How many sets of tennis have we just about played now? Set and a half now, haven't we?
Yes. Well, if we're doing anything like the 17-15 of their previous match, we've still got a long way to go.
Oh, Wayne. Anyway, 9-all it is, and it's Melo serving, who hasn't had too many problems. He's serving from the royal box end. Serves now. Moving forward is Pavic. Low. Oh, that's an incoming extra set missile at the feet of Melo, and he's no way of dealing with that.
Yeah, I mean, he took that ball almost in the service line. He took it so early. What a great return. Pavic has played very, very well today. He has been the stronger on their side, along with Melo on the other side. They have been the stalwarts on these two teams.
Melo now serve. Misses with that first serve. What can Marek do here to this? second serve. Goes now to the forehand and drills deep, dig back in the half volley. Now Marek goes cross-court, volley from oh, great play from Pavic, intercepting and reading the forehand volley down the line from Melo. And now the pressure is on the Brazilians' tall shoulders.
What a great point again by Pavic. He just read that point so well. The movement around the court just absolutely impressive. He has really come up with some goods here today.
Love 30. Wow. Here we go again. Don't know where this is going to go. Good serve down the centre. That was a perfect response.
It was. Good first serve. Needed one. He needs another one right here. 121 mile per hour. That's a big serve from Melo.
Marek and Pavic had those 4 breakpoint chances on the Kubot service game last time, and they couldn't take them. Can they fashion a couple more here? Melo with the serve. Got back, but into the net. Good, solid, functional first serve that is unreturned.
Yeah, it came so quick. Kubot wasn't even ready. I mean, Marek wasn't even ready for that returner serve. The pace too good, and a good comeback again from Melo. Nice, big, powerful serve.
I'm loving this. Anyway, 30 all it is. Here we go now. Melo's Pavic with the return. Rather mishit, should be put away by Melo. That's his roar, looking skywards.
Yeah, it's a bit of pressure that he's had for the first time on his serve in this match. He's breezed through his serve game so well, and now he's been down a bit, but he has really shown just how good he is as a doubles player. He has come up with 3 unbelievable points to now lead 40-30 and take a little bit of pressure off his shoulders.
That was just letting some heat out of the balloon, wasn't it? Just to know what a job he's done. That is going to be a first serve. So 40-30, 9-all. No one, everyone responding when they've got the crisis. They've been able to come up with the goods. Such control, brilliance of all 4 under the highest pressure possible. Backhand return from Marek, and then Kubot in the end has the easy put away. And on we go. So it is going to be Pavic to serve at 9-10 down in the deciding set after 4 hours and 21.
Extraordinary men's doubles final, and still the level keeps on rising at 9-10 in the 5th set at nearly 8:30 local time. The sunlight's all gone here on centre court now. It's starting to get a little bit gloomy. It's not going to be all that much longer before the possibility of this match keeps going on, of even closing the roof, comes into play. We're not quite there yet, and still centre court is at least half full, lapping up this terrific match. The energy levels are still so high down on court and up here too. Richard Connolly, Claire Curran and Peter Marcato. And Peter searching out statistics of the longest finals.
Saturday night special too. Well, you wouldn't want to be anywhere. How good is it?
It's
a
terrific.
Good crowd. This keeps building. 5 hours and 1 minute though. Back in 1992. John McEnroe, Michael Stick had a win over Grab and Renneberg. 1917 in the final set. Back in 1992, 5 hours and 1 minute.
Be brief, Claire, but how good is this?
This is unbelievable. A real pleasure to be part of. And every single man on the court is giving their all. Kubot, he's not even sitting down at the change of ends, doesn't want to stiffen up, trying to keep his legs going. I mean, and what is so incredible about this match is everybody staying around to watch it.
Let's get back next door to Wayne and Rupert.
So here we go. The marathon continues. Who's going to hit the wall first? That's the question. At the moment, they've all been able to summon reserves because they've been the marathon men to get even to this stage, given their previous matches. And yet they're going on and on, quite exhilaratingly they are too. Serve out wide, big swat return from Melo into the net. 15-love, Pavic.
Opportunity over there, that second serve going out to the Melo forehand. It's the better wing. He needed that one. He did a good job to go up the line, and the opening was there, but just missed it. A little bit of an opportunity lost.
So serving now. Out wide to Kubot, who tries, but the serve is long. It is gloomy out there. But we go on. They may have to make a decision at some stage. Backhand return, up goes the defensive lob. Smash is put away, well, towards Mello's forehand. He gets a racket to it, but no control.
Good points, and they've done well, Pavic. I really have been impressed with how he's withstood the pressure. He had those 2 match points on his serve earlier on, but has withstood the pressure since and before. He has been impressive on this team.
He has indeed. Now Pavic serving, the left-hander. Whole box end, serves down the middle. Got back well by Mello. Mello then goes cross-court. Pavic, delicate Maric cross-court backhand volley.
Yes, absolutely impressive again. But Pavic, first volley, just impressive. He saw Mello coming in, just cross-courted it, dropped it short, made it hard for Mello. And that made the opportunity easy for Maric to finish off the point.
40 love, good service game. So we're at 10-all, and we trot on at 10-all. And
10-all, 4 hours and 25 minutes of exhilarating doubles.
I'm just going to work out when sunset is. Okay.
Well, we just heard from Jill that they're going to close the roof and turn on the lights for the doubles.
For the ladies' doubles?
Yes.
So that means
it will be on, and they will finish it, but they will be inside with lights.
Well, they may have to put the roof on for the finish this.
It's possible too.
I'm just going to check when sunset is, because then that will help us. Here we go. Looking at my weather app, 21:12 is sunset in Wimbledon Park.
We've got 40 minutes.
40 minutes. Well, who's going to blink? And we need torchlights to see from up here.
It's getting really, really dark.
Big serve smashed away as Kubot, who's been wobbly on his serve, sees that one come back, and his partner slam dunking it away. 15 love.
The other aspect that you have to take into account is that you have to stop at 11 o'clock.
Of course you do.
So getting the match started may not mean that it will end.
Indeed. Well, it'll be a bonus ball. It's quite evocative being under the lights here.
It really is.
I'll tell you what, Andrew Jarrett, the referee, is probably thinking, oh my goodness me.
Well, because at this stage, this could go on forever.
It could. Volley from Kubot is long. He's probably thinking break points. He's probably internalising, saying, now come on. I'm supporting you, but let's be good people. Or is he? Or
he's probably saying, just somebody win it. Yeah. Somebody win it. Somebody win it quick. We've got to get going. We've got the doubles to go.
This is the significance of Wimbledon. You wouldn't expect anything else. The moment, the treasured moment it will be for whichever partnership can get over the line. Good serve, and a ball from Pavic is right up the jacksie. I think is the best way of describing it, isn't it? Wow.
I guess so. He's been hit so many times today. Now he's got one from his partner too. He's been hit by all 3 players on this court today.
Wow.
Has Maric.
Right on the...
He's got some memories to take home with him.
Oh! Ouch! Right up the backside.
It couldn't have been, and it couldn't have been hit sweeter too.
Anyway, here we go. 30-15, Kubot to serve. And it's Maric who's immediately got to make a return, and he's inspired.
Oh, that's a bad choice by Mello. And Kubot, they had their signs mixed up. Kubot crossed. Mello crossed, and Kubot didn't go to the other side.
And this is where clear thinking is needed. It's not just about getting the shots in, it's the partnerships working in tandem and making sure their communication remains consistent. But 30-all. Now this is a big moment for Kubot once again, under pressure on his serve. Pavic now looking to attack it. Goes to the Mello, who there with all raw aggression, again leaping into that.
40-30.
And running on the spot, 40-30. No one can find a way of breaking down. Impenetrable, both combinations. Finding a way to resist and hold firm in the face of serious adversity. Game point for 11-10. Forehand, but that serve is long. Marek now walks back, settles down. A little breeze swirls around. And hush over centre court again. It's 40-30. Serves now, moves forward. Forehand return. And Mello is there again to put it away. 11-10. It's now back onto Marek's shoulders. Will he sit down at the change of ends?
No, he's not going to.
Well, that's Kubot. What about Marek?
Yes,
he is. He is all right. He is all right.
But that's a lot of pressure mounted on you. It's just unbelievable how it just shifts. As soon as your service game goes onto your opponent and then back onto you, the pressure from both is just surmountable. It's Andrew Jarrett talking to the umpire about the time that we have left before we possibly have to take a break to close the roof.
Indeed, because it takes about 20 minutes, I think, to close the roof. I think. I don't know whether anyone can find out what the decisions are, says he. That's a sort of guarded message to the people on high listening in. But we'll carry on. As I say, the sunset's 21-12. Fergus Murphy's looking at Andrew Jarrett. I'm wondering if he's going to take his hat off to make sure he can see everything.
Time.
But there's some serious tension in the air now. And my goodness me, grey clouds overhead. But on we go. And both pairs will know that they're in a titanic tussle. I haven't got facts in front of me, but I wonder when was a final of this length in the Wimbledon doubles final. Andrew Jarrett is definitely on the old walkie-talkie and making instructions because it is seriously gloomy here. But Marek is serving. Forehand return. Dig back on the half volley. That's going to go long. First blood to Kubot and Mello. How significant could that be as that half volley is put wide? Marek now in the gathering gloom on centre court. 4.5 hours they've played. 11-10 it currently is. Love 15 on the Austrian serve. Serves down the middle. Forehand return. Got back. Mello tries to dink a volley cross court, but can't get it over the net. 15 all.
But that's a great first volley by Pavic. He's so close to the net. He dropped that nice and short. Mello had the opportunity. He would like that one again.
Indeed he would, but Marek is holding firm. You've got to applaud. He's been tested on his serve, but he's responding. He's kicking on. Here he goes down the middle. Forehand, but that serve is long. Mello is the receiver. And now serves. 15 all. Forehand return from Mello. Intercepted by Pavic. Ball straight at Kubot. No chance with that. 30-15.
30-15.
And on we trot. 30-15. Can they find a way?
Yeah, it doesn't really look at this stage like any of them are going to falter.
But it's got to happen sometime.
Well, yes. But who is it going to be? Who's going to be the one?
I've given up thinking. 30-15. Forehand return, but the serve is long. And oh, I've got the information. It's appeared. Longest doubles final was in 1992, and they played that on the Monday. And it is a put away by Mello, by Pavic rather, and it's 40-15.
40-15.
And it was between McEnroe and Stick, and they played that on the Monday on court 1, 1917 it finished, and that was 5 hours and 1 minute.
Yeah, against Jim Grab and Richie Renenberg.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you, the good people here. So
we're getting close to the 5 hours and 1 minute mark. We've got about a half an hour left for that.
Serves now, and fair play to Marek. He's responded in kind, and now it's back on Mello's shoulders. So here's the final
set.
And what's happening here?
They're shutting the roof.
They are. And how long does that mean they take to shut the roof? So they are shutting the roof. So that means that they can switch the floodlights on, because, as I say, it's very gloomy here. It's 11 all. in the final set, in this epic doubles final, there's going to be a delay while the
Ladies and
roof
gentlemen, players
is
suspended
closed.
for approximately 10 minutes. as
Rupert,
the-
Wayne, thank you very much indeed. Stand by. We'll get you a hot drink or maybe something more to your liking. But they're coming back for more commentary in a short while. You heard the voice there of Fergus Murphy up in the chair on centre court. There's going to be a 10-minute break while they close the roof here on centre court, with the gentlemen's doubles final locked at 11 games all in the final set. 4 hours and 34 minutes of tennis, and the level at no point really seems to have dipped. Some of the movement, some of the net play, just utterly sensational, and nothing to choose between these two pairs. I'm Richard Connolly here on the Wimbledon radio channel. Peter Marcato and Claire Curran are with me. Your heart goes out, in a sense, for one of these two pairs, because somebody is going to have to lose this final, and it doesn't really seem fair, Claire.
No, it doesn't, and you could tell even from the intensity that these men came onto the court in the first set that that whoever lost this match would be upset. We didn't think then that it would be at 11-all in the fifth set, and of course they haven't been in this situation before. They haven't been in a situation where they've gone this late into the night and now suddenly closing the roof. What an atmosphere we're going to get.
Exactly, and you change the dynamic here, so the players actually get a proper break. They can refresh, maybe have a quick shower if they're able to, change their clothing to just keep them going, and they'll be talking to each other. The coaching team, I'm sure, for both teams will be down there right now, getting in their ear saying, look, come on, you can do this. Now it just becomes a war of attrition, really, in the end, because there's not a lot separating them. And as we've talked about, and as Wayne and Rupert have talked about, it's just that the 1 point, the 2 point, they start to get that roll on. You get that crucial break, just that huge boost that you get from doing that. It's been tight all the way through. 4 hours and 34 minutes on court. We're very much heading, it looks like, for that 5 hours 1 minute. We could break the record tonight.
It could be a record-breaking evening. Well, it won't be a morning, because we know we have to stop play at 11 o'clock. Those are the local rules. Kubot and Melu played an 11-9 fifth set in round 2 and won 9-7 in their semi-final match in the fifth. Marek and Pavic went to 17-15 in the fifth in their semi-final match. So these guys have been the distance already in this championship at least once. So extraordinary athleticism and endurance from both combinations. We're going to stick it out as well. Potentially, we've got the ladies' doubles final to follow this match still. So goodness knows, we might go right to the very end of our allotted time here tonight at the championships. But before we get back to the men's doubles, and we are having a break now at 11-all for the roof to be closed, we've got time to catch up with Robin Bailey, who has managed to find an extremely special guest.
Well, I'm delighted to say I'm in the VIP hospitality area in the IMG tent, and I found Michael Johnson. Michael, it's so nice for people like us to meet people like you, because you were one of my heroes, a 4-time gold medalist. This is great for me. I'm loving it.
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. You said I was, so what happened? What went wrong? What did I do?
I tell you what, you are looking very good. I did have a look at how old you are, and it puts me to shame, believe you me. Listen, you saw that Venus Williams collapse, if you like, in the final. The first set was so important. Did you see the kind of the mental change in that game?
Well, what I saw was, it was a fantastic first set, and I think there at the end of the first set, Venus had her opportunity when Muguruza was making a few errors and getting a little bit frustrated and on the verge of, a little bit of a collapse mentally herself. And I think Venus just didn't have the pop and the energy to be able to take advantage of it. She tried, and it didn't quite work out. And then I think, in the second set, Muguruza just came out and just so much power, very confident as well. I think she was aware as well that, hey, I survived, that first set when Venus was really playing well. And I think the confidence just showed with Muguruza in the second set when she was just making some fantastic shots.
that 10th game was absolutely crucial, wasn't it? Because I think it was 15-40 on Muguruza's serve, and she won 4 straight points, I think it was. It's almost like it changed there. Suddenly, Venus knew she couldn't get at her.
Yeah, I think that, Venus is a veteran. She knows, she can read, situations very well. And I think she started to see that, this is quite different, found herself in a little bit of a different situation than maybe she had anticipated, and just wasn't able to respond to it. I think, at 37 years old, having played so many matches to get to this point in this tournament, it's fantastic and a great accomplishment, but I'm not sure at this point, she could actually, get to a final, a tough final, and really get through it from a conditioning standpoint. That's unfortunate. I was hoping for a different result today.
Well, of course, because you were backing the American, but do you think age was a factor there?
I think age was a factor, and the thing for me was not so much Venus as an American, but just I think this will probably be the last opportunity, and it would have just been fantastic. I think Muguruza will have many more opportunities to win a Wimbledon championship, but I thought it would be so amazing to see Venus win again and her 20th Wimbledon championship, but it wasn't to be.
Well, we must talk to you about Wimbledon itself. Being here, I'm sure it's not the first time you've been, but what is it about the atmosphere of this place that excites someone who has excited so many sporting arenas?
Well, I mean, it's one of the great tournaments. I love tennis. I love the Grand Slams, but Wimbledon is special. It's its own unique Grand Slam, its own unique tournament, and there's so much history around Wimbledon. And yeah, every time I come here, I really enjoy it. Just walking around, watching all of the matches. Of course, what's happening on center court is always exciting, and yeah, happy to be back here.
Other sports people who I talk to on my rounds as a roving reporter here, I always talk to them about the comparisons, if you like, with the tennis. I mean, it's kind of one-on-one in a match like that final we've seen. A lot of people didn't really get near you when you were competing, but do you feel that there are similarities? Are there sort of elements? Maybe it's purely mental. What is the similarity, do you think, between the great tennis champions and people like yourself?
Well, as athletes, I mean, you've got to go out there and produce. You know what you need to do to produce your best performance. And at the end of the day, that's what you're looking for. In terms of the actual competition, what it really boils down to in simplistic terms is if you produce your best performance when it counts, that's all you can really do and hope that that's enough to win. And in most cases, it is if you've got the talent, right? And so, the thing about great athletes, regardless of what sport they're in, is they are able to get to the competition and produce their best performance when it counts. And it doesn't matter if you're a tennis player or an athlete in track and field, a sprinter, or any sport. Obviously, with tennis, it's, your opponent can affect your game a little bit more than my opponent could affect mine in athletics. But again, it comes back to being able to get yourself into a position mentally and emotionally as you approach the game, approach the competition, to be able to deliver what you've trained for, provided that you've trained at a level that gets you there ready to go and ready to win. Then it's about delivering on the day, and that's all about just the mental and emotional state.
I'm sure you will have met both the Williams sisters in your travels, and I think that's kind of the disappointment for Venus, is that she didn't manage to play her best in that final, and as you're suggesting, she's saying she'll probably go on, but it might be her last chance, and how sad that it kind of ended 6-love.
Well, I think if you look back on Venus's career, I mean, she's 37 years old now. I mean, she's gone on, this is her 20th Wimbledon, and I think that, she's had a fantastic career, and so I don't think we can take anything away from, what she's been able to do in the sport, what she's accomplished in the sport. Unfortunately for her, earlier in her career, she had a little sister that came along and has just dominated, and probably the best we've ever seen, maybe the best we've ever seen in the sport. But I think that Venus has had a wonderful career, and I think, maybe given that she got to the final here in this championship, and it had been so long since she had actually gotten to a final, that maybe that was the best she had today, because I'm sure that it was tough, you know, going through all of the different rounds and so many different matches to get to this point.
She had some tough ones. Yeah.
And at an age of 37, and having not had to do this, you know, have so many tough matches leading up to a final in quite some time.
So let's turn back to athletics then. And obviously the next best thing to being able to compete is to be able to commentate in the way you do and present programs and that kind of thing. And we have the World Championships upcoming. You've just done a big preview for that.
Yeah, so it's I'm looking forward to it. This should be a great championships. It'll be fantastic getting back to Olympic Stadium 5 years on from London 2012, and it should be